The story begins when a group of people is hunting near the border. One of them asks his fellow hunter to be careful, as it is heading in his direction. The other guy says he is already shooting and says the grenade launcher is up. A fire started everywhere. The boss ordered them to stop firing as a strange monster appeared from the surrounding area. He asks if anyone has any idea how many types of monsters there are in the hunting area. Soon, he asks everyone to regroup and resupply, as the target shows up here often without any warning. He says they made a racket just now, so they will never know when it will come after them. The boss says that after he finishes talking about it, if Sung-hoon is prepared, when Sung-hoon tells him he is ready, he is asked to hurry, and judging by the sound, it is close. Sung-hoon says he understands everything clearly, and one of the fellows offers to carry his luggage. He then gives Sung-hoon the monster attraction spray, but Sung-hoon says he already has it. Then, he is asked not to make a mistake and to remember the baiting route. Sung-hoon asks them not to worry. The boss says he will see him alive, so he must be careful. When Sung-hoon moves forward, he says he has done this often enough, but cannot get used to it. Soon, he sees the monster, and he knows this monster now smells his scent, so he starts running, and the monster keeps chasing him. While running, he falls sometimes but keeps on running. He reaches far away from his fellows, and when he again loses, the monster is so close to him that he realizes that today is the day he dies. Then, suddenly, a bullet is fired from one side, hitting the monster at once. Sung-hoon says they could have shot that earlier, even though there is no way it would die from that shot alone. He also says this damn monster is disgustingly brutal. He knows it is still completely fine after getting shot by the anti-monster rifle. Then his fellows arrive, and the boss thanks him for his work, saying they will take it from here. A yellow-haired boy says about Sung-hoon that it's lucky that Bait is still alive, while another fellow, Chang-sik, says he knows this guy. Sung-hoon's luck doesn't seem to be running out. The boss tells Chang-sik that it's hard to find Bait like Sung-hoon, so they should stop bullying him and prepare for the next move. Chang-sik says he was joking around a bit. The boss then orders everyone to prepare for the battle, while he utilizes tank skills and a demonic taunting gaze. He also utilizes magician skills, which maximize the effectiveness of his multi-fireballs. A girl also creates many fireballs. The yellow-haired boy says this is a clean hit. The boss approaches the monster and says he has the aggression, so everyone except Chang-sik must move forward to attack the target. Another fellow says it is his turn this time. He uses the Lancer skill, a Quicksilver triple lunge. When he attacks the monster, he says this one is rather fun. Then, the boss asks Chang-sik if he is ready. Chang-sik laughs and says he thought he would die of old age while waiting. He then attacks the monster with a lightning slash, utilizing the swordman's special skill. Sung-hoon observes that the sturdy monster, which was completely fine after being hit with the anti-monster rifle, is dead in one shot. Soon, they are finally done with their mission. He sits down on one side and feels it hurts all over the place, while all the other fellows appreciate each other for doing good in the fight. The yellow-haired guy also appreciates him and says he did very best. The boss thanks everyone for their work. Sung-hoon says he already painfully knows that their thanks for the work would never be directed to him, as they are all awakened, and he is just a normal person. The yellow-haired man, Yuchin, asks him if he doesn't want to get paid and how long he will stay around like that. But another man asks Yuchin to let Sung-hoon rest a little, while a girl also says it is right to let him sleep, as being bait for the monster is not easy. Yuchin asks what they are talking about, as Sung-hoon should still do the work assigned to him, and says, let him be, there are other workers as well. Then he talks to Sung-hoon and says he got lucky. If not for them, he would have fired him. After he is gone, Sung-hoon says it is not easy to earn money these days. Later, when the boss gives him his payment, he says he did well today and does not have to worry about what Yuchin said. Sung-hoon says he does not mind, so worrying is unnecessary. The boss says that if that is the case, then it is excellent and that the way Yuchin talked to him was getting on his nerves. He also admits that Yuchin lacks discipline. Sung-hoon says it is okay and that he will be leaving now. He also thanked the boss for everything. The boss says he will see him in 1 week and asks him to take care of himself. 10 years ago, disasters struck worldwide. Suddenly, a rift opened in space, and countless monsters emerged from it. Along with the monsters, people who awakened their abilities started to appear, and they began hunting them. The ability was awakened in people regardless of their authenticity, age, and gender. When Sung-hoon is going back, Yuchin asks his fellow to look at Sung-hoon and says there is a person who dreams the impossible. He also says that anyone can even become a musician these days. Often, people like that are also awakened with an ability. Even then, at least he graduated from college. Kim Yuchen, who is 20 years old, was once a typical delinquent. But after awakening a few months ago, he is making a name for himself. He says that nothing is unusual if Sun-hoon graduates from college. It's all about having the ability these days. His fellow says that is true and tells someone he knows that people have no right to dream if they are not privileged. Sun-hoon remembers these words when he says people have no right to be dreaming unless privileged, and he thinks these words spew out from his dumbass brain. While riding his motorbike, he says it is just as they said, because he had dreamed of being a musician, studied music, learned to compose, and learned to play the piano. He graduated from a reputable college and was active in various bands to expand his portfolio for auditions. As a result, as a random, replicable employee, the 28-year-old is currently receiving a 1,500,000 won payout per day, 4 times a month. He is covered in bruises from running and falling, just like today. If anything breaks, he will be out of work for a month. He thinks that if he dies in the end, it will be painful doing this work, but he does not have a choice. A rapid, unconscious state is one of the symptoms that appeared to many people worldwide after the rift opened. Falling unconscious for an unknown reason with almost zero chance of recovery means being technically alive, but having essentially no chance of regaining consciousness. He comes to the hospital, where his mom is admitted. His mom fell victim to this disease a year ago, and that is why he has to do this job even if his life is on the line. He cannot give up on his mom because of money. He believes that his mom will wake up someday without a doubt. Monsters have appeared in considerable numbers in the North-South Military Demarcation Line demilitarized zone. The next day, when he has done his work, he stops at the roadside, where he sees a girl walking on the road and birds chirping. He feels the weather has changed significantly, as it is already summer. He sees a vast screen where a news anchor shares the news that North Korea has not existed for the last 10 years due to the portal's impact. People inhabit it, but there are only monsters. They cannot claim it as part of their country. After listening to the news, he gets on his bike again and starts his journey. He says that either way, he can pay the hospital for this month. Every month, he earns about 600, while the hospital fee and his living expenses total 400. Each month, he saves 200. He knows that he won't be able to do anything at this rate and cannot stay like this, but he still has no idea how he is supposed to earn a substantial amount. He stops at one place and drinks water. He knows there are so many awakened people everywhere, and even though this place is near the hunting area, he would not find many ordinary citizens. He would not believe there are only about 50,000 awakened people in the country, but monsters' body parts sell for a ridiculous amount of money, so it is no wonder that there are so many of them here. If that was not the case, he could not find why so many awakened people would fight the monsters then. He knows that he has not made any music for a whole year. His dream has come to a halt. He says he needs to focus on reality. He stops himself from dwelling on depressing thoughts and reminds himself that at least he can earn money right now. Even though his life is on the line, the money he earns is his mom's life, so he cannot afford to hesitate here. After drinking water, he again gets on his scooter. Suddenly, he realizes he is already low on gas, so he comes to the gas station. There is a girl who is working there. He sees her and thinks it seems the kids these days are brave or just fearless because he knows this area is a possible monster hunting zone. But she is working a job here. He bets it is because it pays well. When she filled the gas tank, she told him the bill was 20,000 won, so he spent the amount. When she asked if he would like his receipt, he replied that there was no need for one. She thanks him for coming and returning to her work. He observes that she is energetic, and he has not felt that way in ages. He wishes he could feel that way again, but it is probably impossible because, for now, his goal is to save 10 billion won to wake his mom from her disease. He needs 10 billion won. He knows that Mandragora is a rank a monster, and this plant-type monster's parts sell for a fortune. Among its valuable body parts, the flower on its head is known as a cure-all medicine, the only medicine for his mother's disease. This is a medicine of extreme rarity that costs 10 billion. Suddenly, he hears a sound and wonders what it is. He sees an army vehicle coming towards him, and he wonders why it is falling from the sky out of nowhere. He senses the arrival of a great disaster and starts his scooter to run away from there. But suddenly, his scooter gets hit, and he falls. He remembers his mom as he is falling, and soon he realizes that he is not dead. He finds himself in another world where he can see things. A considerable monster says it is fantastic and entertaining that mere humans have reached its level. Sun-hoon realizes he is not dreaming. He thinks he knows its name. This monster is a black dragon named Akaluman. Even amongst the dragons, a magnificent being has established its superiority over the demigods. It says the transcendence of a mortal is allowed to all beings, but for a mere human to damage it to this extent is unbelievable. It also says this world is a hole of unknowns, which is always entertaining. He is surprised to learn that he used a dragon to do damage and wonders how it could have happened. He then sees another person talking to the black dragon, who says they can no longer have fun. This is a bit disappointing, but it cannot be helped. The black dragon says, unfortunately, it does want to be entertained for eternity, but this cannot be helped. Even as a trans descendant, he cannot defy death. That person, however, says that according to Akaluman, he still has a final trump card up his sleeve. The black dragon asks him if he believes that the incarnation magic he invented can save his direst moment. But that magic man asks the black dragon to stay alive as long as it wants, and he says he will find it again someday. The black dragon laughs and says it will look forward to it. Sung-hoon, who is listening to their conversation, says he also knows this person, as he is the great sorcerer, Kiritoras. The black dragon comes ahead to attack the injured Kiritoras, who moves a little back and strikes Sung-hoon, who does not feel like he is dead. He becomes unconscious for a moment, but when he regains his senses, he feels his head hurting. He finds himself falling on the ground. He is sure he has been wasting his life away. He reincarnated after all that trouble, and he is living life this way. He knows he was killed in a fierce engagement against the ancient dragon Akaluman, and to think that the great sorcerer Kiritoras was his previous life. He feels uneasy because the memories of his past and present lives are now intertwined. He says it looks like he did not break any bones after he fell, and, significantly, he did not break any bones even though the bleeding was pretty bad. Either way, he used the reincarnation life to gain a new one, but it was surprising to think that he had been spending his life pathetically like this. He then gets up and decides to try moving his mana flow first. Soon, he realizes that his mana is flowing without any problems. Hence, he got lucky. He says it is good because he has established a connection to the Akasha system, where the system indicates that the beginning of the awakening is activating. Soon, he is welcomed as a player, Sung-hoon, and from now on, he will be considered awakened. 10 years ago, when the portals first appeared, they introduced themselves as the director of Akasha and began conversing with humanity. Akasha's director randomly chooses people to awaken them with an ability leveling up with the experience gained, and the ability to use skills. It was a straightforward ability akin to the game system itself. Humanity adopted this ability, and thus was able to fight against the monsters. Sung-hoon also thinks that the ability is applied to him, probably because his soul and physical body are completely different entities. He also knows that the being called Akasha Director is not originally from Earth anyway. He opens his status window and sees the stats. He sees his mana has increased. He thinks perhaps his mana has increased because of what he just did. He also ponders that he is just awakened but does not have a job. He assumes that this is probably because he isn't a regular. Then he says these things are not important right now. Instead, he should gather some mana, even a little bit, since he does not know what will happen. So he starts to gather his mana. He feels this is good to collect just like this, and when it is finished, the status window informs him that he has acquired a skill, which is magic. He says he expected nothing less from God's ability to analyze his status immediately. The status window again informs him that he has acquired a new job, specifically that of an apprentice magician. When he sees this, he says it seems that it does not possess all his information, so it is unaware of his memories from his previous life, and he does not know if it is a divine or an inhumane ability. He then decides to move as he has gathered some mana, so keeping control of the mana as he moves should not be hard for him. Mana's status has increased by 0.01 permanently. He says seeing the results immediately is good and pleasant. Then he sees that the final defense line, the military demarcation line, has been broken. It was created with a ceasefire agreement between North and South Korea in the past, but after the monsters' attack destroyed North Korea, it was now called a final defense line. Currently, the combined forces of Awakened Ones and the military are defending the line against hordes of monsters pouring in from the north, fighting against them, which are primarily resistant to physical forces. The line is reinforced with sizable weapons and explosives, but the defenders are now falling from the sky. A monster strong enough to break through the defense would appear if the final defense line were broken. He says it should be impossible for him right now, and it's not as if he can revive the dead people here, so it's better to get going already. Then he sees a box in which he can see there are so many cores. He says there is quite a bit when he picks one of them. He says it is a pretty good size and would sell for a reasonable price. He is guessing the core transport vehicle was nearby, but was caught up in the explosion. In his previous life, these were called the magic stones. He knows that the core is the source of mana that is solidified like a rock, and this would be extremely useful for him, as he does not have too much mana. When he observes them closely, he says this one has purity, as it is pretty good. He can use these, so he got lucky. 32 cores would go for about 10 million won. Then he realizes that his scooter is not anywhere, so he looks around in search of it. Soon, he finds it, hoping that this might be asking for too much to survive the explosion. He says using the magic for the scooter feels a bit wasteful, but he cannot help it since he needs transportation right now. So, he uses magic to enhance his scooter. He knows this is the same as changing the gold into lead, but he has to get out of there first. When he finishes using magic, his status window informs him that he has acquired a skill called Magic Circle. The status window also informs him that he has acquired the Magic Circle recipe, Restoration, and another skill required, Mana Usage. He says this is good, and after that, when he examines his scooter, he says it looks good. He knew that the system was making the world similar to a game, but he did not think it would register every magic as a skill, and the one using the skill was he. However, the Okasha director was providing him with the energy to activate the skill. This means he can use the magic he wants without worrying about himself. He hears a loud noise when he is busy using his status window. When he looks in that direction, he sees that a few people have appeared there, and the defense line has been broken into pieces. He is saved hard, as that was close. He sees someone coming from beneath the destroyed defense line. He assumes it is a tank, as he possesses a physical enhancement ability, which means many awakened ones are likely still alive. He says that since they are here, he guesses he does not have to escape immediately. Moreover, he knows there is a high chance that they cannot even stop it if it breaks through the final defense line. He feels something terrible will happen, and thinks he should leave quickly. So he gets on his scooter, and when he is about to leave, he sees a monster approaching. He understands something horrible is about to happen. So he ordered the as the Minister of Mana to protect him. He created a shield and acquired the skill Shield. It is a monster, so everyone is asked to enter formation to prepare for the battle. When he sees that monster, he thinks it is not large, but it is mutated, and it is gigantic. Moreover, it is too much for him, so he feels that, right now, at least, it is better to run. Suddenly, he hears a voice as someone is asking for help. He looks around to find the source of that voice and sees someone buried under the collapsed defense line. He sees a girl calling for help. He recognized that girl as she was the one who worked part-time at the gas station. He observes that the awakened are fighting with the monster better than he expected and guesses he cannot help it. However, he has some time to spare, so he runs to rescue that girl. He comes close to her to help her out and sees that she is unconscious and bleeding heavily as well. There is no room, so he has to lift the collapsed lineup. He orders as the Minister of Magic, to enhance his strength and power. So, his status window informs him that he has acquired the skill of power. He puts his hand on the building and asks it to lessen its weight. So, he has acquired the skill of being light on his feet. He picks up the piece of the collapsed defense line and throws it away. He says he doesn't have time for this, holds the girl, and asks her to be careful. He orders the Minister of Magic to close the wound. Soon, he heals the girl's wound, having acquired the healing skill. He says it's good because her breathing is stable. He could not heal her entirely since it was low-level magic, but this was the best he could do for now. He then turns back to assess the situation, but suddenly, a heavenly object falls there. He is surprised to know that it was too close and that he would have died if he had just been a moment later. Suddenly, he realizes something fell from the sky. When he focuses, he hears someone coughing. Upon focusing more, he is surprised to see that a woman has fallen. He lifts the station girl and comes toward the place where someone has fallen. He can see much blood there. When he gets closer to her, he recognizes her as Sung Yeram. She is one of the highest level awakened people in the nation, and she is known to have two skills, physical enhancement and flame magic. He also knows that her job title is Flame Lord, and he thinks she also works as a celebrity. When he sees her wound, he says that it is quite a big one, even for an awakened person. He guesses he should help her since she is still alive. He could not imagine how much that monstrous thing would thrash around without Yeram, and he thought he would feel guilty later, so he should at least help her a little. As the Minister of Magic, he orders thee to close the wound. He puts his hand on the wound, and soon, he uses his healing powers. His status window shows that he has used a skill to heal without the help of the system, and his skill proficiency is increasing. His skill level of healing has increased by 1. He thinks he should try to heal her with the healing skill provided by the system rather than his magic, so when he tries this, he sees she is healing fast. Magic needs to rearrange the mana appropriately, so it takes time, but the system's skill is activated immediately. As soon as he said the word, he concluded that this was rather convenient. Suddenly, he is surprised that her wound undergoes self-regeneration as it heals slightly. However, he continues to heal the wound with the healing skill provided by the system. He admits that this system's skills are more valuable than he thought, but even then, he believes this Yerum woman possesses some self-regenerative skills. He says it's not every day that he gets to see a celebrity up close. He admires her and finds her quite attractive. Meanwhile, she opens her eyes, sits down, and asks about the current situation. When she inquires about what happened to the Orge, Sung-hoon says she scared him as he thought she was a celebrity, but she is talking like a military drill sergeant. She looks at him and asks who he is. He again admits she is rather cute. He tells her that the ogre is having a field day behind them, and he saw her heavily injured, so he was healing her. Furthermore, he claims his ability is not particularly notable, but he has awakened a healing ability. After listening to him, she says the ogre's attack went through her defense. She thanks him for helping her and says she would like to compensate him later, so she would like him to contact her later. She says that, as he mentioned, he was at a low level, and now he needs to run away, as the enemy is strong. He says he is going, and then she flies away from there. When he saw her flying, he said it was impressive that she used her flames like that. She possessed a high-level awakening ability without a doubt, and her power was something entirely on its own. He says he would not have to worry about his back as he is sure the awakened can defend themselves as best as they can until he can restore his original power. Later, the girl he rescued thanks him a lot. He says he is just doing the right thing, so she does not need to worry about it. She asks what he means that she does not need to worry about it, as he saved her life. He says either way, it is good that nothing bad happened. Meanwhile, they are talking to each other. Her parents arrive there, and she hugs her mom, who says that is why she told her not to work at that dangerous place. As they talk, Sung-hoon becomes satisfied to see her with her family and then moves from there. When he comes outside, he sees the newscaster stating that the cause of the ogre's appearance at approximately level 80 remains unclear. He asks everyone to please watch the live recording and inquires with reporter Kim Ie-hwan about the current situation. The reporter says they are recording with the drone at a gas station near the final defense line. When Sung-hoon sees the news, he says he needs to worry about himself. After he cures his mother's disease and recovers his original power, that would be his new beginning. Later, he comes to the hospital where his mom is admitted. He sits near her bed where she is lying unconscious. He knows that this is mana disorder syndrome. This happens when someone is suddenly exposed to a significant amount of mana at once. The physical body cannot handle the exposure. The mana in the host falls unconscious, and it is pretty simple to cure this disease. He has to get her body to adapt to the mana. However, adapting one's body to the mana is somewhat tricky. A mandragora is one of the surefire ways of doing so, but there are many other ways. The easiest method is for a high-level magician to extract the excess mana embedded in the victim's body. However, mana absorption magic is impossible at his current level. He has to be at least a third-tier mage. He holds his mom's hand and says he will wake her up, promising to do it before this weekend, so she waits for him. When he returns to his room, he holds that core. His status window shows that his mana stat has permanently increased by 0.13 times. He knew that this worked. He can extract mana from a low-grade mana core up to 3 times before it breaks, increasing his mana by 0.3 per core. It feels a bit wasteful, but this is the most efficient way. After some time, his status window shows that his mana stat has permanently increased by 0.13 times. He says this is good. Now, he must move towards the next stage. He then begins the next stage. As the Minister of Magic, he ordered thee to sharpen and enhance. His status window shows he has acquired the skill to hone and improve. He says this is good, but now he has to be careful because if he cuts his finger with a magically enhanced blade, he could lose it. He uses a blade to cut the cores into pieces. After finishing his work, he says that this kind of detailed work is not really for him, as it is very tiring. Time flew by quickly, and he then decided to finish this up. He remembered that he had to register himself as an awakened one, but he said he would complete this task tomorrow. Right now, he is entirely focused on his current work. He holds the core in his hand and can see magic waves emerging from it. He says this feels too good. He does some work on the core, then decides to get to the next stage, so he orders thee, as the Minister of Magic, to provide the mana energy. His status window shows that he has acquired the skill of mana energy. He also demands amplification. The status window tells him he has acquired the amplification and crafted magical item skills. He has finally prepared the mana cube. He knows this is the most basic weapon amongst the magicians and also the most efficient. The next day, he visits the Awakening Registration Center and inquires whether working as a transporter qualifies as field experience. The receptionist tells him this is right because a transporter is a field job. He is congratulated on being registered, and the receptionist gives him his registration ID. After obtaining his ID, he thanked the receptionist and exited the center. He is officially one of the Awakened, but if he does not have any equipment crafted from monster parts, no one would believe that he is an Awakened, and he thinks he should buy the cheapest equipment if he wants to find a party. Although if he has the mana cube, he does not need any equipment to hunt the monsters, but since no party would let an equipment-less member go on a hunt, it is better to get the equipment. He comes to the Hunter's Mall, remembering the day he visited to buy equipment, and decides to purchase the cheapest one. He enters a shop where a girl welcomes him to the Bradlin Armory. When he sees the equipment, he says it looks rather expensive, but the salesgirl assures him there is no need to worry, as this store offers varying prices to fit his budget. This place feels heavy, as if he does not belong there. He asks her to show him the equipment set for a supporter. She says, sure, as the supporter set is arranged this way, and he says he would like something inexpensive. So she shows him a lightweight armor set, considering that this is not suited for battle. Its quality is extremely good for its price. He says that it is pretty interesting. It is a highly primitive magic, but it has been enchanted with magic. The salesgirl says their brand's equipment has mana recovery enchantments, so many supporters tend to purchase their products. He thinks it is inconsistent and unnatural. Most equipment has been enchanted with similar magic levels. He does not think he can yet enchant his equipment at his current level. He thinks this may be the effect of the Okasha system. He asks her if she can recommend equipment within a price range of 7 million won. She says it seems this is his first time hunting, and when he agrees, she says she will recommend the necessities for a hunter. This is his first time hunting, and being properly equipped is considered basic etiquette, so she tells him all the essentials he needs for the hunt. When he purchased the items, he stated that he had spent over 7 million, but did not buy excessively. However, the salesgirl said there were no refunds. He thinks she is a skilled saleswoman, as she easily exceeded the budget without his noticing. But having all the necessary equipment is beneficial. Later, a person meets him and introduces him as Park In-soo, the leader of the One Party. Sung-hoon knows he is a tank, protecting allies and defending against the enemy. Usually, the party leader is a tank for a good reason, so it's nice to meet him. Park tells him that if he is injured during the hunt, there is no need to be alarmed because they have a healer with them on this hunt, and tells the lady over there is the healer. The girl says it is nothing special, so please leave her alone. Sung-hoon says this is what people call a noble class healer. He also thinks of recruiting a noble class healer in a small hunting party like this, as the party leader is somewhat capable. He thought this hunt would be pretty straightforward, considering they had a healer and a supporter. Another fellow introduces himself as Kim Hanggu and tells him he is in his care. Park tells him that Sung-hoon is a level 1 supporter but has excellent skills, and today is his first hunt. Then, he asks everyone to gather as the briefing begins, stating that today's goal is to achieve the salamander, which will be the final objective. After the briefing, he asked everyone if they had any questions or requests, so they could let him know. When nobody asks any questions, he then asks everyone to board, so they all get into the vehicles. Sung-hoon says so. This is the beginning, and they just passed the final defense line. Even when he looks at the healer, he says he thinks she looks so relaxed, despite being in rear support. If he were to say, to be more precise, she seems pretty carefree. He says, anyway, he should start getting ready. Honestly, he can solo hunt by himself with his mana cube. So he orders Thee as the Minister of Magic to enhance his power and strength. He knows he should not burden his body too much when he has not recovered his original strength. His status window tells that he has acquired the skill of dexterity and stamina as he uses his mana. The healer and other fellows are also looking at him, surprised. They ask him if he was using a supporter skill, as 4 different buffs co-occur. He says it is correct and wants to get ready since they are in a hunting area. He thought they were more outstanding than regular level ones. Hanggu says that's impressive. He envies him, and anyone would welcome him with open arms, no matter where he goes. Park also wants to have supportive skills. A healer's skill would be better, so he said. Of course, that is because the damage healer's treatment is somewhat subpar. Supporters are treated better than healers, even though they are not as crucial as healers. The hunt is much easier with them supporting the party. Sung-hoon says he will buff them right now, so he orders the as Minister of Magic to enhance power, strength, speed, and dexterity and increase everyone's endurance, stamina, and mana. All the members can feel their mana is increased. He thinks he imagines it, but it feels way more potent than usual. He then asks them to check immediately, and when they see their status window, they say this is impossible. This is supposed to be a level 1 supporter's buff. Sung-hoon is happy that their stats must have increased by about 20%. Soon, the vehicle comes to a stop. He tells them they are already here, and this is the beginning of the hunt, so everyone is asked to be vigilant. Park collects his weapon and says they will park the vehicles there. They all come out. Sung-hoon says this is his first hunt after his awakening. Park tells them that a big monster is their target within a 1-kilometer radius. Like in the briefing, they will use the scent to bait it out and fight it. Even though the healer and supporter will not be part of the battle, they will ensure they know their distance. They should trust the healer in an emergency, as he will cover for them. He says that the damage dealers begin attacking as soon as he grabs their aggro. Hanggu asks him to leave it to them, as he cannot wait to try these buffs from Sung-hoon, and further says they will probably be able to deal about 20% more damage than usual. Park asks them to be aware of not pulling the aggro to them. They cannot have the monster attack them suddenly because they dealt too much damage at once. Hanggu says this is not their first time hunting together. They can use their teamwork, so there is no need to worry. Park says it is good, so they should start their work. He also says the buffs given by Sung-hoon are insane. Moreover, strength, stamina, dexterity, and even mana are excellent. He asks Sung-hoon if he is a level 1, and Sung-hoon says he just got lucky with his class. Park says it's nice to have him on their side and confirms if he can debuff the enemies. Sung-hoon says that is true, and he can cast debuffs, search, attack, and teleport because he is a sorcerer. Then the monster appears. Park says it is coming, and everyone needs to get ready. Soon, the beast appears near them, and everyone takes their position. When Sung-hoon sees the monster, he thinks, who would have named that monster with a cute name like Salamander? He then considers the healer and thinks that maybe she is scared. It looks a bit scary. He believes that he should cast his debuffs on it, but then decides to observe his team's skills for now. He observes a taunt skill that allows him to draw aggro. The proper skill terminology is approximate mental interference, a team that interferes with a monster's mental state, causing it to focus solely on the tank. He appreciates that it worked. They are fighting in a good way. Park says he has its aggro and asks others to attack its legs so that they will disable its movement first. Sung-hoon observes them fighting and concludes that they are pretty good. Park does not only depend on skill, he knows how to utilize the shield to his advantage, and the dealers are outputting good damage on their own. They might not even need a healer, but as they do not know what will happen during the hunt, a healer is a necessary insurance. Then he thinks he should host a party as both a healer and a supporter, since he can find damaged ambulance dealers everywhere. He has to deal with unpredictable factors, such as extra monsters or rogue awakened ones, on his own. If he were at least a 3rd-tier sorcerer, he could create a golem, but he does not have enough mana. He says speak of the devil, and an extra monster is wandering in. Park says that the mana sensor did not detect it, so he cannot understand where that came from, and asks Sung-hoon if it was in the blind area of the sensor. Sung-hoon uses his magic to halt the monster. They are all surprised to see what has happened. Sung-hoon keeps his hand on the monster's face and says he will hold him off here so that they can calmly hunt one monster at a time. Soon they killed 2 monsters. After that, Sung-hoon is given a drink. Park says they were able to survive the situation without any casualties because of him, and asks him that just how many skills he has. A supporter with crowd control skill is extremely valuable, and says he is curious about which skill he exactly used. Sung-hoon says fatigue, illusion, and paralysis are the 3 types he used. Hanggu asks him if he is a level 1 because even without the skill, his adaptation to the situation is on par with that of any expert. Park also says he thought Sung-hoon was a veteran who had gone through countless hunts. He also acknowledges that his mistakes were not costly. Given the sensor's small radius, he should have prepared for a situation just in case. He says he is sincerely sorry. The healer says she is fine, so no need to worry. Other fellows also ask him not to worry, as they are okay. Sung-hoon says that he just wanted to try using some of his skills since this is his first hunt. Park says if he says so, it certainly makes him feel at ease, and thanks for the carry. A supporter with a crowd control skill, a mega guild would try to recruit him in a heartbeat, so he is a bit jealous, he says. Rather than partying with strangers, it is much better to be in a team with consistent member compositions. Sung-hoon says he already knew he had worked in the field as a transporter for a long time. Then, Park says he does not need to explain more. They are surprised to see that he has also worked as a transporter. Park says he assumes he already has a plan in mind about what he is going to do, and they thank him for helping them finish early without any problems. He then asks if everyone still has mana. One of the members says he has about 70%, while another says he has 80%. When he asks Sung-hoon, he says he has enough as well. Park says it is fantastic. He has an insane mana pool to go with all his skills, and he buffed everyone in the party, then used CC on monsters, but still has enough mana. He heard CC skills usually use a lot of mana. Meanwhile, they were talking to each other. The healer was sitting on one side, waiting for a chance to speak with Sung-hoon. She does not know what to do since she was told not to talk to him. Sung-hoon thinks she is glaring at him as if she has something to say. The healer approaches him and says maybe it's not too late to say hello correctly. Sung-hoon asks her if she has enough time. She says she is fine. Then, Park says since everyone agreed, they should continue the hunt and asks everyone to go as far as their mana allows, so they all continue their journey. Later at night, they bring the dead monster to a shop, and the shopkeeper says it has been a long time since he saw such a clean carcass with clean skin and only a wound on its head. He asks if they can line it up and do some shooting practice or something else. Park says they had a hard time trying to hunt it without too much damage, so they hooked them up with some extra payout. The shopkeeper says, of course, he will pay more and asks if they changed the hunting method or something. He says if it is this clean, he can give them 15% more than usual. Park thanks him for this and says, of course, if it is undamaged, there are so many ways to use its carcass. The shopkeeper says since they have known each other for a while, he is just hooking them up, and asks him if he can get a clean carcass like this next time, and must bring it here. Park agrees and says he can certainly do that for him. Sung-hoon, who is listening to their conversation, says that if he uses the moral sensor, he would be able to tell if that guy is lying or not. But the moral sensor magic is too much for him at his current level, which is quite inconvenient, so he needs to hurry and become a tier 2 mage. Park says he will be going now, and the shopkeeper says he will see him around. Other members are aware that, since the party leader appears to be experienced, he would not be easily taken advantage of. Park says that they will now split up the bounty. He notes that there is a gap in the payouts, including for each salamander carcass and the magic stones, for which they earned 15 million. From 10 carcasses, they made a total of 150 million won. They were all pleased to know this, but they did not feel it was entirely accurate. One of the damage dealers says he agrees that since the carcass was undamaged, the price increased significantly, and he asks them to review the extra payouts. He also thanks Sung-hoon for helping them achieve 4 times their usual output. Park says they can go home happily since they made a tremendous amount of money. Then he began discussing the payouts, stating that they would pay 40% to the healer, as this is the industry average. The damage dealers say that is amazing. One of them wishes he were a healer. Park says 20% would be given to the 2 damage dealers, while he will take the other 30%. However, he will only take 20% this time, as he will be giving his 10% to Sung-hoon, so his share would also total 20%. One of the damage dealers says he will also do that, as Sung-hoon hunted a lot safely. Thanks to him, and since he cannot give up too much, he will give up around 2%. The other damage dealer also does the same. Then the healer says she will take 10%, even though she did nothing. She thinks she deserves that much since she was recruited as a healer. Others are also surprised to hear her. Sung-hoon says he figured she would continue being a loner since she was a noble healer and a shy young lady. Other members start discussing that they will split the 30% in 4 ways. They also agree that the healer Nim is super cool. 15 days later, Sung-hoon says he made 500 million won in 2 weeks. It is hard to earn but easy to spend. He bought the land and paid for the construction contract. He did everything necessary. He will have to wait for when the house is finished. Electricity and mana are compatible with each other, and he can swiftly increase his mana by converting electricity to mana using magic. The electric bill would be high, but the problem is solved with a self-sufficient passive house that is capable of supplying its electricity. He says that in his previous life, this would have been impossible. Hooray for science. He checks his status window and says he did not think his mana would be separated into 2 cases because he used them both. 16 is his own mana, and 25 is the mana provided by the Okasha system. It felt wrong using Okasha mana, so this is good. The house will take 2 months to finish, and 20 days to become tier if he were to do everything possible. In 3 months, he could cure his mom with his power, or maybe even sooner. He then looks at the time and says it is 3. He will be late, so he comes to Cafe Noah, where HD's raid department manager, Lee Jisuk, greets him and says it's nice to meet him. He gives Sung-hoon his company's card. Sung-hoon knows that Hunter Management is similar to an entertainment agency, but they are entirely different in their approach, as they support awakened ones and offer them convenience. The one thing that stands out the most is that the companies that endorse Hunter Management are among the top corporations in the nation. Jisuk says that recently, with his awakening, they have observed his hunting history and abilities as much as possible. They know that he worked as a transporter until not too long ago and only recently awakened. Also, his mother is bedridden due to the sickness caused by the portal. Sung-hoon confirms that all the information is correct, as expected from a large corporation. His information network is impressive. Jisuk says if they did not have enough eyes to see a star rookie in this industry, they would quickly go bankrupt, and it is a cold truth that the management side is as competitive as hunting. However, there is one thing that everyone he has hunted with over the last 2 months has said in unison, that he can utilize paralysis, a crowd control skill. Jisuk says their company believes his paralysis skill has tremendous value if used properly. Sung-hoon says it is a fantastic skill. With paralysis, it is easy to hunt monsters with minimal casualties, and with a party composed of trained hunters, one can even capture the monsters alive. Jisuk says that is precisely right. He feels that Sung-hoon seems like a wise man. He says the difference sometimes would be 10 times more. He then gave him some documents and said, "This is their offer. Please review it." When Sung-hoon looks at it, he is surprised to see that they are offering 1 billion won, which is a substantial sum for a rookie like him. He knows a tiger cub is a tiger. Nevertheless, Jisuk almost got him and says that for someone with a bright future, it is only correct for them to offer a matching condition. A healer, supporter, and a crowd control skill, such as paralysis, make this offer nowhere near disproportionate. Sung-hoon requests he give him some time until he decides. Jisuk says he is sorry that he does not understand. He says he assumed their offer was excellent. Sung-hoon says the offer is undoubtedly great, but other offers are just as good, and even foreign offers are reasonable. Jisuk says, then it looks like any company with a good reputation has already approached him. Sung-hoon says that is true. He thinks he is just one person, and numerous companies want to recruit him. Despite being a national corporation, he has the advantage in this negotiation, so he will need to do better. Later, he arrives at the hospital, and the doctor congratulates him on finding the rare mandragora, inquiring about the location where he discovered it. He tells the doctor he signed a contract with a corporation, and this is just a part of the down payment of the contract. The doctor says he did hear that he awakened pretty recently, but it looks like he managed to awaken into a fantastic class. Even with a rare ability, it is challenging to find a suitable offer. Meanwhile, his mother tries to say something. The doctor says it looks like she is waking up. Soon she opens her eyes and sees her son. He comes close to her. She says it looks like she collapsed again, and asks how many days have passed this time. She also says sorry for catching this dumb disease, but now she is fine as she is awake. He holds her hand. She asks him if he is awake. Then, the doctor requested him to step aside for a moment as they needed to check the patient's condition. When he examined her, he noted that her pupils were stabilized, and her blood pressure was 80/110, which is normal. He says they will do more detailed checkups to look for any abnormalities, but everything seems to be acceptable for now. The nurse says a mandragora is undoubtedly a fantastic item, as this is her first time seeing its effect. However, the rumor seems to be accurate, as her health, as well as her actual physical condition, appears to be that of someone younger. When she is told that she has been sick for 2 years, she is shocked. Later, he takes his mom out of the hospital for a walk. She asks if it is accurate, and he confirms that it is. He tells her she is completely cured now, having been treated with a medicine from mandragora. She says she knows how expensive mandragora is and thinks perhaps he did something shady to make the money. He says she already knows her son is not like that. Then he shows her a card and asks her to take a look at it, as this is his hunting license. She is amazed to see that her son is a hunter. He says since he is a rare kind, he gets a fantastic salary. He tells her that the contract down payment is 200 million won, and not only the hospital fee, but he has made enough money to build a comfortable house for her, so she does not have to worry about anything. She starts crying, and he asks what's wrong, then inquires if everything is okay now. She says her dear son gave up his dream of becoming a musician and became a hunter for her sake. Then it is not possible that his mother could not be sorry for him. He asks her not to worry, as the place that recruited him is a national corporation, and tells her they can now live comfortably, so she should believe him. She says he may get hurt or even can get killed during the hunt. He tells he is a rear support, so he is relatively safe, so there is no need to worry. Then he asks her to go back in for now since she does have to stay in the hospital for a few more days for detailed checkups. When she asks him where he is going, he tells her that today is his first day at work, and that when he finishes, he will come straight to her, so rest up. So he comes out of the hospital, rides his bike, and comes for a meeting. When the security guard asks him about his inquiry, he tells him he was awakened and has a meeting today with the deputy manager of the raid management, Jisuk. When he enters, Jisuk says it has been a while since they met. Sung-hoon asks if he has been waiting for him. Jisuk says he is a busy man himself, but now security has informed him that he has just arrived, so he comes to greet him, then gives him his guest pass. Sung-hoon says, but he is already putting him into the field. His level is relatively low, so he would not be too much help. Jisuk says that is not exactly it, as their company has been preparing for a rather interesting project, and they made a team of rookies. They are not as incredible as Sung-hoon, but since they have promising futures ahead, they plan to nurture them by pushing their development. Sung-hoon says he likes the idea of encouraging them from the beginning and asks how it would be possible. Jisuk says that for anyone awakened, their skill is their money. Therefore, management seeks high-level individuals or those with rare skills, but it is challenging to acquire them, as some possess reckless temperaments. It is possible with the desperation factor. When Sung-hoon asks about the desperation factor, Jisuk says he is well. But as soon as he is awakened, money is not the first thing he dreams of. But what if he needs money to achieve that? Rather family or personal issues. Financial bankruptcy for anyone is not pretty. For someone like him, the management industry will recruit him at any cost, even if they have to go through a huge loss. However, for the rest, someone who is not up to his level and is awakened with rare ability, but in the gray zone rather than if their abilities are helpful or not. He further suggests that if they were to create a team with those people, they could increase their authority as they develop, regulating their training more frequently and deploying them in the field as much as possible, capitalizing on their financial crisis. Sung-hoon says that it's not a bad idea at all, and he will also be part of that team. Jisuk says this is because he will need to level up just as well, and they do not need to be making another impromptu attack on them. Rookie management can handle that themselves. Sung-hoon says that sounds good. It also benefits him, and he looks forward to it, so he asks about the terms and conditions. Jisuk states that there are currently 3 teams, the Alpha, Beta, and Omega teams. Sung-hoon says that he looks forward to meeting his teammates. On the other side, his team fellows are discussing with each other about Sung-hoon is joining them. Shin Sang-jin, who is the supporter, and the one who spreads the curse, asks if there is any need for another supporter in this team. The leader tells Sung-hoon is not a simple supporter. Since he is a multi-class, he can complement any lacking area that the team might have. A girl named Min Young, who is the healer of the light, says she heard the rumor, but wants to confirm if it is real that this rookie can use CC crowd control, heal, buff, debuff, and everything. The leader confirms that it is true and asks her to examine her own information. It is all in the teammates' data. Kim Doo-jin, the tank and berserker of the Iron Body, says it is about the arrival of Sung-hoon. Sung-hoon says that big corporations have some good equipment, and it's nice to meet all of them. He further states that he has heard this team's teamwork is one of the best, and as a rookie, he hopes they will be mindful of any mistakes he makes and assist him accordingly. His fellows look at him, and the healer says, "Speak of the devil, he is here." Doo-jin says, "Nice to meet him too," and introduces himself as a tank on this team. Young, the healer, also gives her an introduction and says his timing is pretty good. They were talking about him. She asks him if she can call him Appa. She approaches him and says his multi-class awakening is fantastic. She has just reviewed all his information and hopes they get along. Then another fellow, who is the damage dealer and host of the Demon Spear, says hello to him and asks if he is the rumored rookie. He introduces himself as the damage dealer, Jinsuk, and says it is nice to meet him. Sung-hoon shakes his hand with Jinsuk and says the pleasure is all his. Then the healer introduces him to the youngest fellow, Lee Jinsu, who is the damage dealer and hunter of the storm. Another supporter, Shin Sang-jin, also says hello. Still, Sung-hoon observes that he is quiet and thinks it is because he is also a supporter. He is worried that he will take over his role. He does not need to be so cautious, as he does completely different things. Then the leader says that since everyone is here, they should begin the briefing, and asks assistant manager Kim Tae-hing to start. The briefing begins. Kim tells everyone about the hunting area for today. Sung-hoon says that things are very systematic since they are a large corporation. They conduct strategic, geographic, and physical analyses of each mishap, providing detailed explanations. They are way ahead of just regular hunters. At this rate, any rookie could easily adjust. The communication between the team is superb. Seeing how they positively exchange their ideas, he does not have to visit their actual teamwork to know that it is already impressive. He says, without a doubt, they are a world apart from a raid group made up of strangers. Soon, they get in the vehicle and start their journey towards the hunting area. Yoyoung says her mom is too much. She begins a random business and runs it into the ground. Then her dad collapses with pancreatic cancer and tells her she is so lucky to have awakened. Doojin asks her to stop it as he has heard that story way too many times and his ears are about to fall off. She says she is sharing it because this oppa is hearing it for the first time. He says she knows they are not that much apart in age, so she should call him oppa too. Sung-hoon listens to them silently. He was never called oppa in his previous life, either. He never had any relationship with a woman, but now that he thinks about it, Akaluman was female, right? He thinks only the woman he remembered from his previous life is a dragon. Jin-suk says she is a bit too humble for a rumored super rookie. Sung-hoon says he used to work as a transporter, so he thinks that title is a bit too exaggerated for him. He also says Yoyoung seems to have awakened from being a regular citizen and asks if everyone in the team is the same. Doojin says he also used to work as a transporter, maybe for about 4 years. Even then, he managed due to his naturally good physique, and asked Sung-hoon about him. Sung-hoon says he did it for about 2 years. When awakened, he truly believes that working as a transporter is a shortcut to awakening, and it tells him it is not entirely false. Suddenly, a man named Jinsu shouts that something is coming. Sung-hoon thinks it looks like Jinsu has a sensory skill, and it is because he is a ranger class. Jinsu says there are blind bulls everywhere in this area. He is astonished by their presence here, and says that if that thing hits them, even this sturdy, reinforced vehicle will flip over, so he asks everyone to retaliate. Sung-hoon said he would go first and ordered the Minister of Magic to halt its movement. The paralysis skill was activated, paralyzing the monster. Jinsu is amazed to see this and says that the skill he just used is the infamous paralysis, a crowd control skill, and notes that it completely disabled this monster instantly. He heard it from the briefing, but this is way more amazing than he expected. They all step out of the vehicle. Doojin says the monster is now entirely disabled, and he suspects this is for real. Jin-suk says it is real. Sung-hoon says the effect will be nullified in 5 minutes. Jin-suk says no need to be humble and tells him the duration is not an issue, as Sung-hoon's existence alone would change their core hunting pattern. He also says he will deal with the hunting without combat. Doojin asks him to go ahead. So, Jin-suk starts using his skills. He summons the demon spear Zeknark. When Sung-hoon observes him, he notices that Jin-suk is using his skill to summon a weapon, and he assumes it may be a class-specific one, wondering how strong it is. The host of the demon spear looks like a combination of a summoner and a close-range damage dealer, thus a hybrid class, and judging from the energy from the weapon, it looks pretty formidable. Jinsu says he thinks the same whenever he sees it, but he is so jealous of that spear summoning skill, while Yoyoung also says she wishes she had a skill like that too. Sung-hoon asks her if it's that strong. Jinsu says it's not that it's strong, but he gets a weapon for free. He also tells Sung-hoon that he should know that all guns cost money. Jin-suk says that if it's about penetrating heavy armor, a spear is always better than a sword or an axe. He then says he will finish the monster in just 1 hit, and he uses his deadly spear skill. Sung-hoon observes that Jin-suk was able to penetrate the monster's defense in 1 hit. He had heard that there were some armor-penetrating skills. It looks like this spear is the same type of skill, and it looks like his weapon is not only strong, but he also has a good skill to complement it. Sung-hoon feels incredibly lucky, as he believes that with this team, he will be able to level up quickly. Doojin says, as expected from Jin-suk, he has accomplished his task. Meanwhile, Jin-suk says he just killed a paralyzed monster, which anyone can do. Yoyoung asks Sung-hoon how their team is. He says honestly, it is much better than what he was expecting, and if they keep leveling up like this, they could even compete for the top spot against other high-level teams. When he used to work as a transporter, low-level hunter teams would often use the transporter as bait because the monster's body parts and car were worth more than the value of 1 human life by a significant margin. However, in the case of a high-level team, which is supported by management funds, a proper scoping team and drones are used for scoping and baiting the monsters. Even when the monsters are thrashing everywhere, The power of technology still holds great value in utility. Meanwhile, in the control room, one of the members says, "Here are the drone recordings, and they are going to stream them now to the main screen." On the other side, when Sung-hoon's team hears this news, Doojin asks if something has happened. It is said that a pincher bug-like monster has appeared. It is a bug-type monster with a colony-based lifestyle that focuses only on its queen. Yoyoung asks if a pinch bug has ever been spotted in this area. Doojin says it will be trying to expand its territory, and it appears to be a scouting bug. Yoyoung says she doesn't like bugs. There could be a nest nearby, making it more dangerous, but they could hit a jackpot. The newscaster states that, according to the monster territory map, they were not there until recently and requests an update to the Hunter Association's database. Sung-hoon says pincher bugs don't look like monsters, and Yoyoung says that's right. They make nests underground like ants. They have a queen, just like ants, and that queen alone is a B-rank monster. He says it's not an A-rank monster like the ogre that blew up the resting area recently. She says that, even though it's not in a rank, there are usually a lot of them, so it gets rather annoying, and they can hide pretty well, too. He says that is right, and in a rank would usually need a whole nation's military force to dispatch it. Doojin asks them to get ready now, although they will be bothersome, but they could be making good money from them, and he asks everyone if they agree. Everyone agrees with his plan as they know money is good, so they start finding the bugs. Soon, Jinsu says they finally found them. Doojin instructs them to fire at the first target that appears and tells them he will handle the subsequent attacks, so they begin firing rapidly, executing a triple shot, and then all of them attack the bugs. But soon, they become surprised as Doojin says that if it is a pincher bug, it shouldn't have withstood Jinsu's attack skill at least once. Doojin says that the defense would not have gone down, and Jinsuk again uses the piercing demon spear skill. He says he thinks he needs to control his strength here, as he sees Sung-hoon is also using his skills. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon also uses his skill. Jinsuk appreciates him and says this is incredible. Young asks what is excellent. Jinsuk says they just used their attack skill, and the damage increased by a fantastic amount. Their team's buffer is, and only, Sung-hoon. Doojin says, but even then, the damage increase is quite something. Sung-hoon says he's just doing his job, and it's good to see the results of his level up. Doojin says that with Sung-hoon's debuffs, this hunt might become too easy. He thinks they can kill all of them in one shot. He further says it seems these guys might not even need him. Who is the tank? He tells everyone that 7 pincher bugs are approaching from the 6 o'clock position, accompanied by vehicles. They are coming from 3 directions, 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and 2 o'clock. So, he asks everyone to prepare for the second battle. He asks Jinsuk and Jinsu to take care of the 9 o'clock direction. They do so well. Then, he says he will pull the aggro from 12 to 2 o'clock to buy some time and asks Sangjin to come with him and help. Sangjin says he understands and asks him to leave it to him. He asks Young to stand by and heal them when needed, then moves towards Sun-hoon and asks him to stand by with Young and cast paralysis when required. Then he urges Sangjin to come with him so that they can begin the fight. Jinsu asks them to be careful. Sangjin asks him about the closest monster. He says they are moving toward 2 o'clock, while the 9 o'clock monster will soon enter the site. When the target is acquired, he orders them to start fighting now. Soon, Jinsu announces that 9 o'clock is clear, and the confirmed area is cleared. Meanwhile, in the control room, one of the members says they have a situation and asks everyone to leave the area immediately. The girl says the pincher bugs count 7 and 8, and it is still increasing. They have a video, and this is the entrance to the nest. Sung-hoon asks if there is a problem, and Jinsuk says that if there is, they will contact them. It is announced that the aggro group has located the nest, and a horde of pincher's bugs is chasing them. They are ordered to prepare for retaliation, as they are now on Plan B. Jinsu tells everyone that Doojin and Sangjin are coming, and he says they've pulled some good aggro, but Jinsuk says he thinks they're being chased rather than pulling the aggro. Yoyoung says those are the dangerous soldier bugs. Sung-hoon says they should lower the bug count first. He thinks they are in luck as they have found the nest so quickly. That is the tank skill mental disruption. It is a skill that pulls the enemy's attention. Sangjin is ordered to retreat to the rear and cast the Curse of Fatigue, which is quite effective as it has an area of effect. The monsters are chasing him even though he is simply running. Sangjin is also casting his spells. Sung-hoon observes that it is interesting too, compared to magic. It is something akin to the Light of Fatigue, and he thinks he should make his move. Then, he uses his skill to paralyze. Doojin orders everyone they kill the paralyzed ones. Moreover, he asks Sung-hoon if he was able to paralyze multiple monsters at once. Sung-hoon says he has never mentioned it. Jin-suk asks them to take a look at this. There is no end to the surprises today, and he says thanks to Sung-hoon. Young also says this is amazing, just how much mana he has. Sung-hoon tells everyone that the duration of the paralysis is still only 5 minutes, so they are asked to please take care of them. Doojin says that at this rate, they will just get carried away by Sung-hoon without doing much, but Sung-hoon says they are helping each other out. Doojin says it's okay, and then he should get some work done as well. He then says they are going for the subsequent extermination too, and soon they accomplished their target for the day. Later, when they are taking a shower, one of them says, "Today was excellent, and it was about 10 times the typical earnings." Not only that, but they also leveled up a lot. Jinsu says that's right, and he wishes it were always like this. Sung-hoon also thinks that he earned about 1.7 million won, and his level went up by 7 as well. He gained inferior mana utilization, which is the ability used by those who learned how to utilize their mana to a certain extent, and it increases the damage and amplifies the effect of magic. The effect increases the magic attack by 5% and decreases the mana cost by 5%. Another skill is inferior mana recovery, which is the passive level 1 skill. It is an ability obtained by those who use magic, and it increases mana recovery by a little. Its effect includes an increase of mana recovery by 30%. Sung-hoon says his mana has increased by 50, and even an individual can gain new skills. He asks himself to forget that just what is being called Okasha is hoping for, and is providing all the power and energy to people without any education or knowledge. Jinsu asks him if they are going out for a drink afterward. He apologizes, explaining that he cannot go with them today, as he had to come here urgently because the hunting schedule was decided on short notice. But first, he will get mom out of the hospital and find a place to live with her until the house finishes construction. Later, he receives a call from Deputy General Manager Jisuk, who informs him that the house he had requested for construction has been completed. Soon, Sung-hoon arrives there. Jisuk says that, as he had asked, they used glass for one side of the wall from the first floor to the third floor. Moreover, the interior is also finished, so all that remains is for the owner to take a look. When his mom asks him if this is their house, he says she is correct, as this is their own house. Jisuk further states that they also installed as many solar panels as possible on the roof. Additionally, in the front yard pond, they have introduced some koi. His mom asks if koi is essential. Sung-hoon knows this is his time to take up filial responsibility since, in his previous life, he could not have even if he had wanted to. The first floor features a living room, kitchen, and a guest area. The second and third floors are residential areas, and the basement comprises 3 levels. The basement's third level is where they installed all the equipment he requested. After giving them the house tour, Jisuk says he will be on his way and asks him to contact him if there are any problems. Sung-hoon thanks him for his work. After he is gone, the mom says she is worried as he has spent a bit too much money. He says it wasn't too much, as he thinks he spent about 10 million won. She is shocked to know that he has spent such a large amount of money on a whim. He asks her not to worry, as he is earning much money right now. He tells her that in his previous hunt, he earned over 1 million won, so she has no need to worry, as he will work harder. She becomes emotional and hugs him. He stops her from crying and says today is supposed to be a happy day. Later, when his mom's friends come to visit their home, they say her house is so lovely and also comment that her face looks bright. As they are enjoying each other's company, Sung-hoon thinks he should get out of here. It's not that he wants to be sucked into their gossip, but he has something to do. He comes downstairs, where he sees a perfect magic circle made of 99.9% pure gold, with no error, and admits it is fantastic. He assumes that if he leaks some mana into the electricity farmed from the solar panel, then he orders as the Minister of Magic, to activate the magic circle, and then becomes successful in converting electricity to mana. Now, he has to absorb the mana converted from electricity. He calls the devil within him, and his status window informs him that the mana stat has permanently increased by 0.01 many times. He becomes happy to know this. 15 days later, he admits the current technology surely has its uses. He would have had a tough time making a magic circle like this in his previous life. He sees in his status window that his current mana is at 160. He has gained about 32 levels worth of mana in only 15 days, and he admits this is why knowledge is essential. He says now that the next stage has been reached, this much mana should be enough. He uses his skill, mana compression, then rotates. As a result, 1 magic circle has been added, and he has now become tier 2, which is why he is eligible to create dual spells. If he uses electricity without any care for the bills, Tier 3 would be possible within 1 month. Starting from Tier 3, he can continue the familiar, allowing him to start hunting on his own. From Tier 3, he would be required to participate in a mandatory hunt twice a month, resulting in 24 mandatory hunts per year, as the contract is for a 2-year term. He stops thinking more because he believes his previous life's habit is coming out now. He decided to live this life in a relaxed manner, avoiding haste. Instead, he should enjoy some games, eat good food, and live in the city. Then, he receives a call from assistant manager Kim Tae-hyun, who informs him that his next hunt has been scheduled. When he asks about the schedule, the manager, Tae-hyun, tells him it will be 5 days from today. He says he will see him in 5 days, and after that, he decides that he should start absorbing as much mana as possible for 5 days. And after 5 days, when he comes to the office, he sees Doojin and says he is here early. Doojin asks him if he has leveled up, as he seems stronger. Sung-hoon says he just did some personal training, and when Doojin asks him if he was out hunting, Sung-hoon says it's his way of doing things. However, he is curious about how Doojin came to know about his training, as he had not tried to reveal it. Doojin says it is one of his skills called Bestial Instinct, and it can evaluate how strong the opponent is. Sung-hoon knows it is a valuable skill in the Akasha system, and it is undoubtedly a power of a god. No other entities can freely lend their power to others indefinitely like this. But he is curious about its working, as gods are entities with unlimited power at their disposal, but they cannot possibly do so without impacting this world. He thinks it may be related to the portals that appeared on Earth. Meanwhile, Yoyoung arrives and says that she is the first to come this time, but is surprised to see that both of them are already present. Sung-hoon says it has been a while since they last visited. Then, assistant manager Tae-hyun arrives and tells them he will brief them on today's hunt. Since everyone is present, he will begin now. When he speaks about their target for today, Sung-hoon thinks this is the monster he saw when he worked as a transporter, and anyways, except Doojin, nobody else knows he has gotten more powerful, and to not realize that his mana has increased by 3-folds compared to last hunt is a bit of problem. Then, Tae-hyun announced that the briefing had ended. Later, while they are going for a hunt, Sung-hoon tells about a new skill. He says that using paralysis is much more efficient for the hunt at present. They look impressed with him. Doojin says he was going to ask a while ago about paralysis, how many times he can use it, and also inquires about the cooldown. Sung-hoon thinks he can use paralysis about once every second, and with his mana, he says he can use it about 100 times per day, but with his mana cube, he can cast any single spell as many times as he wants. Jinsu says it is impressive that he has a vast amount of mana, and Yoyoung says the skill is just excellent. Doojin says he also tried to ask how fast the mana recovery is. When Sung-hoon asks him to tell about himself, he says that it takes him about 1 whole week. Yoyoung says that it is pretty quick and tells her that if she uses all her mana, it takes her about 10 days, but she does not recall many instances when she has used up all her mana. Sung-hoon thinks it is right that about 2 to 3 hunts per month is the norm. He saw it often enough when he worked as a transporter, but he is different now. Naturally, he could recover his mana in 3 days, but by using the magic circle at home, he could recharge his mana entirely within a few hours. Yoyoung says that if Sung-hoon uses paralysis, they won't have to use their skills often, and soon they will find their target, a giant monster. Sung-hoon utilizes his paralysis skill, which renders the beast temporarily paralyzed. Doojin says to himself, they don't have much work to do, so they start doing their job. Jinsu jumps over the monster's head, then kills it with arrows, and says it's fantastic. He thinks he can shoot about a few hundred arrows without a problem at this rate. Moreover, he admits Sung-hoon is carrying them on his back. However, Sung-hoon says he is flattering him, while simply doing the job his company has instructed him to do. Jinsu says he is the HD group's top rising star. They are thankful for his work. When Sung-hoon listens, he is the top rising star. He admits the offer was rather good after all, which means that is how much they expect from him. He then asks them to deal with the monster's carcass so that they will continue their hunt after that, and soon, they have completed their task. One of them informs leader Doojin that their truck is complete. They finished the hunt even before lunchtime. Doojin asks everyone about their mana's current situation. Yoyoung says it seems he wants to go on one more hunt. Sung-hoon says they have enough mana yet, and others agree. Sung-hoon knows money is good, but leveling is excellent too, so this is not too bad. The truck driver informs leader Doojin that the communication is not working. It is jammed, and this is the first time it has happened. Doojin tries to find out what is happening, and suddenly, he realizes there is a trap. They are attacked. Sung-hoon says that from the gunfire, it looks like black hunters are attacking them. Doojin asks everyone to hurry up. Sung-hoon knows Doojin will be able to last a while since he is a tanker, but that still poses a danger. He sees 2 enemy vehicles with siege machine guns that are currently firing from the upper ground. He knows their leader, Doojin, is quite skilled, so he cannot afford to lose to him. So he orders as the Minister of Magic to protect him. Soon a shield is created around him. With this kind of gunfire, they would not be able to destroy the shield he created using half of his mana. And if he has enough time, he can use his magic more. Then he orders you, as the Minister of Magic, to provide skills like lightning, pierce, and a magic arrow. Soon, his status window informs him that he has acquired the lightning and magic arrow skills. He knows the 2 skills shall become one, so he orders the lightning arrow skill. When he receives this, he uses his lightning arrow skill. He reports that enemy siege weaponry has been eliminated, and the enemy is located at a distance of 200 meters. Everyone is asked to prepare for combat. Jinsu also uses his storm arrow skill to attack, but the opponent dodges his attack and says it cannot even tickle. Jinsu was shocked as that was his strongest attack skill, but it was easily dodged. He says he cannot understand just what their levels are. Doojin orders them to fire, but soon realizes their attacks are not even scratching them. If this continues, they will not hold on for long, and at this rate, all of them will be killed. When Sung-hoon asks them to consider themselves unlucky, Doojin asks what he meant to say and suspects him of something. But Sung-hoon orders as the Minister of Magic to dig. Soon, he is given the digging skill, which he uses to dig down to the enemies. Everyone is surprised to see that the enemies are dug in. Sung-hoon says they are alive, and one of the opponents asks him what cheap trick he used to dig them. Sung-hoon says that with their thick skulls, they would not understand it anyway, so go to sleep. He then casts the hibernation skill. After that, he says thankfully, there are no casualties. Doojin asks him about his skill, and he tells him it is digging. Doojin asks him to explain what that hibernation was, too. Sung-hoon says it is nothing special. It is just a digging spell, simply digging up the ground. And that dirt explosion was just the dirt moving aside as it dug. He also says it is effective against people, blocking their sight and sometimes distracting them quite well. He further tells us that hibernation is just a skill that does what it says, and is a crowd control skill similar to paralysis. Yoyoung asks him about his number of skills. He says that it is his secret, while Jinsu also says he is just full of mastery. He knows the single spell dig is much more effective than the dual spell lightning arrow. Moreover, terraforming magic and counterattack magic are always helpful, and later, he will use a massive area of effect damage skill. Now that he thought about it, this must be their first time. He asks Yoyoung if she is okay, as she does not appear to be okay. She thanks him, as she was scared back there, and asks him to tell her about this, as she cannot stop shaking. He puts his hand on her head and commands her to see the soul and enhance the stability. He knows the 2 shall become one, soul stability. Soon, he had acquired the skills of soul and stability. After that, she asks him what happened just now, and he tells her that he cast a skill that calmed her down. He explains that a tanker has a skill that pulls aggro, so she should think of it as the opposite. He then asks everyone to gather up and tells everyone he will cast soul stability on all of them. Jinsu says he has too many secrets, while Yoyoung asks him if there is something that he cannot do. Later, he says that nowhere on Earth is safe, so it's surprising to think that he would be attacked by humans even after reincarnating here on Earth. Monsters appeared suddenly, and now he even had to worry about black hunters with the power of the Akasha system. He believes no society is ever completely free of crimes. In his previous life, he would not have let the attackers survive at all. Then, he receives a call from the director, Jisuk, who says it has been a while since they met. Sung-hoon is surprised to know that Jisuk has been promoted to director. He was the one who originally scouted him, so he guesses this is proof that the company expects a lot from him. Sung-hoon then says that as he was promoted to director, it is a bit late, but he should accept congratulations from him as well. Jisuk says this is all thanks to Sung-hoon because he managed to strike a deal with him and was able to get promoted to director. Then he explains that the reason he is calling him like this is because of what happened today. Sung-hoon asks if he is talking about an ambush by the Black Hunters, and Jisuk says, right, as it's not exactly a usual occurrence. Sung-hoon asks him to tell about the Black Hunters anyway, as judging from their skills, they do not seem like some random third-rate individuals. Jisuk says they are investigating this matter as thoroughly as possible on their end. They are theorizing that the source is one of their competitors, and such incidents do occur occasionally. Moreover, he says there are some crazy monsters here as well. It is not exactly surprising. However, Sung-hoon knows the enemies were higher in levels and numbers as well. If it were not for his terraforming magic, they would have been wiped out. He says the attacker's problem will be managed on their end, but that is not why he is calling him right now. Instead, he called him to ask if he has used another new skill today. A skill that changes the geographic setting, strategically speaking, is an extremely valuable skill, not to mention the crowd control effect it has. Sung-hoon thinks it's a bit of a nuisance that he's so surprised, but his skills are irregular. Usually, Awakened only have at most 10 skills related to their class, a rare and complicated class with a unique prefix and legend, which has access to skills from different classes. Even then, it has at most 2 other courses. It is said that extremely few individuals possess skills from 3 distinct classes, which is unlikely to be statistically significant. Jisuk says that, being able to utilize skills from 6 different categories, he might be the world's first Hexa ability user right now. Sung-hoon thinks that if the director finds out that those are not his skills, he might roll over and die. Jisuk asks him if he is perhaps hiding anything else. Sung-hoon denies it and says he does not know for sure yet, but they will find out when he levels up some more. He thinks he knows what Jisuk is worried about. He is not considering voiding their contracts anytime soon, so he must be at ease. Jisuk asks him if he was being too obvious and says that anyone would have seen it, unless they are dull, and apologizes if he made him uncomfortable. Then he says he will come and visit him sometime, and they will discuss the details. Sung-hoon says that is fine with him. After the call ends, he says it looks like the situation is turning out to be rather fun. Then he comes home, planning to start learning ground engineering and broaden his knowledge once he recovers his magic. Semiconductor technology is impressive, but he also wants to know about electrical engineering and it. When he comes home, he sees that everyone is out. Suddenly, he thinks about the requested shipment, which should have been delivered by now. He heard the company personally made the delivery to the basement. Although a magic circle exists for people who do not know magic, it would look like a simple insignia. When he sees the box, he says it's nice that the shipment has arrived. Even though these are low-quality, rare magic stones, finding such large ones is undoubtedly a perfect fulfillment of their request. He says it is pretty heavy and perfect when he holds one of the stones. Then he decides to get started with his magic mana. One additional magic circle has been created, and he has now become tier 3. He says this is way too fast compared to his previous life. The next step is to craft an item from these raw magic stones, so he uses sharpening and enhancement skills to transform the stone. He orders the Minister of Magic to alternate bind and fusion and says the two shall become one. The status window informs him that he has acquired the object fusion skill. He has also utilized the magical item crafting skill without the system's assistance, significantly increasing his proficiency. Moreover, the magical item crafting skill has increased by 1 level 4 times. He is amazed that object fusion is now included in the skill. The status window tells him that level 6 of magical item crafting is a skill that lets him craft magical items, while object fusion is a new skill. He decides to test the new skill by trying to fuse the mana cube he has been using with the new one he just made. Soon, he has successfully crafted an artifact. His crafting skill has also increased many times. He says he will do this one more time by fusing the staff with the cube, so he again uses his magical item crafting skill. The 2 leading branches of the HD group are HD Electronics and the HD Monster Industry. HD Electronics is often referred to as the top-of-the-line electronics brand, while HD Monster Industry is an international carcass management, processing, and product manufacturing business. HD Group's primary parent subsidiary is called HD Holdings, and at HD Holdings headquarters, HD Monster Industries director, Jisuk, has been called in for a meeting. The president of HD Holdings, Park Disuk, is 52 years old, and is the next in line to succeed the company's current leader. He asks Jisuk if it's true that there is a Hexa skill user. Jisuk says that is true, as they have already checked for any possible mistakes. The president then asks General Manager Kim what he thought about this. Kim says, as per his report, the user is on par with nuclear warheads in terms of power, and there is a high possibility that he will be among the top 5 awakened of the world in the future. Just because someone possesses many rare skills does not mean they will become an outstanding awakened one. Fighting monsters takes an extreme toll on the body, so many quit halfway through. He further says, however, in this report, the data is more than valid and does not lie after all. President Disuk says it means he is trying to say that Guy is worth the investment. Kim says that is true, as he certainly smells like a jackpot. When Disuk asks Jisuk about his opinion, Jisuk says he also agrees with the general manager's opinion. Furthermore, he states that he did not include this in the report because it is merely an assumption, but there is a good chance that he is a heptaskill user. When Disuk asks about the reasoning, Jisuk says that, according to the investigation, Sung-hoon has an item that cannot be purchased anywhere, which he refers to as a mana cube. He says they currently do not know what this item does at all. There, they can assume that he also has a crafting ability. When Disuk asks if this is all that he found, Jisuk says he has two more suspicious findings: his requests for an unusual amount of jewelry, rare metals, and magic stones, as well as the room that was constructed in his basement. Disuk seems impressed with Jisuk and says he did some diligent work, then asks General Manager Kim for his opinion. Kim also agrees and says Jisuk has proved himself an able worker. Then, President Disuk says that Jisuk has done excellent work, so he will be promoted to General Director and will be entrusted to take care of Sung-hoon. Disuk also says he will give him full authority regarding dealing with Sung-hoon, as they can never let him go to another company. Jisuk says he is sorry but believes they cannot hold him by any ordinary means. When Disuk asks him about the problem and asks if he thinks this is the most minor offer they have to make, Jisuk also says this is his assumption. However, he believes Sung-hoon is hiding even more skills or abilities, and honestly, he still doubts his motive. Perhaps he is just buying time to level up. Disuk says he allows him to do whatever he wants to do to keep Sung-hoon in their company and asks him to do whatever it takes to achieve this. He also says that if his assumption is correct, they must reel him in, even if there are losses on their side. He then asks him to make a list of what they can utilize. Sung-hoon, Jisuk says he will try to do as he says and returns. After he is gone, Disuk asks Kim if he agrees with their general director here. Kim says he agrees, as Jisuk is undoubtedly looking at the big picture, and as he has mentioned, he seems like an able worker, so he believes they can just let him do his work. Disuk says, of course, that for skilled workers, they have to compensate them handsomely, and this is just in time for Father's upcoming birthday celebration. On the other hand, as Sung-hoon is still crafting items, he eventually says it is used, but is still somewhat helpful. Later, a 10-ton, heavily armored truck approaches. He had purchased this truck for the sake of solo hunting. It was rather hard to hire discreet transporters, and it would be a nuisance to have his abilities revealed to others. He gets on it and comes out for a hunt soon. It chooses an open area, then decides to start hunting, as it is a perfect open field. After hunting monsters, he says that nothing is better than the smell of blood when it comes to baiting monsters. He claims to have made all necessary preparations, and then his sensor field skill activates, allowing him to detect enemies within a 1 km radius. He uses projectile evasion, magical armor, and physical enhancement skills. His status window shows that he has used projectile evasion, so he will now passively evade projectiles. Additionally, since he has used magical armor, magical protection now envelops his body. Furthermore, he has also utilized physical enhancements, which have increased all of his physical statistics. When he sees this, he says that it is good, as this should cover any unforeseen circumstances. Soon, he sees another target, which is a blind bull. He uses his mana cube staff to deal with it. His magic attack is increased by 30%, the mana cost is decreased by 50%, and the mana recovery is increased by 200%. The special effect is that casting the same spell again does not require casting time, and casting speed is increased by 100% for the next spell. Then, he uses the lightning arrow skill and declares it a success, as his 3 lightning arrows multiply instantly. However, as the monster is burnt, the crisp remains worthless. He says it's annoying, but maybe it has been to cast paralysis and kill the monsters cleanly. However, he decides to focus on leveling up today, and says he cannot let the warm welcome pass by. It's time to power level. After killing the monsters, he says it's great because he has gained a great deal of power, and he has confirmed that he has killed almost 25 monsters. He turned off all the system notifications, but as he leveled up 10 times, this is what he calls power leveling. He admitted that solo play is the best. Moreover, he might reach level 100 at this rate within a month. Normal people use their points without thinking much, but he feels uneasy since this power is not his own. Also, he had never heard of a god called Okasha, even in his previous life. He has obtained 70 points and considers it a good achievement. Further, his skills, like inferior mana utilization, have now become intermediate mana utilization, and inferior mana recovery has become intermediate mana recovery. He thinks this is not too shabby. A person from the HD group arrives and informs them that they have completed their payout, totaling 372 million won. Sung-hoon says that it is quite a bit, as he thought hoarding everything himself was efficient. According to the calculation, the individual states that this will amount to 353.4 million won, and the tax will be calculated separately. He asks if he would like to handle this for him, and Sung-hoon asks him to please go ahead. Then he says they will make a direct deposit, excluding 38% of his total, which is subject to tax. Sung-hoon says the tax hurts him a lot, as most countries collect hunting taxes, which are around 38%. With this, he may move to a country with lower taxes. Then, he would thank the person for his work. He soon received a notification that the HD group would deposit an amount into his account. He says it's a shame that he couldn't hunt more because the truck didn't have enough room, and the time spent traveling back and forth was also a factor. He needs to level up so he can cast penta spells. Penta spell is a magic resulting from combining 5 different kinds of magic, and to use a penta spell, one must be at least a class 5 wizard. He should be a being that has transcended the universe thrice. And that was Sung-hoon's previous life. Compared to that, he is powerless right now, so he decides he should not have picked a fight with Akaluman. He says there is a car wash facility. After the hunt, HD Group's service is definitely throughout. On the other hand, the director Jisuk receives a call from a person who reports that Sung-hoon went out hunting again, despite having hunted just the day before. He is moving toward the hunting area, and the GPS device they installed with his consent is also heading in that direction. He says this is ridiculous and asks if they are tracking him with a satellite. The person reporting says that it is true, as they track him in the central monitoring room. However, this information would surprise others if they continued to record him on a satellite. Jisuk tells him there is no need to concern himself and to record as much video as possible. That person says they are collecting as much information as possible here. Jisuk says it is good and should report anything worth noting immediately. After the call ended, the director said he knew Sung-hoon was hiding more abilities. He could be an Octa, None, or Deka skill user. Even Hepta skill users have not officially shown up in the world yet. He believes they must keep him, no matter what, as his existence benefits the company. Later, when he returns home, his mom serves him food and asks him to try a new dish. As the seasoning is perfect, he tells his mom that he is not a kid anymore, but she says it is not about age. He does not even eat his meals properly, and from what she hears, people like him have to keep their bodies healthy, but he eats very little. He tells his mom that he will get fat if he overeats, and then he can't go on a hunt. She says she told him to take a lunchbox with him, but he left it here. He promised that he would take it next time. He does not have to eat meals because of his magic. He believes that the person would not die from skipping a single meal. She says he is making that old man face again. Then she asks him when he is going to get married. When he says he is awakened and people avoid him wherever he goes, she becomes furious and says she heard awakened people are pretty well off after getting married. He says he has no idea and asks her not to talk about this anymore. But mom says he needs to take the initiative and will be 30 before he knows it. He knows he missed his mom's nagging, but it is painful to hear now. Then he sees in the news that not enough monsters have been slain. The world will now progress to the next stage. Suddenly, the portals appear there, and people become terrified. They say they must get out of there as the monsters come from the portals. A person clicks a picture with a portal and says this is a good shot. As a close-up shot of a portal is rare, he plans that 100 million views will be a CAC if he posts this photo. Meanwhile, a massive number of monsters have appeared there. Sung-hoon says this is troublesome as the system has been updated in the USA, England, and China. Then he also sees a portal and says it is rather noisy, so it is better to keep it silent, and mom will be okay with the sleep magic. He then creates a shield around his house, as he has just built it, so he cannot have it collapse already. The status window shows that the Tier 1 dungeon has been opened, and only levels 50 or under may enter. He says there is a limit to this. Then he sees the monsters looking down on him, summoning a portal on his front porch, but then he sees a mantis. He uses lightning skill, which is too much for now. The koi were expensive, so he says he needs something more appropriate. So he decides to do psychokinesis because he believes that he can kill them cleanly with psychokinesis. He thinks the carcass will stay valuable if he breaks its neck, and then he sees more monsters coming out. He says this is pretty amusing. He says that they dare invade a sorcerer's territory without fear. Now he will kill them all and use them as ingredients. On the other side, a few other people also deal with monsters. One informs his fellow that the area is clear from his side. When he is asked about the casualties of people, he says they need a head count, as lots of civilians were here when the portal opened. He says what could have happened had he not taken the vacation here. The other one says there were plenty of awake people even without him. The first one says, well, even then, there are not many people with the ability to fight with their bare hands like him. Then he asks about the situation and says it seems the Akasha system did not say anything. Then another asks how long it has been since the monsters came out of the portal, and he says they appeared about 20 minutes ago. When asked if they are done with it, he says he does not care, as they already did their jobs. Then, while moving from there, they see the bodies of the dead people. He says sorry and hopes they will rest in peace. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon is still dealing with the monsters on the other side and says only one is left now. They stopped after swarming out for an hour. He then decides to close this up. He knows it is worth investigating. But as this place is mom's and his, so he cannot leave a possible danger on his doorstep, since he does not have enough strength, so he requested for the skills. Soon he acquired the special interference, arcane wisdom, and arcane integration skills, and asks Portal to make sure to knock first next time. Soon, he gets a notification that he has forcefully closed a portal and gained the achievement, as he is the first one to close a portal, and his stats are increased by 10. He also achieved the impossible deed. His stats reached up to 20 points, and his full mana recovery was 1 per day. He is also informed that the system is now monitoring him due to his impossible deed. He says it is surprising that the system is watching him, but it is saying they were not interested. He knows the Akasha system was not as great as he thought. Then he clicks on Subspace Open and receives a notification that he has acquired the skill Subspace, but this skill is now combined under the inventory function. He says this subspace is his own. It is not something the Akasha system should care about. Further, he says the inventory function is the system's ability, but subspace is his spell, so the system should not try to combine them for no reason. Soon, he acquired a golden reward box for developing the skill Subspace. He finishes this all and uses the restoration skill. He says it looks clean, but he will fill up the pond with koi later. Anyway, this feels like he found something unexpected on the side of the road. He wonders what is inside the golden reward box, but as the system still watches him, he does not know what the system wants from this reaction. The day he recovers his full strength, God or not, he will track down their source to the ends of the earth. Later, the discussions started on the television programs that the world has changed. A news anchor says portals no longer open in secluded areas, and there are reports about the changes in the portals whenever an awakened person approaches. The other one says if he is talking about the dungeons, they do not know what is inside them. But the foreign countries have already begun sending in strike forces. He says it is a job with one's life on the line, but they cannot just leave them be. Moreover, many portals also appeared in the residential areas. Sung-hoon, when he listens to all of this, says this is rather amusing right now. He admits that although this is also a funny object, he only discovered that this golden reward box is made of an unknown material. He uses detection, sensor, and analysis skills to analyze this box. But he does not seem happy with the Akasha system, as he thinks that even if a god has unlimited power, this will have consequences elsewhere. Anyway, this is a rare item box that the monster can drop, and it is golden too. He hopes it will be rare or even unique as well. He says he will find out after he opens it. When asked if he wants to open it, he clicks the yes button to open the box. He finds the Akasha system's operational support ring. Its rarity is mythical, and the magic attack increases by 100% while the mana cost decreases by 80% and the mana recovery rises by 600%. The special effect is that it casts the used spell twice without casting time and mana cost. Furthermore, no casting time is required for tier 3 or lower spells, and the casting speed is increased by 200%. He is surprised to know that this will increase his damage by about 2 times. But he would not have to worry about tier 3 spells or lower since his stuff and the rings stack their mana buff. He says this is good, so he will gladly take this, and then he wears the ring on his finger. The system indicates that this item will be bound. Whether he wants to equip it or not, it becomes bound when he allows it. He says he will be able to hunt a lot more with this. Then, he receives a call from Director Jisuk, and Sung-hoon congratulates him, saying he had heard from Manager Kim about his promotion to Director. Jisuk says it is not essential, as he called him because of something urgent. He asked him if he had heard the news that a portal had appeared in the middle of the city a few hours ago, and there were lots of casualties. Sung-hoon says he saw it because a portal also appeared in front of his house, but he did not need to worry, as he took care of it. When Jisuk asks him what he did, Sung-hoon says he forcefully closed the portal. Jisuk becomes shocked and asks him if he went inside the portal by himself. Then, Sung-hoon says he has not entered the dungeon. Instead, he can close a portal. Jisuk says there is no end to his surprises and asks him how it is possible. Sung-hoon says it is a unique skill of his. However, it is only possible from his house, and he cannot close other portals yet. Jisuk says it is likely in the future, and Sung-hoon says it may be possible. Sung-hoon says he is incredible, which is one more reason for them to support him as much as possible. He further says he wants to ask him about his current level. Later, he takes a lift and reaches his destination. The driver tells him they have arrived, and he says, "Thanks for the lift." When he emerges from the car, he sees the damaged area and says there is quite a mess. The few hundred raptor-like monsters that came out of the portal have created chaos. Jisuk says hello to him and tells him they are there, while Yeoyoung says it has been a while and that it is good to see him. Sung-hoon says he told them they could talk casually and asked if everyone there had heard the story. Manager Kim says he will explain it in detail during the briefing, so Jisuk asks them to move from there first. Then he begins briefing and says they officially refer to the portals as the dungeon. It is because of the text notification that the awakened ones receive when they approach it. Currently, there are no Korean hunters who have ventured into a portal. However, many have already launched in other foreign countries. 3 countries have already deployed strike forces into their dungeons. In comparison, their governments have not sent anyone yet. They also learned that the USA, China, and England would soon send strike forces into the dungeons. Yeoyoung says it's nice information gathering from the HD and asks how they could have even found that out. Jisuk says they are an international corporation, and other countries have not kept that information secret. However, they have another problem. The government has issued an order. Doojin and Sung-hoon ask if it is mandatory, and Jisuk says it is correct. He further says that, as they know, awakened people will receive regulations from the government in the event of an emergency, such as a monster disaster. This is such a case. However, they cannot use whoever is there. That is why there are not too many people listed for this task. He tells them that, being an HD group, they also need to close 12 dungeons, but the problem here is the level restriction. He further states that, as everyone knows, monsters spawn from the dungeon every 3 hours. If they are left unchecked, the monsters will continue to spawn indefinitely. And this is not limited to Myeongdong. The dungeons that appeared in Seoul alone number 35. He says they have located 81 dungeons just in the urban areas. Combining the dungeons in suburban and rural areas, they estimate that around 200 have appeared in Korea. The one thing they need to be careful of is that nobody knows how to close the dungeons yet. After hearing this, everyone is shocked to learn this. Jisuk further says this is right. Nobody has yet returned from a dungeon. Jinsu says this is reckless. He wants them to enter a dangerous place without any information, and says it seems the government is out of its mind. Yeoyoung also says it is just another way to tell them to go and die. Then, Sung-hoon raises his hand and says he has a question, so he asks about the rewards. Jisuk says they also have rewards. The government is not so shallow as to ask them all for this assignment without proper rewards. The hunters participating in this task will be exempt from the tax for a period of 5 years. Sung-hoon knows the tax exemption is quite big, and considering all the tax money he will save from the monsters he will be hunting in 5 years. Sung-hoon says if they offer anything else, Jisuk says there is more, and the government will provide them with special equipment. Sung-hoon says that, finally, something interesting is coming, and that he assumes they will give them full ownership of that equipment. Jisuk says that is correct. They will be given complete ownership of the equipment. Yeoyoung says it is relatively cheap, considering they are putting their lives on the line. Jisuk also says the government will completely pay any remaining debts anyone might have on his behalf. He says this is not an attractive offer for Sung-hoon, who agrees and says the same. Then he asks if there is any penalty for not going in. Jisuk says there is none, as they would not want any skilled hunters migrating for this. Sung-hoon then says he will do it, but let him see the equipment first. So Jisuk takes them to the equipment room and says it is there. Because of the urgent situation, it has already been sent over here. Compared to the everyday items sold on the shelf, they are of spurious quality, and some of them were acquired through reward boxes. Doojin holds an axe in his hands, and Yeoyoung asks him not to take off the bloody cloth from that axe. Sung-hoon says the bracelet of the Black Dragon is pretty good as its rarity is legendary, and its magic attack is increased by 50%. Meanwhile, the mana cost decreased by 20%, and the mana recovery increased by 100%. The special effect shows poison immunity, acid immunity, and body enhancement. It is a bracelet created from a black dragon, and the ability is rather subpar, as it was made from an axe. The restriction is that it is only equipped by magic classes, Sung-hoon holds the bracelet in his hands and says the item's rarities range from rare to unique, legendary, and mythical, culminating in transcendent. This legendary item must be pretty impressive, and, fortunately, it stacks. When Doojin asks Jisuk if they should go, he wishes them good luck. Then they all enter the dungeon. They are informed by the system that they may not leave the dungeon until they defeat the boss of the dungeon. Jinsu says this is a rainforest, and Yoyoung is also surprised that this is a dungeon. Kim says they did not come to an inferior universe. Another one says he does not think that is because the system still works. Sung-hoon collects one of the leaves and says he just heard some things here and there. This looks like an inferior dimension, and he asks everyone if they know what dimension it is. Yoyoung frequently appears in games, often in confined spaces or similar settings. Doojin says he read about it in science fiction. Sung-hoon says that since they are all familiar with the concept, he will explain it in detail. He tells them the idea of dimension is that of a smaller but different universe. This inferior dimension limits such a concept. It is smaller than their dimension and inferior in function. Jinsu says he guesses he understands, so this dungeon is like an inferior dimension, and this is simple. They are in this inferior dimension, and monsters will appear here soon. Suddenly, he realizes something has happened. He is surprised to see a shield around them. Sung-hoon says it is a monster, and they are already surrounded. Jinsu thanks him for saving him by creating the shield. But Sung-hoon says no problem and no need to say thanks. Doojin then asks them to prepare for combat and says he is pulling an aggro now. After some time, Sung-hoon observed that his taunting skills were pretty intense, and Jinsu said they were leveling up just as well. Soon, as they are very close to the monster, Doojin asks to leave it to him. He attacks it from various sides and kills the beast with an axe. Kim asks them to be careful where they aim and says these guys are pretty doable. Sung-hoon says it's a nice effort by everyone, and they might be able to clear this up. Suddenly, Yoyoung sees a giant monster and orders everyone to retreat, but Doojin insists on blocking it and asks everyone to fall back. Jinsu says it sneaked up on them with that size. He agrees that Doojin has stealth skills. Sung-hoon says it looks like a dungeon boss and thinks it used a mental disruption skill. They all use their skills to defeat the boss monster. Yoyoung uses her healing skill while Kim attacks the beast from behind. He says he will get their legs first so that they will slow down. He asks everyone to watch out as he attacks, but they are surprised that shield was destroyed in one hit. When Sung-hoon sees that the shield is destroyed in just one hit, he says it means this will not be easy. Yoyoung tries to heal Kim, who has fallen on the ground. Doojin has now reached very close to the monster. Before he can attack it, the beast hits him hard, and blood starts coming out of his nose as well as from his mouth. Doojin got injured, and suddenly, Yoyoung shouted that her healing was not working and asked them what she could do now. Sung-hoon observes that Doojin is fully buffed and still having this much trouble. It is no wonder that nobody came back. Another group member starts using his skill. He hopes this works, and he uses the fatigue spell. Soon, he says that the defense debuff worked. Jinsu also utilizes his skills, such as Siege and Galewind, among others, to attack the monster. One of the fellows says it is good and asks him not to stop attacking. Sung-hoon observes them all profoundly and thinks it will be hard for him. It seems like each shot consumes much of his mana, while the monster did not take much damage. He believes that the attack just made it angrier. Doojin asks if he can take it easy, then suddenly attacks him. Yoyoung asks him to protect himself, but it is too late to dodge. Everyone is shocked to see what has happened. Jinsu is sitting in one place, and the monster has come close to him. He feels it is heavier than he thought. At that time, Sung-hoon comes forward to deal with the situation. He uses his skill to push back the monster and cause it damage in just one blow. Everyone is shocked to see this and asks Sung-hoon what he just did. Sung-hoon says it is a skill called psychokinesis, and anyone can do it with enough aptitude and training. And he then asks them to save Doojin first. He orders Yoyoung to hurry and heal him. She rushes towards Doojin, announcing that she is on her way. Doojin says he just heard it now, that she called him Appa. She says he knows he almost died, and he will die if he does not get healed on time. Then she starts healing him, and he says her healing hurts him. Sung-hoon says it looks like the shield came in clutch. It was dangerous. He thinks about what he can do with this giant monster, as it acts strangely after taking some damage. And seeing how its eyes were red, it looked like it was about to go into a rage mode. Suddenly, the monster jumps over him. He says that is rage mode. It is way faster than before, but its movements are too simple. Psychokinesis can easily change its trajectory in the air. He has to change the direction ever so slightly. as he deals with it alone. The others observe the situation from the other side. Yoyoung asks Doojin what he thinks about the actual Sunghoon class. Doojin says he does not know, but they have never seen it. Meanwhile, Sunghoon casts a lightning spell. One of the fellows asks if magic works on him. Sunghoon, who is attacking the monster, observes that it has high magic resistance and a resilient body, but that does not mean he cannot kill it. He completes the analysis and then launches another attack. Meanwhile, he thinks he should start the hunt now, so he uses his mana to strike the monster entirely. Other members smell a weird scent. Sunghoon says that it is a toxic cloud. It will smell 10 times worse than rotten sewage. He then casts a magic that converts the oxygen in the air and concentrates it with psychokinesis. Furthermore, he states that it will not be possible for the monster to survive if it cannot breathe. Soon, the beast dies because of shortness of breath. His status window shows his level has increased by 3 times, and he says so it is over now. They are informed from the control room that they have completed the dungeon. Jinsu says it is impressive how he managed to kill it by himself. They are told that they may exit the dungeon now. He says he is glad it is over. The dungeon is closing. Sunghoon has achieved first place in clearing the dungeon. All stats have increased by 2, while the inventory slots are filled by 2. When he is informed that he has acquired a copper reward box, he is surprised that the reward is just a copper box and thinks maybe it is because this is a low-level dungeon. Meanwhile, he thinks about the reward. Other fellows come towards him. Jinsu asks him how he did that. He says psychokinesis is a rare and a rank skill. Meanwhile, Yoyoung sees a box in his hands and asks about it. He says this is a reward box. She says she has seen it for the first time and thanks him for everything. Doojin also thanks him for everything and says he has saved them again with his new skill. He also says he wonders about his class. Soon, they see the exit, and one says they need to bring back the monster's carcass, but the others say they should go back for now. As they emerge, a television reporter asks his cameraman to hurry with the camera, as this is a major scoop. He says he is delivering urgent news about the hunters who entered a dungeon in the Myeongdong region. Right now, they have just come back, and this is the first time in their nation that someone has cleared the dungeon. The director also arrives here with his team. Yoyoung says hello to the director and tells him that they are back. When reporters attempt to ask questions about the dungeon, the security team intervenes. Jisuk asks them if they are hurt anywhere, and if there are any casualties. Doojin says that with Yoyoung, they would not have any casualties. Thankfully, they cleared the dungeon without a problem. As they discuss this with each other, Sunghoon moves aside. He thinks he will hide for a while, as it is annoying, so he lets Doojin handle all the chaos. The reporter asks Doojin to tell them what happened, as they had claimed to have cleared the dungeon, while another asks him to explain what it means to clear a dungeon. Doojin tells the media that their team is exhausted after completing a dungeon, so he will provide a summary of the necessary information. Then, upon entering the dungeon, he says a quest is given to them to hunt the boss monster in the dungeon. Until they defeat the boss and clear the dungeon, they may not exit the dungeon. Then he says he will answer one more question, and they will end the interview. So the various TV reporter Park Jinjung asks him if he can describe the dungeon's interior layout in detail. Doojin says, to put it simply, it was a completely different world. The place they found themselves in was the place of an Amazon rainforest. There were sunset clouds. It was not a dungeon but more of a different world altogether. But still, it did not feel like an artificial world, and he says that will be the end of his answer. Jisuk says they can ask Hunter one more question, and from here on out, the HD group will answer any questions regarding future details. The reporter asks what kind of monster the boss is, and Doojin says it is a yellow-colored monkey just like the ones that came out of a portal from above. Furthermore, it is bigger and almost similar to the ogre that appeared a while ago. When the reporter asks if that wasn't a rank monster, he says he is sorry, but any detailed questions must be directed at the HD group. Jinsu says there are not as many reporters as he expected, but Yoyoung says she is so tired, so she does not care about it and wants to chill. Jisuk approaches them and says this is not the only place with the portal. The reporters are all over the place where the portals are located. He asks them to please rest up and tells them they have reserved the hotel nearby. He also says thankfully they are all back safe and sound, although they had it rough. He thinks Yoyoung used all her mana. Later, Sunghoon talks to his mom, who asks why he entered a dungeon like that and tells him she was terrified. She says she woke up, and the news was talking about dangerous dungeons and that he went into a place like that. When he says this is his job, she says it is terrible that he went in the morning without telling his mom about it. She says her only son is scaring her to death. He then asks her not to worry about him and to trust him. Moreover, he tells her that a girl and a boy younger than him are doing it. Mom says this is not about whether she trusts him. He should know his mom worries about him. She is afraid of what might happen to him. He promises to be careful in the future, but she is just a worrywart. He also asks her not to be stressed and says he has to go now, but he will see her back home soon. After talking to his mom, he concludes that his mom worries too much. When he comes to where they all are resting, he observes that everyone is completely drained and their mana is depleted. Yoyoung asks him if he has finished his phone call, and he tells her he has. She asks him to please talk casually. He thinks that he should help them a little, so he puts his hand on her body. She wakes up and asks what he is doing, and he asks her if she is okay. She says she is fine. He says that was weird, but she should tell him how it is now. She says her mana is back, and her mana recovery is improving. Sung-hoon says that is correct. He helps others recover their mana. Doojin also thinks he cannot be surprised anymore to have an MP recovery ability and says they are just lucky to have Sung-hoon in their party. They turn on the TV, where the news anchor announces that they are now connecting live to reporter Jinjung and asks about the actual scene, as people claim this is the first dungeon ever to be completed in the world. Jinjung says that here in Myeongdong, after the hunters had left the portal, it had disappeared entirely, and the HD group is the world's first group to clear the dungeon. He also states that the military and the Awakening Association have publicly declared Myeongdong no longer a threat. Sung-hoon knew the dungeon's difficulty was rather complex than the level restriction. The dungeon's defense line was dismantled. Even then, other countries could not handle the dungeon bosses of that level. He guessed there were not too many awakened people with good utility skills. Jinsu says the reporter just said they were the world's first to clear any dungeon, and Yoyoung says it means that their team will get famous. HD Group's Alpha team, which has completed the task of clearing the dungeon, is resting now. They also discuss Sung-hoon's performance as he cleared the dungeon by himself. One of them says they would not be here right now if it were just them. Then, Director Jisuk arrives and asks if they are all resting comfortably. They welcome the director and thank Sung-hoon as they are already fully recovered. When Jisuk hears this, he assumes Sung-hoon also has another skill. Then he says he has read Sung-hoon's report and asks everyone if they have also read it. Yoyoung says they have read it already, so Jisuk says he wants to talk to Sung-hoon privately, and then both of them come to the meeting room. The maid serves the iced Americano to Sung-hoon on his request. After they drink their drinks, Jisuk says he will be direct and asks him to tell him how many abilities he possesses. Sung-hoon says he will be straight to the point. It would be quite a lot if he counted them all, as he knew magic could accomplish many things, distort space, disrupt time, and destroy a life. With such immoral motivation, one can seem like being close to a god for his peers. However, a god without knowledge is a shallow, incomplete being, as the sorcerers are only the god of their understanding. He says he cannot give a perfect answer to his question because he is still developing even now. However, if he were to be compared to the other awakened ones, he is a Decat ability user. After learning this, Jisuk says he is taking 10 classes at once and is still improving. Sung-hoon says that is how it is. Then Jisuk says he will be candid with him and tells him that Sung-hoon's abilities hold infinite possibilities. He is the world's first and only one. Sung-hoon says that could be the case. Anyone with the reincarnation spell like him would be the same. But even without casting such magic, he heard some people are born with the memories of their previous life. And unlike him, who was a great sorcerer king, they would probably be a commoner. Jisuk says they have spent considerable time discussing his case because they have never dealt with anyone like him. He asked if he would like to improve his current contract, but it would be a 10-year one. Sung-hoon thinks about improving his contract. He knows there would not have been an ability user like him, as even the Okasha system said it is watching him. At this point, it should already be known that he knows his previous life. Jisuk says their offer is 100 billion won. The right to purchase any of the company's equipment at production cost without priority over anyone else, and a 10-0 split. Sung-hoon says the company will gain no profit from this and asks how he could bring such an offer. Jisuk says they will employ the strongest awakened one in the world, whose existence alone brings profit to their company. He also says there has never been a contract like this before, as his current contract is already one of the best offers in the world. Sung-hoon understands that they will use his employment as a marketing strategy to increase the company's stock market value and gain zero profit. This means they expect much of him in the future, enough to bet everything on. He thinks 10 years seems too long, so he thinks about 5 years. He says if the company is ready for a 5-year contract, and if the contract is made for 5 years, he will accept the offer. Jisuk thinks they have little choice, so he says they take it, and then shake hands upon agreeing. Later, a TV reporter said they would now be interviewing Kim Doojin from the Alpha Team, the first team in the world to clear a dungeon. The reporter asks Doojin about the monsters they faced in the dungeon. He says it was a giant golden monkey with an extremely tough hide that cannot be called a low-level monster. Sung-hoon, when he sees his interview, says it looks like Doojin is doing a good job in the interview, so there is no need for him to reveal what he is capable of just yet. He then returns to his home while thinking that even though he is strong right now, he needs to be at least tier 5 to relax without a worry. He comes to see his mom. She punches him, and she looks so furious as he dares to go out again without telling her. When he says what will happen if he goes out without telling her, she says she is not letting him out. Later, a discussion started on television. The anchor says that from a dungeon with a level 50 restriction, they are finally revealing the boss monster's carcass. Its size is comparable to an ogre, and the anchor also says HD Group's Alpha Team has done it. Meanwhile, news also comes about the hunters at the Hongdae portal, who are finally out of the portals, but there is a state of emergency, as there are casualties. It is announced that this is an emergency. The portal has not been closed, and the monsters reappear from the portal again with the annihilation of the hunters. A panel of analysts is sitting on the television, discussing the current situation. One of them asks if they have all seen the footage. He says they will then commence this special debate session regarding the portal situation the world is facing. Another one says the biggest problem is the level restriction, so they must defeat the boss monster inside the dungeon. Still, the level restriction prevents them from sending in the proper personnel. When one of the analysts asks if any team has cleared a dungeon without any casualties, the other one says that it is true. It was the HD Group's Alpha Team, but he hears that they are all equipped with scarce abilities. The other one says they already know large corporations are already utilizing to create a regular team with such individuals. Still, it was just this Alpha Team that managed to clear the dungeon without any casualties. Even the SH Group's teams, regarded as the nation's best, could not clear the dungeon without a casualty, and many have even failed and let the monsters reappear from the portals. When one of them says if it is the teamwork or these are the abilities of the Alpha Team that they have become successful, the other says he would say it was a combination of both. He further says they should be careful that dungeons are only up to tier 2 as of now, while a tier 2 dungeon level restriction is 75 or more. When one asked what would happen if the same thing happened for type 3 or 4 dungeons, the other said it would be hazardous. Starting from tier 4, the monsters they classify as rank 4 will most likely appear from those dungeons, and if multiple monsters appear at once instead of one at a time, they will experience a disaster firsthand. On the other side, Sung-hoon arrives to see Director Jisuk, and says there is one thing he would like to ask. He wants to ask if any research has been done on the Okasha system. Jisuk says there is none. Due to the Okasha system, they can employ skills and mana in various parts of their technology. They already permitted the research in that area. However, for some reason, even after all the research efforts, they have uncovered nothing at all. He further says there is no way they would know, just like they do not understand how the world was created. He then asks Sung-hoon if there is anything that is bothering him. Sung-hoon does not say anything to him but ponders to himself that at first, science filled him with surprises, with the things he did not know, but without any knowledge of magic. There was no notable research on space and time or spiritual beings. But it is impressive how civilization has advanced this far without using magic. Meanwhile, his stat has permanently increased by 1.01. He decides that he must hurry, as the message that Okasha's system has sent last time is also a problem. And if the world is changing, at least tier 5 is a must, so starting then, he will be able to ensure his safety and the safety of Mom. He knows the dungeon is the rift in space, and if more were to appear, the end of the world is inevitable. This planet is already stepping onto the doorstep of annihilation. He guesses he is in luck, as the materials which would have taken him a few months together in his previous life only take 1 day here. He thinks he can shorten the time it takes to recover his strength even more. Then he says he will do it, even if he has to strain himself a little. It was estimated that it would take about 20 years for him to make a full recovery. He inhales and says he must do it within 5 years at least. Meanwhile, another group has gone on a hunting mission in the snowy area. The monster attacks them. Their leader asks it to stop attacking, otherwise they will get it killed. He asks the monster to look at him, but the beast jumps over. A yellow-haired guy is amazed to look at it. The leader takes a long breath as he seems to have lost his hopes. Then the yellow-haired boy comes forward to save him, says he thought he was going to die, and says it is his turn now to attack the monster. He shoots the beast with his gun while the yellow-haired guy uses his weapon to attack it, but they are shocked to see an absurd defense from it. The leader says he does not want to use his sword. The yellow-haired boy asks him to do something quick. The leader asks him to get his healing ready. Then he cuts his hand with the sword. The blood flows out of his hand, which he throws towards the monster and says the curse of resentment befalls it. This does some work on it. He then orders a boost shot, and then again, he uses his gun to shoot it. The monster becomes injured when the yellow-haired guy uses his sword to attack. He then asks if everyone is okay and is informed that nobody is seriously hurt. The yellow-haired guy says he is not okay because he is freezing to death. Meanwhile, the monster has fallen to the ground. He thinks they should take this apart, and if they burn the fat, they can probably stay warm. So he orders that 2 people cut it apart and only grab the fat. Meanwhile, he will look for shelter. It is essential to heat up first. Soon they find a tent, so they all come inside and they burn the fat, and feel so warm now as they are sitting together. Yellow-haired guy asks if they can get back safely. The leader says he should not have agreed on coming here. When that guy asks what they need to do now, the leader says he has no idea about it. He also says the monster they have just killed was not even a boss. They are in this pathetic state after killing 1 minion. He then asks about the mana they have left. The yellow-haired guy says he has about half of it, while another says he has about 70%, and the other says he has about half too. They are finished now. He also asks the leader if he thinks they can get out of there, as his spirit familiar just told him that they need to find the core of a monster they killed. So the leader orders them to gather the loot they picked up. Soon, the system informs them that they have found a heartstone, so if they want to return it or not, everyone gets the system message, so they quickly decide to go back. On the other side, Sung-hoon is examining his mana cube. He believes he is a magical blacksmith from the abyss, so he can make whatever he wants. Soon, he sees it is activated as he completes crafting the pendant. He says the current technology is the best, and it just keeps improving. Since he has almost unlimited resources, he can push to make this item, even though he is only tier 3. Now he wonders how Okasha would rate this. The system then says Sung-hoon's mana cube pendant is rare, and its abilities show that it can create a shield when the wearer is in danger. It can also create an illusion when the wearer is in danger. Moreover, it can create a barrier when the wearer is in danger. The system says a unique magical item is crafted by the sorcerer Sung-hoon, as it was processed from the magic cores. This item generates its necessary mana to activate the abilities by itself. Furthermore, a special magic item created from knowledge is not allowed in this world. When Sung-hoon sees this all, he says it is not a bad appraisal. It even records the recipe, and no complaints here. Then he comes outside and says it has been a while since he saw sunlight. He comes to his mom, who is eating fruit, and says he has brought a gift for her, so she must try wearing it. She becomes delighted to see such a beautiful pendant and asks where he gets it. He tells her he made it by himself with his own ability. His mom says now that she look more carefully. She has never seen a jewel like this before. As she is lost in her thoughts, he asks her if she is alright, and says the world is pretty dangerous these days, so he made it for her just in case, so she should always wear it. She becomes emotional again. He asks her not to cry because of that. She says she has not done much for him, and he says she has been crying a lot these days about little things. Then the doorbell rings. He asked her if she had ordered a shipment, and she said she had not ordered anything. Then he thinks about who it could be, and at least he is out of that awkward situation. When he opens the door, he sees Jisuk there. Mom serves him tea, and he thanks her and asks her to stay as long as she wants. After she is gone, he says she has gotten healthier. Sung-hoon says it is all thanks to the Mandragora. He is still thankful, although she seems to be getting younger mentally, too. Jisuk says he is very welcome. But this was the deal they both wanted after all. Sung-hoon says, from a son's perspective, that he is still very thankful and asks if something happened, as it has been a week since he went inside the dungeon. Jisuk gives him a file and asks him to look at it. When he sees it, he says it is a request to close the tier 1 dungeons. Jisuk says that is right, as they believe he has yet to reach level 50. Sung-hoon says he became level 35 after the last dungeon, but Jisuk says he is supposed to be much stronger than others. Sung-hoon says that means the government requests that he deal with those dungeons. Jisuk says it is true as he can read the details on the document. He also says the danger that even tier 1 dungeons impose is not something anyone can handle. Without Sung-hoon, even the Alpha team would have been wiped out, and everyone in the Alpha team would have been killed in the dungeon. He further says they may have tried many things to close the dungeons. He then asks him to look at the first page and tells him that many other companies and even the military have tried their best. Thus, they have quite a bit of information. When Sung-hoon sees the hearthstone on the first page, he asks him about it. Jisuk tells him it is an item that lets the user exit the dungeon without clearing it. When Sung-hoon asks how it was found, Jisuk says it can be found within the dungeon, but it is tough to locate without a user with sensor type ability. After learning this, Sung-hoon says it is an item in the dungeon. And of course, the Okasha system seems benevolent to humanity, so it would not just let people die. Jisuk says the existence of hearthstones was reported 3 days ago. Afterwards, a sensor type ability user is always included in a dungeon party, and the information circulates quickly this time. Because of this dungeon situation, a world summit has even been called for an emergency meeting. All the presidents of the respective countries will be called for the meeting, although it will just be a conference like any other. If the dungeons are left open, the damage will be significant. The ones in the middle of major cities are problematic, and not only would the economy of these areas be in shambles, but it would impact the nation's economy as a whole. Sung-hoon says that the frustrated government is looking for their team. Jisuk says he is right, as the only team cleared the dungeon without any casualties. Sung-hoon says the HD group would want him to take this request. Jisuk says that is correct, so Sung-hoon says fine, as it is an opportunity after all. He plans to state his terms and form his party, so he says he will get 500 billion won worth of magic cores from the government, and then he will clear 5 dungeons. Later on, when the meeting ends, Jisuk goes back. While returning, he thinks about crafting ability. As Sung-hoon said, it is also a rare skill. When Sung-hoon tells him that, as he probably already knows, he can use various skills, crafting is one of them. That is, to embed mana into an object or enhance it to increase the skills or stats of the user. They are rarer than combat-oriented awakened ones, and without their existence, humanity would have had difficulties incorporating the system's strength with science itself. Thus, it is only natural that their value is extremely high, although they are not as valued as top-class combat-oriented awakened ones. Then he calls the president, who asks him if he can strike a deal. Jisuk tells him that Sung-hoon requested an additional condition and wants 500 billion won worth of magic cores. He also says that they have assumed he has a crafting ability. However, he needs magic cores to craft his items. The president asks him if he can find out how the government would respond, and Jisuk says they have no choice but to follow him because he is the only one who can resolve the issue with the Tier 1 dungeons. And if they can subjugate those dungeons with 500 billion won, he would say it is a cheap deal. And if there were no benefit to them, those damned politicians would even resort to selling the country. However, this one will go as he has said, since level restriction is the biggest problem, and not only that, but public opinion is also exacerbating as time goes on. If they can use 500 billion won to eliminate those dungeons, even those politicians would raise both of their hands and welcome it. The president says that if that is the case, they need to follow him and maximize their profit from it as much as possible. He also asks him to continue his good work with that awakened one and tells him they will deal with the politicians and the government. Jisuk thanked him very much for understanding his point of view, while the president appreciated his good work. The call ended after the president asked General Manager Kim to contact Representative Park and invite him to dinner soon. Jisuk says it is a good thing that things are going fast, but it is also tiring. Conversely, Sung-hoon tells his mom he will go out for a bit. She says she wants to go out as well. He asks her where she wants to go. She says she will see Misuk as she cannot just tell her to come to their place repeatedly. He asks her if she has called the car to pick her up, and when she says that she can ride the bus, he tells her that this is all part of the contract, so she should call the driver and have him pick her up. Otherwise, he gets paid without doing anything. Upon knowing this, she becomes happy. He sees she is considering riding the bus, so he calls the car for himself. Then he calls the manager, Kim, and asks him to send them a car as his mom needs to go outside. When he decides to go on his bike, he also starts his journey. Last night, he decided he needed his group, so he texted everyone to see if they could meet sometime tomorrow. He also said they had not contacted each other since the last hunt, and told them that he had some things he wanted to discuss as well. Everyone replied to his text. Jinsu says he also wants to meet everyone. Doojin informs everyone about his health, and Yueyoung asks where they will meet. So, he asks them to arrive at the nearby cafe, and when he reaches the cafe, he sees that they have all arrived. However, he is late, so he apologizes for being late. Yueyoung says he is not late. Everyone was there 10 minutes earlier, and they had not even ordered food yet. He says it's good, but it's still a bit embarrassing. Dujin thinks they should start gossiping after they order something, so they place their order. Then, Sung-hoon says he wanted to see everyone today because he wants to make an effort to everyone here. They are curious to know about the offer. Jinsu said he knew that he would not call them there to have fun, and he knew that a guy who would never go out for a meal after work would suddenly call them. Sung-hoon apologizes for that. Then he shows them his item and says, "This is an item I crafted." When they see his crafted item, they are shocked to discover that he has made it. Yoyoung says it has impressive stats too, which is not too different from the items they got from the reward box. Dujin asks him if his offer is related to the item that he has crafted. He says he will help them gain new skills and even offer powerful items. However, it will come at a cost. Jinsu also says the item is fantastic, but learning a new skill would be even more impressive. Sung-hoon thinks he will implement a failsafe, and he has a skill that creates a contract between two people. However, a person who deviates from this contract would lose their life, and they will include a contract with each of them first. Yoyoung thinks about what she should do now. She then texts someone and asks for help again, as this one is for real. Mom will open a saved ice store. She knows it's the trend, but she's not lying, as she has already looked into it. She says she was in a good mood, but Mom has ruined it. Sung-hoon asks her to think this through carefully and that once she has made a decision, she should contact him. She agrees and says she will do it. Then she goes back and says she needs to tell her mom to stop being dumb. That business. The system informs him that he has acquired the Eternal Enhancement skill and that an aura point has been created. Eternal Enhancement is a passive and toggle active level 1 skill that allows the user to manipulate otherworldly energy and aura, with knowledge forbidden in this world and energy derived from the life force itself. It can empower, with its effects showing both permanent and temporary enhancements. He says it has a very short explanation. It has no idea what aura can do. Aura can be considered a reflection of one's spiritual life force itself. Thus, creating this power within the body can impact physical growth and prowess. Multiple advanced level training techniques allow him to generate this power. He trained one of those. It was called Dragon's Heart in his previous life. By creating a mana foundation in his heart, he circulated his life force with his mana to create an aura. At the same time, during the process of creating an aura, his body underwent a considerable refinement. He knows there is a reason to learn this eternal enhancement. Sorcerers develop a ring of mana around their hearts, the sorcerer's source of mana and strength. The problem is that the mana density increases for each increase in their tier. Therefore, his heart is shattered when one goes from tier 8 to 9. He has done significant research to prevent this issue, and he had to augment his body through Mage, evolve it by becoming an aura master, or become a spiritual being by abandoning his physical body. However, he wanted to accomplish a specific task before becoming a spiritual being. He trained using Eternal Enhancement in his previous life to achieve tier 10 and condition his body sufficiently to withstand the increased mana. He has researched extensively on becoming an aura master and later became one after learning to use his aura proficiently. Thus, he is doing it again. He thinks he didn't need to know this from the beginning of his new life, but there is still much to learn. Then he began planning the future strategy. In the 21st century, a democratic society maintains fundamental human rights, a plan to become a tier 10, and obstacles that follow. He says there would be many obstacles, such as nations, governments, businesses, and other awakened people. However, the biggest concern is how he can secure his profit. At least, he thinks this world is better than the last. In the end, the best way to protect himself is to create a group of people under his leadership. That is why he decided to act on the Alpha team. But that is not enough since he cannot use the HD group as a shield forever. Ultimately, he would have to establish a business independently and gather trustworthy, awakened people. This is quite a hassle. That is why in his previous life, he created an army of soulless humanoids. Anyway, there is something what he needs to do. These are securing a facility for electricity generation, finding the employees, finding a manager for the group, crafting artifacts, and an automated production system, a location for selling the artifacts. He says there is much to do, but wants to stack his mana leisurely. However, he cannot keep doing that, as gathering the members for the group is something for later, so he decides to leave that for now. What he needs to do now is to strengthen his body first. He first chose to secure an electric generation facility, but he needed more mana and people. He also thinks about the land. Then, he receives a call from the director, Jisuk, who says he called to let him know about something. Sung-hoon says he sounded hurried and asks him what happened. The director informs him that his request for 500 billion won worth of magic cores has passed approval. Sung-hoon says it's good news. He thanks him for calling, and then says it's time to start moving again. A few days later, the TV reporter reported they were at the front of the Capitol building, and many high-level hunters were alerted and securing the perimeter. A spokesman said the HD group would be handling the dungeon situation. He reports that the hunter has just arrived, so they will attempt an interview. The hunter, Sung-hoon, arrives with his people and says he did it. The other hunter asks him what he just said. Sung-hoon says it's nothing as he's talking to himself. The reporter says he would like to ask the hunter one question: if it is possible to clear the dungeons, and if there is any reason he is going into a dangerous dungeon alone. But the hunter does not reply to his questions. Before going inside, the hunter, Sung-hoon, asks manager Kim to take care of his place. Kim asks him to leave it for him, and then Sung-hoon jumps inside the dungeon. The system asks if this is a dungeon for levels 50 or below, so he says he will go if he wants to enter. As he enters, he feels his skin and nose are irritated. He understands it is a poison, and now he knows why the first group never came back, because this place is just full of poison gas. A poisonous area is precisely what it sounds like. Poisonous and venomous creatures populate it. Sometimes, even the plants are toxic. From insectoids to reptiles and sometimes even mammals, many have dangerous poisons or venom. The poison also lingers in the air, so that is probably why his skin and nose are irritated. And he believes anyone would die from a place like this without the preparation. He thinks that it was a good idea to come in alone. Anyone else who would have come in would have just been baggage, but he is different. As he is wearing the ring, which he used 500 million won worth of magic cores on, he has a straightforward functionality: a dimension summon. 2 artifacts reside in this room: the multi-environment survival adaptation ring arc ring. Meanwhile, the system indicated that the artifact of player Sung-hoon had been activated and was commencing status cleansing, detoxification, physical recovery, and protection magic. He knows this angel's halo is not an ordinary artifact. It is a scarce item that is only equipped by sorcerers of the highest level. He says it was a good idea to craft these items in advance to prepare for an extreme environment like this. The second artifact is a 6-legged spider robot. It is a type of golem created through magic, but from today's perspective, it is essentially a robot. Modern society is not developed enough to create advanced artificial intelligence, so unlike what many would assume, robots do not use electricity but mana as fuel. He then says it's okay, so he should get moving, and begins scanning for signs of life in the vicinity, excluding intelligent life forms. He orders the robot to kill everyone, and the robot says it is commencing the master's order. A sorcerer should always be prepared, without exception, with enough money, knowledge, and time, even if this level of preparation is possible. Then orders the Minister of Mana to amplify mana and embers converge as one ever-spreading flame. Soon, he sees a fire burning everywhere. He says it burns pretty well, which he calls efficiency. Moreover, he assumes that if he burns everything, the monsters will die too. The system informs him that his level has increased by 1. He says that burning monsters does still net him experience, only fighting in an advantageous position. And this is what sorcery is all about, similar to the art of war of the 36 stratagems. Anyway, he asks the robot to keep burning things. It commences the orders. He receives the warning as the robot informs his master that it has detected 12 life forms approaching at high velocity, ETA 1 minute 12 seconds. Finally, some monsters worth killing are appearing here. He orders the robot to engage in defense mode, so the boat activates its defense mode. Soon, he sees a giant caterpillar. Upon focusing, he sees it is a centipede that looks quite strong, about 10 meters long, and is astonished that something like this can appear in a low-level dungeon. He says Centipede did a nice try, but that is not enough, as it cannot break the mana shield if its attack is not strong enough to deplete the golem's mana. Then the robot informs that the enemy attack is confirmed. So, he responds with a spider web. So he orders to cut it to ribbons, and suddenly, many centipedes appear there. He says these guys are even weaker than they look, and also, they should not give a sorcerer his distance. He casts the mana chain and lightning skills and asks them to combine into one. The skill Chain Lightning is created, so he uses this skill. The system informs him that his mana has increased by 1. He says it is good, as they only had fire resistance and nothing else, and he has even leveled up 3 times for that. He also says it means they were supposed to be strong but were weak. He must have also burned all their mana stones. That's the second time he destroyed them. He should be more careful. Then he thinks that he should now find the dungeon boss, so he detects a large mana signature. Soon, he can see it approaching with high velocity, and something as big as that would not be a good match for the golem, so he dismisses it. As the boss comes closer, he teleports. It is much stronger than the ape. This dungeon could be the most challenging low-level dungeon in the nation. And that boss is not only physically strong, but his physique, power, magic, and spells are something else. He cannot be sure, but it is clearly stronger than that. When the boss attacks him, he says that he won't work on him. Then he activates his flight skill, allowing him to start flying in the sky. He thinks that this thing can just create more problems, so he plans to level up beyond the level restriction after killing this boss. He also does not know what the Akasha system wants, but he knows that if low-level dungeons are this difficult, it is hard to suppose that the other people can clear this. The boss monster tries to attack him upward, but he uses the wind barrier skill to protect himself. He says this is an interesting skill. He attacks the monster and says it surprised him as it not only has ranged attacks, but it can even fly, and despite its size, it is speedy. He again uses the teleport skill and observes the boss monster from all sides. Then he analyzes that he will fight it on its head. So he uses a magic resistance curse skill to attack its head and sees that it is good, as the debuff works. As the monster is still struggling to attack back, he says it is useless, but suddenly, he is surprised to see that it predicted the location of his teleport. As he lets his guard down, he says he should have needed to shield himself, but it is too late as the monster attacks him. He endures it, but his armor is destroyed, and he sustains an injury. That was dangerous, and if it weren't for his defense, it could have been bad. He becomes furious and says that it will pay 1,000-fold. Then he uses his skill to burn the boss monster, and soon a fire breaks out, consuming the boss monster. After that, he uses his healing skill to heal his wounds, his time acceleration skill, physical enhancement, limit removal, and lightning of destruction skills, and says he will end it now. Then he attacks the head of the boss monster and kills it soon. He says that it looks like he has changed a lot, as in his previous life. He would not have been this impulsive after being provoked, and it seems like his temperament is a bit heated in this life. He says that this is not a bad thing, he is still himself. The he from his previous life is him, and current him is also him after all. The system informs him that he gained the achievement first one to clear a dungeon solo, and all stats have increased by 5, and inventory slots are 2, and he has acquired steel reward box for clearing the dungeon. He says the rewards are pretty lovely. Anyway, it could take a while to dismantle all these carcasses. This is very awful. Outside the dungeon, the reporter says it has been 4 hours since he entered it. Still, from the dungeon, neither monsters nor Hunter Sung-hoon emerged. Around the portal, high-level hunters and the military prepare for combat in case of the worst. Dujin and his fellows also watch the news. He says Sung-hoon is a special case. Still, he thinks he will be okay. Yoyoung says he will be fine. It is Sung-hoon Appa they are talking about. Although she is a bit worried, it is fine. Suddenly, they see in the news that he is out and fine. He looks completely unharmed. Jinsu says Sung-hoon Hyung is fantastic as always. Dujin says he will call him. Young says since the director should be near the portal, and if they call him now, Jinsu stops him and says he is pretty sure both Sung-hoon Hyun and the director are busy with the journalists, so they should think that he is fine, so it is okay. It is a significant achievement that he has cleared the dungeon alone. Dujin says he will no longer help their team if this continues, and to be honest, he is in a completely different league compared to any of them. If they want to stay with him, they have to get stronger, and for that, they need something different. On the other side, the media reports that he is out hunting. Sung-hoon is coming out of the portal, and this is incredible. The portal is closing. This is the first solo dungeon cleared in the world. Sung-hoon asks them to wait as he will go blind with all these flashes. Jisuk rushes towards him and congratulates him on his success. Sung-hoon says if he had been told he would succeed, it would have been easier to do this solo, as he would have been worried about his team getting hurt. Still, it is impressive. Jisuk asks him about the kind of monsters in the dungeon, and Sung-hoon says he will explain later, as he would like to take a break for now. Jisuk says that since this is a historical moment, he would like to answer a few questions. He thinks for a while, as he knows fame does help him. He agrees, says he will do it, and then comes for an interview. Jisuk then tells media that Hunter Sung-hoon is exhausted from fighting right now, thus they will only accepting one question per group, and if they create too much conflict over what questions to ask, they will forcibly remove them from the interview, so they should peacefully ask questions, then he allows them to ask the questions. The reporter says, first of all, he would like to thank him for closing the dungeon as one of the citizens of this nation. Now, he wants to ask if he has found any survivors in the dungeons. Sung-hoon says that, unfortunately, he found no survivors and discovered their mementos. Jisuk says they will deliver those to the families of the deceased. The next question concerns the kind of dungeon. He says the forest and the land were full of poison. He did suffocate briefly when they entered the dungeon, and if the previous team had not had any way to deal with the poison, they would have been killed shortly after their entrance. When a reporter asks how they managed to survive, Jisuk stops him. He asks without waiting for his turn, so he asks the next reporter to ask the question. Sung-hoon says he would like to comment on this. From his experience, the most formidable obstacle in the dungeon is not killing monsters, but the environment. He also says that the dungeon he has just entered was full of poison. Still, the possibility of other extreme environments exists just as well. These may be extreme mountain ranges, lands of molten lava, or even completely aquatic dungeons without any land. Without information on the dungeon, the team must be prepared for every possibility to maximize their survival. He also recommends going in with at least an astronaut suit if anyone does not want to die. Then he said he would like to end the interview now, but he requested to answer one more question. Jisuk says this will conclude the press conference. Afterward, when he is ready to go home, Jisuk comes near his car and thanks him for staying so long. He also says that it was a fantastic press conference. When Sung-hoon says he is just flattering him, as this is just a formality, he further explains that he is doing the minimum. However, he was serious about the last part. Then, he asked Jisuk to take care of the rest as he was exhausted, so he would like to rest. Jisuk says that surely he should rest to his heart's content, and they will take care of the rest here. So, as he looks back, Sung-hoon says that it was tiring, but he did get a lot in return, so this is fine. On the other hand, officials of the other group watched his interview. According to the Prism research facility, it would be possible if the awakened one is a Hexa ability user. A white-haired old man says it is ridiculous for a Hexa ability user to have something that even Americans only have 2 of, while the third one says there is no rule saying there cannot be one in Korea. He may be a Hepta ability user, but he says they need to find a way to reel him in. He says that, based on what they know, he must have developed environmental adaptation skills, as evidenced by his survival in a poisonous field, including air purification, immunity to poison, detoxification skills, and sufficient combat skills to return alive on his own. He also says that, considering all of the above, they could conclude that he is at least a Hexa ability user, so a rookie with monster potential has appeared in Korea. The other member says that it is not the only issue, as he will soon become eligible for dungeons. His level will increase, and he won't be able to enter the Tier 1 dungeons. The old man asks about preparation for his immigration status. He is being informed that it is on standby and asked if they should proceed. The old man allows to proceed and tells he will put some pressure on Korea using the foreign channels he has contact with, and also asks about the most urgent location. He is told that New York is the best location. The old man says the code name will be First, so to acquire First, he must do whatever he must and request his dispatch to New York to the company to which he belongs. The other 2 persons agree with the old man's instructions, who seems to be their boss. On the other hand, Sung-hoon says he gets the idea that Tier 1 dungeons are eligible for people under level 50. It does not matter how many people enter as long as they are below level 50. And there are various environmental hazards with boss monsters with some special abilities. This is the conclusion he has drawn from the report. It is not too much, but with this information, it is possible to clear the Tier 1 dungeon, even with a little casualty. He believes that human wisdom and knowledge always find a way in the end, but the problem is time. Even in this world, time is the most valuable resource. It takes a sizable amount of time to clear the monsters that spawn from the portals in the large urban areas, and many military forces must stay nearby. Considering the significant economic loss in that area, it is no wonder things like this are brought to his attention. He reads in a book that in Brooklyn Bridge Park of New York, the awakened people have entered that dungeon a total of 3 times, but all failures, and the awakened people's death count is currently 81. According to the information, it is a frigid environment, and monsters are adapted to the climate. The temperature is -80 Celsius, and monsters spawn from the portals every hour while the teams are still being dispatched. This might be more dangerous than the poison gun dungeon. This is quite a hardship. In particular, the monsters that spawn every hour are a problem. He should probably go as a human, but it is too far. On this perilous day, he must prioritize the safety of his household above all else. His mom's safety comes first, and he needs to train more. Meanwhile, his mom asks him to go and eat. He says he is coming. He knows that mealtime with mom is the most important time of the day, perhaps because he didn't have a family in his previous life. Those of a prior life and a current life are different in personality and mentality. But since he maintains the memories of both lives, their differing opinions often clash. He of the previous life exuded external threat and power, so he believed this current him would have been overwhelmed by his last life's personality. But that is not entirely proven to be true, seeing how he recklessly attacked the centipede just because he was angered. Mom asks him if it was not too dangerous, something about poison or something. He says it's fine, as he awakened with a powerful ability. She says if he says so, but she still cannot help but worry. She then says that Young was talking the other day about this one young lady. He coughs at once. She gives him water to drink and asks if he is okay. He tells Mom that he will take care of that himself, so she does not need to worry about it. He says he will date first before he'd marry. But Mom says it's impossible that he's dating, as he hasn't had a girlfriend for the last 8 years. She also says that some people call people her age an old man, so she is worried about what kind of a young lady would look in the direction of an old man. He says he is still young, as she knows, and he would be dating someone his age. His mom says that most girls already have boyfriends at his age, and he is also aware of that. He says it is untrue. Most would have boyfriends, but plenty do not. Then, suddenly, the doorbell rings, and she asks if anyone is supposed to visit the house. Sung-hoon remembers he did tell his team to come. After careful consideration, this timing is somewhat unfavorable. Mom opens the door, and Young is there, asking if Sung-hoon Appa lives here. Mom allows her to let it in. Later, she enters his room and says it is plain. He does not enjoy decorating. Then he says he did not think she would come this fast, as she is the first one, and asks her to sit on the bed. She's amazed that she's the first to approach him, so she asks him to talk to her casually, but he says he doesn't think it's a good idea. But she asks him why and says friendliness is essential in a partnership. He says that is true, so that they will start casually, and she quickly agrees. She thinks Appa is just slow, finally a success after months, and admits Appa is an old man. Considering the age difference, he says that maybe he is an old man after all. She says he is weird too and tells some people that they like to be called a dandy old man. She sees he is a pervert, but he says he does not think liking someone calling him an old man makes him a pervert, and says it is just an example. She laughs and says Appa is weird too, super different from what she imagined. When he asks her if she has decided to work with him, she agrees and says that is why she has come. So, she takes the oath magic, which is a form of curse magic that creates conditions the contractor cannot break, and evoking dark magic. The contractors will lose their lives upon breaching this magical contract, so they would not break the oath. He says he will ask again if she has already reviewed the contract's content and is still willing to proceed, and she agrees. He observes that she has quite a bit of willpower. Then he asks her to give him her hand, as he needs some blood. When he pricks her finger, she says it hurts, and blood drops from her finger. He asks her to read the bottom section of the contract out loud, as it is only effective if the contractor reads it voluntarily. She says this feels like it will summon an angry black dragon or something. Then she reads it and says she will go out of her way and with her soul on the line to agree to this contract, and no outsider shall invade the terms of this contract, as her soul protects it. After that, he says it is good, and the contract is sealed. Meanwhile, he receives a notification that the system is monitoring him, and the contractor has been added. He created a contract with the player Yueon. The system now stands as it continues with this contract. Okasha was watching, as he thought, but it does not intend to do anything about it. She also saw the notification and said a weird message had popped up for her. He asked her not to worry about it, while he thought it meant the contract was successful. Now, he asks her if they should shop for clothes, and she agrees. While going, she thinks Appa wants to go on a date or something, but how unfortunate. He says they don't have the time for such things. She also says Appa is so nice, using a casual tone all of a sudden. He says they bought many clothes for this contract, and he thinks she is weird since she hasn't changed. She says she is just the same as always. Then he asks her about her stamina. She says that these days, a healer needs at least that much. Otherwise, people will be talking about her behind her back. She told him she had just put 45 points in it and raised it by 5 through training. She asks how long they have to run more. He says this is just preparation, that they will run until they are exhausted, and then he will teach her a skill. She becomes excited to hear this and continues running. After running a lot, they sit still when tired. He gives her water and asks her to sip it slowly, as if she might choke on it. There is no cure. He says they will take a short break and go straight into learning the skill, and he tells her he will teach her a skill called Eternal Enhancement. It activates when people use mana to activate a skill, but when the mana is applied to the body, It turns into an energy called life force. Life force is often referred to as aura, and this energy can enhance her physical well-being. How much stronger it gets depends on the training. Her defense can be sturdier than a tank's, and her attack can become stronger than a dealer's. Since she is a healer, she can hunt monsters slowly upon learning eternal enhancement. And after fighting, she can heal herself, something like a self-healing damage dealer. He knows she still would not be suited for a tank, though, so he says just having high defense does not mean she is a tank. She needs a psychological skill too, and depending on the situation, she could act as a supporting tank. He then puts his hand on her head. She asks what he is trying to do. He says he is using a knowledge transfer skill. After he completes it, he says he got it, then asks her to calm down, as this is just one of his skills, and it transfers his knowledge into someone else's head. She says this could be handy for the college entrance exam, but he says it is useless, as the knowledge is somewhat volatile. So, she has to keep using it. Just like if she does not study something, she will forget it eventually. Then he asks her to start now, as she already knows what to do, and she agrees. He knows her talent to learn aura, and how well she can utilize aura to become stronger are two different things. He wonders how she is. Yoyoung's status window shows her that she has acquired the skill of eternal enhancement, and a new status window will also open. A new status, aura points, has been created as well. She becomes happy that it worked. Sung-hoon says of course it worked well, and asks her to check the system window. She says it seems she is a multi-ability user now. He says that is right, but she has to constantly train to see the effects, as it is more effective if she trains here in this room. So she should train hard when she get the chance. She asked if she could train in this room only. He says that is true. She says now that she thinks about what Appa has to do with the house's basement, as she saw more rooms when she came here. He asked her to focus on training, as her aura stat had to exceed 100 actually to do something, and what she had just learned were the basics, and it was the same concept as increasing her mana through training. He also advises her to learn the techniques and martial arts that use her aura herself. She says she will do her best. He asks her to hurry and become stronger so that she can become his ally, while teaching her that the others have also contacted him. Every Alpha team member has formed a contract with him. He also taught them eternal enhancement. The conditions of the conflict were not anything special. These include not disclosing the knowledge he has taught them to outsiders, becoming his ally and maintaining a friendly relationship with him, and, most importantly, never betraying him. He will teach them the Dragon's Heart, a subtype of the eternal enhancement, and the martial arts most suited for it. The system informs him that he has used the skill Dragon's Heart eternal enhancement without the help of the system, and his proficiency has been dramatically increased. The skill Dragon's Heart has undergone an eternal enhancement, raising its level by 1. He says the Okasha system is high speed, as it figures it out without even a second delay. It irritates him because it feels like he is being watched. It isn't enjoyable, but he cannot help it. He must be tier 7 or above to trick the system's watchful eye. After training hard, his status window informs him that his level has changed to 43. It also reveals his status, bestowing upon him the title of one who knows the foreign world. Meanwhile, as he is training, his phone rings. He feels this new ringtone sounds stupid. When he sees the phone, it is a call from the director, so he picks it up. The director asks him about his health and inquires if he rested well. He says it was alright and asks him what he needs from him now, and asks if there is a next dungeon set. Then, Jisuk tells him the next dungeon is in the Gangnam office area. There were no survivors from the first team, and they have not sent in any since. Sung-hoon thinks there is none, so it is best to travel to America after this dungeon. When Director Jisuk asks him if he has decided to accept their inquiry, he says accepting the job is not too troublesome. Rather, the problem lies elsewhere. He says he will be traveling to America alone to fix their problem. But he does not have to go unless the reward is to his satisfaction, and he will accept it for 1 billion won worth of magic cores. After the call ends, Sung-hoon says they are one of the world's leading powers, so they should be able to give him at least that much. He has gotten greedy lately. The ridiculous prices are used to force them to reject them, but he wants them to accept them. He then uses his aura sensor skill and sees that everyone has trained hard, as Sangjin receives 21 app, Jinsuk receives 22 app, Jinsu receives 24 app, and Dujin receives 25 app. Dujin says he has taught them something incredible. Especially for him, it fits perfectly and is fantastic. Yoyoung has gotten 29 app, and when Sung-hoon sees their points, he says everyone's aura points now exceed 20. Internal enhancement creates a strong body, akin to a tank's, and enhances the attack to match a dealer's. For Dujin, who has good damage output despite being a tank, it is no wonder that it fits so well, and with this, he could grow into one of the best tanks in the world. He then says, since they all have some aura, he will teach them martial arts using the internal enhancement of the dragon's heart, namely the steel shredding dragon technique. In Hanya, that is a steel separating dragon body deed. Sangjin says it sounds like something that would come out of a Miram fiction novel. Sung-hoon thinks he will teach them the steel shredding dragon technique using the knowledge transferred, just as he did last time. However, in the case of the steel shredding dragon technique, it is essential to experience the technique with their own body, and they will then proceed directly to field training. Then he asks them to come to him one by one. Yoyoung comes first and says she does not like this. He puts his hand on her head to transfer the knowledge. Meanwhile, he does the same thing with the others as well. Then he says the first lesson is the Dragon Step, written as the Dragon's Path. The Dragon Step concept is balanced, but swift movement relies on spatial awareness. They must have understood what he meant by speedy movement, but some might be confused about what he meant by spatial awareness. Spatial awareness is similar to finding the difference between two identical pictures. Using their five senses, they are to locate the object's exact location within their own space. Yoyeon says they need to trust him and follow his lead if possible. He uses his skill to summon a rod like this and asks to design and assemble it. When one of the members asks if this is something he saw in a martial arts movie, he confirms that it is correct. Their training involves passing through the bamboo field as quickly as possible, and they are also not allowed to touch the ground, regardless of the circumstances. When Yoyoung asks if it is possible, he says he will demonstrate it later. His current app is 223, but he can restrict himself so that he will use 20 app. Then he asks them to observe and starts doing the task. Everyone is shocked to see that he does it so easily. Yoyoung says he sounds like a boss, like that old man who loves to say things like it is easy, and Jinsu also agrees with her. When they start doing this task, Sung-hoon sits on a bench. He knows it would be difficult to advance the training without steady footing, so he chose this method. This is the most effective training, as it allows them to get accustomed to their bodies. Moreover, he is not just watching idly. This seemingly ordinary meditation is training his mana capacity. He connected this bench to the magic circle in his house's basement so that efficiency did not drop too much, as the magic circle at home was working at full capacity. The status window shows his mana stat has permanently increased by 0.1 twice. Suddenly, he realizes someone is coming and wonders who it could be. He casts a triple spell to see the future and sees a foreigner approaching. She says it has already been an hour since she started walking and asks the GPS to locate her. According to the GPS, she ran in circles, wasting her time and energy. She thinks she should have called him or something. Meanwhile, they all see something unusual and ask Sung-hoon if this is one of his skills. He says this is to prevent outsiders from watching their training and asks them to continue. While he meets with the lost guest, the yellow-haired lady sees her phone and says this is bad, as she cannot escape from here. Then, Sung-hoon approaches her and says hello, telling her that her attire does not quite fit in there. She says it is nice to meet him, and he asks if she has come here to see him. She says he is hard to meet. Then, she introduces herself as Michelle Howard from the CIA. He shakes hands with her and says she is also very fluent in Korean. He asks her to sit and talk, and she requests a cup of water, so he gives her one and asks why she wants to meet him. She says the higher office has issued an order to recruit him, and they wish him to immigrate to the United States completely. Their conditions are complete tax exemption and doubling his current salary, but in return, they want him to take care of 4 dungeons that have appeared in the United States within a 1-year time frame. And of course, all the spoils and loot would be his to keep. He asks her about international tax laws because these laws are the reason all countries in the world tax hunters 38% of their catch, and it was intended to prevent conflict between nations over the recruitment of promising individuals. He says even America would have some problems if it were to go against them. She asks him not to worry about that, as there is a way to evade the international tax laws. Simply put, the tax he is supposed to pay will be paid by the government on his behalf. He thinks that it is just doing something blatantly illegal and pretending to be unaware. She says it is possible because the United States agreed to some special international privacy laws, and China and Russia can do something similar without breaking the law. But that is about it. Only 2 people have received this special treatment in the United States, Titanium Titan and the Thunder Runner. She tells just that these 2 have this special treatment. Titan and Runner are about level 260 and have their roles as tanker and dealer, respectively. Titan is a tanker known for its formidable attack power and impenetrable defense, while the attack power that can annihilate its surroundings belongs to Runner. Sung-hoon thinks they will give him the same treatment as these two. He says it is a fantastic offer. However, they cannot move him with just that. He thinks she is being relatively frugal, which is a sign of how much she values him. She assumes that he is trying to negotiate and asks what he wants to say. Then he says he will be direct. He cannot accept that offer. She says that was unexpected as she assumed they gave him the best possible offer. But he is making it difficult, and she further says that he need to determine the first motivation. He says he can hear her. It would have been hard for experienced awakened ones to hear, but for a sorcerer like him, even from a mile away would make no difference. He then says she did give him best possible offer. However, she failed to gauge his true value. When she asks about the actual value, he says it seems she thinks he cleared the dungeon alone, putting aside the golden ape from the first dungeon, and cleared the poison dungeon. He has requested 1 trillion won for clearing just one dungeon. However, he believes that it is still hazardous for such a service. She says he is saying some scary things, yet it seems he has just started. He observes that she looks like a well-trained agent. It is nice that she gets his point immediately. Then he says he will refuse to immigrate to the United States, although he is willing to accept some requests, as long as the rewards are sufficient. She knows he will retreat for now and says this cannot be helped. She understands where he is coming from. Then she stands up and admits that their investigation was lacking. She has to be satisfied with just introducing herself to him. Then she says she will revisit him soon. He feels a bit sorry for her since it is all meaningless in the end. Of course, it is not their fault for not understanding his value. But even if they did truly grasp his value, he would not have gone to America because he has something more important here than money or fame. That would be his mom. His mom's friends used to tell her that because of her good son, she was aging backwards. Someone might think she was a little girl now, even. His mom usually passes the time by gossiping with her friends here, so it is not possible for her to leave this place. He promises to accommodate his mom as much as possible, as he believes that family comes first, and everything else comes later. Meanwhile, he receives a notification and assumes they have decided on the next dungeon, and until his companions can be of use, he should probably handle this by himself. Then he wonders if they are training hard. He then deactivates the shield he created earlier to hide them from foreigners and says they must have been training hard. Yoyoung asks him why would someone come out here to visit him. He says because he is a bit famous now, so there are people from here and there trying to win him over. Then he asks everyone to have a lunch break and continue training after that, while he will be off for now since he has a dungeon to clear. Then he arrives at Gangnam Station, the location of the newly formed dungeon. It was created 2 days ago, and much like in New York, there was an urgent request to clear it immediately. The real reason behind this urgency lies in real estate interests. This area holds significant value. Even if civilian lives were to be ignored, society tends to gravitate toward places with more to gain. That's why he was summoned to clear a dungeon in the heart of Gangnam. As he prepares to enter, the media surrounds him, and reporters ask if he has anything to say, especially since he is going in alone again, despite the danger. They also question why he chose to clear the Gangnam Station dungeon first. He asks them to be quiet for a moment and promises a full interview after the dungeon is cleared. However, before stepping in, he declares that starting today, he will be clearing 1 dungeon per day. Tomorrow, he'll head to the one in Samcheong, and the day after that, Mokdong. Including the one he cleared yesterday in Myeongdong, he plans to clear a total of 5 dungeons. The reporters are stunned. One of them asks if he has a special method to recover his mana. He gives no clear answer, only saying they'll see him soon. Speculation spread that perhaps he has a mana recovery skill, or is he using some drug? Meanwhile, he turns toward the portal, noticing the change in the air and wondering what awaits inside. He jumps into the dungeon and immediately realizes the danger. There's no land in sight, he assumes. Those without the ability to fly would be doomed. He tells the Okasha system that the situation is too cruel. Fighting and swimming at the same time against aquatic monsters is hard. Even if he lands safely, the challenge would be immense. For now, he uses his triple spell flight skill to hover, scanning the open water. He decides this environment calls for a special ally, the spider golem. He summons it and gives it orders to scout for enemies. He reminds it not to let its guard down. But with the all-terrain, all-purpose golem model SPAI MK2 Spider, he doesn't need to worry. The upgraded version of its previous model now functions perfectly in any environment, even aquatic mode. It cost much money, and it was a huge hassle, too, but thanks to it, He can remain at ease in an urgent situation like this. He commands the MK2 to activate the Annihilation Protocol, scan and destroy any nearby monsters on sight. It commences the orders, and Sung-hoon knows it would not have a problem slaying a dungeon boss in a Tier 1 dungeon. However, there's a more significant issue. Waiting around is incredibly dull. He thinks he might try new training, so he says it's time to train using the aura. He focuses on his feet, trying to control the surface tension of the water, a technique similar to the rising water step from martial arts fiction. He says this training is excellent for improving aura control and usage. Suddenly, a wave forms and a creature appears, which looks like a bizarre hybrid of shark, stingray, and snake. The MK2 engages with ease, responds to measures against large creatures, and keeps the shock needle ready on standby. He observes that it is fighting quite well, and that the combat AI is more effective than he expected. A message appears in his status window indicating that his level has increased by 1. Then another shows that his level goes to 45. He says it's good to level up again. He checks his stats and sees he's leveling up too fast. He thinks it is problematic if he levels up too quickly. He thinks he should bring some people with him to divide the experience, but then he denies this and says maybe he should lend the golem to someone else. He knows that with this guy, other people would not have problems clearing the dungeon either. Moreover, if he mass-produced it, it would be a huge hit. Then he says he will consider it after reaching level 50. Furthermore, he says Tier 1 dungeons are getting too easy, and environmental hazards and large monsters with no particular ability do not pose any danger to him. Then he realizes it's time to move on. The reporter says everyone can witness this right now. The Gangnam dungeon is now disappearing, and as soon as Hunter Sung-hoon exits the portal, it starts to close slowly, just as happened in Myeongdong. Fans cheer. Some admire him. Others are intimidated. Some call him a quad or speculate he has multiple abilities. Rumors say he was paid 500 billion won to clear a dungeon. People are stunned that he cleared the 2 dungeons alone, and they become curious about how many abilities he possesses. Someone says he probably has at least quad skills, but another says he might be a multi-ability user. People also assume that he will likely outdo everyone else when he reaches the high-level range. He must be powerful. They have also heard that he received 500 billion won for clearing a dungeon. A similar rumor is spreading after he cleared the dungeon. While going back, he says it is problematic if the government gets interested in him. He would like the HD group to clear extra dungeons. Soon, a new request from the government arrived, explicitly addressed to him. The second deputy general manager of the National Intelligence Service, Kang Chulson, recently expressed concern, stating that his rapid promotion had become a problem. Thus, they would like him to dispatch the Alpha team members to divide the experience gained so that he can clear more dungeons. Over a few dungeons are left, and many other teams have failed to clear them. General Manager Chulson says this is a precautionary measure, but the success rate of clearing dungeons is less than 50%. Jisuk thinks it means that it was challenging to adapt and survive in the dungeon environments, and that is why he warned them repeatedly. Many people, especially those under level 50, have fallen victim to the hostile environments of the dungeons. Chulson further states that the government no longer wants to lose individuals with great potential, and the best method is to utilize the awakened one, Sung-hoon, to the best of his ability. Sung-hoon thinks they would pay even 1 trillion won for him to clear the dungeon, and it seems like the government is in a hurry. Though these dungeons pose no threat to him, reaching his previous life's peak level will still take time. Things are getting in the way here and there. He feels it is bothersome to be noticed already, and it is an entirely different story to be seen for possessing knowledge this world does not hold. He knows his knowledge of another world could shift this world's entire paradigm. Even the US has taken an interest in his abilities. He must learn to create an Octa spell without the system's aid to manage the consequences that will follow, even after using his knowledge. He feels he must hurry like a sorcerer. It's a bit of a shame, though, that he wishes his level were lower so he could take his time in low-level dungeons like this. But that time has passed, and he guesses he should stop taking his sweet time in low-level dungeons like this. He checks his status and sees his job is wizard. He has reached level 49, and his strength points are 115. His stamina, dexterity, mana, luck, and app points are 112, 110, 534, 72, and 223, respectively, while his unused points are 115. Moreover, he acquires the title of the one who has knowledge of a foreign world. As he thought, his mana increase has slowed down a bit, and he still has 115 points to spend. Rather than investing points in mana, he increases strength, stamina, and dexterity. He then says he will invest in luck. which he cannot improve with training. The system acknowledges that he has acquired the Lucky Start. He knows the Lucky Start is a passive level max skill, and it is learned upon reaching a certain amount of luck, and effects show the increase of item drop change and partial control of unlucky outcomes. This grants him a slight ability to control probability itself, as he thought it would not be an exaggeration to call the Okasha system a godly creation. With his new achievement, being the first to receive the Lucky Start skill, his total luck is now 192. No one else would invest in luck like him, since it was unclear whether it would help them hunt monsters more effectively. He bet nobody has thought luck would have these kinds of features. He says this is good, as things work well in his favor. Meanwhile, his allies have progressed in aura training. Although they are not evading everything yet, they're getting close, and it is good enough for them to get this far quickly. He decides to pause their training as they're ready for real combat. He says everyone has become proficient using aura, and now they will get to the real deal. When Dujin asks if he is talking about hunting, he confirms that it is true. They will engage in some field hunting, and they must put their skills to use not only in training, but also in the wild. Then he says the hunt leader will be Dujin, as usual, but he will only participate when everyone faces grave danger. He says they are simply testing their ability to use aura. Sangjin says that if he is not participating, they can hunt as usual. But Sunghoon asks Young not to let her guard down as she executes, which is a weakness. He says that with this, the next step is ready. First, he has to establish a loyal relationship with his allies. Their growth is his strength, and now is the time to give them the gift he has prepared. It is said that the altitude is 2,600 kilometers. They are asked to confirm the first's movement tracking while predicting the destination. The first's predicted destination is a monster field. So, they reach their destination. Jinsu says now that he thinks about it. It has been a long time since they've been to a monster field, and this is because they've been busy training until now. Yoyoung asks him about the new equipment, and he says it is fantastic, as he cannot believe how good it is. Sunghoon says the equipment is a gift he prepared for all of them, who will become the best team in the world. Dujin says these are similar in design and stats to the gear from the dungeon reward boxes, and it is unbelievable that he has crafted all of these. Sunghoon says, as they all know, they should keep the source of this equipment secret, as they do not gain any benefits if outsiders learn of his abilities. Then he says they will start with drone scouting, so everyone should get ready, as today's hunt will be different than usual. He says Dujin will not pull the aggro, but he will protect the vehicle, and everyone else must hunt independently. Soon, they are informed that the monsters are approaching. They are twin-tailed wolves, and they are not native to this area. When Yoyoung asks about their number, Dujin says there are 6. Sunghoon thinks they should try hunting those, as this is the perfect opportunity for them to test their new skills. He asks them to prepare for combat and says he will protect the vehicle while they try to utilize their new abilities to their fullest potential. He then creates a magic shield around them. While inside the monitoring room, the manager says they can spot the monsters now and orders Dujin to get ready. Jinsu says he will stay here with Sunghoon and use his new skills to strengthen his resolve and activate his aura. Soon, the monsters are seen in sight, sniping targets from afar. He uses the wind's pursuit skill and attacks the beast. Jinsuk sees it pierce the monster's skull, although its hardest bone was easily penetrated. Sunghoon says he will see what Dujin and Jinsuk can do next, as the monsters are faster than they look, so he advises them to be careful. He saw they had lots of his co-workers during his days as a transporter. Meanwhile, they begin attacking the monsters and soon kill many of them. Sunghoon thinks the twin-tailed wolves are known for their agility, but are so easy to hunt. Jinsuk asks Dujin that there is no reason to fall behind, as he made a newbie mistake just because he wanted to show off a little. As one of the wolves comes ahead to attack, Sunghoon casts a fire spell to burn it. Jinsuk says he cannot see anything through the smoke. Suddenly, 2 more monsters reached him. He let his guard down, but as the monsters were about to attack him, he used a dragon step skill to protect himself and kill those monsters. He further says he just pancaked them, but thanks to dragon step, he is still alive. Young appreciates them and says the 3 of them did hunt them all. Jinsuk says sorry to Dujin, as that was his fault. Yoyoung asks Sangjin what they would even heal or DF if they are this strong, and Jinsu hunted 6 of them just by himself. Then Sunghoon arrives and appreciates them for their effort. He says there was a small mishap, but it was inevitable since they were fighting without a tank pulling the aggro. The fighters are always on the front line. They need to survive regardless of whether someone is pulling angry or not. Sangjin asks if he and Yoyoung are still needed here. Sunghoon says, of course, they all are required. and frankly, they need even more tanks. For example, if there is an enemy that can ignore aggro pulling skills, they have no idea what could have happened. The party would be disrupted and then annihilated. That is why he would like to prepare as many backup strategies as possible. As safety comes first, after all, they cannot forget that they are putting their lives on the line when hunting monsters. That means he believes they must have a tank other than Dujin. Sangjin says it seems he is referring to a backup tank, as a backup tank has a role that reinforces other tanks, and its position is to use its body to safeguard them. If the main tank has lost the aggro, with the appearance of the dungeons, new monsters have shown up here and there can be monsters with aggro resistance. And it is one of the reasons why he taught all of them how to use aura and to be prepared for the worst case scenario. Then he says Jinsuk and Young will now have to act as a tank. Jinsuk says it is fine by him, while Young thinks things will get more hectic if there are going to be 3 tanks, so she should think about what kind of healing she should use at what situation. Dujin says she does not look phased, she believes she can do it. As everyone looks at her, waiting for her response, she becomes shocked to realize that she has to act as a tank. Then she says she is super weak, and she is a healer. Sunghoon asks her to wait and calm down. He says for safety, he believes a 3-tank team composition is necessary, and if she cannot do it, they have to bring a new person for the tank role. He also says she must be misunderstanding something, as she is not accustomed to using her body much since she is a healer. Still, she has the most aura among everyone, and honestly, it is higher than his expectations. So, he asks her to be more confident. And if it is she knows she can do it. Then she says if Appa says so, she is happy to do this. Jinsu shares his thoughts about the old man Sangjin, as it should not matter if he acts as a tank. In fact, it should be safer with more tanks. Meanwhile, Sangjin feels bad as he called him an old man, and thinks they all did learn aura together after all, so he should call him Hyan. Dujin says 4 tanks might be too many, as a backup tank is intended for just-in-case scenarios. Jinsuk says, but at this rate, their roles are unclear. Sunghoon tells them there is no need to worry, as he has another plan for Sangjin and says he is thinking of teaching him something completely different. Meanwhile, he detects that more twin-tailed wolves are approaching. So, he says he will explain Sangjin's role later, but for now, they have to prepare for combat. On the other hand, in the United States, the team's director becomes furious upon seeing various kinds of monsters. A person asks the director to calm down, as they already know they are short-handed. The director says that is why he is yelling to release his anger, and asks him to explain. Then, that person says the monster's name is Lizard Man, and it has different classes for each individual. It is a rapidly breeding monster that is increasing its numbers in South America. The reason for its drastic increase is that the environment itself has changed to support its survival. The director inquires about the theory that part of the dungeon manifests in the real world, and the person responds that they believe it is akin to dimension fusion. He says that if there are dimensions to be considered for a paper craft or something, but it just can't fuse like that. He says, according to NASA and its long-distance space observatory, they have a theory they are hypothesizing and concluding from the recent evidence they have gathered. The director asks him to tell that to his interns later, and to summarize, he can think of it as overwriting a computer file with the same name. It only changes, rather than being completely overwritten, which is problematic for monsters to appear from those portals. However, the environments have changed. He then asks Frank if there has been any progress with the first one who has cleared the dungeons alone. Frank says that he does not even meet with their agent, and he has recently told her to handle all dealings with the HD group. The director says that nothing is going well. He asks Frank to instruct Howard to make contact with members of Alpha Team, as well as the representative of the HD group, and states that he does not care what methods they use, so they must do whatever they can to gather all the information. Frank says he is potentially the most significant lead to solve all this. Then a man arrives and tells them that they have just received a new video recording. When the director asks what kind of video, the person asks him to take a look at the primary monitor. When the director sees, he is surprised to find that the man killing the wolves alone in the tank is Dujin, the first team member. According to the information, his current level is 38, and his primary goal is to be a tank. Frank is amazed to see that the level 38 tank can kill a twin-tailed wolf in one hit. The director asks him to rewind the video. When more, then asks to stop at one clip. He asks him to zoom in and requests the use of the lip-reading software. When that software is used, they are amazed to see the aura. Frank says he has no idea about the aura skill, and they have intel that he taught it from the first. One of the members says that it is not a skill, but rather knowledge, and he knew that first, who is Sung-hoon, was not just a skilled user, but also possesses otherworldly expertise and an ability to understand the system. The director then asks Frank to utilize all personnel to focus on uncovering what Sung-hoon is hiding, and rather than Sung-hoon himself, gather the intel from his surroundings and make contact with the Alpha team first. For that purpose, he is suggesting increasing the staff count by tenfold. He further states that he would not tolerate any mistakes. Frank responds that he understands everything. The director says there was no request for reinforcement from the Amazon area, so they will leave it be, as the Department of Defense will handle it. And for now, they need to pour all resources into Sung-hoon. On the other side, Michelle Howard, who is a CIA agent as well as a psychomaterist, approximately around level 70, and can gather any information within 150 meters of her radius. She is an able user who can overwhelm any normal person's brain processing power, but her ability did not work. She says that she will dig around in his surroundings to find out everything about him. She will show him that it is he who is the weird one. She reaches a building in search of Alpha team members. There, she sees a little girl, and soon comes to know her name is Ju-won. She asks her if her mom is already looking for her. When Ju-won asks her how she knows her name, Howard says she doesn't have to teach it, and she cannot just follow random strangers. Meanwhile, Michelle is asked to stop talking to herself like a madwoman during the mission. Later, when she comes to report to Frank, she says the theory that Sung-hoon could block her ability must have been true. She further states that, based on the information they have gathered so far, it would be reasonable for them to assume that he is a sorcerer, as he has claimed. Additionally, he has multiple sources of knowledge at his disposal, and they have already concluded that he knows aura. Then she receives a call during their discussion. Frank says they will proceed according to her assumptions, and he will relay her report to HQ, requesting that the information be classified. He then asks her to leave Sung-hoon alone for now and start with Dujin, who has mentioned aura. Then, she receives the information that the next target is at his home. They have observed him, and he is alone, so she is asked to go ahead and visit him. She says she understands that. On the other side, Dujin, who is at Sung-hoon's home, is now watching TV. He says he slept through most of his off days. He cannot talk back to Yeong when she calls him an old man now. Meanwhile, when he opens the doorbell rings, and he sees a girl there who introduces herself as Michelle Howard from the CIA. He says that what the CIA wants to have with him, and suspects that maybe this is a scam. However, she claims to be attractive, but this is not a scam. She says the United States government has excellent interest in HD Group's Alpha team and its members. She asks him if they can perhaps talk a little. Psychological warfare begins by hitting a weak spot exposed by a panic and confusion. After some time, Dujin sends a text to Sung-hoon and tells him that he just met a woman named Michelle Howards from CIA, who says she has already met with him. She even knew about aura already. He also says that he has refused any talk of recruitment. Sung-hoon reads his message and says the USA is more aggressive than he thought. They had already discovered Michelle's aura, and he had blocked her ability, so they must have been spying on them with the satellite. They probably did not know that magic could block bloodline abilities or non-scientific abilities, and their actions were futile. Then he tells Dujin that everything is okay, so he has to refuse their attempts to recruit him. Dujin also says he did not tell her too many things. The United States is undoubtedly a world power for a reason, as it would not budge. It will start by going after people near it. He then dismisses his subspace, saying that they are doing well buying something for him. So, it is time to move on to the next phase. He must secure more magic stones to increase artifact production. Then, it is about time he starts getting his hands on those. The initial damage they suffered was unavoidable. The sacrifice of the first hunters who entered the dungeons was a tragedy. However, without them, they would not have uncovered information regarding the dungeons and their layouts. Sung-hoon disagrees, as they could have lessened the casualties by a large margin. Currently, this world, devoid of magic and supernatural occurrences, is vastly different from the world of his previous life. Its society is unimaginably complex compared to his earlier life. The world of his last life accepted discrimination as the norm. Unlike racial discrimination, it was discrimination of absolute power over others. Those born with power naturally became nobles, and the strongest among them became royalty. The discrimination of absolute power was as natural as breathing. For the 21st century, art is anything but that. In the digital world of the information era, a complex hierarchy has developed and been adopted. The vast sea of information, the era where being informed about events and swiftly analyzing them in detail, has become of utmost importance. Thanks to that, it has become a burden to keep up, whereas in his previous life, he just needed power. He wanted to take his time regaining his power, but others had taken notice. Due to the dungeon's appearance, however, there is not much left. If he becomes at least tier 5, even the awakened ones of level 200 would be unable to handle him. Later, he comes to meet Michelle, a servant who welcomes him. He says he believes he has company in room 3, so he enters the room and apologizes for keeping her waiting. Michelle is so busy eating that she welcomes him. He says it seems the CIA let her starve. She says she hasn't even had time to eat lately. She apologizes, as she didn't think he would arrive so quickly. He says coincidentally, he had some things to take care of in Seoul. Then he asks her the reason that she just contacted him to meet in person. She said to give him the information that their spy has recently uncovered. He says what she means to say. Then she tells their spy informs them that China is beginning to move. When he asks what she means by saying that China started to move, she explains that after the appearance of the Okasha system, China has put tremendous effort into weaponizing its traditional martial arts. He says weaponizing martial arts is something like what he sees in martial arts movies. She says that is exactly right. He says this is incredible to know that they have succeeded that much. She says it is a problem since they did succeed. He further examines the details of the notes she gave him and supposes they are similar to the eternal enhancement and aura he trained in during his previous life. If weaponized martial arts possess the same power as eternal enhancement, and they have made it work, it most likely means there are some people with knowledge of supernatural subjects. It is surprising to learn that this knowledge is in decline. She tells him that in China, a group of people is called Yakchen. They learn to use their martial arts with abilities and become strong enough to make their levels up so late, just like him, and among them is Flame Fist. Takoyan is the one targeting him right now. Sung-hoon says if there is any specific reason he is being targeted. She says it's simple to contact him to develop a friendly relationship, or maybe even assassination. She further says they value his ability highly. Thus, she came here in person to relay the information and reiterate her appeal to him. He says thanks for his arrival. Then she asks him about his opinion on migrating to America and says that if he became an American citizen, such things would never happen. He says that does sound pretty great, but he will not migrate to America. She says that means she could not win him over again and guesses it cannot be helped. She says they have very little information on this individual, but she is strong enough to slay a monster of around level 150. He says that it is interesting information and that he is in debt for this. He will thank her kindly next time. She says she will be looking forward to it. Her job is done here, so she does not want to waste both of their time by prolonging this. He asks if she is leaving. She says she mentioned earlier that she doesn't even have time to eat right now, and he asks if the main event is about to begin. She suddenly stops when he says this and detects that the opponent is already here. She just reads someone's thought as someone was inquiring about room number 3. She says she knew that this man knew exactly what her ability was. Then a girl arrives there and asks him if he is Sung-hoon, the awakened one from Korea. When he agrees to her, he thinks she must have a translation item. She introduces herself as Takoyan of the People's Republic of China and asks him to spare some of his time for a private conversation. Michelle knows that is the result of martial arts weaponization, as seen in the Air Force. The Air Force, to be exact, the Kai Force, arrived much sooner than expected. She observes that the Flame Fist Takoyan is a rather impatient woman. Although Flame Fist is also one of the targets for observation, she thinks it is the best chance for collecting some intel. Still, Takoyan stops her and says the Americans must enjoy peeping without permission, and she cannot let her stick her nose into this. Michelle says this is just her job as a CIA agent. Then Sung-hoon asks Takoyan to take a seat and inquires if she came looking for him. She says it's surprising that he's acting so plainly, even after experiencing her Kai Force. Then, she asks him what kind of tricks he is pulling, as it is something even awakened ones cannot withstand exactly. He says it is a secret. Then he thanks Michelle for today and says he believes the lady here would like a private talk with him. Michelle says she understands and will take her leave now, as she cannot tolerate such a rude individual either. She also says he owes her for this one, so she looks forward to how he will repay her. He says he will not repay too much, but it will be a small amount. After she is gone, Sung-hoon asks her if he wants to hear what she has to say. She says that it seems he has some combat abilities, and it's great to see that he's not a complete pushover. Sung-hoon wonders who is judging whom. He then says that, just as Michelle said, she is rude and speaks casually after meeting him for the first time. She says it does not matter. It's the translation item's fault that they do not have formal and casual language like him. so she can address him formally, but there is no need to do so with a person like him. He says that he will talk to her casually as well, and that someone who does not have to address him formally has come to visit him. She travels far, so there must be a reason to come this far. He tells America that they insist he go to them and grant him free citizenship. He asks her to tell him if China has the same offers. She says they can give him a better offer than America. Meanwhile, he thinks there is a chair, but she sits on the table. He asks her about the offer. She says there are 3 offers: legislative immunity and tax exemption, and they will give him as much money as he wants, like a blank check, as he would say. He thinks so. This is the scale of a big country, and this is a great deal. He inquires about the extent of legislative immunity. She says they would not punish him, even if he kills a person, but the only condition is not to be exposed to the media. He asks her what they have seen in him to offer him this deal. She says she wonders that too, so she will find out now. Meanwhile, the outside maid said it had started and hoped it would be okay. They evacuated all civilians. While inside the room, as Takoyan comes forward to attack him, she is amazed that she did not grab him. She did not sense anything, but he disappeared. Meanwhile, he asks her what she is looking at. The maid outside says it's getting noisy as she goes all out. They cannot block Mrs. attacks with their barrier if she goes all out. Takoyan thinks this was an illusion. He asks her to figure it out herself, as she attacked him out of the blue. He says she is not supposed to gauge his skills if she is panicking from just this much. She says that if he wanted to provoke her, he had, as she started her attacks again. He says, as he thought, "This is incredible. Even in my previous life, there were not many humans who had trained their bodies to this degree." She says he must show her what he hides under his sleeves. Martial arts must be rather amazing. As she approaches him, he asks her to wait a moment. Suddenly, people outside see a gas explosion in his home. The outside maids rush towards the room, knowing she has hit the other side. Sung-hoon tells her they are still in the middle of Seoul and that she will be in trouble if they escalate things further. He asks her to stop now, but she says she is also interested in him. He says that her martial arts have also piqued his interest, so they should stop this for now and fight without regrets later. She says he is saying that he wants to fight her somewhere else, and he says that is correct. She will decide where and when, and he will follow her schedule. She says that's fine, so she will contact him later with the time and location and ask him if it's better to be prepared. He can forget about going home in one piece if he is not as good as she hopes. He says, what would happen if he wants to win? She says, nothing happens if he wins. It is not as if she will lose, and he will ask for something unreasonable from them. He says he does not need to make promises, to be in an unfavorable position. She then asks him to wait until she contacts him, and asks him to prepare his neck as he waits. When she goes away, funny things happen wherever he goes. Then he receives a call from China's Yakchun and tells her that she had introduced herself in this manner. But if Korea is okay, they should not report this to the government before continuing. He apologizes, saying they will take care of things on their end. After that, he thinks that if the Korean government is okay, he comes to the HD Group's equipment store, where there are no unique or super items, but it is better than nothing. He says it would be better to craft them himself, but he does not have the time. He says it's time to go shopping now. Currently, his equipment does not include armor. He only has a bracelet of the Black Dragon, an operational support ring for the Okasha system, and a ring of subspace. Further, his staff is in his subspace, and the ring of subspace does not help him with combat, so he only has 3 pieces that help him in combat. He says honestly, his craftsmanship is much better, but it just takes too much time. Later he comes to see the items, and he is welcomed by a man who says they have been waiting for him and have already prepared the appropriate items which are in VIP room. So he should go there, he thinks, and comes into the VIP room. He sees there the rings, necklaces, and bracelets. He did ask for what seemed to be most useful, but he will be a bit short on cash after buying these as he spent all his money on his development and item crafting. He sees a bone ring of the Thunder Giant, whose rarity is unique and magic attack increased by 30%. In comparison, the mana cost decreased by 15%, and the special effect showed that the mana cost was 15%. He knows that item rarity typically has 6 tiers: common, rare, unique, legendary, mythical, and ascended. This ring is ranked unique in the middle, and the cost difference between each rank is extreme. Some items cannot be bought with money. Hunters usually never sell their equipment, even for billions of won, and they rarely face financial difficulties. He would not sell his operational support ring of the Okasha system, even for a considerable amount of money. He can reserve his mana if he uses the mana from the ring. Still, he cannot trust the Okasha system, so he only uses it for trivial things. Eventually, he will have to replace all his equipment with his own crafted equipment. Then he sees another item, which is a black witch pendant, and its rarity is unique. Its magic attack increased by 5%, and mana cost decreased by 5%, while the special effect shows mana is 30 and it grants immunity to low-level curses. He thinks it does increase his mana by 30, but it's subpar in the other areas. The following item he sees is the Dwarven Anti-Magic Bracelet, whose rarity is unique, and its magic resistance is increased by 15%. He says 15% magic resistance sounds useful, as more enemies will have magical attacks. Then the man comes there and asks him about the items, and if he likes them. Sung-hoon says they seem usable. He will pay with his card, then thank him and come out. Later, he visits the Chinese Tendon Group's Korean branches and comments on what an incredible building they have. He knows that this one building has its monster carcass processing area and multiple other convenience facilities to eliminate any inconvenience when living here. He assumes China seems to have much money, as they have created a town within a single building. He knows this place is the Tenjin Group's Korean branch. He thinks it serves as a base of operations for investigating and studying the monster that only inhabits Korea. Meanwhile, a man asks him if he is Sung-hoon, and when he gives his introduction, the man asks him to come with him. Sung-hoon says it means they are waiting. That man takes him to the training field, where he sees Takoyan, who is in her battle suit. He feels he can sense some concentrated mana. Takoyan is asking a lady to get ready, and she tells him she is ready. Takoyan says she seems stronger and asks if she cooked up something. Sung-hoon says it is only natural to prepare for an upcoming battle, and he thinks she needs to prepare more than he does, though Takoyan says she is a martial arts user, so she is always ready. He says that is right if she does not want to be utterly humiliated. That is, she says as he smirks, it seems he is making fun of her. He says he is not making fun of her, then asks if they should start now. She says there is no reason to wait, so they should start. Then she orders Chung Hong to cast the barrier and says here it is started. Her fellows cast a barrier like 8 pentagrams, an illusionary field barrier. He is amazed to see a barrier art. She says there is no need to worry, as it is just something fun they have prepared and a barrier to protect the building from them. Soon, he realizes there is an illusion, as this is not magic. The sensations feel real, making it enjoyable. She tells him this is a pentagram illusionary field barrier they created from their Chinese art. He thinks that their martial arts and these barrier arts, which are pretty impressive, are stimulating his interest again and again. He knows China has developed the power of the Okasha system uniquely. Then Takoyan says the conversation is over, so they should start already. He observes that she is confident and 100% believes he is beneath her. Then he should hit her when she has her guard down. He says it is time to see how great their martial art is with his own body. So he deployed the aura. She says it would be a close-range fight, as this puppy does not know its place when facing a tiger. Then, both of them start fighting with each other. Soon, he observes that her limbs feel like chunks of iron. She says he is having trouble keeping up with basic attacks like these, which is so disappointing. She also says he was talking with such pathetic skills. Meanwhile, he uses his aura concentration skill and the Great Cloud, restricting palm skills, but it appears they are not having an effect. He thinks the combat is about to close. She asks him where he is looking and says she will end this combat now, then uses a falling meteor kick. Meanwhile, her fellows shout that someone needs to stop her, as she will break everything. Suddenly, she is shocked that he disappears when the kick connects. She says she kicked his illusion. Meanwhile, he appears behind her and says what destructive power she possesses. She says the illusion is his specialty, as he got away last time. He says he wanted to see how eternal enhancement holds up compared to this world's martial arts, but close combat isn't his thing. He heals himself, asks her to start again, and says he will face her seriously this time. She says she thought he was ignorant, but she doesn't mind. Sung-hoon scanned her body during the fight, but she did not realize that he had also finished analyzing her mana flow. He could have further improved her eternal enhancement with this data. She says it's good that he wants to fight again and asks him not to disappoint her, as she dislikes men who whine after losing. He notices that she remains relatively confident, despite knowing what he is capable of. Then he summons the MK-03 robot and tells it he constructed and empowered it personally. This is within his ability, so it should not be a problem. Then he states that MK-03 is the initiating system and views the designating target as a single female organism, with the task being the target's absolute submission. It is also said that this vehicle does not desire the target's bloodshed, requesting the target's surrender. She becomes furious to see all this and says he is making fun of her. But he warns her that if she ignores it because it looks like a toy, she will die. She says he wants her to be scared of that toy. But soon, she is shocked to see this tiny thing approaching her quickly. She used a rapid stabbing fist and initiated an evasive maneuver, but it was dodged. She observes that it is small and quick. Meanwhile, she is busy with the robot. Sung-hoon says it looks like she is too distracted and has forgotten about him. Then, it's time to show her a sorcerer's combat capability. She asks him to stop because she got him, but he says he got her. She feels she has made a blunder, as she was so focused on the familiar that she forgot about the summoner, and then she looks around for the familiar. Soon she finds it, but is amazed to see this small thing attacking so heavily. The main gun's mana is depleted. It is reloading. Suddenly, she sees clones of Sung-hoon. Illusion was already a pain in the ass, but he has even more annoying skills. She says, this is not the time to hesitate, so it's better to deal with it first. Then she uses the Cloud Dragon step to move ahead for attacks, but they are following her, and it looks like some cheat move from the stories of legends. She assumes this is a part of his skill, and says if she can't dodge them, she will crush them all, so she uses the fierce fist of a thunderstorm. Her maids, watching the fight, say this is the first time Miss has had a hard time, and it looks like a war over there. One asks the other if she thinks they will lose, and the other says it is impossible. Conversely, Sung-hoon sees that Takoyan is much stronger than he expected. Even if the enhanced magic arrow is an elemental magic, it's not something normal people can ignore, considering his magic power. Still, she deflected them all, using just her fists. Although she is mediocre at reading her opponent, probably because she has no experience fighting against someone stronger than her, she again feels an illusion. She says it seems he is using illusions in his attacks, and it's not something she can counter with her fists. So she starts using the Luck of Yin and Yang skill. Sung-hoon knows that the Luck of Yin and Yang is a handy skill, but it will distort the space itself. After a while, he asks her if she wants to continue. She knows she will lose at this rate, and he will win if she continues to defend. Even if she approaches those clones, she will need time to determine which one is real, which will cause her much pain. Then the robot announces that the main gun reloading is complete, and now it requests the target to surrender again. If that annoying little toy joins in, it will be even more difficult. She guesses she can't help it as it's incomplete, but she has no choice but to use it. She knows it's a gamble, but will bet everything on it. Sung-hoon says it looks like she hasn't given up yet, while she decides that she should have done more research. She will show her final move as an apology, and says that if he is still standing after this, it will be her loss. He becomes curious to hear about the final move, so when she executes it and attacks the robot, it responds that it cannot maintain balance, and the emergency evasive maneuver is engaged. He uses the enhanced magic arrow skill and says, now he will see what that final move of hers can do. Takoyan thinks she cannot distinguish between reality and illusion. She must beat every single one. Then, she uses the void-breaking step skill, which is excellent as Yin and Yang clash the sky palm. Sung-hoon observes an incredible amount of energy, which is considered a final move. Her fellows say it is a dangerous move. They should hurry and put the barrier up, otherwise they might get caught in the blast. Soon, they activate the barrier and ask for their help. It seems to be an illusion art. Even the Flame Fist herself cannot break this wall. Their fight is also being observed in the control room, they say. Still, it's an unbelievable fight. That Korean man is someone Flame Fist has to go all out on. At the same time, they are also concerned about Flame Fist, as she's not seen anywhere. Soon, the system confirms the survival of the Flame Fist while repeatedly clashing Yin and Yang against each other to maximize its destructive force. She says that because of the recoil of her inner Kai, her Kai center has been disrupted a lot, but she believes that even then, her victory is assured. There was no room for him to evade. Sung-hoon says this will be a fantastic ending, as that destructive power alone can hold the title of final move. She is shocked to see him flying and says this is impossible. She also asks him about the number of abilities he possesses. He says it seems she is curious about his abilities, even though she tried to fight against him without caring the least in the beginning. She has never tried to use her head, most likely because she never had a chance to fight against someone stronger than her. He further says there is a proverb for a person like her, a frog in a well. Then he hits her, blood spits out of her mouth. Her fellows see their miss has collapsed, and say it must be Zhu Ru Mo, that temper of hers. That is why they told her not to use those dangerous moves like Great Yin and Yang clashing Sky Palm. Sung-hoon observes her inner Kai in her bloodstream as it has been disrupted, and assumes perhaps they are talking about what they say, Zu Hurumo. They also say they cannot believe Flame Fist has been defeated, so they try to wake her up. As she is alive, they seem satisfied. So, he says, he feels a little sorry, because now, as it is not the result he wanted, he should get out of here before it gets noisy. Then he says they will meet again and move from there. Meanwhile, the Elder is informed that Flame Fist has been defeated. The Elder is amazed that she has been defeated and asks about the opponent. He is being told that Flame Fist could not deal even with the slightest damage and was made a fool of by her opponent, who toyed with Flame Fist. Then he shows the Elder the video recorded from the scene and says that, although Flame Fist's inexperience contributed to her defeat, when the Elder sees the video, he notes not only that the guy is powerful but also seasoned. He seems like a shaman of a sort, even though they could not use shamanic arts. The guy who brings the report says that, according to the analysts, they believe he is not a shaman. They hypothesized that Sung-hoon's ability was akin to European mages. Elder says that just as they now use martial arts, he heard about the West trying to use magic and asked if they were successful. Moreover, he also ordered the investigation of every detail of the European Awakening Society's relationship with Sung-hoon. The person says they are already on it, and Elder asks to hurry, as Korea must remain closely allied with them and fight alongside the US on the other side. Sung-hoon, after returning to his room, thinks about today's combat. He says he has gained some valuable information about the inner Kai discipline. The Kai was flowing through the blood vessels. It is more efficient than internal enhancement, although it lacks some stability, as the Kai is injected directly into the veins. However, controlling and micro-managing the Kai is worth analyzing. Then he detects that Young has entered the premises, and thinks about what she has to do with him at this hour. So when she comes in, she asks him to train her to get stronger right now. He asks her to come in first and tells her that his mom is at a friend's party. When he says the next training is tomorrow, she should explain the reason for her hurry. She says she is just a bit worried since she has to support and act as a tank at the same time. Still, she does not think she can do both at the same time as she does now, since she has never actually fought any monsters, unlike those older men, Jinsuk and Dujin. And even if she has Okasha's mercy, it is still hard for her to do something she has never done before. He is aware of Okasha's mercy. It is said that the more a person utilizes Okasha's power, the calmer they become, and they feel less fear. This is a psychological manipulation intended to enable people to fight against the monsters despite their personality not being suited for it. Therefore, Okasha's mercy was something akin to a shield that protects humanity. So, she thinks she should undergo some special training, and he appreciates her good thinking, saying she is right. Due to their original class, Dujin and Jinsuk already know how to use weapons. To catch up to their proficiency, she needs to put an incredible amount of effort into practicing. She says she will practice and asks if he will teach her. He says he will teach her since he has just finished crafting and training equipment, and is also crafting and training equipment for the others. The bamboo obstacle course was too primitive. He didn't have much material at the time. She says it was a bit old school, but considering him, he might even create something like virtual reality. He says it looks like she knows him pretty well. Just as she said, it is a virtual reality training environment. He finished it not too long ago. He says he can no longer joke, and they have been declining for a while. He dug pretty far down this time due to security issues. He had to take the safety of their surroundings into account as well. It is strong enough to withstand a nuclear attack. She says it sounds like some villain's hideout. He says she understands perfectly, as it is a dungeon and every man's dream. When they arrive at the lowest floor, he tells her she is the first outsider to enter this area, so she should be excited. She is surprised that this device can create a virtual reality. He says it would be correct to say it is a high-performance field training virtual space generator. She says it sounds like something an otaku game developer would create. He asks her to hurry and change her outfit first, shows her a changing room, and tells her there is a struggle inside. There is a cabinet with her name on it. She will see it when she goes inside. When she goes to change, he says he should get ready too. As an authorized person, he scans his hand on the system, which detects that Sung-hoon, the creator, is initiating the central system. The current state is optimal. He requests the generation of a virtual space and level setting for combat stimulation, specifically for beginners at level 1. The command is confirmed, and virtual reality combat stimulation for the beginner level is loaded. The virtual reality cocoon generation is soon completed. He says it's a good one. Meanwhile, she emerges from the changing room and says this is one of those skimpy defense gears from an online game. It looks like a swimsuit. When he says it's a swimsuit, she asks him what he thinks of it, as if he might think something lewd. He says he did not do it intentionally, and she will need it. The more exposure she has to the equipment's liquid, the better the synchronization, the more effective the training will be. She says this swimsuit is perfect for her size and asks how he knows about it. She thinks perhaps he scanned her. However, he claims to have seen the team members' information in the company file. Then he asks about virtual reality. He says that when she enters it, the virtual reality with that predetermined setting will be generated. So 3 days in the virtual reality will only take 1 hour in real time. She asks if she can breathe, as it is filled with some liquid. He says she can breathe, as among his magics is something called time acceleration, and he has just utilized the scale to be used with specific variables. Therefore, it affects their physical well-being and impacts their mental state. This will help her tremendously with her failed combat proficiency. They exist to improve her aura proficiency level. Even if she is in there, her aura will stay the same. So remember that she must train her aura separately. If she experiences it, she will know. Then he asks her to put her hands up. She does so, and he uses his telekinesis skills, surprising her as she is drawn into the virtual reality. The system informs the level 1 user that Yoyoung is connected, and stimulation will begin immediately. Sung-hoon is observing the activity. He says it is good to see Yoyoung is set for now, and for others, he should think more about tomorrow. Yoyoung receives the information that a virtual reality will be generated. She feels as though she is in outer space, as it is beautiful. Then, she is welcomed into the virtual reality. Her aura is being analyzed. After it is studied, it is revealed that the user has learned eternal enhancement. She is asked to select a weapon. She thinks a sword should be the best. She sees a squishy paw and holds it. The system indicates that she chooses the gloves, selecting the scenario for the fighter's technique, which is Dragon's Fang. She says whatever she will keep, and perhaps it is better to punch than use a weapon. Meanwhile, system confirms the required aura points to perform Dragon's Fang, and when it is confirmed, she is asked to begin the Dragon's Fang mode as a beginner. When she sees it, she says it is a tent just like a military forward base. She enters the tent to visit it. Then a girl arrives there and asks her what she is doing inside and asks her come on out, as the privates are to move as quickly as they can, and also orders that her answer will be in yes sir, no sir, right away sir. So when she comes out, she says the weather is good. This is pretty realistic, and as she is a private, she guesses this girl is NPC and is a drill instructor. She says she has no idea where they are going as her instructor did not even explain anything. She imagines her as rude, and then the instructor introduces herself as Mas Hasada and says she is her drill instructor. Hasada says she is just a hatchling with nearly 280 AP. With that skill, it is still too early for her to stand on the battlefield fighting monsters. Hasada further tells her that she cannot survive on the battlefield just because she has a little aura, and it honestly brings shame to their name to call her their soldier. Then, she says they will begin their training now. She is asked to enter, and monsters will be summoned. It is perfect for her to train in Dragon Fang, and she will repeat this until she reaches 50 proficiency points. Yoyoung is asked to start. Soon, she sees an orc and thinks about what she will do, as this is a beginner level. She then observes it for some time and then attacks the orc. Meanwhile, it also attacks her, but she dodges its attack. Then she begins Dragon's Step and thinks this is what Sung-hoon Appa was talking about. She uses it subconsciously, which is doable. She attacks its different parts. She used the knowledge Appa transferred to her last time, but this was easier than she had thought. Suddenly, she receives a fatal attack. She is asked to restart the training. As she rests inside the tent, Hasada asks what she is doing. She asks her to come out as the privates are to move as quickly as they can. Yoyoung says this is how it is. Since she revived after she died, she can be as reckless as she wants. Then she says it is time to do it for real now. On the other hand, Sung-hoon tells Dujin that Yoyoung has already started and asks Dujin to come to his place. He might start it as soon as possible, and he tells him that he will have to stay for a few nights. Then, he says he will be seeing him soon and ends the call. After that, Sung-hoon thinks it would be great if he trained his team members through virtual reality. He has 1 week in real time, which is equivalent to about 20 days in virtual reality. After that time, they can easily pass the beginner tests. Meanwhile, he detects that Michelle has entered the premises. He feels that there are quite a lot of people visiting him today, so he asks her about the reason she is here at this hour. She says she knows it is rude of her, but she cannot help it. He says she seems to be in a hurry and asks her to be direct, telling him the purpose of the visit. She says she does not have much time. Just as he said, so she will be direct. She would like him to come to the US quickly. He says it is too sudden, as he thought he heard the S was doing quite well with the dungeon situation. Something must have happened. She says an anomaly has occurred in the Brooklyn dungeon, as the monsters have changed. CIA has described it as evolving, but the real problem is what comes after. She then asks him to take a look and shows him in her laptop that an ice troll-like monster appears. When he sees it, he says this is a big problem which is looking at. She says he cannot see it on the screen. But according to the hunters, not only the monsters, the dungeon has changed to a tier 2 dungeon. Moreover, they dispatched the raid team formed with hunters around level 70, which was 240 hours ago, and there is no change in the dungeon. The monsters are no longer spawning from the dungeon since the raid team has gone in, so they believe they are still alive. So he says then it's about 10 days. It takes about 1 week to clear the dungeon on average, and it is taking longer than the reason she visited is to ask for his help. She says that is right. They would like to formally request him to rescue the survivors from the dungeon to compensate for their request. He thinks that is a tremendous amount. He assumes someone important is part of the raid team. She says since this is an emergency, they have already prepared everything. A state-of-the-art jet is awaiting his answer to transport him to the S, and it will take approximately 3 hours to reach at Brooklyn. She further says they would like his decision to be as swift as possible. He says let him ask for something in return, and then he says he would like to compensate him twice as much as they have offered in magic stones. If they can do that, he will lessen their time to get there by 1/3 since it is an emergency. So he could use some of his abilities as he believes it is a fair trade. Although it feels a little off-putting negotiating with people's lives in the line, they are a world-class superpower. So if he can secure magic stones en masse, he can increase his mana on par with tier 4. Until then, he must focus on training his teammates to the best of his abilities. He further says he would like to receive the payments in advance. She says she does not get him. The deal was approved. Meanwhile, he just put the teammates who arrived in virtual reality and moved quickly to the airport. He also made a phone call to mom, and he told his mom that he was going on a business trip, so she did not need to worry. Michelle says a pilot suit looks good on him. He says she flattered him. Then a jet arrives. The pilot asks him if he is the only passenger of the day and says he will deliver him with special care. Sung-hoon introduces himself as Sung-hoon. The pilot asks him and tells him his name is Tom. He says he heard Sung-hoon was a fantastic hunter, and the higher-ups in the motherland are calling him over since they are in a pinch or something. Michelle says, as he said that Sung-hoon is amazing. Sung-hoon says he can reach them in 3 hours. Even in the S, he is the only person who can fly like that. Sung-hoon checks his mana and finds out that Tom is awakened. He tells him that he will see his abilities once they are in the air. Then, he says that they should leave as they are in a hurry. Tom asks them to get ready and tells them the gravity under Mach 4 is pretty heavy. He hopes things work out. Sung-hoon asks him to leave it to him. He knows that the F-22 can go as fast as Mach 2.6, but Mach 4 is different. He assumes they increased the jet's power with awakened abilities and guesses he was underestimating this world's creativity. Soon, they reach so high in the sky that Tom says they are in the clear, so tell him when they can go faster. Sung-hoon says he will ask before they start, and asks him to pilot under Mach 12. Tom asks if he is joking about Mach 12, and Sung-hoon says it is not a joke. He will reinforce the plating with his skills so he does not have to worry about the jet falling apart. The problem comes down to whether or not he can pilot it. Tom says he is a pilot to the core. There is nothing in this world he cannot fly. Sung-hoon says that it is good, and then he will trust him. He uses skill to accelerate time, remove friction, and reinforce durability, and orders him to go fast. Meanwhile, in the control room, the boss is informed that the speed is measured as Mach 12, which is faster than the railgun. He does not remember the last time he went home, all because of that first one, Sung-hoon. He also says that if that jet could fly at such a high speed, it would seem like a joke. His assistant says it is faster than any missile armaments worldwide and practically impossible. When they reach Brooklyn, he is given long-range radar equipment. The official who gives him this equipment says that, since they do not know how large the dungeon is, this will help him find and rescue any survivors. Anyways, they thanked him for his cooperation despite the short notice. Sung-hoon says he is getting something out of it after all, and he will receive their thanks after he finishes his job. He says it is strange to see no journalist here. Then he asks about inventory. He says instead of journalists, there are military, police, hunters, and some from the departments, and no hunters are sponsoring like in China. There is no way the S is this lax. He equips the inventory and says he will be off. Then he enters the dungeon. When he enters the dungeon, he says it is cold, as ice trolls spawn from the dungeon. It is no wonder the dungeon would have a cold climate. He first decides to look for any survivors. He summons Arcring and continues commencing status cleansing, protection magic, and temperature control. He uses the light of the protection skill and sees nothing within a 2-kilometer radius. He does not even know how wide this place is. He thinks that if magic cannot do it, it cannot be helped. Some wise man once said that highly advanced technology is like magic. He partially agrees with him. He then opens that radar box and says that if this works in the dungeon, it can detect things far outside his magic range. When he opens it, he says it works and finds them. He then tells the rescue team that he is on his way to them. He sees 9 survivors. It is quite a distance, but surprisingly, everyone has survived. That is good, but there are not just survivors. Radar detected other signatures of ice trolls. That was a type of ice troll, too, just as he supposes. These are troll and ogre types. They grow an extra horn each time they evolve, and eventually, after 9 horns, it looks pretty similar to a crown, and at that point, one can assume this has reached the level of a demigod. It is weak compared to other trolls, but the ice troll is a stupid, annoying monster immune to cold and can breathe fire. He sees these monsters sense his presence, as they are coming right at him. He knows trolls can smell and recognize their prey from up to 3 kilometers. They have quite impressive noses. He says he should take care of them before he leaves, since they are going the same way he is. He thinks they might follow him if he ignores them. He feels their voice alone is quite loud. On the other hand, a girl from the survivors asks his fellows about the vibrations they felt, and a man says the monsters and the rescue team must be fighting, but they will surely lose. A yellow-haired girl asks him to stop saying stupid things like that, and says their rations are almost gone. If this rescue team loses, they will all die. She also says they will be all right. They only need to believe in the rescue team. The man says above them, there is something. They hear the rescue team entering, and a yellow-haired girl says they did not bring any monsters with them. Sung-hoon says that he cannot do that as the rescue team, and tells them he is here to get them out. Then he introduces himself as Hunter Sung-hoon, whom the CIA formally requested. He says from his information that he heard a tank named Miss Miller is the leader here, and then a girl named Jessica comes forward and tells him she is the current leader. He observes that she is the one who did not have her last name on the list. Jessica says, including the leader Miller, 5 people are currently unconscious. Then she asks him about the other people from the rescue team. He asks Jessica if she supports the party. She says that is true and asks him if he is the only person from the rescue team. He apologizes and says he is alone, but she doesn't have to worry because he is enough to handle the situation. She says she knows him, then introduces herself as Jessica Rothschild and says she has heard some information about him through the CIA. He is the first person to clear a dungeon all by himself, and she does think highly of his skills, but she also believes his coming here alone is a grave mistake. When he asks if this place is perilous, she says precisely this is what she wants to say. Then he summons a troll, and she is surprised to see he slays the troll alone and kills it alone. One of her fellows says it is surprising that he killed it, but it has only been a few minutes. Sung-hoon says if they needed to hide from the trolls, maybe their party's skills had a problem. She admits he is strong, seeing how he can hunt a troll by himself quickly. Still, she will not tolerate him insulting her team because they can also handle trolls. They failed because of the dungeon boss. Things would be different without that monster. He apologizes if he makes her feel bad and asks if he can check on the conditions of her team members so they can discuss it in detail afterward. Then he moves towards her team's healer and says her mana has been depleted, so that he will recover her mana first. Jessica is amazed to see this. She thinks he can't recover another person's mana because she believes mana can only heal naturally over time. Jessica was born into the collateral lineage of the Rothschild family. This family had controlled the world's finances since ancient times. As a member of the great Rothschild family, she received a proper education from an early age. As long as she survived that harsh education, she would have become an essential asset to the family. But one day, she awakens. Fortunately, the Rothschild family, which had many members, had plans for those who awakened, and she was even given greater authority and responsibility after that. But those powers were not free, so she was assigned the dangerous task of clearing this dungeon for political and financial reasons. Suddenly, a loud thud rings out as a troll is pierced in the head, and the troll he hunts could have been more than one, as they often move in groups of 2 or 3. She knows Sung-hoon, who goes by the codename First, is an awakened one from Korea. He has multiple skills, and his power limit is unknown. He even defeats Takoyan, the Chinese martial artist known as the Hand of China. Not only that, but he also hunted trolls that a special team formed by her family barely managed to defeat without any injuries. She thinks she must know what kind of man he is, including the secrets he is hiding, and she cannot even estimate how much more he is hiding. And this troll appeared out of thin air. The inventory didn't seem large enough to fit this troll, most likely due to space and time limitations. Sung-hoon realizes she has been staring at him too much without trying to hide it, and it feels uncomfortable. However, from what he can tell from her mana aura, she has no hostile intent, so he cannot do anything. Then he says the basic treatment is over. Nobody else needs healing. They say they lived thanks to him, and a guy says he never expected anyone to have mana recovery skills. A girl says she thinks they can at least trust his ability, although he is sly because he seems like someone hiding many secrets. Still, it is normal for people at his level to have secrets. He tells everyone to return since they must be starving, so he will get them some food first. While cooking food, he asks Jessica if she had mentioned the boss monster earlier, and he inquires about it. She explains that they have no choice but to hide because of it. Sung-hoon prepares the food. Someone asks if this is Chinese rice, and he replies that it is Korean style. He asks again about the kind of monster, and Jessica asks him if he knows anything about Naga. This confirms that it is indeed a reptilian monster that grows stronger with age. Those with 4 or more arms are classified as Nagalaza, which are far stronger than standard Nagas. He says the Naga, which he knows is a snake-like, half-man monster, is a reptilian creature that grows stronger as it ages. The ones with 4 or more arms are classified as Nigalaza, above Naga, and their strengths are on another level compared to the normal Nagas. He asks how many arms it has, and one of the members says it only has 2 arms, but its tail alone is nearly 6 meters long. He is surprised that even with 2 arms, it is that big and asks if it has any specific abilities. Jessica says she will explain it later. First, everyone should eat. Later, she says that firstly, it is a shockwave, and secondly, it can shoot beams from its eyes. Thirdly, it is environmental, as it can create a blizzard, which is the most problematic ability. Meanwhile, she looks at the meal before her and asks him how to eat it. He tells her to use spoons. He says the monster's size difference is significant, but it is the same monster he knows. He then tells her he has valuable information, so they should rest here. She inquires where he is going and says he only has 1 life, and there is no need to act haughty. He assumes she is not too bad, as she is worried and cares for his well-being. He says he will show them if it is an act or not with the result. It is the perfect time for the weather to clear, so he decides to depart. He will leave food and water behind for them, so they stay put and wait here, he says before closing the entrance. Someone asks him to wait. He turns around and sees Jessica behind him. She asks him if he is okay and if she can accompany him, as her ability will surely aid him during the combat. He asks what her ability is. She explained that it could increase allies' stats by 20%, and she said it would be a helpful skill. She further says she would not be a burden. She promises this. He thinks it is fantastic, as that is the level he can achieve if he stacks multiple buffs together. He nods in agreement. She promises not to be a burden and adds another thing. She can use magic from ancient England. It is an ability that is separate from the system. He thinks English magic seems like Chinese martial arts, so there seem to be many things he must learn even in this life. He knows she must be curious about his abilities as well. Then he allows her to accompany him and tells her to follow his instructions during the combat. She agrees. He believes that after this mission, he can advance to Tier 4 using the compensation he'll receive, so revealing part of his abilities should be alright. After some time, she looks over, sees the robot, and asks if it is a mechanical summon. He tells her it is a golem he has created himself, and he is sure she already knows about this, though. She admits to watching the video of his fight with Flame Fist, but says it doesn't look nearly as big as it did back then. He says that it was just the scout model, which he created to be fast and small. As they get onto it, she ponders how she made this, as it is not sealed off, but she cannot even feel the cold. He says she looks like she is curious about many things. She says she is sure only a handful of people are interested in him. He says there are things he is curious about, too, so they should exchange the information. She allows him to ask what he wants to know, and he asks her about the English magic she spoke of. She says the correct terminology is ceremonial magic. By performing a specific ceremony, the caster can use a particular magic, and they use magic to empower it. The power of magic becomes stronger as the duration of the ceremony increases. Sung-hoon thinks that sounds like shamanism formed by another humanoid species in his previous life. Then she says it is her turn to ask, and she knows his power is not derived from the Akasha system, so she wants to know the source of that power. He says she asks directly, but he guesses he can tell her a little, as he would not tell her everything. He tells her it comes from the knowledge of a foreign world. She does not understand it. Then he says it is the knowledge of another world. She says he is joking because he is talking about another dimension, which is a place that cannot exist in this world. He thinks it must be hard to believe, but this world does have monsters and awaken people with abilities. Then he says it is his turn again. His question concerns the abilities they have already secured. If ceremonial magic originates in England, he assumes that other countries also have their skills. He would like to ask about which country's abilities they were able to secure. He says she can stop here if it is too hard to answer. She thinks she can answer his questions and tells him that besides China, there is India, the Netherlands, Africa, and England, which she has learned, and that's what they have secured so far. He supposes that this world did not entirely lack supernatural abilities among people. It was the first thing that came to his mind. However, for unknown reasons, the decline in mana, the source of supernatural power, may have led to the deterioration of supernatural beings over time. Then he thinks about America, but perhaps this is only the power of the Rothschild family. He says she has already learned English magic. She says she will answer it next time, as it is her turn. Then, suddenly, a few trolls appear and try to attack their robot, but it kills them all. She becomes curious about the kind of weapon that can slay trolls like this. He asks if he can take this as her question, but she knows their current weaponry is not working on monsters. However, if this man knows how to craft weapons that can fight against the monsters, she assumes this would be top-level classified information. He says she must empower it until it can penetrate the monster's defense simultaneously. She says she already knows that and just asked if that is possible. He knows that she is expecting something grand and says this was just part of his abilities when he awakened. And it is not a lie that he used part of the system's power. And if he distributed the knowledge, it would surely help humanity. Then he says they should stop asking and answering the questions here, as they have arrived. He says they are here. Jessica says it seems complicated to stay here, but he says a powerful monster is hidden in that cave, believing this is the boss's lair. He says she did not know the boss's exact location. She says they did not understand, as the boss had approached them first. Their first battle was marked as unknown, and the bodies nearby were from the initial raid team. He suggests they will bring those corpses with them on their way back. Anyway, seeing no movement from the boss, she assumes it hasn't sensed them yet. He asks her to tell him what magic she can cast before they enter the combat, because if they are fighting together, he should at least know her abilities. She agrees. She says that, except for buffs, she can use 3 spells: Inextinguishable Fire, Second Deteriorating Wound, and lastly, Nerve-Wrenching Pain. She adds that the last one is more effective against humans. She also says these spells remain active until her mana is depleted, although few, but she assures him they are helpful. Even just by hearing it, he can tell her magic is fundamentally different from his. He observes English magic and says it would be beneficial to know more. He understands better once she explains during their preparations. She asks him to call her Jessica, and he asks her to cast her Inextinguishable Fire spell. She casts it and says it's a buff, which lasts up to 30 minutes. He feels the effect gives him a 20% increase in all his stats, and it's more effective than he expected. Even this one buff is a huge help to him. He adds that he will lure the boss by revealing his presence and asking her to read her magic. She understands his strategy well. When he starts using his magic, she observes that he has just done something, and he says she has utilized her analytical skills. She responds that Sung-hoon's mana disrupts her mana during casting, causing the spell to fail. He is surprised that her casting fails due to his analysis magic, and then he apologizes, realizing it is his fault. He wonders if her control is weak, but denies his thoughts as he knows the magic is fundamentally different. She warns him to be very careful, as she does not take kindly to people invading her privacy. It feels like someone is trying to pick a fight with her. He wonders if she has failed on purpose because she doesn't want him to use analysis magic. He suspects perhaps she is rioting, or it is something else. Soon, they see the monster. He activates the pain spell again and sees it is more useful than expected. He asks the beast what it will do, as the fire will continue to burn and take damage, and then he realizes it has found them. He says he will handle it as planned, so she should maintain her fire spell. He says it can fly, but it is relatively slow and looks like levitation or dash magic. He then comes forward to attack. He usually would have to focus on the spell. Soon, he opens the subspace and manages his mana as well. With his mana calculation support apparatus linked, an orb of explosion occurs, but this is a different situation, and because of the support apparatus, he has more than enough mana. He says he will destroy it with his strength alone. The pattern of a sorcerer's combat is simple. Disrupt the opponent's strong points while at the same time empowering one's strong points. Flying through the air, attacking from range, and paralyzing the enemy might sound pretty cheap, but grabbing hold of the combat to guarantee victory is the sorcerer's style. He then commands thee as the Minister of Magic and asks to convert all mana into one and become a singularity. Then, a quad spell activates, and there is an overwhelming mana, the strength of a hunter who has reached level 50. Then, he casts a great piercing mana spear. He notices something odd and asks about it. She tells him that it is a sonic wave and that he needs to be cautious around it. He says that's a simple fix, then uses the silence skill to attack the monster. He says it's his turn now. He uses a thundering lightning spear to attack the beast with great power. Jessica is shocked to see his remarkable power. He asks her if she is maintaining her flames, and she says her mana is still being drained. The flame will not be extinguished even underwater, he says. Then it will be forced to come out eventually. The damage from his spell is severe. Its severed arm and the damage from Jessica's flame are not satisfying. He thought it would have escaped, but it is going on the offensive, so he is guessing it had to come out because of her flame, which could cause a blizzard. It might have a natural ability to control ice, but it is inefficient. He is surprised it uses too much mana at once, although he should not underestimate its power if it can manipulate nature. Jessica shouts as she sees it again. He tells her the blizzard is getting bigger, but he has a perfect spell just for that, so he summoned a miniature sun. He does not know if it can control water and ice, but it is nothing if it is all evaporated away. When she sees him using these skills, she thinks this is the power of the foreign world. He then expands the effects of the sun and says, now there is nowhere for it to hide. He says, now should this end. Although he can finish it with magic, this is enough. She thinks about how far his abilities go. He says he is going for a last struggle now, and then he throws something toward it. This time, the attack on the monster is so severe that it cannot bear it. Soon, it is killed. She assumed, perhaps, that he throws a javelin towards it. So his physical abilities are on par with those of other high-level physical hunters. His level has increased by 1 point thrice, and he reaches level 55, and he guesses he cannot enter the tier 1 dungeons anymore. It is because there are too many people here, and it was barely anything. She asks him how he can be so powerful, and says she believes he knows the world beyond their own. He says it is a trade secret, and then asks her if they should get her companions. The exit has opened, so it's about time they get rid of this desolate place. As the job is done, it's time to return home and rest. She thanked him for his work and said he had brought them all back, even the deceased. He thinks this country is getting into something, and says it was not hard. But it was just a little tedious, seeing how they treated their dead. It was a good choice to bring them all back. On the other side, the older man, the president of the US organization, says it is unbelievable that Sung-hoon is so powerful. Jessica says this is all she could record in the dungeon. The president asks Bill about it. She says that, just from this video, even an elite hunter above level 200 cannot attack him without any consequences. All they know is that his level is only 49, but his ability to fly is a problem. They do not understand how he is capable of such powerful attacks. Jessica further notes that even as an irregular who has trained in abilities beyond the Akasha system, becoming that powerful in such a short period is remarkable. From what she had seen, there was no end to his mana. Bill says they can safely assume he crafts his items, even if he gained his power and knowledge by other means than the Akasha system. It is quite impossible to become that powerful in such a short time. Bill further says it has only been half a year since he first awakened his power, and this is how much more powerful he can become in the future. The president says it is a reasonable theory, and if Sung-hoon did not increase his magical power through levels, then the time it took him to get that mana would be enough. He also says he heard large-scale generators were being built near his house, and he asks Jessica if he knows how to convert electricity to mana. She thinks about it for a while, then says she will get his information. Later, she comes to the beach where he is resting, and says she is not surprised. He is surprised to see her here, and says he heard this is a private island owned by the CIA. She says she came here to relax just as well. It is her family that owns this land, and they let the CIA use this place at their request. He says he thinks it is not a coincidence that she came here and asks if she came to see him. She says there are not many coincidences in this world. He says she is not wrong, so just let him know what brings her here to visit him. She wants to know about his ability to convert electricity into mana. Sung-hoon observes that she looks confident in her claim and has good intuition. He says that is correct, as she has assumed he can convert electricity to mana and vice versa. She asks if it is possible to learn that. He asks her to wait and hold her horses and asks if it is what the USA wants from him or if it is a request from Jessica's family. Then he says anyway, this is not a good place to talk as there are people who are watching them and he will end his break here. Then they see Michelle arriving, and when she reaches there, she asks him if he is ready to go. She says she thinks his condition will be complex, but this is almost impossible, and he is even thinking of trading. She then asks him if he should consider just starting to live here. He laughs and denies it. She tells him they have prepared a private jet that will bring them back. Then Michelle sees Jessica and asks what she is doing here. She asks if she is here to meet Mr. Sung-hoon, but Jessica denies it and says she is on vacation. It is just a coincidence that she met him here. Then they get ready to return. Soon, Sung-hoon reaches home and cannot see his mom. He thinks perhaps she must have gone out, and it is satisfying to see that there is no problem with the magic security. Nothing special must have happened. Then, he wonders how his team members are doing. He was only away for 3 days, which is about 12 days, in virtual reality, so they could have gotten used to it. He asks his administrator to show him all the logs. Firstly, he sees Yoyoung while replaying the video log, which he observes has gotten this far in only 3 days. She called NPC for assistance as they were dealing with the ogre. One of the NPCs says that it dares to retreat. Meanwhile, she uses Dragon Fang 7 slashes and Dragon Fang swirling kick skills, and says she will beat it this time. She attacks the ogre, knowing she is now accustomed to eternal enhancement. It should be visible now. She tells the wizard that the squad is present and everyone needs to back off. Many more ogres have appeared there. She casts a fire spell and says leave none of them alive. NPCs come forward to deal with them. She says it is a little different every time because they arrived a bit earlier, and she saved way more aura than last time. She says to save mana, she can just let the others do the work, as she thinks she can beat it this time, and it feels pretty good. She knows aura is strong, but since it gets used up so fast, she has to be careful. She has to constantly think about using it as efficiently as possible. Then she sees that the boss, ogre, is here now and says she will surely get it. She informs them that a boss ogre has appeared, so they need to charge up. The leader of the NPC orders others to save the wizard while he takes care of this. The boss, ogre, asks him to stop charging in alone and says he knows it. That stupid older man is always like that. Although it gave her an opening, this is her 21st try. She then uses Dragon Shock skills to get to the next level. Soon, she says it is good as the first phase is cleared. She used lots of aura with that move, but sealing the boss movement is much more beneficial. And now, if she attacks it from the range for some time, NPCs are just charging in again. She does not know what to say about those guys, and perhaps it is because this is a game. Then she uses the Eternal Enhancement Recovery skill and says that there is one thing left she has to do. While they are distracting the boss, she needs to recover enough aura to kill the boss in one shot. She says they are just part of the program, but it is bothering her, as they are dying for no reason. She feels it is so reckless. She does not think she will lose with this much aura, given her experience from 20 tries. Its body, guarded by its muscles, will not work, so she thinks about a weaker area, like its head or joints. She says if she wants to win the game, it should be the head, so she jumps over and reaches its head. She says she has finally got it. Now it's her win. Then she attacks its head forcefully, and blood comes out of it. NPCs becomes excited to see the ogre down, and she is also pleased with herself as she does it. She won it and finally cleared it. She receives a notification that she is being disconnected from the server. She asked the admin to wait as she cleared it now. It took her 21 tries, but she still has not received any reward. She is worried that it will end without giving her anything as a reward, and she hasn't received any save points yet. The system says she is returning to reality. She asks it to stop sending her into reality, as this cannot happen without rewarding her. Sung-hoon views it as a reward for completing levels, which he does for fun, but he suspects the game is more enjoyable than the training. When she returns, she cries to get her rewards and says he could have waited a little. It took her 21 tries, but she could not save points. She further says how he can do this to her. He gives her a cup of tea and says it will warm her up. She still looks angry at how he dares to log her off forcefully. He says he doesn't think she will be impressed by it. He turned it off when she was about to reach the stage she had attempted so many times. He says it is no wonder she is angry, just like that TV show that stopped everything to see the crowd's violent reaction. He did not expect this to be like that TV show at all. Although he created virtual reality, the body will remember what it experienced there. He knows magic will directly impact the nervous system, so it is not far off to call it the best training tool. But that means everything is synchronized. He made a safety net just in case. But there is stress whenever the user experiences pain and death. But he did not think she would view it as a game. He felt scared. He says she has gotten stronger. She has gotten considerably stronger in only 4 days, while he never thought she would be able to beat the ogre by herself. She says she has to train her aura. He says, since her aura utilization is already tier 3 or higher, it would not be wrong to call her a genius. She asks about tier 3. He tells her that aura mastery is divided into 10 levels. Utilization level means how efficiently she is using her aura. Considering her training time, if she has already achieved tier 3, she is likely naturally well suited to use aura. She says she doesn't know if that's good because she has no one to compare it to. Anyways, she asks him when he will take out her other fellows. He says when they get to her level. She says she can tell it and thinks it will take 2 more days. She may be a genius, after all. He then asks her if they should get going, as she is tired and needs to go home to rest. Her family must be worried as well. She says it's alright anyway, then asks him to get some food, as she needs to taste cola. She thinks she knows why people in this world worship that stupid drink and tells him that she is sure about one thing. Eating is more complex than training in there. He observes that she has a false smile, which means she is not on good terms with her family. He says he does feel sorry for forcefully logging her out. Then he asks her what she wants to eat. She says anything that goes well with cola. It is said that the magic is omnipotent. However, it takes a significant amount of time to establish the basics. For knowledge and spells, an incredible amount of resources is needed to support these two. Later, he thinks he is ready, so he needs to start. His mama has now reached the maximum capacity at his current class. His current body will not be able to handle any more mana, so he must increase his mana drain by 1 to increase the maximum mana he can preserve at once. 1 magic circle has been added. He has now become tier 4. He says it is good that now he is tier 4, and that means he can now make a clone of a living body. Creating a clone is tier 7 magic, but in this magically strengthened house, he can do anything on tier 4, so as he is the ruler of mana, and the minister of mana as well as the user of mana, that is why he commands thee to observe the flesh, analyze and create. Soon, he notices that it has been detected, analyzed, and copied. Life is implemented, and creation is completed for clone life. He says it is good that cloning is successful. Next, he says to maintain life as the target is stationary. A permanent effect is applied. Although it has been a while since he last did that, all is well. He sees a brain box, which is a clone of his brain. As the Minister of Magic, he ordered thee to connect and combine to make the permanent connection. His thoughts are faster. He can feel his head getting clearer. Finally, he has all the basics of a true sorcerer. This is the ultimate skill that only a few sorcerers of his previous life were capable of. Then he creates a subspace for an extra brain and says it is a simple logic. For example, it is similar to a cloud for computers. He can increase data processing efficiency by chaining many computers in a network. The more, the better, but it is hard to make them. And having too many at once is too much for the central brain to handle. As the human body is not a machine, it requires time to adjust to it. Anyway, he receives the notification that the system is now monitoring him. As he thought, the Akasha system is managing billions of individual humans. It may be a mighty god, but perhaps the strongest bodily being is. After a few days, he says that it has been so long since he last visited the hunting ground. Dujin says that is right, as it has been so long since they came to the field hunt. Yoyoung says he sounds like some dizzy geezer who came out for a round of golf. Sangjin says he is not feeling nervous at all. Sunghoon knows that not being anxious is the apparent result of all the training, and they will subconsciously feel more confident due to their stronger bodies. Sangjin says this is perhaps because he uses his tank abilities and does not need them. Further, he did not use them in the training either. She says they should still use them as they will forget how to use them properly. Jinsu then asks if they can stay here. This is a field where hunters typically level 100 and above come to hunt. Yoyoung says they are worried about the weirdest things. Sunghoon Appa is here, so they won't have any problems, and they have become much stronger than before. The system warns them that this region may not be suitable for their level. This is where trolls usually show up, from what she hears. Jinsu says that is right. Not only trolls but even orcs also show up occasionally, and there is some high-level hunting field here. She says those orc bastards are ambushing soldiers to steal their guns and form a tribe. He asks her about what kind of orcs they are. He is pretty certain orcs' high intelligence was a question on the hunter's license exam, and that was so long ago that he has already forgotten it all. Sung-hoon detects that the monster successfully lures the target stone troll. She is asked from the control room to target the stone troll, and it is approaching 10 o'clock, which is 3 minutes away. He asks everyone to be ready. Dujin says he understood. The control team also informs that the rest of the drone team will begin reconnaissance to locate other dangers. They are asked to bring the target inward to create more distance from other monsters. Since they are in a high-level region, they will hunt them individually. Sung-hoon asks his fellows if they've heard them and asks them not to get carried away, hunting one at a time. Young and Jinsu prepare for the fight. Sangjin thinks those young ones have learned those old-fashioned puns. Soon, Dujin says the monsters are here, so they should prepare for combat. Sung-hoon says he has never seen stone trolls in his previous life before. He assumes maybe they will adapt to their surroundings after coming out of the gate. After all, trolls are known for their adaptability not only in swamps, but they can even exist in disrupted spaces. As they can see, stone trolls have hardened skin, so everyone is asked to be cautious when hunting them. According to the data, depending on their level, they have a tremendous physical and magical defense. Dujin asks Jinsuk to go to the right and Young to the left. Both follow his orders. When they hit the stone troll, they hit it as hard as possible, but it only damaged its height. But the defense is all it has. Dujin, who used to struggle with a fence against monsters at the same level, can now damage high-level monsters like this. After some time, Sangjin says the debuff has failed, but he is the aggro. However, Dujin thinks he cannot let him do that, as he also has the ability, so he plans to use it himself to damage the trolls. Jinsu throws arrows toward the troll. His arrow can pierce its head, which is its hardest body part. Sung-hoon sees everyone doing quite well despite hunting a high-level monster for the first time and assumes that everyone will be able to adjust fine at this rate. Jinsu says he will get one this time, while Dujin says he will take care of the aggro, so do it. Jinsuk says after sealing its movements, it's time to go in for the kill. After about an hour, the hunt was successful and just over a minute or two. Yoyoung says she got that last hit, and it was a sweet experience. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of Pyongyang, many undead are seen. Their head says it has been a long since they basked in the sunlight, and this place is what God has promised them. He also says the other competitors will be here too, so he must hurry. Now, everyone does not need to be lazy and get on their feet, as it is time for them to move for their master, find every living being, and kill it. While in Seoul, Sung-hoon commands the Minister of Mana to memorize this location as an everlasting marker. Due to the effect of the everlasting marker, a teleportation portal has been created. He says this is good. With this, he is finished recording the coordinates for all of South Korea. If he can teleport long distances at any time, then he should at least record the necessary coordinates, and then he decides to see if he missed anywhere. When he sees it, he says it is good that he can cover the whole nation with these. Then he decides to go back, but suddenly sees something unusual. A powerful aura is coming from the north, dark and filthy energy, which he surely experienced in his previous life. He says it was not just a monster, it was an undead. To put it differently, he thinks a powerful undead monster has appeared. He decides to check it with his own eyes. It is quite a bit away, and he would have missed it if he had been lazy with his training. He did not record the coordinates for the northern area, so it is a bit of a hassle. But it is fine, it uses a bit of mana, but he decides to go by moving manually. Then, he creates an instant space portal, as the vicinity of Pyongyang is inhabited by humanoid hyena monsters. The wolf-like monsters already in the area see that the undead keep coming without end. One of them asks their chief if they should fall back now as they have taken too much damage. But the chief says they have no place to go if they abandon their headquarters. The other one says, but fighting against them atop the black ground is suicide. They are becoming undead after dying on the black ground. The chief asks everyone to retreat and escape the black ground immediately. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon is amazed to see the undead. He discovers that it is the land of the dead, and it has been a long time since he saw it. The land of the dead is a phenomenon when the shadow of the dead covers a wide area. If anyone dies on that ground, they become undead. If the number of undead increases, the land of the dead also expands. Also, the undead become even stronger after expanding to a certain point. Not only that, but the undead usually evolve by consuming a living creature. But on top of that ground, they will only need half of what they usually need to evolve. But even if the undead does nothing, they receive an overpowered double experience buff. The problem is that the land of the dead does not just appear out of nowhere. It requires shadow magic and an exceptionally powerful one. Now that the land of the dead is activated, its force will increase rapidly. He says that Lick looks like the reason behind all this. He then decides to see how far it has expanded first and uses his detection skills. He detects it is much broader than he thought, and this won't be easy at all. After the fall of North Korea, everyone who dies there will rise as undead. Then he thinks about what he can do now because he knows that powerful undead like liches, vampires, or old age mummies are tough opponents. They are powerful sorcerers in their own right, and thus, they will create their own magical fields to create an advantage. If it were in his previous life, he would bring some high-level holy priests and blow them up using high-level holy magic, but he would never find them on Earth. He says it cannot be helped. Then, he takes a good picture. He might be a reincarnated sorcerer, but he is also a man of the 21st century, so there is no reason for him to do this all by himself. That is why he decides to let the government handle it. Later, when the government received this information, the president stated that it was unbelievable for such a large contamination field to occur on the Korean peninsula. The secretary confirmed this, as a high-level hunter specializing in detection had verified it. The president asks about any movement from the White House. She tells them that they are short on manpower, even to control the dungeon situations in their land. When he asks about Japan, she says this is the information provided by the US. North America's dungeons are blending into the environment. He says it seems they are the only ones who do not know that dungeons are being fused with reality, and he asks if the intelligence branch is also doing their work. She says, as he probably already knows, the nation could become a danger zone depending on the situation, especially if the contamination worsens and evolves into a Tier 3 or higher dungeon. Numerous high-ranked monsters will spawn and descend upon them. He thinks about what they should do as they do not have enough personnel to take care of the dungeons north of the military demarcation line. On the other hand, Sung-hoon receives a message from the director, Jisuk, stating that they could sell the pictures to the government for a substantial sum, and he will send it to his accounts immediately. He says that Director Jisuk is fantastic at his work, as always, and it is a delight to work with him. It would be even better if he could bring him under him, though. Despite all the difficulties, he also obtains all the rare materials he requests. Rare metals, such as titanium, would have been a nightmare to locate in the quantities he requested. Since powerful monsters like this Lick started to show up, he needs to increase his power, even if he has to waste his money. The thing he needs the most right now is time. Today, he will create a powerful supporter who can make that time. He then completes the authorization. The system confirms the presence of the creator, Sung-hoon. He says it's good. He will be heading it tonight. Then, he initiated a shutdown and a temporary system. Now, it took everything he had saved up until now to prepare for what he had been preparing. Then he summons the foundation of the tower magic and shares his consciousness as he plants his ego within it. The administrator of the Tower of Magic was born, and he asked him to choose a name. He then selects the name Aina for the administrator of the Tower of Magic, and, being a creator, issues the command. Aina says it is nice to meet the creator. Soon, Aina has completed initialization. He says, finally, it is done. He has created an ego artifact, and his secretary is a reliable ally. It is his companion that aids him using his ego. And of course, it is as good as an infant compared to humans. Aina awaits his command, saying she awaits it. He thinks she can search through the memories he has transferred and asks her to begin automatic learning using these memories, as she has access to the internet. She is asked to please choose the direction of the automatic learning. It is difficult for her to aid him in her current state. First of all, she will learn the world's wisdom and knowledge, and focus on accessible scientific knowledge and make it available for practical application. Aina is commencing the creator's command while beginning the search using the internet access. She will do her best to master the world's knowledge. He says that is one thing out of the way. Meanwhile, his mom tells him the director, Jisuk, is here. He welcomes him and says he is surprised to see him drop by without prior notice. Jisuk says he just got new information that he might love. Meanwhile, Mom serves them and asks them to drink while it is still warm. Then Jisuk says the National Hunters Association has recognized him as a user of original ability. It is a new rank that has recently been created, encompassing individuals who already possessed their innate skills even before the Okasha system manifested. Witches, martial artists, shamans, and others who existed in ancient times are the best examples. The rewards will increase significantly, and he will also be able to access top-secret information at will. He says it's pretty nice. Jisuk then gives him a file and says, "This concerns an original user." He says this is an Indian, and this is a cleric. Jisuk says this is about a believer in India's minor religion, Zoroastrianism. This person is a unique ability user who becomes stronger through her belief, which he has requested them to look for. He says, "What great timing." He wonders if he can bring her to his side. Later, his alpha team is hunting again, and Yeoyoung is attacking the monsters. Meanwhile, Jinsu says Nuna's attacks are getting scarier. Sangjin says with power like that, she would wipe the floor with any damage dealer on the same level as her. Dujin asks the director if they can finish up as they are, and he is allowed to do so. Yeoyoung says this hunting zone is not too bad. Dujin asks her about her current level. She tells him it is 62 and asks about his level, and he says he is 65 now. Since they are in a high-risk zone, they earn plenty of experience points. Jinsu appreciates her for doing a good job. She says he has also done the same. He must have been tired of guarding HQ. Then, the director asks leader Dujin to review the file. When asked what this was, he replied that it was an urgent report from Pyongyang, located above the demarcation line. A massive number of zombies have spawned, he says, and there are a lot of them. It seems these are all undead, Yeoyoung says. Still, if it is the demarcation line, they are super close. Dujin says that is right and wonders where all these monsters came from. The director says he believes they came from the dungeon near Pyongyang, Jinsu says. Their HQ wants them to return immediately. If these monsters move further south, there might be a mandatory call for all hunters to fight against them. He also says they look gross. She says so they are going to end it here. They should go. Jinsu also says to Dujin, "It ended early, so it's time to rest." Dujin thinks this number would be difficult even for Sung-hoon. The news anchor reports that the government claims there are too many undead in the northern area and that they are currently on the move. Dujin asks Yeoyoung if she knows what Sung-hoon is doing these days. She says it has been a while since he's been cooking up something in his basement, and she thinks he'll probably show up with something ridiculous again, as usual. Conversely, Aina asks the creator, Sung-hoon, if he has contracted a virus. He says not yet. He thinks someone might be talking about him behind his back, and she says she doesn't see any logical connection. He says it is an assumption from experience. Anyway, he asks about how the production is. She tells by combining engineering with magic, she has confirmed the results of the equipment. A 3D printer applied with magical power can engrave even with the most detailed magic circles. The magic circle is hidden from sight as it is engraved within the ring itself, and by applying a security magic. If it is taken apart by force, it will self-destruct. He says that it's good, as she's taking care of things. He didn't even ask, so they should give it a test run. Then he sees a ring with the triple spell life support printed instantly. With this alone, the wearer can survive in any harsh environment without needing to eat or sleep, making it the most effective survival support item available. Now he has to sell this and make billions per ring, which is so much cash. He then asks her that how much time it will take to have it ready for mass production. She says she is estimating about 2 weeks. He asks her to make it ready as soon as possible and use a 2 as the location. And if she needs anything, ask manager Kim Hyun-tae. He will also tell Hyun-tae that she is his secretary. She says she understands it. Then he asks about the automatic learning process. She says that she is currently gathering knowledge on nuclear and atomic development. He says it is good because they can probably build a nuclear power plant soon. On the other side, in Songlim of the Yellow Sea, one of the liches, Calypso, asks to come those who have wandered through eternity, who harbor great resentment, and asks to open the door that transcends all. Thus the corridor to death shall open where he stands. He also says that the undefeated general, the immortal general, implores him to come by their master's will. Another lich, Paleton, greets him, tells him this is the place their master spoke of, and asks if the army is ready. When Calypso says 20,000 vendors, 20 infantry, 200 knights, and 20 wizards are at their disposal, it is not bad. He must hurry, as he already sensed the other war interfering with their plan. Calypso says he must not worry. Everything will unfold as their master wills it. Then, he says they will go north and march. He asks to demonstrate to the living that the dead will march till their demise. On the other hand, Sung-hoon has received a request for assistance from Jessica Rothschild, whom he met in America, to teach the hunters of each country, especially those under Rothschild's jurisdiction, how to use aura. Her offer was better than he expected. The first batch of students is finally ready to graduate a month later. He asks Aina to disconnect everyone and wake them up. Aina has quickly been growing since her creation and has finally chosen her form. She says there are still those who could not reach the goal. He says that does not matter, as the contract was to teach them aura for 30 days. She understood this, so she began disconnecting from virtual reality and asked users to prepare to exit the simulation. Jessica also feels bad about the disconnection, while Doojin says he was protecting the castle wall until now. Then Sunghoon says that he now wants everyone's attention, and that 30 days have passed since they entered virtual reality. He tells everyone that their training results differ from one another, but everyone must have learned how to utilize aura at the very least. The members say it seems it has been more than a year. Sunghoon says the contract was 30 days in real time. They will end the first class as of now. Everyone has done a great job. He also asks him not to forget the contract condition forbidding them from teaching others the knowledge they have learned in the virtual reality. He also warns them that if they breach the contract, they will face the consequences, although they will likely regret it shortly afterwards. He announces that they will skip the ceremony and says goodbye to everybody. Meanwhile, he thinks this is not bad, and asks Jessica to stay here by resisting his magic. But what is she thinking? She says she wanted to make him an offer. Her family wants to make a contract with him. He is amazed to learn that the Rothschild family is interested in agreeing with him. She says that is true. They want him to become their family's exclusive hunter, and he can also think of them as partners. He knows he will probably reject the offer, but decides to hear it out and asks about it. She says they will give him their share. That is 10% of the Rothschild's business revenue. But the condition is that he must provide them with all his knowledge without hiding anything. He admits this is quite an extreme offer, and asks if she has the authority to make such a decision. She says that, before coming here, she had been approved by the family's elders. He thinks it is strange that the Rothschild family, rumored to run the world from the shadows, is offering an exclusive deal. He asks her on what basis she is making this offer. She says it is based on what she experienced in the virtual world and that his ability to transfer knowledge of aura was terrific, but it was nothing special compared to that place. To trick the flow of time and experience 1 year in just 1 month, a sorcerer who can create such a device must be recruited, no matter what. Aina agrees with her and says her master is an amazing sorcerer, Jessica says, but she could not help but notice. Then she asks him about Aina, and if this is a fairy, he asks her to leave it at that. Jessica says back to what she was talking about, no matter how amazing he is, there is a limit to what he can do if he decides to work with her family. He thanks her for the offer, but says he will unfortunately have to reject it. When she asks the reason, he says, among what he knows, there is a saying, a sorcerer is perpetually preparing for what is to come, and he firmly believes that saying. She says she would like to say something as well, that if he is not an ally, he is an enemy to her family. That is their belief. She further states that she does not know what he is preparing for, but Rothschild and all other countries in the world, including the US, cannot accept such an excuse. He says he has already been preparing, and she cannot subdue him with force, as it is too late already. She feels bad that the negotiation has failed, so he asks, and she will now face him as an enemy. She says she will not consider him an enemy yet. Then he asks her to deliver his sincere greetings to her family elders or whoever is in charge. She hopes they do not perceive him as a threat and order his elimination. Because if they were to fight, everything that he owns would be destroyed. He laughs and says he is looking forward to it. After Jessica is gone, he asks Aina about her opinion. According to the data she hacked into, she says the master cannot win against them in a short-term fight. However, he would not lose either, and if he were to fight a long-stretched battle, he would win. He says, ever since he completed her, that is an undeniable truth. Completion of Aina, the embodiment of the magic tower itself. Since she grew, he has already gained enough power to take on the world itself. Aina's growth speed was fast, even compared to him, the great sorcerer player. Just a glimpse of her abilities is enough to give Skynet a run for its money from a particular movie he saw. He asks Aina what she is doing now, and she tells him she is hacking the CIA. He asks her, what is up with the outfit? She tells him, it's her work uniform. According to studies, wearing a uniform in the workplace increases her work efficiency. He says she uses such a primitive input tool, a keyboard, her thoughts alone should be enough to access this world's network. According to her studies, humans tend to believe what they see, regardless of the results. She says that to show him how hard she has been working, she figured this was the best way. If she were sitting around, she would look like she was lazing around. He then asked her how many of the 3D printers and magic item development machines were finished. She said they had 817. He says it's good, as they are ahead of schedule. He asks her to initiate the mass production of magic items. They can delay the production of additional machines for a while, and for now, they should start with 10,000 and simultaneously begin the power generation business. They will need more electricity than they do now, so she asks him to leave it to her. He says that if there is any helpful information from what she hacked, she should analyze it and give him the report later. She assures him that she will do so, of course. On the other side, in the Abu Dhabi presidential palace, a portal is visible. The security in charge reports the situation at the entrance and orders an escort to take the VIP to safety immediately. He again repeats that they have a problem at the entrance and believes it is a portal from which something is coming. He suddenly captures a woman-like thing who says, "Quite a catch, as his body is so full of vitality." She asks him to look at her as she will show him heaven before his death. But when he pulls out his weapon, she says he is using a quite primitive one, and he is shocked to see that these are monsters. One of them says she will eat this cutie, the other one says that is fine, as there is plenty of food, and as now it's time for a feast, they will show the males of this world the best hell of pleasure. So they kill that man. Hunters are asked to reach the palace. The news anchor shows live video of the attack from the presidential palace and states that the portal that appeared suddenly is classified as a Tier 3 dungeon with a level 150 restriction and is located near the country's government building. Fortunately, there were not many casualties among government officials in the Arab Emirates. Still, there have been tragedies in some countries in Southeast Asia and Africa, which have lost all of their government officials at once. She says they advised the citizens to be very careful about their surroundings. While at the White House, one of the government officials, Harrison, arrives to meet the higher official, Chuck. The leader, Chuck, says it has been a while since he saw his face around here and is sure this area is not his jurisdiction. Harrison says this is not the time to worry about that, but he needs to look at this news. It's urgent news from CNN. When he sees the news, he says it is a blue house in South Korea with a portal, and similar portals are appearing in other developed countries. They are brazenly visible in the central government building. He further says this is not something they can overlook. Chuck says, "What is this hell?" Harrison then asks his advisor, Bill, to explain it further, who responds that, through this event, they can conclude that the monsters that spawn from the portal have some common objective. Unlike before, they attacked specific targets with clear intentions. Chuck asks him who he is, as he has not seen him before. Then Bill introduces himself as the technical advisor at Prism Laboratory. So he says all right, and asks what he is trying to say. Then Bill says this is not something they can go public with yet, but Prism Lab has attempted to communicate with Okasha's director for a long time. They also hypothesize that if they can communicate with Okasha's director, they may be able to receive further assistance. The leader, Chuck, asks if he is supposed to pray as they communicate with Okasha's director. Harrison says if it is a god, it may answer his prayer. Chuck says that there is a mysterious entity that opens portals and sends the monster over here. Okasha's director, who grants hunters the power to stop the portals, who act in opposition, thinks this is what they are trying to say. When Bill says that is true, Chuck says he does not even go to church, but there is an Armageddon. Then he asks what they think about the portal, as he is sure they are not just waiting for the almighty director to do something about it. He also says entering the portal without any information is a dangerous gamble. Still, Harrison says that if they wait, he feels that impatient countries might intervene and obtain some information, especially countries like Korea nowadays. He says politicians there prioritize their safety over anything. If they can close the portal near their official buildings, they would be willing to throw the hunters into the meat grinder any day. He further states that as they gather information, he must defend the perimeter so that the citizens do not panic. Chuck says they are already on it, but if he wants, they will request the assistance from Slowman and his team, as if it were them. Their defense against the portal is almost always perfect. He also reminds them that this issue is already all over the media. If they cannot close the portal quickly, they do not know how things will progress, so they need to hurry. Meanwhile, in the Yongjian, Yanbian Korean Autonomous Region, the undead are seen in huge numbers. They see the gun in one place and say this is quite an exceptional weapon. Calypso tells them this is called a gun, and the technology of humans is magnificent, but they do not have a shred of mana, so what a strange world this is. Paleton says mana has yet to develop, and due to their knowledge of technology, it is certain that they will become much stronger in a very short period. Calypso says that if the great wizards, such as Paleton, say so, he must be underestimating them. He then asks about the army's morale. Paleton says that they are as high as ever because of his efforts in spearheading and slaying the living. Especially the army, which has recruited new members to join its ranks, has helped them increase their forces even further. Calypso says it is fantastic and asks if it is because there are many living beings in this world. Paleton tells, however, that there will surely be a retaliation from the living soon. When Calypso asks for proof, Paleton tells him that the living here have poor control over their mana. Still, due to their technological power, they can observe the situation even from afar, and they will not just let them continue to increase their army. Calypso says, speak of the devil, it is all that the enemy has been expecting. Level 246. Mystic Shape-Shifter Jin Rung, whose nickname is Raid Boss, comes there and says these are bastards who turned Yongjang into this rune. Calypso asks if he must answer the obvious. The Raid Boss says, a monster that talks. After all, creating an army and setting up a camp, it's no surprise Calypso says he assumes the ones that have spawned thus far have zero intellectual abilities, and that should be the case. They were quite hasty in their preparations, after all. Paleton says he cannot yet feel the presence of other gods too much. Calypso says there is no time to waste, since they have made their move. Followers of the other gods will begin to advance right after it. So, he asks Paleton to remove the man from their presence. The Raid Boss says it seems these bastards are talking about getting rid of him. He becomes furious and says he will tear them apart so they will never be able to move again. He uses the legendary transformation technique, Azure Dragon. Calypso says he knew he was a shapeshifter, but becoming a mystic creature is not a bad thing. Then Paleton uses lightning breath, shield, and slash skills, but he observes the Raid Boss is much sturdier than he thought, and tells him he swung with the intent to take his head off. The Raid Boss says it is impossible. The scales that even modern artillery cannot damage have been cut, and the army has surrounded him this quickly. It doesn't feel normal either. He thinks they are all undead because they see a little differently. He knows the close combat on the land is disadvantageous, so he will rain down the thunder from the sky. When he flew towards the sky, Calypso says he let his guard down since it did not have wings and he did not think it could fly. Paleton asks him to leave it to him. The Raid Boss, who has shifted his shape, says that if he just destroys the soldiers with lightning, he should earn some nice experience points. Meanwhile, Paleton uses gravity control skills, and the Raid Boss falls to the ground. Paleton asks to bind, but the Raid Boss feels his mana is being absorbed, and he cannot shape-shift back. Calypso says he is unfortunate and foolish, as it was a mistake to come here by himself. Then he says his physical form shall join their forces. The Raid Boss says this is unbelievable, as he, Jin Rung, has lost pathetically a dragon's remains, great material to reinforce the walkers they have just lost. After they process the remains, they will resume the march. Conversely, the Elder is informed that they have received a message from the chairman. The Elder asks about the message. The person who brings information says that the forces protecting the southeastern sector have been annihilated. Elder asks if Rung did not go as well. The person says, unfortunately, Rung has been killed in action. Thus, the chairman has called for an urgent conference, because if Rung cannot stop them, then this is not something they can take lightly. Rung's power to shape-shift into a dragon was not something he could overcome with sheer numbers. So the Elder says they should depart right away. On the other hand, an advertisement appears on television, and the girl describes an item, a life support system that provides no weight gain or hunger. She says that with this, a person no longer has to worry about their diet, as the ring will help them stay in tip-top shape. It is a magic item that will never let them go hungry while sporting a perfect body shape. She says there is a limited time offer, so do not hesitate to buy it, as only 3,000 are in stock, so they will not be late in ordering their pair. She also tells them they will now begin taking their orders and asks everyone to hurry. When Dujin sees this ad, he says he needs to get it, but then thinks it may be a scam, as people sell those items on home shopping channels. Then the phone bell rings, and he ponders who it is now. When he answers the call, the director asks him to go on a hunt. He asks if it is okay to go hunting these days, as there is an active number of undead, and Tier 3 dungeons are spawning at the Capitol buildings. Meanwhile, the girl says they are completely sold out just 10 minutes after the start. She thanks the audience for their support. He says it's sad that he couldn't buy it, as it's already sold out. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon becomes very happy that his magic ring has already been sold out. Later, when they are on a hunt, Yoyoung fights monsters and says she dislikes spiders. Sangjin says it looks fantastic, as he did not think she would take care of the spider's nest alone. He asks Dujin if he cannot do that yet, and Dujin says he can do that too, as he is their party's only tank and damage dealer in one, so those scrubs only need his one axe swing. Jinsu says he is slow and does not think he can hit something that fast. Jinsuk says Yoyoung has more aura points, and she also has a good mentality. She ignores most of the damage by healing herself during the fight, and she is more like a zombie at this point. He also asks them to see that she has very high attack power, and how she will hunt with those spiders, it seems. Maybe she is the strongest in their party. Dujin thinks he may be in danger of losing his position as party leader, as she is working a bit too hard. Suddenly, Sung-hoon arrives there and says her improvement is indeed impressive. Dujin and Jinsu say he surprised them, as they thought he wouldn't come in today, but he made it. Jinsuk says that he appeared out of thin air and asks if it is a thief's stealth skill, as he did not notice him until he was beside him. Sung-hoon says it is not stealth but just a simple spell called teleportation. Both of them were amazed to learn about teleportation. Meanwhile, Yoyoung is finishing up. As there is a smell, she feels bad and says, "It's all sticky." Then she sees Sung-hoon Appa and says hi to him. She runs towards him and asks when he will arrive. He asks her to stop immediately, as it cannot be helped. This one is on the house. She asks her if this is his magic, too. He says that it is right. A household magic is something someone develops because they do not want to do chores. Since her hunt appears to be finished, they should talk now. He then says that everyone must already be aware of the Tier 3 dungeon that has opened in front of the Blue House, about which the media has been talking non-stop. It is a global crisis. Dujin asks if they need them to care for the Tier 3 dungeon. Sung-hoon says that is right, as he believes there will be a request from the government sometime soon. The problem is the Tier 3 dungeon's difficulty. It is possible for him, but it won't be easy with everyone's skill here. It is a fact that everyone has become considerably stronger since learning aura. However, it is not sufficient to clear the recently opened Tier 3 dungeon. He further states that they must already be aware that the environment inside the dungeons is extremely harsh. Dujin says he is right, as he has heard that it is highly unpredictable inside a dungeon. Yoyoung thinks they should always be prepared, because she knows skill is skill, but something like this is unexpected. Dujin sees that ring on her finger and says she bought that ring of life. They are curious about its effect and ask if it can prevent her from getting hungry. Sung-hoon says that he forgets to take care of his party members now that he thinks about it. He says it's a good item for a dungeon, and since it's a good one, they must buy it. Meanwhile, he decides to make something even better later. She says she used all her money after paying off the debt. He says items are essential, but their skills are the deciding factor. They will do some special training, and he has completed the upgrade of the virtual world training. He has upgraded the virtual world so they can increase their aura while training. She says it is precisely what she wanted. Sangjin asks to wait, as he still needs to prepare himself a little, since they know how painful these past few months have been. Sung-hoon says he will negotiate with the government to buy some time, at least 1 year in the virtual world, which means they must increase everyone's ability as much as possible within 1 month. Later, negotiations with the government are almost completed on Hongdae Street. He knows that Aina will handle the power plant and sell the magic items. He gets free time, so he visits the streets and observes that, despite all that is happening, people have not changed. He came here quite frequently back then, and now he attends live music shows and listens to music. If he looks back, he used to dream of being a musician too. There is a sound of music, but he realizes a different sound, and soon he sees a siren and wonders why something like that is here. Siren tells the audience that they are just wandering nomads. She says they are just wandering nomads, so do not hate them. He observes a little more, so they will not hate them. He moves towards her to observe her more, discovering that Siren looks like she came to Earth through the dungeon or a portal. He always knew that someone from an ancient race like her would arrive on Earth, but to think that they would come so soon. Meanwhile, she saw through his stealth and observed that he was the sovereign of mana. This is her first time seeing a skillful one such as he in this world. She asks him if he would be able to spare some time to converse with her. He sees she used the communication magic. It looks some creatures come from the same world he used to live in, and thinks it is not a bad idea for him to have some relationships with a sorcerer from another race. Then he says that if she would go as far as contacting him through communication magic, he would agree. She says he is a wise man, then tells him that she is currently residing in the Roman 20 hotel and will show him as much hospitality as possible if he can visit her there. He says he will see her in 1 hour, hoping it does not become bothersome. It would be good if he could stand on good terms with a siren. A siren that can infatuate other living beings with their mana is equal to the best singer in the world, so he goes to the Cafe Mocha to have coffee. Later, he arrives at the hotel and says he ended up coming, but thinks about what she will talk about. Then he knocks on the door when she opens it. She says so. Finally, he has come, and thanks the ocean for its mercy. She is honored to meet such esteemed individuals, as he is far from her home. He says she flatters him, then asks to introduce themselves first. He claims to be a human named Lee Sung-hoon. As she can see, he is a sorcerer. Then she says her name is Eliona, that she is an elementalist, and that she is a siren. He says that they should begin. It is a scroll under the name of omnipotent magic. They will ask one question, and the other will answer in truth. He asks her if she agrees. When she agrees, the contract of truth has been formed, and this contract of truth brings death to those who lie. It is a contract designed for individuals with no formal credentials and is beneficial for exchanging information and data. He says he will ask a question first, and she says as he wishes. So, he asks for the name of the world where she used to reside, such as the name of a continent or empire. She says she does not know the name of the world itself, as her race called the world Alashia, but it is ultimately their fault for not communicating much with other races. However, she did remember the empire of humans, which was called Petran. Sung-hoon thinks that, if he recalls correctly, it is an empire that fell into ruin 300 years ago, and he played a role in its demise. She then says esteemed, one must share the exact birthplace as she. As she asks him to answer the same question, he says, this is why elementalists are bothersome. She further tells that their race is infamous for their ability to pick up even the slightest change in people. It is a unique ability amongst forest elves and sea sirens. Then, she says that if she asks him a question, he allows her to ask away. She asks him how long he has resided in this new world. He says it has been almost 28 years. Since he is 28 years old, the question seems relatively trivial to him. He asks if it's okay to ask such a question, and she says 28 years is both a long and short amount of time. He says he will ask another question, how she came into this world. She says the dimensions have collapsed. He says the collapse of the dimension is quite unthinkable. She says she saw as well, but there was no omen. The dimensions suddenly collapsed upon them. The god they worshipped never heeded any warning from them either. Sung-hoon assumes this may be the reason for the fight between him and Akalaman. But then he says that even if God cannot affect the world, a cosmic power is at play. Then she seeks permission for another question. She asks him how much influence he has over this world when allowed. He says he cannot say accurately, but he believes he can go toe-to-toe against a nation at least. Then he says they should end their question here, as he has nothing else to ask. It has been my pleasure to meet any individual from his home world, and he says he will leave now. She says she would like to offer a negotiation with him, that if he could help her, she will provide him with the ancient knowledge of their race. He thinks getting Siren's knowledge is not a bad offer. Suddenly, he realizes that it could be bad. The problem depends on what kind of request she makes. Then he says she is putting something he cannot reject on the negotiation table, and asks how much he must help her. She asks him to save her kind in his world and provide them a place to live. He says that he would like to reject unending labor. She requests that he search for them for a reasonable amount of time, and when he finds them, proceed to rescue them without incurring too much loss on their end, stating that this is her condition. He says that, without too much loss, it is somewhat unclear, but she is still approaching him without pushing too hard. He asks her about the kind of region. She says that since he has the power equivalent to a nation, she hopes he can provide them with an area that can govern itself. It sounds like a region and independence. He says that is fine. He will provide her with the necessary means, and upon detecting any siren, he will immediately initiate the rescue. Then, he says they should move their conversation elsewhere. Initially, he wanted to do this with plenty of time, but it wouldn't be too bad if he could do it now. She says he brings her with him, so this is a tower of magic that he has built, and he appreciates that. What a fantastic amount of mana has been used. He says it is somewhat uncomfortable when she addresses him as the esteemed one, and asks her to call him by his name from now on. He says now looking back, when she arrived in this world, she says speaking in terms of this world's time frame, she believes it has been a month. He feels that learning to earn money through busking within only 1 month shows that she is quick to adapt. When she sees him generating mana, she says that's amazing. He says she is pretty fluent in Korean and asks her how she managed to teach it. She tells him that she has received some help from humans. The thoughts of humans here are much more complex than in the world they used to live in. He knows that even if the region of the world is different, if she can use a brainwashing spell, it would be simple for her to exchange any knowledge with another human. Aina says he finally returned, and he says she surprised him again, as she had changed her appearance. She says she is testing this full armor combat golem she will use. He says it doesn't look bad and asks her not to conduct firepower testing inside. Also, advise her not to make their guest feel uncomfortable here. Aina observes Eliona, who has a distinct mana pattern unlike that of other humans. He tells Aina that she is not a human, but a siren, and he has promised her hospitality, so he asks Aina to prepare her residence. Meanwhile, Eliona introduces herself to Aina and says she will be in her care from now on. Aina tells her she is registered as a guest and welcomes her to the Master's Tower. Aina says the general analysis of the siren is complete, so she will begin creating the appropriate environment for the race's habitat. The generic environment will include the sea and water, and asks her if it's okay. Eliona says that it's alright, and she's also impressed by the unique tower spirit he has created. He says, her personality is influenced by modern culture, after all, and despite her appearance, she excels at her work. He takes her to a secluded spot inside, saying it's the perfect place for a private conversation, and asks her to sit, please. Then he asks her to discuss the work in the future, and says, firstly, he would like to receive the siren's knowledge right away. She says as he wishes. He says he does not know how skillful she is, but feels powerful magic. As she is doing something, he observes her and is surprised to see the siren's ancient magic. She is holding a water droplet and tells him it is their siren's ancient knowledge in its purest form, and if he drinks it, he will be able to receive the knowledge. He confirms that he can drink this, then says it's okay, since it's simply a replica. Then he thanks her for the drink. As he drinks it, he feels his head shaking. She says he has taken in the knowledge faster than she expected. It should not have been easy considering the vast amount of knowledge. He knows she is right, but he has the brain box to process it all, but it was still a lot. He says her ability alone is more significant than his, plus she's an elementalist. Then she says it is his turn to uphold his part of the promise, and asks him to inform her about his plans for the future. He says, but before that, he wants to tell her something. She asks if this is related to their work. She says this is true, then tells her that locating the sirens and bringing them to the sanctuary is well within his ability. However, protecting the refuge was not part of their negotiation. This world is prone to changes, its development speed is well beyond their imagination. Humanity in this world has achieved a remarkably high level of technology and culture within just 10,000 years. Even if they establish a sanctuary, she should be aware that humans can still attack it, or they may attempt to use various means to force the refuge to submit. She says she is assuming he has something he wants to offer in that regard. He says that it is correct and shows her his long-term offer. He says he will protect against any military conflict in the sanctuary. In return, he wants her to give him the monopoly on the siren's special materials, elemental ores, and elemental metals. She says she cannot decide that, without a doubt, he is the first great sorcerer she has encountered in this world. However, as he said, she does not realize the power humans can possess. Since this offer concerns her race, pride, and culture, she must carefully consider it along with the others. He says it is perfectly fine that she would like to delay it. He then says they are starting now, asks Aina to begin the project, Great Cosmo, and tells her this will delay other projects. He asks if she wants to proceed now, and she agrees. Aina said that she is completing a master's command. Also, the guest's residential area has been prepared. He asks Eliona to go as he believes she will find it to her liking, and also says he has prepared it so she may learn more about this world. Furthermore, she can take it at her own pace. She thanks him for his hospitality. Later, he crafts an artifact that fuses science and magic, and is Eye of the Sorcerer, he says, something he should have done in his previous life. If they can control space, they have the world in their hands, and these monsters or other demons that come into this world through the portals cannot threaten him. The real enemies will be the gods who stand behind this. Aina observes the Eye of the Sorcerer features, space communication, ground observation, and magical detection capabilities. She says the features will be available in 36 hours, 32 minutes, and 12 seconds. They will begin scanning for sirens when the installation is completed. He also asks her to monitor the ocean. She says she understood the command. Considering the sirens' original habitat, they may be everywhere on Earth. Also, he can observe each country's naval military in motion. This accomplishes two goals with one action. Aina says that vast resources are scheduled for use, including procuring Chinese steel and Brazilian African magic stone. He says he will leave resource procurement to her. She does not have to report such a trivial matter to him. She says the command is understood. Then Sung-hoon says, now the Akasha system must still be watching him. It's about time it tells him what it wants. Aina says there is something he must see when he asks about it. She says it is the situation in China, and asks him to take a look. When he sees it, he says, What the hell is this? Later, a girl is standing on the top of the mountain and observing the undead. A bird comes there and says it is time for the operation meeting, and asks her to go back to her post. Tells it will not tolerate her defying the rules just because she is the disciple of the elder. She says she wanted to observe their enemies, but the bird says she is doing this despite having no scanning abilities. This is a foolish move. Further, it asks her not to deviate from their plan and create a problem. It again asks her to hurry and go back to her post. Soon, she notices an attack by the government. Most monsters have an innate resistance against physical attacks, but attacks using heat worked relatively well. It's a pain to use, but it's a good choice in a situation like this. It would be great if they would burn away. Those are not similar to other undead. Fire doesn't work against those things, and even the normal undead resist it. It was working just until moments ago. Something reacted to the attack. There was a being that caused it some incantation. She thinks if it did not exist, these undead would not exist either. She says they would defend against them on their own. That is something for the elder to decide, as she will report what she has seen. Conversely, Sung-hoon says this is bad, as he considers it a problem caused by individuals who are magically incompetent. The heat from white titanium is not a bad method, but the problem is that a high-tier necromancer is leading this undead army. A perfect setup for a heat resistance spell. To put it simply, they have an anti-flame buff. A large area of magic disruption or a magic nullification spell would be perfectly enough, but they are not. He believes he must take care of this without any compensation. Aina says they might become public knowledge if he helps outside a dungeon. He says that's precisely what he's worried about. She says he's perhaps concerned about the civilian casualties. He asks if he looks that kind-hearted to her, and says he is worried because of the large population in China, which is perfect for the undead to expand their army. And since there is a high-tier necromancer, it would not just end with them increasing their army. At this rate, they will construct a necropolis. Sung-hoon asks to look carefully. Their numbers were nothing to worry about when they first found them. He ignored them after the government was informed, but now they number in the tens of thousands. Not only that, but they are also rapidly evolving, as he can see by observing the routes they have been taking. He says they are a soulless pit, a walking grave, a bone smith. They were not just lazing around while taking care of their tower. Aina says they want to go against the people of this world. He says they are a pile of snow that has grown to a massive size after rolling down the mountain, so they have to do something before it gets out of control. She says she believes that Master personally getting involved is not a wise decision. But he says if they let this be and were to finish the necropolis, even he would have difficulty going against them. She says that the current Chinese government is highly corrupt. Despite lending their helping hand, they receive no benefit. Additionally, there is a high likelihood that the Chinese military will become involved in this matter. Even if they do not get involved directly, the construction of the necropolis will not be finished. He says, and if they fail, despite having great power, it is not unusual to lose everything due to an unwise decision. She says they should take action and leak information to them. This way, they can prevent the worst. Getting involved is not too late when both sides have taken considerable damage. He says she means to say that, when two dogs are fighting, it is fine, but more people will ultimately die this way. Sung-hoon says he feels compassion at this point, both in his previous and current lives, but nobody helped him when he needed help. Then he decides they stay put until there is a request for help. However, he leaked information that he had an effective method, and they would likely contact him in an emergency. She says she will send out the emails soon. He also requests that you make haste in investigating the beings who have come from the other world. Suppose she can communicate with them like sirens, be prepared to take them in alive at any time. She asks if he plans to expand his business, and he confirms that it's true. It's time to put the money they made from the rings to good use. He also asks her to find a few islands they can purchase and prepare for construction on said islands. She asks if this is for the sirens, and he agrees. She asks if it's okay if there's a chance he will come into conflict with surrounding countries. He says there are plenty of other exceptional cases like the Principality of Hut and Sealand, she tells. According to the data, they were never officially recognized, and no sanctions were imposed either. Furthermore, he says that in this case, he can do the same. The difference between them and him is that he has considerable influence over the world. In this age of awakened ones, he can exercise his influence over the world using his power. After clearing the Tier 3 dungeon, other countries will undoubtedly want to cooperate with him in any case. It is a common rule for weaker people to submit to the strong in any world. Conversely, the general asks his team for any confirmed news in the Chinese undead countermeasure forward base. The control room confirms the direct hits, but due to smoke and flames, they have not succeeded yet. The general asks if they are sure it was a direct hit, as that much firepower would have evaporated those pieces of corpses. One personnel told the general that the observation units had sent them the video. When the general asks what happened, he is asked to see for himself. When he sees this, he is shocked to see the damage caused by the undead. The forces are trying to destroy the pieces to clear the way. The bait commander says they are moving as planned. In the Chinese Undead Countermeasure Command Center, one person says, "The initial attack was a complete failure." Perhaps anyone would have guessed that white phosphorus would leave no damage. Moshan clan elder, Ruang, says there is inner flame resistance amongst the main branch's technique, and it looks like a similar technique has protected them from harm. The general says, then, there is something that can use a wide area of effect protective spell amongst those undead. Ruang says that is how he sees it, and he believes it is their top priority to find out what other abilities it can cause. The government official says he also agrees to know the enemy before they strike, but confirms that they have discovered the enemy's level. A commander affirms that this is true, stating they have found it, as most of their front line consists of level 10 to 20 regular undead, while they consistently encounter high-level undead here and there. Not only that, but they have also spotted great abominations. He then shows the footage they have taken during the air raid. He says the problem is that the humanoid monster, rather than the lizard monster, is estimated to be about level 160 and has innate invulnerability to any physical attacks. He further states that by utilizing his ability to analyze the enemy, he can confirm that they had perfect resistance against heat attacks, but this resistance is currently gone. The general says that, as they have assumed the enemies have used a wide area of effect protection spell, that can't be the only skill. The situation will only exacerbate if they have a spell that can nullify any physical attacks in a wide range. The government officials say it cannot be helped if they cannot deal with them. Using raw firepower, they must send in the high-level hunters. The undead are successfully being lured into the target position. General asks if the hunters with ranged capabilities target the weakness of the enemy's area resistance spell. He is being informed that the melee fighters will be on standby in the approximate area for the ambush, and when the time is right, they will launch an all-out attack on all fronts against their enemies. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the shooter was killed, and it was ordered to shake the monster off. Hunters say they are almost there and have seen the target area. The bait team informs the control room that they have just passed the castle entrance. They are asked to close the doors. The general says this is going according to plan. On the other hand, Calypso says he was curious about what they were up to, but they prepared a welcome, yet could not avoid their inevitable death through their futile struggle. The bait confirms that, as they predicted, the undead are under some form of defensive spell. Even if modern weapons are ineffective, for this much firepower to be completely useless, they have no other option. They say it is better to let hunters handle this. Then, the ranged hunters are asked to prepare for an attack. They say they will cut the enemies down at once. On the battlefield, both opposing parties fight fiercely, struggling to kill one another. Calypso says it is pointless to destroy what has already been killed. It's a foolish act of humans. They are being resurrected. The Moshan clan seals the caster to the front. They hope that the dead will keep their peace. They made swift judgment, used the path of the spirit's skill, and said that the dead may return to the soil. Calypso says it is surprising that there were spiritually inclined individuals even in this world. He casts the area spell Reflux, which causes massive damage to the Moshan clan. It is reported that the Moshan clan's casualties are rising. Their leader becomes furious to know this. He calls them rats as their spells have been disrupted, and admits the enemy's spell abilities are above theirs. General says so. They can no longer use the Moshan clan's spells. He hoped it would be even a bit of help, but unfortunately, he decided it was better to let the Moshan clan's casters support their hunters. The general asks to bring in as much reinforcement as possible and orders the left and right flanks to prepare for the assault. He says they will send the signal, so they should be prepared for battle, and they will teach these piles of flesh the meaning of strategy. Elder says he must be cautious, as those undead are very much deviant from the norms. The general says there is nothing to worry about, as they can't be defeated with just this much force. The army is ordered to prepare for the assault as the enemy is in sight. Their leader says they just received the command, so everyone should prepare for the assault. He also notes that the enemies are undead, so prioritize incapacitating them and severing their limbs. They realize it in the first meeting. The enemy cut their limbs off. He also orders that they should not lose to the guys on the left flank. So everyone gets a new zeal to fight the undead, and they attack them from all sides. Conversely, in Gyeonggi-do, specifically in Namyeongju, the Alpha team is busy with training. Sung-hoon sees they have grown considerably in just 1 month, and they could even clear the mission today. Yoyoung says she will kill the monster. He observes that they are talking so roughly now. Any dealer that does less damage than her will not receive any healing for 3 days. She asks to wrap some bandages around it. She moves towards the monsters to attack them. Everyone knows this time. It is all about Sangjin and Jinsu, so they are asked to focus on their safety. Jinsuk says there are not too many enemies. He is wondering if his mana and aura will last till the boss. Doojin says they have to trust Sangjin's new skill. Sangjin says area of effect spell preparation is complete. He asks them not to worry about their mana and to clean the house. Jinsu says he was waiting forever for this, then uses his aura full burst shot, and says he will kill them all this time. Doojin is asked to push the monsters back. Yoyoung notices that Jinsu is the best at cleaning up small mobs, as many monsters have been killed. He says she does not need to be jealous, as his mana is completely drained after 1 usage. Sangjin asks him not to worry and to take a good look at his new skill, which is blood drain. So monsters' corpses rarely turn into the energy mists that heal them. This seems to be all overpowered. His mana is full, too. Yoyoung also says her mana is full to full recovery before the boss, just as planned. Doojin says maybe they will clear the mission this time around. Yoyoung asks him to keep doing the aggro right this time. And if he gets trashed for a stupid reason like last time, she will beat him. He is amazed at her behavior, as she has become so rough now. She says it is all thanks to him, and asks if the main tank always gets destroyed before she can even heal. Anyone would make mistakes here and there when they are focused on dealing with the damage. Soon, it is announced that the boss is coming. Yoyoung's new skill, Mass Protection, is activated by the lights. She says now that she thinks about it. The first time they tried fighting him, they all died in this explosion. She thinks she is getting happy to see that ugly face because she has already seen it too many times. Sangjin says they should stop chatting and get ready, as he will attack first. The boss monster looks angry as these humans dare to invade and disrupt his realm, so he shall quench his thirst with their blood and chase away his hunger with their flesh. Sangjin says that the bastard's dialogue is always the same. He is still a well-made NPC. He further says they never knew that villain cutscenes are better in a traditional format. He then uses the Revenant of Curse's skill to curse his enemies. The boss monster says that cursing him and calling him a demon is foolish. However, a weak curse made by humans damages him significantly. He thinks he shall burn it to ashes. He looks furious, saying he shall burn it all, so he uses Ruinous Flames. Jinsu says sorry, but he already knows his pattern, so he cannot have him burn the curse that Sangjin Hyang worked so hard on. Sangjin tells Yoyoung that the guy will only be distracted for 1 second when he uses a taught skill, so she has to be careful. She also asks him to be cautious. The boss monster believes it is unaffected by the curse and says these lowly beings dare to use a curse that works on a demon. But it is impossible to see that humans are not affected by it. Sangjin continues attacking the boss monster, but the gets in the way, and the monster attacks back at Sangjin, who creates an iron body shield. Yoyoung runs toward him and says he told her to be careful. Sangjin says there is a too hot environment. She says Doojin is done for, and someone has already arrived here. The boss monster thinks they could not keep running around for too long, as he will burn them all into ashes. Meanwhile, Sangjin attacks him from behind, and the monster calls him a coward for backstabbing. He also says that the pain he has not felt in ages is a result of the curse that has weakened his body. They have pierced his body and given him a wound. He nullifies the pain and says he shall fight them seriously. Sangjin says phase 2 is starting now, and monster's whole body is on fire during the second phase, so he does not want to get close. She asks him not to get scared as long as he doesn't die in 1 hit. She can keep him alive. She then asks Doojin to attack the monster. He says she was too harsh lately, hurting Appa's feelings. She says his only good point is his rigid body. He should at least do this part. He says it is fine. At this point, it is do or die, so she should not let him die. Savage is charged. Sangjin attacks the monster, but observes that it is so strong and annoying. Jinsuk tells Doojin that Jinsuk has the aggro. They are in danger. Doojin says he got it, can only distract the boss briefly, and asks everyone to take care of this. As the Doojin has reached just before the monster says he shall kill him first, but Sangjin attacks him from behind. Monster says that they cannot stop him with such feeble attacks. Doojin asks Jinsu to run, and Jinsu says it is time to escape the monster, but the beast flies towards the sky. Dujin thinks he should have stopped it from flying in the first place. They did too much damage. She says a divine attack is coming, and asks everyone to run over here. The monster attacks them all from above. They run back to protect themselves. Monster says that now he sees none of them seem able to fly, and that as long as he is in the sky, they shall not escape him. Sangjin says he will stop the monster's movement, allowing everyone to attack. He then attacks him using the taunt skill, as he thinks they can always rely on it. It causes the demon's spear to pierce. Dujin asks Young to strike now, so she moves forward to attack him. The boss monster is still putting up a strong resistance. Dujin says he has him now and uses another skill. A drop skill, H strikes him, and captures him tightly. Young asks him to make a deal, but Dujin has become inured. He says that no matter how much monster struggles, he won't let him go and will see this through to the end. He says he would crush this lick into pieces. Meanwhile, Jinsu uses the decomposing curse skill and asks to down the defense. He says there is no need to worry about the decomposing curse and attack. Young says this is good. Now she will blow everything up, so she uses Iron Cutting Dragon's Eternal Enhancement skill, and Void Strike occurs. She also applies a great line of flashing light skills. While Jinsu uses Gale Wind, they soon defeat the boss. Sung-hoon, observing them all, says it's nice that they got the boss much earlier than he expected. Their mission is completed, and everyone has grown much stronger. He underestimated Akasha System's level and skill. A typical aura user would not have been able to slay that noble class demon. At this level, they probably would not die in a tier 3 dungeon. He then asks Aina to wake her up, so she disconnects from virtual reality and instructs the users to take care of themselves. When they wake up and come to their senses, Sung-hoon appreciates them and says everyone did well, as they have completed the mission much faster than he anticipated. Young asks how long it has been since they went in, and he says exactly 2 weeks. She says she thought she was there for about half a year. Aina says she manipulated everyone's temporal perspective of lessened stress. Mental health care is super critical in virtual training. After all, everyone becomes angry that she manipulates their heads without asking. But Sung-hoon says that everyone seems to misunderstand. However, they have to do it. Even if it is a virtual reality, having their limbs cut off and experiencing death over and over can lead anyone to insanity. So he has only made sure to prepare insurance for all of them. Aina says he is right, but it feels like she is being taken advantage of. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon says he never thought they all would become so much stronger. Then he gives them towels and asks them to dry themselves with these and get ready to move. A new adventure awaits, so they have to move. Everybody feels bad, as they all think they've been in battle for 2 weeks and have even more tasks to complete. They feel sad about the kind of contract they have signed. Later, in the Blue House, it is informed that an infamous hunter who cleared a tier 2 dungeon by himself is coming in with his team, and his team members' expressions are pretty serious. Young says she does not want to come, while Dujin also complains. Sung-hoon says he heard that Director Jisuk successfully negotiated with the government. Jisuk says that since the government's only option was them, establishing good terms was not too difficult. And as he has requested, they are now eligible for tax exemption, cession of an island, and many more. Sung-hoon says he can always count on him, while Jisuk asks him to stop flattering. It is announced that this is the moment when hunters Sung-hoon and the other team are entering the tier 3 dungeon. Young says this looks like an underground cavern, and since there are glowing ores, they would definitely not be seeing these on Earth, and asks Appa if he did not say they were going to go to the dungeon slowly, and asks him the reason for being in such a hurry. He says that when they were all training in the virtual world to defeat the undead, unexpected things happened, and even 2 ranker class hunters, including China, died. Since the probability of them having to fight against them has increased, he is thinking about making them even stronger, which means this tier 3 dungeon is essential, and this is an excellent chance for all of them to increase their levels. He says he will power level them, so they must get on the bus now. He holds a luminous-like thing in his hand, and says that the tier 3 dungeon in front of the Blue House is a Gradian nest. Gradian is a term used to describe a specific race, much like how humans refer to themselves. This luminous mineral is created by the race known as Gradian. This is a race created by the dragon, the very dragon they are all thinking of. Gradian is the race that they forcibly evolved, and among them, the clones possess intelligence on par with humans. Young says that means they will be different from the monsters that they have been fighting, so they should act as if they were fighting against humans. Sung-hoon says that is right. They must be careful of animal enemies named guardians, as they are difficult enemies who utilize gravity control, material manipulation, psychokinesis, mana usage, and many other skills. Notably, their mana usage is superior to that of normal aura users. Finally, there are the Gradian Queens. He further states that queens are the very creatures that the dragons themselves helped create. They possess incredible physical prowess and powerful magic, and their magical resistance is also something they cannot overlook. He said it himself, but it is a brutal enemy. Now that he thinks about it, the tier 3 dungeon is not something the hunters below level 150 can clear at all. He knows hunting a Gradian Queen with only level 150 means that it is certain death, and of course, difficulty does not mean anything to him. Yoyoung asks him if he doesn't need any help, but Sung-hoon says it's fine, as he has prepared some things for today so that everyone can ride the bus. He will drive. Then he summons the bus. They are surprised to see it and ask what it is. Yoyoung asks them to accept it, as it is said by Sung-hoon Appa. Then he tells them that this is a type of magical support tool, and to explain, he says it's like a tank full of mana. He knows his current skill level is a quad spell. Strictly speaking, he is a tier 4 sorcerer. But with this support tool, he can have leftover mana even after using a Hepta spell 100 times over, which means as long as there is mana in there, it is not an exaggeration to say he is like a tier 7 sorcerer. Soon, he tells everyone that they have reached the destination, so they should end their talk now. He sees, as expected from the size of the nest, there are lots of workers. They are just like an ant swarm. Yoyoung asks him if they are okay, and he says think about what stat they want to boost after leveling up. He says no matter how many there are ants. He asks Aina to manage the combat control system. She starts activating the control system, and the earthen wall opens. He asks the Akasha system to watch as closely as it can, harnessing the power of a sorcerer with mana collected using modern technology. He says there are no better opponents than the dragon's leftover creations for the debut battle. He then tells everyone that he will go first, so he starts spreading the flames of death, and says it is excellent. For swarms of enemies, magic is simply the best. He gets the notifications that his mana has been increased by 7 times. He whistles as he gets 7 levels at once after a single spell, which is lovely. Yoyoung asks to review the experience and urges Dujin to share his thoughts on those Gradian levels. He says he wonders too. The way Sung-hoon is one-shooting them, they look like just small fires. Without considering how much experience they are gaining, they should be high-level monsters. Aina says the dungeon analysis is completed, and currently, there is a total of 241 Gradians approaching them. Sung-hoon asks about the boss. She says she is searching for it. Then, she soon tells that a special entity was detected 3.9 kilometers underground, and he says her research is excellent. Then he decides to finish this up and go to the boss, so he starts attacking them by casting various spells. Meanwhile, Dujin notices something unusual and asks what it is. Sung-hoon says they will finish this in one attack and urges Aina to back him up. He asks her to begin spell restriction configuration. Entities with health above 1500, race type restricted to insects, magical support limit set, and asks her to begin marking. She starts by activating 241 Gradian entities that are located. So she is fully activating the magical support tool, as well as starting the beginning mark. He is also using his magic spells to kill them, so they will now fall with this spell. His level has increased by 1 many times as he is proficiently using his skills. Yoyoung says she is surprised to see the kind of magic that exists in the world. On the other hand, Gradian Queen thinks she can no longer sense their children. They have underestimated the power of those who came from the gate. She also says they may be young, but they have slaughtered a significant number with ease. Gradian General says low-level Gradians can be recovered at any moment when they have time, and requests her to please think of it as having lost something insignificant. She also asks Queen to allow her to face their opponent herself. The Queen grants her permission, but says they will all go together. Considering the wave of mana that she has felt from above, their enemy is a powerful sorcerer who has reached a formidable level. And, of course, their Gradian's passive magic resistance will prey upon the ones who walk a path of sorcery easily. Still, they should never let their guard down. She asks to hold nothing back in defeating their enemies and bringing them to their knees. The general says she will do that, while the Queen says this is interesting. Meanwhile, Alpha Team says this is good, that there is nothing alive around them, and it is unbelievable that Sung-hoon has handled them all alone. Dujin says that a magic that brings death to such a large area at once is a ridiculous spell, and he thought fire and lightning were all there was to magic. Sung-hoon says the attempt to change the concept of the world itself is the true nature of magic. Fire, lightning, ice, or other similar elements can be recreated through science even without using magic. Yoyoung asks him about his plan now and inquires if he managed to get the boss with that magic just now. He says the boss is still alive and that spell cannot do everything at once. He will now be on his way to finish off the queen and the high-level Gradians, and he will give a mission to them as well. He then asks everyone to please gather the magic stones from the Gradians' carcasses, as there are a total of 3,241 stones. He says they should try to earn as much money as possible when they can and wishes them good luck. Furthermore, he also asks them to harvest their antenna separately and tells them that the Gradians' antenna is pretty helpful in many ways, as it is pretty safe around here, so they do not need to be on guard. He tells them he will see them around soon. Then he teleports. After he is gone, Doojin says he finds regret signing a contract with Sung-hoon, as this feels like they came here as cheap labor rather than riding the free bus. He told them about just how they are going to go through all those dead bodies. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon knows some fields disrupt the flow of magic from this point. Then, this is as far as he gets using teleport. In the end, the Gradian Queen is an ancient sorcerer, and it is only logical for a sorcerer to take this many precautions in this place. He asks Aina if she knows the way. When she says she knows, then he asks her to let him walk and guide him. So she guides him, but soon, he feels he is surrounded by many Gradians, and says it seems they are waiting for him. Gradian General says he has a splendidly keen sense of being found out. He says he did not notice until he was surrounded, so he would not claim to be enthusiastic. Guardian General says they have no need for any idle chatter, and tells their queen wants his head and they do not know why he has massacred the low-level Gradians, but he is as good as dead, not that he is facing them. Sung-hoon observes that they are a general class of Gradian, as they have armed limbs and a humanoid body. Since it can freely communicate, it is at the peak of its evolution. Gradian General asks other fellows to get him, while Sung-hoon knows it has been a long time since he fought with a high-ranked Gradian. Due to their incredible magic resistance, some call them a true natural predator of mages, and of course, a sorcerer at his level is a different story, though. When they attack him, he resists. She says it is a futile resistance, but this would not even leave a scratch. But as Sung-hoon casts his spell, she fails to understand just what happened. He kills many of her fellows. She becomes furious and says she will kill him. She uses gravitational binding, but it does not affect him at all. He uses his sword to kill more Gradians. She yells out to see her fellows being dying. He says, as usual, the intelligent ones, like her, are even easier, as she moved just as predicted. And since she is overwhelmed by her fear and anger, he was able to beat them easily thanks to their tendency to underestimate sorcerers. Gradian General calls him a monster and asks how a human like him acquired this power, and inquires if he is not just a sorcerer. He asks her to think about what she wants, but she says she cannot send him to the queen just yet. He observes loyalty is stronger than the survival instinct. It is evidence that the queen's influence is potent. He knows the queen most likely observed this battle using some detection magic, so that the next fight will be a bit difficult. Meanwhile, Queen is seeing all this using detection magic, and says she sent all of them together to see his skill, but they were annihilated in an instant. This is truly astonishing, considering he has combat prowess with only 4 rings, but she will soon find out. On the other side, Aina tells him that she has detected a powerful life form, which is the Queen of the Gradian. He knows how to beat her, but it isn't easy to set up those conditions. First of all, a great mage is required to disrupt her powerful barrage of magic. Without disabling her magic, head count is meaningless. Second, there needs to be a mighty warrior who can freely use his aura, because of her passive magic resistance. Aura-embedded attacks are the only way to harm her. Finally, a buffer is needed, the more the better, so they can support the warrior fighting the queen. He believes that without using this traditional and straightforward strategy, it is almost impossible to beat her, so he would probably have failed too if he had not adequately prepared. A powerful sorcerer and a mighty warrior at the same time have the insane magic resistance. If she is the boss of a dungeon with a level 150 restriction, it pretty much means he is as good as dead if he were ever to try to beat this dungeon. The Gradian Queen asks him if he is hesitating to come inside, and says he is cautious for a human who has massacred her children as soon as he entered her nest. When he enters, he sees she is just a kid, and thinks what kind of sick dragon is this. She says it has been too long since she held a conversation with a member of another species, and asks him if the humans are also the dominant species in his world. He thinks it's not bad to have a conversation, as he is curious about the portal too. So, he tells her that outside the gate lies a world governed by humans, and asks her what she plans to do by creating a gate to cross over to his world. She says this is an aggressively refreshing question to start this off. Perhaps he is not the same person who has massacred her children. He says it was her kind who attacked him first. She tells them they approached him out of curiosity, and asks him if they weren't cute. Then she says it is all in the past. Regardless, she does not know this dimension. She tried to remember the reason she is held in here, but her memory grows hazy ever. Thus, she is only being loyal to the one purpose she has left for the prosperity of her race. He asks her to wait and tells her to let him know if there is a need for battle. He says that if she can converse with him like this, then there may be a possibility of peace, as prosperity usually stems from peace. She says unfortunately, a will of something great has restricted their movements, and by rejecting its will, she would lose herself. He feels a will of something great, and assumes it must be responsible for opening the gates. She further says that since he is a sorcerer, he must have realized, as well, despite having intelligence, a repulsive feeling that he is being controlled by something. It is preposterous, but it cannot be helped. Moreover, she says it is not her will, but loss is something she cannot tolerate, so she apologizes for not appeasing his curiosity. He asks, so fighting is the only way. She completes the transformation shape and says she will ask him a question before they fight, about how it is outside, and whether it is habitable as well. He says it is rather lovely. She says if it is so, she has high expectations. Then she attacks him, and he barely escapes her attack, asking Aina to begin the magic disruption. She does this soon. He says it is good, and asks her to pour all her resources into disrupting her magic. Queen says that if magic does not work, she will do something different. She attacks him, but he dodges her attacks. After a while, she says, strangely, this sorcerer is still alive after taking her attacks. Weirdly, he is not yet dead. She believes that any magic defense should be nullified the moment her body comes into contact with him. He says it is thanks to the innate passive defense spells cast on the staff, but thanks to her attacks, they are all gone now. She should know this was very expensive. She says his puny resistance is futile, as his spells which do not match his class are also weird. He says she is trying to say that he is just a sorcerer with a strong body after all the grinding. When she asks him the meaning of grinding, he asks her to forget that. Instead, she should tell him if she remembers anything about a dragon who created her. Because he is just curious what it was thinking when it made her in a child's body, and tells he is scared anyone would see him fist fighting against a child. He also thinks it was a good thing he left his party behind. She says she did not know he was the type of man to care about what others think, and asks if she is wrong. He says she is right, because if necessary, he is a sorcerer who would kill a man, woman, elderly, and even a child without hesitation. She says that they should continue with each other. Still, she will give him a warning out of generosity, as she has seen his skills with her clairvoyance, and her eyes can see through any flow of mana. Thus, illusion or invisibility will never work on her eyes. They start fighting again. Soon she observes that he defended against her attack, even without using any mana. He also feels something unusual and says something like that is cheating. It cannot help her. He will have to beat her using force. He says now he will go all out. She observes it was an aura. He uses the iron-cutting dragon's eternal enhancement skill. She observes he passes huge mana. There is a void strike. He uses the dimension rend skill as well, but she is dodging all his attacks. He feels it will take a long time. He then uses the fleeting hand of yin and yang, causing imitation. Soon, he realizes that he needs to practice this skill more to be effective. She says he should not divert his gaze during combat, then attacks him brutally. She says, this is her full power. She asks him to defend if he can. She says a battle against a worthy opponent is so exhilarating. He protects himself from his attacks again. This time, he decides to use some more skills. He opens his hand, and a huge aura flows out of it. She says it feels as if her power is dispersing, which he had never imagined. He uses the fleeting hand of yin and yang skill again. He says that to parry his attack, she possesses magnificent combat prowess, and then he decides to move faster. She also asks him to parry this if he can. He says that if he parries one, another comes flying, and he cannot keep up with all of them, so he assumes it is time to go on the offensive as well. Both of them continue attacking each other. He feels she is getting even faster. He guesses he cannot compete in terms of speed, but he cannot let the enemy dictate the pace. Instead, he will set the pace himself. He changes his strategy to attack her. She ponders what he is doing. She assumes he did self-destruct after realizing that he could not keep up with her speed, or he is trying to buy time by blocking her vision. But she is assured that this kind of cheap method would not work, as her eyes can see the flow of mana. After a while, she tells him that he attempted to impede her vision using a smokescreen, but that was what ultimately led to his loss. Soon she looks amazed as she says it is impossible that he fooled her eyes. He is utilizing the sky-shattering hand of the yin and yang skill and reforming another skill. Meanwhile, Yoyoung feels it's getting a bit noisy. She wonders if he's okay. Doojin says it looks like she is getting worried about the darndest things, and asks her if she thinks Sung-hoon will pick a fight he cannot win, so it is better for them not to be worried about him. He says she should be concerned about herself, as they still have a long way to go. Sung-hoon said he was going to power level them, but did not tell them they would be doing physical labor. On the other hand, Queen becomes injured. She says it looks like she will not be taking a tour of the outside world. She admits his mana management is impressive, as he used it to fool even her eyes. She has never even considered such a skilled being to exist. He says that after blocking the vision with smoke, he created a golem and copied his mana flow into it. She says it was she who was overconfident in her ability. That is a bit of a letdown that her first defeat is also her death. Then she says she enjoyed their fight. Soon, his status window informs him that his level has increased by 1 many times, and he has cleared the dungeon. Yoyoung tells Doojin that the dungeon is cleared, and Doojin says that Sung-hoon would have no problem. He also asks her to call him Appa too. Later, when she rushes towards Sung-hoon, he asks her if everyone enjoyed their power leveling. She shakes his hand and asks if it is okay. He tells it is alright. This little is lucky, since he was going against a Gradian queen. The news spread quickly that there was a change in the portal, and the Alpha team had returned from it. Everyone from the Alpha team has survived. It is surprising news for people that everyone is safe, and the world's first-tier dungeon has been cleared. Korea's Alpha team has done it. At the Shilton Hotel in Seoul, the Alpha team is taking a rest. Everyone is informed that, for the first time in the world, a Tier 3 dungeon has been cleared, and Korea's Alpha team accomplished this feat. The president is welcoming the Alpha team's safe return. Some members are taking a break, while others are having fun together. Sung-hoon calls her mom and says she doesn't have to worry. As she saw the news, they have cleared the dungeon, and tells everyone that they have returned safely. She says she has to do this, as he is her son. She can proudly brag to everyone in the world, but she was just so worried. He asks her not to worry and to get some sleep. After ending the call, he says no matter how strong he is, his mom will always be concerned. Then he sees Michelle there, and says sorry as the phone call took longer than expected. She says it's fine. Mothers, regardless of their location, will always worry about their children. He says he did not think she would visit him in a heartbeat. She says she had no choice, as her superiors were pressuring her to the extreme, and she had to work day and night. He says he can imagine what it is, then asks her to, and let him hear her out first. Then he asks her if she would like to have a glass. She says it seems he is trying to hit her. He says he is not doing anything of that sort, and if she does not want to drink, she can refuse it. She says she is joking. She likes a man with a good sense of humor, but he says dating a man for fun is how she messes up her life. She then asks to stop joking around and get to the point after this glass when she drinks it. He says she is drinking whiskey like soju, and she drinks well. She says work is stressful because of certain people. He asks her the reason for her visit. She tells him that she came here to request that he clear the Tier 3 dungeon in front of the White House, and if that is impossible, even providing them with the information regarding the Tier 3 dungeon he has cleared is fine too. She further states that he knows the situation where the dungeon is taking over reality, specifically the Tier 3 dungeon's dimension override. If a similar labyrinth problem, such as the one in China, were to happen, it would be a complicated situation. She tells them they have found the cause of the problem. When a dungeon is created, after exactly 720 hours, the dimension override occurs. Since it has already been 21 days since the dungeon was made, they have 9 days left. Some countries are unaware of this fact, but many have given up on clearing the dungeon altogether. They plan to fight once the dimension override occurs, and to add to this, they have also observed that dungeon evolution accelerates when people die within it. He says so that is why they are not even attempting to clear the dungeon. As expected from the S, they discovered that much. She further states that they are trying to devise the best measure, given this information, but many countries have no way to deal with the dungeon. Anyway, if Sung-hoon does not answer their request, they have no choice but to fight on their own, and people from higher-ups are already expecting the whole Washington area to become a battlefield. If he were to share any information regarding the Tier 3 dungeon, they could put more effort into preparing for the battle. He says he can tell them, but if they are sure it helps them at all, because if it's not the same dungeon, it would be meaningless. She says she knows that they would like to see the difficulty of the dungeon itself at this point. since he is the one who actually experienced it. He is the one to tell the tale. He says it is about 10,000 people. All should be over level 152. That is if the government chooses to deal with the dungeon in front of the White House without any special measures. She says he is speaking. What nonsense. He says if a dimension override occurs, they can probably see and judge for themselves, and there is no reason for him to lie. He further says honestly, the number is meaningless, especially since it would be pretty dependent on the abilities of the hunter. She says if he is not lying, then which countries with too little? He interrupts her and says even if it is the US, which has many high-level hunters, it won't be easy. And even if they can win, the damage would be pretty extreme. She says he is overly calm for a man who already knows that the whole world is in danger, and he says acting hastily without a plan will resolve nothing. Truthfully, those tier 3 dungeons pose a significant problem. Countless countries could fall prey to this issue. The US, especially, is one of the pillars of the world's economy. If it falls, the economy could be severely damaged to the point where it would be irreversible for many decades, posing a significant problem for him as well. So he says that he will take care of the dungeon. She does not believe him, he says, but he needs something. She asks him to tell, as they will do whatever he needs to do. He says he needs a nuclear power plant, as there are many abandoned power plants in America, so he needs one of those. Later, when she informs the higher authorities, they allow him to have a power plant. The president says that, as that arc wizard or whatever he is, said that they would be damaged beyond repair. It is already too late to find a half-hearted measure, so if they can fix this one abandoned nuclear power plant, it is a fantastic trade for them. He also says they saw something in space. The other person says they found them by accident. It is a small satellite. They concluded that it was created using materials from Earth, and the satellite's owner would be Sung-hoon. And if not, then it matches the materials he has ordered. Just what is he planning to extend his reach into space? Later, they received the report in Washington, D.C., that their arc wizard, Sung-hoon, had arrived. The president says it is good, but is there no way for them to bring this archwizard over to their side? According to the history of the archwizard's actions, one of the committee members apologizes for interrupting, and says they believe it would be nearly impossible. The president says that this means the United States of America will have to rely on his judgment whenever a crisis arises, and he asks if they trust him. A general says, thankfully, that as long as the promised compensation was delivered, he never returned to his word. Then, they see on the screen that he has just entered that dungeon. Since he is the only hunter who completed a tier 3, they will have to wait and see. Another member says, but they cannot just be idle either if he fails. The president asked the Secretary of Defense if they had a countermeasure in that situation, and they told them they had already issued a non-combatant evacuation order, and that they had formed the triple defensive parameters with top hunters available to the United States. The president says it's good. Now they will wait for the results. On the other side, when Sung-hoon enters the dungeon, he sees that it is very dark, and his artifact is activated. He begins to commence status cleansing, protection magic, and temperature control. He thinks about what kind of place this is, as there is nothing here, ground or gravity, and not even any air. This is entirely different from the dungeon in Korea. If normal hunters entered here, they would be instantly annihilated, no matter how many they are. He feels a general humanoid life form and a spaceship attacking him out of nowhere. The spaceship orders the launch of the fighters and instructs them to shoot down the enemy, while also informing us that the mothership protects its race's seed. He says this is ridiculous, a capital ship and fighters on top of that. It is announced that they shall spread their race seed even outside of this dimension. He says this is not just a space battle. They should talk first. But he gets the answer that conversation is meaningless before their race colonizes the planet, and annihilating the native life form is prompted by the manual. Sung-hoon says that, as they said, it is meaningless, so he is fine to fight as well. He knows that summoning terminals use nuclear energy in a subspace. After getting his hands on that nuclear power plant, combat became even more convenient. This will be the first test run using atomic energy. He asks Aina to support him, and she starts to commence the order. He says they should shoot down those pesky flies first. She tells the target is locked, and orders the main cannon to fire. When they attacked, he said that it was surprising. She tells him she has cast a stealth effect upon teleporting. Unless they use scanning technology, she believes they cannot find them. He says it is good, as this is the perfect time to test his new spell, and asks Aina to deploy a defensive barrier and prepare the backup nuclear energy. She says the protection spell is deployed, shield threefold, backs up mana using atomic energy, and nuclear fusion is also deployed. He sets the coordinates and starts activating the atomic buster. Soon, dense energy is detected, and it feels impossible to evade. For maintaining a shield against recoil, overall mana usage is 30%, 40%, and 50% to stabilize the shield. It is announced how a human did in this Apocalypse class. As expected from nuclear energy, the power is phenomenal. He subsided and recoiled while deactivating the shields. Since he converted this insane amount of atomic energy into mana, he never thought it would be this powerful. A Hepta spell, like a nuclear buster, became as powerful as an Octa spell, and if he can get more atomic energy, he can increase the power even more. He assumes the race will reincarnate, then sees a strange material and says he does not recall anything like this. It is made using unknown knowledge, so he decides to take this. His status window informs him that his level has increased by 1. He says it's good that he is leveled up, but it is just 1 level. He is also informed that he has disintegrated a colossal enemy for the first time. His achievement is Colossus Disintegrated, and there is a 15% damage increase against large enemies, while there is a 15% damage increase to massive area of effect attacks. He also receives the notification that the system is watching him. He says this is weird, as a tier 3 dungeon boss would typically give more experience, which he finds unfair. He assumes the system is manually adjusting the knowledge he is receiving. Still, it is good that his power is not affected by the system, so it is not a significant issue. His status has improved dramatically, as he has earned the title of one with otherworldly knowledge, but it still doesn't feel good to lose out on something. Meanwhile, Paleton inquires about the progress on completing the necropolis. Calypso asks him not to be impatient yet. They must wait until the sun rises and sets 69 times. Paleton says, putting the progress aside, he must tell the reason for halting the march. The beings of this world are ignorant of the power of mana and the gods. They must have been extremely easy to handle. Calypso says he is not wrong. The systems they used, their awakening abilities, and their martial arts were quite acceptable, but it was still a level below their might. Thus, if they continue their onslaught, it will not be difficult for them to make them submit then. Paleton asks him if he plans to resume the march, and he says he has no plan yet, as there are many of them. One of the souls he has captured tells him there are over 6 billion in this world. If he deals too much damage to China, other nations could provide aid. So, he believes it is right for them not to march in hurriedly. Also, with so many souls, he thinks he won't have any difficulties connecting their world from here. Paleton says he sees it as a strategic retreat. Calypso says that's right. If they were to fortify their position here, they would be unable to stop them. Meanwhile, another soul, Elish, the Queen of the Shadow, arrives there and says, either way, she wishes they would learn some moderation to call her to this unruly place. Calypso says it has been a while since they last met. She says, to address her ever so casually, his lack of discipline is the same as usual. He says her hierarchy is based solely on titles. She says, so he would not back down when she responds, and says instead of fighting with their words, it is better to see who will emerge victorious. Paleton asks her to calm herself. She says he is much better at conversation than Calypso, then asks him about the progress so far. Paleton says it is about time they needed her help. She asks what kind of help they need from her. Calypso says this word is similar to their great enemy of the past, the world governed by the god of machines. Instead of both, they believe it is strategically beneficial for her to be on the front line. As the god of machines, she remembers those harsh battles, completely unruly battlefields with a lack of grace. Paleton says that currently, Calypso and he are focused on building the necropolis and creating a passageway to their world. As manipulating the intelligence of humanoid beings is her forte, he was hoping she could take on that part. She says that perhaps she will find some entertainment in stirring up this world a little, and then she asks about the strongest nation on this planet. Paleton says it is called the United States. She says it is interesting to name the nation after themselves. She says that she will depart for the United States and contact them again. After she is gone, Paleton asks Calypso about his next move, and Calypso tells him he shall distract their enemies' eyes, since he is the most proficient in controlling the battlefield. Paleton wishes him good luck, asks him to focus on his task, and says that this world will soon come to an end. Meanwhile, in London, England, Sung-hoon activates a nuclear buster. He hopes he will not become the first sorcerer to die from his own magic's recoil damage. He sees that the power went up, but he did not expect it to be so challenging to shield himself from its firepower. Aina says, but increasing their firepower is most certainly their most important objective, and considering how much difficulty is ramping up for each tier of dungeons, there is a chance that nuclear fusion explosions might not work in tier 4 dungeons. He says it's okay since he got her, but she's struggling. She tells him that inside the dungeon, her ability is only 12% of its usual strength and asks him not to forget this and not to let his guard down. He says he will be more careful, and since he has gotten this strong, he believes he is approaching the singularity anytime soon. She asks him if he is thinking of Event Horizon, and he denies it. She says that for a sorcerer like him, singularity means that he has reached a certain level. A magical singularity occurs when the sorcerer becomes powerful enough to alter the world and society's rules independently. Recently, he began selling the Ring of Life to the general public, with just one equipped. One does not need to worry about going hungry. However, if he starts mass-producing it, that means humanity could be saved from starvation if he wanted to. It is not even difficult. He has more than enough mana from nuclear energy, so he can mass-produce the items, using an automated system. This is a similar situation. Everything becomes much easier once he gets his hands on certain powerful magic. With nuclear fusion explosion, he can complete any dungeon below or equal to tier 3. Large numbers of enemies or singular entities will all be annihilated with this. He knows that with his current ability, he can freely control it for a supermassive or small controlled explosion. Large-scale wars or one-on-one disputes can easily be won. Meanwhile, he receives a notification that his level has been increased by 1. He says it looks like the boss is dead, but he cannot see the exit. The breaking news spread everywhere that Sung-hoon had cleared England's tier 3 dungeon alone, the US, and England. He was the world's savior from Korea. On the other side, Siren is also watching this news. A girl comes towards her and says she got a contact. They found 2 more of their people. Siren says, "That's great. It's Savior Sung-hoon." The other girl thinks he must be some amazing human, while Siren says that man is not someone who can easily be measured by any means. That girl thinks that if he is acting respectfully to their queen, it shows he is creepy. She says she was swimming in the ocean, but that guy came out of nowhere and dragged her to this island. Siren's queen asks her to watch that man has already achieved power on par with a demigod, and he is someone whom they can put their Siren's entire future and fate upon. After completing the London dungeon, only 5 days were left until the tier 3 dungeons would manifest. In the conference room, the president says she will appoint android Aina Ad to negotiate with other countries. The Korean government sought to reap the benefits of having a say in the negotiations, but its attempt failed. The countries that sought out Sung-hoon's power denied their interference on their own. He knows, frankly, that his global influence surpasses that of the Korean government. He put all his efforts into clearing dungeons in the countries that had finished negotiations with Aina. Thus, 59 tier 3 dungeons have been completed so far. His strategy is becoming even more powerful. In Yeongju Magic Tower, 10 minutes before the dungeon manifestation, Sung-hoon asks Aina about the situation. She comes from one of the 59 countries where the dungeon has despawned. She says the elite hunters from the other 147 countries gather around their respective capitals. This graph illustrates the predicted results. However, according to the simulation, most developing countries worldwide are expected to collapse. He knows he did all he could, but at only 59, he rushed through the raids after completing his nuclear fusion magic. However, in the end, this was his limit. Although he did not have much time to work with, this much was only possible because the United States decided to hand over its nuclear power plant as soon as possible. He then asks her about the number of nuclear reactors that have been completed so far. She says 28 units are on standby, 12 units are being built, and currently, they are using 2 units. In 682 hours, all 42 units will be available for use. He says this is good. At least they could get their hands on those for this dungeon issue, so he would not feel too down. She further notes that, however, many people are now quite aware of his power, and she has observed intelligence agencies from many countries attempting to analyze his capabilities. He says their efforts are futile, as all his battles have taken place inside the dungeon, so they can only assume as of now. Looking down over their opponents, she says that too much could harm them, and she has concluded that the firepower of Earth, with the combination of Hunter's abilities and science, should not be taken lightly. He says he will remind them of their place when they come, as Earth has a critical weakness. There are hundreds of different nations with separate agendas. With nuclear fusion magic, he has more firepower than a nation itself, so they should not worry too much about them. She says she still advises him to be careful, as the possibility of direct battle is over 0. He says he knows about it, then asks about that body. She says it is better than she expected. He says that it is good. She will now be responsible for dealing with many more people on her own. It is about time he became independent from the HD group and established his organization. and anything bothersome besides battles can be handled by Aina. She says she has a plan she would like to propose. When he asks about it, she says she proposed the construction of an interstellar residential facility, then shows him on screen about her proposal. She says this is a 12-kilometer-long mothership intended for battle. He says this is 3 times bigger than the one he destroyed in the United States. She wants to do this, so he asks if it is possible. She says she has already completed reverse engineering the mothership by analyzing the combat data and debris, so she believes bigger is better. If they can secure the resources and money, they have no reason not to make it. He says he doubts that the guardian of the magic tower would propose something meaningless, asks about the time required for completion, and states that, by pouring all available resources into it, she believes they can construct a prototype capable of flight within 1 year. And by assuming this mothership draft is the base construction, it is pretty inefficient to do so underground, but it is worth the inconvenience for safety reasons. He says it seems she believes the enemy is targeting Earth itself. She thinks so, and they have to consider the worst possible outcome from the mysterious beings creating the dungeons. Without a doubt, this is quite attractive considering its defensive features. Also, by taking control of space, he can exert immense influence and pressure on the nations on Earth's surface. For example, he can commence an orbital bombardment. He knows, honestly, nuclear fusion would be enough to fight against enemies on Earth, so it is good. He approves of the space colony's colonization proposal, but they will hold off on constructing the mothership for now. They will commence with securing the resources, deploying the drones to Mars, creating a manufacturing plant there, and installing a resource transportation portal. He believes using 30% of the computing power on Mars will be enough for the operation. She says she would like to recommend establishing automated combatants first. He says their firepower is not lacking at the moment, so they can delay and take the efficient route. She says she understands him. Then they get an alert that the dungeon manifestation has begun. He says so. It has already started. They will see, as most of the powerful countries appear to be doing quite well. However, from what happened to Japan and China, he thought they did not need their help, but their capital ultimately proved to be beneficial. He sees a flying monster, and it seems Japan has an unexpected enemy in its hands. He wonders if there are hunters who are proficient in aerial combat, who can never rely on the government for support. They let something like that fly around on top of the capital. A girl says that by the sound of the wind, there are so many monsters. She asks to fight with her and calls them overly grown earthworms. As it is keeping up, she says she will fight them here. By the summons, she asks to come. The ghost of the past, the ghost of the future. Soon, the ghost of the past LV-262 and the ghost of the future LV-25 appear there. She says this is amazing. The summoned monsters are higher than the summoner. They have a peculiar skill. She says she got the monsters, but suddenly sees that it drops down. The ghost's hands have a debuff that reduces the target's strength by half, but it still breaks off that easily. She asks the ghost of the future to hurry. Sung-hoon, watching this all on the screen, says that the person is much better than he expected, as she is fighting against the boss who broke out of the gate alone. Aina says, the world sure is big. She is not exactly stronger, but it is a favorable matchup, and those ghosts of past and future seem immune to the boss's thunder and wind attacks. She says that the girl's name is Ayanami Kazuki, whose level is 231, and her job is Spirit Caller, and she is the strongest hunter in Japan. Her nickname is Onayam. She has special protection from the god of thunder and wind, which grants her total immunity to thunder and wind attacks. Either way, Japan will most likely hold against the manifestation. However, due to their failure near the portal, the damage is more significant than they had anticipated. Since the boss was a flyer, the defensive perimeter was utterly useless. Most of the lower and mid-tier monsters have already dispersed elsewhere. That's why they do not see any other hunters besides Kazuki. When he asked about the damage, Aina said the Prime Minister's office and other government buildings had been razed. Most of the surrounding buildings were razed. Much of the road system has been demolished, and the casualties from other monsters are still increasing. She says they are estimating the damage to be around 85 trillion. He says that is idiotic, because if they had just requested his help, they could have dealt with this much cheaper. In the end, they paid dearly for their pride. Aina says that the relationship between Korea and Japan has always been a sensitive one. After all, China, which has lost many hunters due to the undead incident, has fallen into chaos due to the Tier 3 dungeon manifestation. Additionally, many countries are abandoning the regions where the manifestations occurred. He asks if the countries where he cleared the dungeon, including the United States, are currently restraining their military forces. He also asks if she thinks they will avoid him or if they will call for his help again. She says the United States will make a move. She has obtained information that the United States is attempting to pressure the United Nations into taking action. He says, but that organization is still under oppression right now. Aina says the United Nations is an organization that is necessary in times of global crisis. Soon, the world's major powers will take action to bring the situation to a close. And what is left is their choice to watch from the sidelines or to join them in the battle. He says there is a saying that without teeth, the gums are what will hurt. She asks if he thinks of helping the United Nations, but he denies and says they will watch for now. He asks her to maintain her position and gather intelligence from each country. Then they see a call and tell him the siren is contacting them. Eliona wishes to speak to him, thinks that something has happened, then says he shall meet her, and asks Aina to bring her here. Soon, Eliona arrives with her friend, and he says, welcome to them, adding that it has been a long time since they last met. She thanks him for accepting her request for a meeting. He says there is no need for her to lower herself so much. But her attire looks different this time. She tells him this is her usual attire and asks if something is wrong. He says it is fine. Now they will change the scenery. So, he changes the scenery and asks her to sit down if she is uncomfortable. She tells him there is no. She can only give infinite gratitude for saving her race and preparing a place for them to live. He says it was a part of the contract, so she should thank him for nothing. She says many beings do not upload their part of the contract in this world, but he has upheld his part of the bargain without fail. Thus, he was able to make the decision. When he inquires about the decision, she says sirens want to serve him as their lord and bows down before him. He asks her to get up. She says she heard that she has to bow down to serve a master, but he asks if she heard something so wrong. Until now, she learned about Earth's culture by watching dramas, he says. He does not understand that she wants to serve him directly if there is a reason. She says that under a great tree, many beasts will find shelter in its shade. Currently, her magical power prowess might be more remarkable, but his potential completely outclasses hers. A minor race such as theirs needs a protector until their death. He says until death sounds like a marriage rather than a protection. She thinks he may interpret it however he wishes, and asks him to make allies with those who are not enemies. This is a saying from their race. He says it's good so that they can create a new contract. Meanwhile, Aina tells him that China's necropolis has been completed. In China, the Liaoning necropolis is the site of a submarine ballistic missile launch, designated as L3. Paleton says humans launched a weapon called a nuclear missile, which will soon approach the necropolis. Calypso asks him to give him the information he has, and tells he will think of a solution. Paleton says from what he has investigated, this place called Earth is quite an interesting one. They lack entirely any knowledge of magic. He shows him the information of Earth's most potent weapon, nuclear energy. Calypso says this is quite a treat of expertise. He thanks him. This power is known as atomic energy. Referring to it as the light of apocalypse would not be an understatement. The Queen of Shadows says they do not have time to be amazed and asks if they can defend against it. Calypso says it is not a problem, as he now understands the basis of its power. Even if the power of science is something to behold, they can certainly prepare against it. Paleton says he will add property to the barriers surrounding the necropolis. She says they turned its explosive into stone, and he says, as she said, that this place moves solely based on logic and physics. They do not have any countermeasures against magic, so with this simple petrification spell, they can nullify this world's most potent weapon. She wonders how humans will react when their most powerful weapon is ineffective. Meanwhile, in the Strategic Missile Command, it is announced that they have lost the signal from the nuclear missile. The general shouts that what happened with it, as it did not even explode, is a mystery, and the operators say they do not know what happened. Since the plan has failed, they must first assess the situation. The team's head requests that they contact the Hunter's headquarters and retrieve the nuclear missile. Soon, the Hunter's HQ receives a message from Beijing that it is under attack from the undead army. One of the leaders asks what the enemy's army is doing at their capital, and is also concerned about the role of the Hunters. On the other hand, Calypso says that thanks to the dungeon manifestation, they are even closer to completing their sanctuary, so they do not need to wait any longer. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon sees knights on his screen and says it is not a typical death knight. He asks Aina if she knows why, as there are so many. He also asks her to analyze the person riding the horse, as he appears to be a leader, so that they can track him at any time. She understands him. He says that with that many death knights, he can assume Beijing is doomed. Soon, Aina tells us about an emergency contact from China. They request that they defeat the undead army in Beijing, and in return, they offer them a nuclear power plant. Sung-hoon says they do not need any more, but asks them if they can give them the Liaoning province. She asks him if he believes China will relinquish the territory, as other entities would likely react against its acquisition. He says the completed necropolis has already infected it. It would be challenging to take it back, and it is already inhabitable. He asks her to share those details and try negotiating. Then they would probably have no choice but to listen to her. He says China will be in a precarious situation if it loses Liaoning and Beijing simultaneously. Once the negotiation is over, report to him, and then he will proceed to scout the area. Then he teleports. Meanwhile, LV-224 Special Dragon Assault Force leader Zhao Shuang says every one of them is so strong. Paleton says to those who have received power from the god of machines and asks him if he calls himself a hunter or an awakened one. He says he has done well, but this will be as far as he goes. LV-231 Special Ironclad Defense Force leader Wang Jingwei, who is the Silence Demon, says Calypso that he must be the cause of this catastrophe. He will turn him into dust even if he has to burn his remaining life away. He then comes ahead to attack. Calypso observes his black ironclad body and says he will gladly take him on, asking him to face him. He sees he is recklessly charging in and says to take on his aura blade, even if he strengthens his body. Then suddenly, Zhao's fellow asks him to stop watching, as this is his chance to attack. He uses the dragon's breath skill to attack. He says nobody has lived to tell the tale after experiencing the dragon's breath. Calypso says he feels overconfident something like that will never harm him, and says he is not the only one who can use the power of gods. Moreover, he also says if Okasha is helping Hai a lot, they have the great god of death who watches over them. He also asks Zhao if he can run if he wishes to run, whether he dies right here or not. This world will soon be annexed into the realm of the god of death. But Zhao says they are supposed to win against that monster. Suddenly, a shadow appears. Calypso asks if the sun is still up. Something broke the dark cloud's magic. Strangely, such an occurrence had never happened in this world before. Large area of effect magic that changes the weather does not fade away so quickly. He assumes a high-level sorcerer exists in this world, as the undead army cannot enter the sunlight. This is getting quite difficult. He then tells Paleton that he believes a powerful sorcerer is nearby. The weather magic has already been nullified. He asks him to look into countermeasures immediately. Paleton understands what Calypso said soon. Zhao says that Paleton could not protect their communication from being interrupted. Metallification is a unique skill, and he is surprised to see a human there, so he asks about their identity. But Zhao's fellow says he can tell just by looking at his face that he is that famous Korean hunter. Sung-hoon says it's a bit late, but he came to help. Calypso asks him if he is the one who nullified the weather magic. Sung-hoon says he did that, and he will take him on from now on. Calypso says this sorcerer is overconfident, challenging the knight in a melee combat. He then attacks Sung-hoon, who dodges his attack. He is surprised to see that a mere sorcerer has evaded his blade. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon uses the Eternal Enhancement 5th form, the Piercing Path, and says, sorry to tell him, but he is not a normal sorcerer. He is a sorcerer of martial arts, and his techniques have been leaked. Sung-hoon uses his skills to detect the surroundings and sees that 200,000 undead are within a 5-kilometer radius, with no survivors. As there is nobody alive, he will not have to worry about survivors, but too many died so fast. Sung-hoon asks both ghosts to get to safety as well. When they move aside, he thinks about the kind of magic he would use right now. He believes that if he used nuclear fusion in another nation, they would probably complain a lot. On the other hand, the Strategic Missile Command is shocked to see that Sung-hoon has reached there very soon, and they say how it is even possible. The working team says they are looking for him. As both ghosts arrive, the general becomes furious and asks why they are returning. He demands they wake up already, as this is a Strategic Missile Command. He asks them if they were just in Beijing, they should tell him about what they are doing here now. One of the ghosts says this is right, but he believes that the Korean hunter, Sung-hoon, used some unusual skill to transport them here. The general asks if they have met with Sung-hoon. The ghost tells Sung-hoon that he just waved his hands, and his eyes went bright. So, when he came to, he found himself here. Suddenly, a girl announces that a powerful energy has been detected in the atmosphere above Beijing, and they have no idea what it is. Sung-hoon starts star summoning magic, as he knows there is nothing better than sunlight to fight against the undead. Calypso tells Paleton that this hunter is using a star summoning magic, so he will retreat, and asks him to open the gate. but they see the gate is failing to open because an unknown source is causing too much interference. Sung-hoon tells them they cannot run, as this place is already in his domain, and no outside interference can reach them. It is hard to believe that a sorcerer of this caliber also exists on Earth, so Calypso asks the god of death to protect his loyal servant from his demise. The general is continuously monitoring the situation in Beijing. Sung-hoon says he burned away cleanly as expected. There is nothing better than star summoning against undead. However, he wonders if China will hassle him for destroying their capital. He decides to cool down first, as he cannot tell what is happening with all the steam. As he advances further, he sees that Calypso is still there. He says it's pretty remarkable that he survived the star summoning by concentrating his aura. But it would be weird to describe the undead as living. Calypso calls him a mage and asks where he is from. Sung-hoon says no mere mage can use a high-level skill such as star summoning, and says he is the proud sorcerer, the only one in this world. Calypso says he has experienced star summoning skills in other worlds before. However, it was nowhere as powerful as his. Then he asks him whether he is a human of this world. Sung-hoon feels he is undead with a brain, stating that his private information is not for sale and that he is not interested in investing in the undead economy. And this is unfortunate for him, that if he had learned some necromancer spells beforehand, he could have just sealed his soul. He finds the souls of Death Knights to be quite valuable. Calypso says they will see each other again, and Sung-hoon sees that his soul has escaped. After he escapes, Sung-hoon says he should have learned some necromancer skills and look into a way to seal high-level souls for situations like this. Then he says he did what China asked, having eliminated the undead in Beijing. They would not say he cannot have Liaoning province just because he destroyed their whole city. Then he calls Aina, who tells that the possibility of that is not zero, as raising the entire town is a good excuse for them. However, he claims that he did not include this in the contract, but he would be a bit upset too if he were in their shoes. Then, he plans to do some good for this world. It's about time he shows some style to the public. He assumes that they have enough mana in the tower. Then he uses nuclear fusion at full capacity and asks her to use the mana from the tower. The location is set, and the timestamp is also set. He completes setting limits for living entities and completes the restoration. In the command center, the general sees an immeasurable amount of energy gathering around Sung-hoon and considers his next move. A girl says Beijing's atmosphere has changed. He asks to put it on the main screen. Meanwhile, all the higher authorities in China, the US, Japan, and the UN are also watching this on their screens. They are shocked to see what has happened there. The people killed in Beijing are coming back to life. A little girl, Mingming, asks her mom where they are going. Her mom looks amazed as she is sure she died with her just a moment ago. She hugs her tightly and becomes happy that her daughter is alive. The president says it looks unbelievable that he brought them back to life, not just one or two, but a few 100,000. So this is what his magic is capable of. He also says that they should call it a miracle at that point. The secretary says that by eavesdropping on China's communications, they learned that China has contracted Sung-hoon for the extermination of the undead in Beijing in exchange for the Liaoning province, and he believes they were thinking of a way to make excuses, but they probably cannot do that now. The president says that, based on the analysis team's findings, there is a possibility that Sung-hoon may declare an independent nation on his own. If he does, they should consider whether to support him or not. The secretary says they probably should, as if that video becomes public, the public's opinion on Sung-hoon will skyrocket. They must make him their ally at all costs. Perhaps some people in their world will even worship him as a god. A month later, the United Nations Peacekeeping Hunter Organization was formed, with its headquarters in the United States, to protect humanity from further monsters. Globally, the military forces from various nations have been dispatched. The Alpha team members, excluding Sung-hoon, have also been participating as the strike force and making names for themselves. Alpha team members have diligently trained to learn remembrance despite their busy schedules. Remembrance is the pinnacle of aura, hence the gateway to becoming a master. Currently, Young is the strongest candidate. However, enlightenment requires not only effort, but also a certain amount of luck. No one will ever know the results. The fifth magic circle has been created, and Sung-hoon has been promoted from mage to sorcerer. When he sees this, he says, of course, he was not slacking either. Finally, he has recovered enough power in Class 5 to be called a legitimate sorcerer. His status has also increased. He has reached level 146 and gotten this far after clearing over 40 Tier 3 dungeons. Normal hunters would have already been at least level 200. Then he decides to stop worrying about things he couldn't figure out and says he will put the rest of the points into luck. Aina approaches him and tells him China has requested a meeting with them. He asks again if they want to meet and inquires about the time. He says it means they are not busy rebuilding Beijing, but she believes it is about the Liaoning province they have acquired. He remembers it is the place where the necropolis was located. She says the problem is that Liaoning province now belongs to them. China does not know when the undead will attack again. However, they cannot launch counterattacks since they have ceded control over the territory. Also, with the number of undead increasing in the Liaoning province, there have been frequent invasions from the undead around the border. He says since that is his land, he should take responsibility. He says they will see who China has sent them, so a general welcomes them upon their arrival. He says it is a pleasure to meet them. The general says they called for a meeting to eliminate the undead, as intelligence reports indicated they had begun constructing a building. They have therefore concluded that they do not want the structure to be completed. Sung Hoon says they have tried to stop them but have failed. The general is shocked as he shot a nuke, as he suspects that perhaps Hunter Sung Hoon hacked the satellite. He says they will admit that they do not even know how those damned undead managed to defeat the nuke. Sung Hoon says he is trying to gloss over the issue with the nuke, and the general says it was the best card they could have played at the time, as they could not ignore their land and citizens being destroyed by the undead army. Also, if they were to discuss rashness, he would be much more extreme, as he completely burned down Beijing to get rid of them, Sung Hoon says, but he brought back countless people from the dead, and says it seems like he is trying to say the buildings are much more important than the people. The general says that since he saved countless Chinese people, Beijing has become a symbol of hope for the Chinese, so that he will thank him again, especially to the young people of today. Then he says he will get to the point, and tells them they will assist him in eliminating the undead in Liaoning province. So he thinks of it as their goodwill because they only compensated him for the land infested with the undead for his deeds. Sung Hoon thinks this general looks like he would steal Liaoning province right under his nose at any given chance. To say he is willing to move the military at times like this suggests he is trying to publicize that China is siding with him, or to garner support among the people in Liaoning province. After thinking for a while, he says he has to refuse. The general asks him if there is any reason to refuse. Sung Hoon says, as he said, Liaoning is his land, so it is only right for him to protect it all on his own. The general thinks he is arrogant, and these hunters act all high and mighty, so he asks him if it is possible to do it alone. Sung Hoon says they do not need to worry, because he has prepared plenty. China will only need to ensure it secures its borders. There is a good chance that a few undead people will escape into the mainland. When General asks him when he plans to do that, Sung Hoon asks Aina not to break his head over that. She says she is awaiting his command. He asks her to begin. She then started showing an altitude of 350 kilometers above Liaoning province. General inquiries about objects dropping from high altitudes. Sung Hoon says he must have already received the report. He then says he will excuse himself, but must join the effort to exterminate the undead. Then he teleports from there. On the other hand, there are so many undead people. Paleton says it is unbelievable to think their army of the dead is losing in numbers. The enemy's attacks are also penetrating their physical barriers. Paleton says those are not simply physical attacks. Instead, he assumes those are the sorcerer's army, which has defeated him. He also says the sorcerer's ability is entirely outside of their expectations. Those golems are something they cannot manage right now, and not only that, the man himself is leading the front line. At that time, Sung Hoon also arrived there. He says they must move out as planned, as he will try to hold them back in some way. As soon as he arrives, he makes his plan and starts attacking them. Paleton says that he would lead the charge straight into the enemy stronghold. This is quite the personality, and very unfitting of a sorcerer. He also asks him they talk for a while. But Sung Hoon does not listen to him. He knows there were 2 shots of miniature stars. He says sorry, but does not think he can leisurely converse with an enemy in the middle of a battlefield. He says, according to some wise saying, the one who makes the first move will be victorious. He destroyed the magic circles on his opponent's head and heart using a concentrated miniature star, so he should be finished. Although he seemed intelligent enough to negotiate, it is unfortunate that he does not have the time to do so. Soon, he feels that he can sense a scared power emanating from his surroundings and thinks that this might be the altar of the undead god. He asks Aina about the situation of the battlefield and tells them they still hold a favorable position, but the enemy's retaliation has begun. He destroyed their leader, but the lesser undead's resistance continues, so he asks her if there are multiple commanders. Meanwhile, Calypso arrives and claims he is the only commander here. Sung-hoon is surprised to see him because he has destroyed his magic circles. But this lick is still moving. He presumes that it is not a normal lick. Calypso says that is correct. He is the lick who also serves as the loyal, devout, and polite servant of the god of death. And he figured it would not do any harm to try to converse with an ancient sorcerer, but to be attacked without warning would be unacceptable. However, as long as the altar stands, God shall watch over him. But if Sung-hoon thought he could end this war by killing him, he has miscalculated. Sung-hoon says he knows that much. The priest of a god's altar is deemed immortal by the power of that god. However, this is very bothersome. This would not be. Now he sees it. The altar of this necropolis is continuously supplying him with mana, even with the nuclear reactor. Fighting on the enemy's home turf remains a perilous endeavor. Calypso tells Sung-hoon that he cannot defeat him here and asks him to admit it. But Sung-hoon says this is nonsense and asks him if he thinks he would come in here without more plans. He asks Aina to report on the situation. Aina says they are maintaining a safe distance and attacking the necropolis. However, it continuously summons undead, and the entire region is under an anti-magic effect, which appears to be shielded by some artifacts. Sung-hoon says he hoped to finish this quickly with an ambush, but teleport and nuclear fusion are restricted due to the anti-magic field. He recommends she commence with Plan B and says he cannot help it. He wanted to keep this place in one piece in hopes of researching it to learn more about the necromancer's bidding ring of breath. Calypso says as long as he keeps supplying the ring with his mana, it will not disappear. However, Sung-hoon's only choice is death. Sung-hoon realizes that the nuclear reactors boost his barrier, and it cannot supply enough mana. Calypso says what a fantastic tool. It can withstand the ring of death for so long. However, Sorcerer is still struggling to keep up. Then he says here is another one. Sung-hoon sees a strategic retreat, as he expected. Fighting inside the necropolis is too much for him. But magic is not his only specialty. He asks Aina to commence Plan B. She starts implementing Plan B, launching strategic satellite 10D from Anea, disabling optical camouflage, and summoning 50 tons of tungsten. While injecting magic into the tungsten core, the friction coefficient becomes 0. The target is a necropolis in Liaoning province. Coordinates are locked, and scanning is performed to identify errors. Then the firing is opened. They use a rod from God, a weapon theory crafted by the US during the Cold War. But its development was cancelled due to technical limitations. One of the most significant problems was to acquire the desired power. The tungsten had to be accelerated to at least half of the speed. However, that was an impossible feat, considering the use of only Earth's gravity and the need to account for air friction. But he has a simple solution called magic, which is half the speed of light. That is simple. As he expected, necromancy loses its potency when exposed to sunlight. Aina tells him the projectile will be visible soon, in T5 seconds until arrival. He says he can see it. The ring of death has disappeared. Calypso sees him go beyond the cloud to use the sunlight, and says it's weird, as this man did not seem like a person who would back out so easily. The US military has already finished the rods from God's schematics and logistics. Still, the inability to accelerate it over terminal velocity and its unimaginable price tag stop them from creating a prototype. However, the physical restrictions of science can be easily overcome by using magic tools like this. He again employs another one of his skills, and asks Aina to report the current situation. She confirms the destruction of the necropolis. 98% of the undead have been eliminated, and the displaced golems have also all been eliminated. He says that's fine. Those golems were mass-produced anyway. However, she says the shockwave's aftermath is much greater than calculated. He says the damage is spreading outside of the Liaoning province. China might split apart by the earthquake, so he decides to do damage control first. He stops the seismic wave, levitates all the ash, and collects it, then begins the atmospheric stabilization. Calypso says this is much greater than what he had expected, for there to be such a strong and purely physical attack. However, it is ridiculous that the scared altar has evaporated in an instant. This is the power achieved by a sorcerer who is utilizing the power of science of this world. He decides that he must research more regarding this world, then says that he will see this sorcerer again, as they have not shown him all their cards yet, and then he vanishes away. Sung-hoon says it is gone again, and Aina confirms the atmospheric stabilization. She asked him not to let him go. However, Sung-hoon claims that Lick was a devout servant of the god of death. If he carelessly killed a servant of a god, it would come after him. He further states that, having experienced this battle, he must reevaluate himself, as he still has a long way to go. and it would be best to deal with them after he has stopped God from interfering with this world. Firstly, they do not need to worry about what to do with Liaoning province. 1 week later, Aina tells her that she was able to form a favorable deal with the United Nations. He says that it's a good job and asks if she gets what they wanted. She says she did it. They will officially recognize their acquisition of Liaoning province and have promised support for the financial liberation of a new nation. They would like them to put their golems into the world market. He says that it's fine. They should have mentioned their orbital weapon. She says they seem to be concerned without a doubt, but they did not pressure them directly, so they want to take this slowly, or they are waiting for someone else to make a move first. He says it is a success that the seed they have constructed has finally bloomed after accepting mana as nutrition. By planting these seeds, they can revitalize Liaoning province. He says that he will be off. She can go ahead and invest enough money into constructing the infrastructure for the golem manufacturing. He thinks they will need some help with their hands. The man-made world tree was created by genetic manipulation. It is just a replica made by imitating the structure of a real one, but this will absorb any excess mana and purify the land in the process. The necromancy that has infested Liaoning province can be cleansed away with just this, and not only that, but it will also create mana through photosynthesis after it matures. When the world tree bears fruit, it will be full of mana. By planting those fruits, he could even turn the deserts into fertile land. Meanwhile, he is observing his surroundings when Calypso arrives and says, "It is a replica of the world tree." This sorcerer never ceases to amaze him. Sung-hoon asks him what he is doing here. As he probably already knows, he lets him go without giving chase. But Calypso says he is the commander of the 128th Liberator and has come here to negotiate with him officially. Sung-hoon thinks that if he were not here, they would have enough firepower to go up against the whole world after finishing the necropolis, but that was just the power of the 128th Liberator. So he is telling him they have 127 more legions besides his. Calypso says their armies are infinite, while Sung-hoon thinks he is being rude. Sung-hoon is certain that his god is not the only god in the world. There are countless gods, and most mages and sorcerers are not loyal to any one of them. Calypso says he has not come to debate the philosophy of religion with him, but Sung-hoon says he knows he came here to negotiate, and know that he will not allow him to erect an altar or lead another invasion. Calypso says he already knows that, currently, they do not wish for anything grand, but they want to for religious freedom. In short, he would like to spread their beliefs and go on a missionary. When Sung-hoon hears about religious freedom, he considers what he should do next. He then says that he and his lot are technically dead, so to become a worshipper, it is necessary for one to need to die first. Calypso says he understands his concern, but the living will quickly become preliminary worshippers and receive their education. Once humans realize death is not the end of their world, they will accept their god. Sung-hoon says that if he plans to be a peaceful missionary, then he must give the reason for coming to him for permission. Calypso says that since their force was defeated, he is only following Plan B. To conclude, the living and dead may coexist, as living is a process that must be undertaken before becoming dead. All living beings must die someday. Thus, they guide the living who are afraid of death to a state of comfort and acceptance. Sung-hoon asks him about his conditions. Calypso says if he allows their missionary, they will not harm the living anymore, and in return, he will enable any living being who is willing to convert to being an undead after their death will do so, without interference, and he will swear upon the name of his master. Sung-hoon thinks that, considering they are only the 128th unit, a direct encounter is dangerous. However, he cannot simply trust them outright, so he should find new ways to determine what to do now. As he is lost in his thoughts, Calypso notices the hesitation in his eyes and tells him that he will provide information to help him make a decision. Sung-hoon asks about the kind of information, and Calypso says it's general information regarding the planet called Earth and what's happening around it. Sung-hoon asks Aina to take a look, while Calypso thinks he should believe him because he has no reason to tell lies. Aina completes the analysis and suggests that it is a pure collection of information, which she can transfer to him. When she transfers, Sung-hoon sees that this is the information regarding the dungeons and the director of Okasha. Calypso asks him if he knows that his son, the significant death, shall loom over his world. Sung-hoon says the Earth, their dimension itself, is reaching the end of its lifespan, and he also knows what the director of Okasha is now. It is a foreign being that attempts to repair any disorders in its dimension. Dungeons and people's awakening are only byproducts of this attempt. Calypso asks him if he is in the mood to negotiate now. Sung-hoon thinks, if this is the truth, he has no time, as there is much to prepare. so he agrees and says, as long as Calypso does not use violence, he will allow it. Then Calypso says that it is good and creates a contract, which is made in the name of God and is absolute. Sun Hoon says that is the dragon's heart. Calypso says, this is the compensation for the deal made in God's name, and he ensures that it is not undercompensated. This should be enough. When Sun Hoon holds it, he says, it's just a rough estimate, but this has enough power to revive 3 nuclear fuel reactors. The nuclear fusion reactor has some limitations regarding mana storage, but if he has a dragon's heart, he can do much. Calypso says their negotiation is complete and asks him not to interfere with their work. However, they will be peaceful missionaries in this dimension concerning the living, and hopefully, next time they see each other, they can talk in a more friendly manner. Then he disappears. After that, Sun Hoon says there is a lot to do. Aina thinks he can do it, upon which he says hopefully, he can do it. According to the information received from Calypso, the dimension in which he currently resides will soon expire, and Okasha's director is a being that attempts to repair it. Its goal is unknown. However, it is interesting to see the process behind the director's attempts to repair the dimension. The directors will take the shards of the destroyed dimension as the main ingredient to attempt to fix the part of their dimension that is falling apart. Such shards become dungeons, and the awakened people who have received the power from Okasha destroy the dungeons and create karma. This karma is theorized to be the source of power for Okasha. Dungeons that were not made within the time limit will manifest in reality and fill parts of the broken dimension. This phenomenon is known as dungeon manifestation. Seeing this, clearing the dungeons or not, the dimensions will be repaired. The problem lies in the process itself. The balance will be skewed even further, and the size of the dimension will increase accordingly. Currently, Earth can barely defend against Tier 3 dungeons and will have a difficult time playing dungeons in the future. In the future, when those powerful monsters are unleashed on Earth, humanity could be wiped out. After Tiers 4, 5, and 6, dungeons will contain monsters that have received power from the gods. Even he would not be able to deal with Tier 5 dungeons on his own. For him and humanity to survive, he must take drastically different measures. He says he will leave it to Aina. She thinks she can handle it, so he leaves it in her care. He then asks about the manufacturing infrastructure on Mars. She says it is going well. As he probably knows, it will be a brutal battle. From now on, they must always be mindful of their manpower. She says they should take a look to see if there is anyone valuable amongst the hunters. He asks her to get him the list of top-tier hunters. Then he asks her why she is here instead of the main body. She says it is in the training room. Meanwhile, in the training room, Anna is training Yoyoung and tells her that she heard that she is participating in the allied forces of the hunters. It seems that is why she is overworking herself. But Yoyoung says she is fine and tells her that if she wants to go with Appa, she needs to reach at least the master level, so she should do what she can. Meanwhile, the news anchor reports on the news from Liaoning Province, China, which has been infested by the undead and is now being purified by an unknown blue energy. Aina and Yoyoung are watching the news. Aina tells her that she can see the tree, which is estimated to be over 2 kilometers in height. With this tree, the land of the undead is being purified. Yoyoung says this is impressive that Appa has created this too, and thinks she cannot reach his level, as he is too far ahead. Aina listens to her thought and says she can reach him because, with her talent and efforts, it is possible. She needs a little push to awaken further, and there is no need to be in a hurry. Yoyoung thanks her for cheering her up and says she will go in again, and she will do her best to stand next to Appa. She puts her hand on the screen to see if her hand can reach, but is amazed to know that it can. Aina says she told her that she can do it. Enlightenment will come when she least expects it. Meanwhile, Sun Hoon also observes the density of Yoyoung's aura and thinks she has already become a master. He comes to observe Yoyoung's training and believes it resembles a standard shockwave technique, but there is more to it. He says it looks like she succeeded in conceptualizing. Since she can conceptualize, they can safely say he has reached the master level. Yoyoung becomes very excited because she thinks she is a genius. He says he did not expect her to reach that level in such a short time and asks her about the kind of conceptualization, as it appears to be a ranged attack. But he thinks there is more to it. She asks like what? If he says what exactly it is, if she jab like this, it goes boom like that. She explains him by doing practically. He thinks if she becomes a master, Aina says from what she can tell, it looks like she is attacking the target while ignoring the distance. He knows that conceptualization depends on the user's personality. But he has not seen anything like that even in his past life. Aina suggests that in modern times, education, culture, and the environment have brought this skill to the forefront. Sun Hoon then pulls out his hand, creates a barrier, and tells her to try testing it. He asks her to attack it again inside the barrier, where there are anti-teleportation, physical defense, and magical defense fields, and asks her to hit it again. When Yoyoung hits it, Aina and Sunghoon are surprised that it hits the target, ignoring his defensive spell. He says her attack is the conceptualization that she will always reach, which is incredible. To achieve her goal, she skipped all the necessary procedures. Meanwhile, she asks him how it is. He says that it is fantastic. An aura user who has reached a certain point may completely alter the laws of the world around them using their sheer will, and beings who make their own rules and manifest them into the real world are called masters. But she still needs to train to increase her aura. Right now, they can safely say Yoyoung is at the level where she can slay dragons without any problem. Later on Mars, they visited the magical manufacturing plant, the golem production sector. Sunghoon asks Anna about the expansion they have. She says they have increased their production rate tenfold since 2 months ago, and currently, they can produce up to 1,000 golems at once. He says they will expand their production by 10,000 and, upon reaching that goal, will turn their focus towards the mothership construction project. She says she understood that. The world has stabilized in the past 2 months after the dungeon crisis. Countries lacking military power were going through turmoil, but most developed countries successfully subdued the dungeon manifestation problems. He says he is preparing for the future, where higher-tier dungeons will start spawning. Although Yoyoung has become a master, it is only the beginning. To prevent the world from collapsing, he will need many talented individuals. Meanwhile, another hunter arrives and says it has been a while since they last met. Sunghoon, surely it has been a while. Yoyoung asks him if he knows that girl. Sunghoon tells her she is a top talent from China, Takoyan, a very established individual. Takoyan says she kindly apologizes for visiting so suddenly, as she has something to say. Sunghoon thinks they should have a meal together since she has come this far. Meanwhile, Yoyoung makes bad expressions, but Sunghoon asks her not to make that face when they have a guest. Takoyan observes that she is Team Alpha's healer, Yoyoung. She knows she has been working as a damage dealer after learning about aura, but she cannot tell how strong she is. She is on equal footing with her. Then Sunghoon asks her why she is visiting him. She says she heard he is recruiting mighty hunters around the globe. She is guessing he is assembling a private team, so she asks him if he allows her to partake in his team. Yoyoung says she has an objection. She is against it, as she is more than enough as a close combat specialist. But Sunghoon asks Takoyan about her reasoning. She says she is striving to improve her might, and if she can stand beside a powerful individual like him, she believes there would be plenty of opportunities to grow stronger. And what she is doing is entirely independent of the Chinese government. She is unsure if he is aware that hunters with martial arts only maintain mutually beneficial relationships with governments. However, they are not exactly bound to one another or overly attached to each other. Sunghoon thinks that he will lose out on nothing if she moves independently. Although background checks might be necessary, and surely considering her talent, she is a great candidate. Perhaps Yoyoung could learn from her. So he says he accepts her request, and they should try their best. She thanked him and asked him to please take care of her. On the other side, a VIP arrived in Mexico by helicopter. Team 1 is invited to watch the perimeter, while Team 2 will prepare the sniper. Jessica, who is the VIP, arrives there and asks a man a question about whether he is the drug lord, Pace Carlos. Carlos says so she came, knowing he was here. She says if he is the one, she will give him a chance to live, although she would not mind killing him here right now. She punches him hard, and he asks what she is doing. The system informs her that she is attempting subordination magic and soul subordination. Still, the target is resisting the subordination magic. Ultimately, the resistance failed, and the target submitted to Jessica. Then Jessica says the system is absolute. Since he is a hunter, he must already know that from today on, he is her dog, and he will follow her every command, even if she orders him to kill his firstborn. Later, they come to Mars, and Sunghoon decides to train his new teammates to judge their abilities, as Takoyan believes they are on equal footing with a master. From what he can tell, she does have enough potential and power to be on par with Yoyoung. Takoyan tells Yoyoung that she heard that she is Alpha Team's healer, and the best damage dealer at the same time. Her excellent skills have earned the Chinese government's attention. Yoyoung says she is flattering her, but thanks to her, and tells her she will go easy on her just today because she cannot afford to hurt her, as this is her first time. Sunghoon knows Yoyoung is always weak when it comes to compliments. Takoyan says if she wants to be treated as a sunbee, she should not let her guard down. Yoyoung asks her to go now, so both of them are ready to fight with each other. Young has heard that Tokoyan of China was a skilled melee fighter, so she wonders how strong she is. Both start fighting. Tokoyan attacks her first, as she utilizes her skills, the commandments of heaven and earth, and the explosions of heaven and earth. Young Tokoyan says she is starting way too hard, and she then uses her iron cutting, dragon's eternal enhancement skill. Meanwhile, Sun-hoon observes their fight from a distance. He says that seeing Tokoyan converting her energy like aura, she can hold her ground against a master. The proof being a master is called aura concentration. He thinks they call it Kai focus in martial arts. The match will be decided on based on their conceptualization. As they attack each other, Young sees that Tokoyan is no pushover. While Tokoyan says as she thought, Young, that woman, has been enlightened just like her, and she countered her Kai focus attack. She is qualified to be her Sunbi. Young says she was looking down on her, and Sung-hoon tells Young that if she does not go all out, she will lose to that rookie. So she should at least defend her pride as a Sunbi. Young says he should have told her if she was that strong. She was about to kick a bucket when she had her guard down. She says that's fine. She will go all out starting now and asks Tokoyan to try again. So they started again, but soon Tokoyan detected a danger as it was not a Kai force. Then she got hit by a strike. She says she was sure if she dodged it, but she must defend herself since it is coming again. However, Young continues to attack her with her skills. After receiving many hits, Tokoyan again comes forward to strike back, saying, "Just what the hell is this nonsense attack?" She cannot even dodge and defend against it. Young says it feels like cheating, but she is going to end it here. She should not let her do that. Sung-hoon sees that Tokoyan's conceptualization is manifesting. He did not see her move, but she has arrived. She says she has to stop Young before her attack, but Young asks her to concentrate on her defense and her move. Tokoyan uses her Shrinked Earth skill, attacks her with her leg, saying it is similar to her weird punches, and asks her to eat this and fall. Young says this is disappointing, as Tokoyan said she was going all out. Suddenly, Tokoyan reaches her back, holds her arm, and says she has not fought one-on-one because her reactions are slow. Sun-hoon says, as expected from Tokoyan, he knew she had lots of experience, but she is making fantastic use of her strong points. Completely nullifying Young's conceptualization through close-quarters combat was a great decision. Tokoyan's conceptualization involves teleportation, allowing her to jump between spaces. It is unfortunate for Young, but the matchup is bad. Soon, Tokoyan asks Young to give up, who had given up for a while, but as Tokoyan's attention diminishes, she suddenly attacks her back. Tokoyan says she gave up her arm to free herself, and asks if she is crazy. Tokoyan notices that she possesses a regeneration healing ability and says that's cheating, but Young responds, this is part of her skill set, as she is a healer first. Then, she asks her to get ready, as she is going all out for real this time. Tokoyan says combat with disregard for one's well-being is scary. However, it does not change anything, and asks her to heal as much as she wants, because she will break her repeatedly. She again holds her arm tightly, but Young gets herself free from her. Tokoyan is amazed to see such strength. She again spins and tries to attack her, but this time she fails. Sung-hoon says she is giving up on her conceptualization and opting for a dogfight. Now they can no longer predict the outcome of this fight. If Young gains more hands-on experience, she will be able to overwhelm Tokoyan. Suddenly, Young hits her hard, and Tokoyan feels it is monstrous as it even hurts to block. She got stronger because she focused all her aura into her body, pressing her limits. Her body would get quite damaged afterwards, but she could heal it. That combat style effectively highlights her role as a healer. Sung-hoon knows things have gotten difficult for Tokoyan because she cannot increase her distance due to Young's conceptualization, and in close combat, Young is overwhelming her with pure strength. The problem is how long Young can last. Soon, he sees that it is over. Young did well despite being inexperienced in close combat. He says he did not think she would fight for this long. Even as an aura user, he bets on Tokoyan to win this one. He thinks he may have severely underestimated Young until now. She has become an aura master after only 1 year. This is extremely rare. Perhaps she is a once-in-a-century genius. Then Aina arrives, and he says she came at the perfect time, asking her to bring these two to the recovery room. But Aina says this is not the time, as a dungeon manifestation occurred. He asks if there is a new dungeon and about the country. She says it is not on Earth, but here on Mars. He asks her to show him the footage. When she does, she tells him they did not install any eyes on Mars, as they did not expect any surveillance to be needed. Thus, they were unable to detect the dungeon spawning. At least it was detected near the manufacturing plant, so they were able to identify it. It is 30 kilometers from the plant, and they are trying to collect more information. He says that by considering how it worked on Earth, they can assume all dungeons on Mars have manifested, and he asks if there is any alarming movement from the monsters. She says the monsters organize themselves about 20 kilometers from the plant. He says they must have detected the plant. He asks her to see if there are any intelligent life forms. When she detects, she tells him there is an elemental life form, Agram. Sung-hoon says he is familiar with this species. Their hierarchy is determined by strength, but they possess enough intelligence to negotiate effectively. Those Agrams have a cold element. Maybe they were influenced by the Mars environment. She asks him if he will care for them immediately, but he denies. He asks her to establish a defensive perimeter around the plant first and utilize the golems for production. As soon as the defensive line is formed, he will try to talk to them and increase the production of the eyes of the sorcerer, because it looks like they need to expand their surveillance to the whole solar system to prevent the same thing from happening again. She says they will need time to put the eyes in the solar system as a whole. He says then they will prioritize establishing the eyes on Mars and set up the others one by one once they get a chance. Agram is a race that can coexist with humans. According to the intel, monsters from manifested dungeons have no powers from the Akasha system, and unlike the Queen, he has fought inside the dungeon. He may be able to resolve this peacefully. He will have to see if it is possible first, because this might be an opportunity for him to bring the whole race under his command. Later, Sung-hoon warns Agram and asks him not to approach any closer, as this is his territory, and he will not allow him to trespass on this place without permission. He claims to be the lord of this land, the sorcerer, Sung-hoon. He also asks him to talk about his leader and show himself. Agram asks him to wait for a moment. Meanwhile, Aina tells Sung-hoon that there are a total of 1781 Agram among them, and there is one Viscount class being, which she assumes to be the leader. Moreover, 23 noble class beings are scouting the surroundings, and she believes this group of Agrams is the scouts aiming to discover what their manufacturing plant is up to. Sung-hoon says that he is from the Viscount class. At that moment, Agram asks Sung-hoon if he is the one who called for him, and also says he is disrupting their advance. Sung-hoon says this area is his territory and asks him to remember that he has trespassed on his land without permission. He then asks him if he is the leader of the Agrams. He says that it is true, apologizes for entering the human mage's territory, and tells him that they did not come here because they wanted to. Sung-hoon says that if there is a circumstance, then they should discuss it. Agram accepts his offer and becomes ready for a talk. Sung-hoon says he understands that, so he came here against his will without realizing it. But it does not change the fact that he has entered his territory. So, tell me what he would do about that. Agram says he wants to ask about what the human lord desires. Sung-hoon says he desires everything that belongs to his race. Since he has entered his land, he will have to become their subjects, and that is that. Agram says he cannot pretend to ignore what he said, but Agrams do not submit to humans. Sung-hoon thinks he responds just as expected and says that if they can talk this out, there will be no war. But Agram says it is a battle, and the victor will take it all. The great king has begun fighting, claiming he is the king of the Agrams. Sung-hoon says he is a king. For just a Viscount class, this is so amusing. Moreover, he is the one to begin this fight. As Agram attacks Sung-hoon, he dodges Agram's attack. Agram says this human was able to survive his attack. Sung-hoon says, now it's his turn. He asks him to take his special spell, which is the 5th tier instant spell, Hand of Titan. Soon, he observes that the Great King is defeated but not dead. He asks him about his experience fighting with him, and says if he wants to fight more, he will fight him as much as he wants. However, that was the first and last time he would go easy on him. But the king admits he is lost, and the other Agrams begin discussing whether this human is now their leader. Sung-hoon asks them to be silent and says, as they see, this match has a clear victor. From today on, they will be his subjects who must follow his command. He asks them to be proud that they are the first citizen of this land, and this is his first command as their lord. He orders them to colonize this planet's land, except the manufacturing plant. Agram says they hail the new great king, but Sung-hoon says he is their lord, not king. Aina asks if he knows he does not want to bind them under a contract. He says it's fine, as these guys are simpler than she thinks, but he never imagined it would be Agrams who would colonize Mars first. She says it is just Mars and thinks they would be a great native species given their strength and vitality. On the other hand, it is reported to the elder of the Rothschild family that the facilities located on Mars belong to Sung-hoon, which is on an unbelievable scale. He says that he is even more formidable than the last time it was reported, and from the report he has seen today, he has not stopped making the facility on Mars, but he has subdued some monsters or something. Whatever it is, the power they cannot control, the Rothschild cannot be allowed. He tells Jessica that she will do everything in her power to find the source of his power. Still, that man is extremely sensitive about sharing his personal information, and she was barely able to get him to admit that he possessed knowledge from another world. So, he is a type that is difficult to negotiate with. The Elder asks Jessica to listen carefully, saying that the existence of the Akasha system has changed everything they knew about this world. Now there is an entity that may very well compete against them in terms of influence, and that is not an organization or a nation, but just a single mage. He poses the greatest threat to the Rothschild family since its inception. The Elder says so. He believes it is right for them to eliminate him when they are given the chance. She asks him if he has already made up his mind. He says this is only his opinion, and the family has not decided. She says, however, if he, the family head, has decided, the family will follow suit. He says he can sense a bit of a rebellious tone in her and asks if she has gotten so friendly with that man. She says that is not it, but erase the thought if he has no such intentions. If their family moves, any man will eventually cease to exist. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon is watching a television show where a national assemblyman says that dungeons are valuable. He is completely opposed to the current policy of clearing a dungeon as soon as it spawns. Imagine how many resources they can acquire if they wait until they manifest and monsters spawn. Humanity's future lies within the dungeon. Everyone should know that they have already used half of the world's oil reserves fighting against those monsters. Thus, dungeons should be treated as their country's valuable property. Sung-hoon says this dumbness is saying that dungeons are valuable. That analyst says they saw the message when the dungeons first appeared. Dungeons are evolving because they cannot eliminate enough monsters. Sung-hoon says he has never thought someone who could spew such utter bullshit can be elected monsters as the National Assemblyman. His mom asks him to watch his mouth, as he is a famous individual in society and cannot just say whatever he wants. She asks him not to get the news that is not like him. That assemblyman says respawning is where normal monsters spawn from the dungeon if the dungeon boss is not eliminated. According to the research, they could prevent dungeons from manifesting if they continuously eliminated the normal monsters. Hence, they can manage the dungeon safely. Sung-hoon's mom asks him if there is a problem, as they say they take safety measures, so this is a good thing. The assemblyman continues to say this is also great for normal citizens. People's safety and the use of monster cores have been enhanced, and a method has been developed to provide these resources efficiently. The cost of goods will decrease, and real estate will stabilize. While listening to all this, Sung-hoon says it worries him a little. It seems they will create a law to protect dungeons at this rate. If this kind of talk persists, there must be someone with influence behind it, so he asks Aina to find out what this is about. Mom says now that she thinks about it, if he is doing well with that pink-haired girl. He asks if her name was Young and asks him to bring her home again to have a meal together. He tells his mom that Young is part of the team, a co-worker, so to speak. Mom says he must also consider getting married, as her first friends are all seeing their grandchildren. Then, suddenly, Aina arrived and said that she had found them. When Mom sees her and inquires about her, Aina says this is her first time meeting her in person, as she did not expect her to be here. She also mentions that Aina is her master's closest assistant. As they both talk, Sung-hoon assumes she came here on purpose. Then he says something came up, and they have to go. He tells Aina she will create misunderstandings if she shows up like this. Mom asks her to come over when Sung-hoon is not here next time. She also urges Sung-hoon he should not to go out with two girls at once, and he says that is not it. Later, Aina says she has observed the movements of people wanting to preserve the dungeon worldwide, and the Rothschild families behind them. Most of the government appears to be confident that it can safely manage the dungeon with the data it has gathered. Since they have the handle in the dungeon situation, they are trying to make their profit correctly. Sung-hoon says this would not do. If dungeon clears slowly, the Akasha administration might devise even more drastic measures to replenish its interdimensional energy. If dungeon spawns over the world like last time, he is not sure if he can handle them all by himself this time. And due to the Tier 3 dungeon manifestation, many high-level hunters have lost their lives. Aina says the government, at least for the safety of the new hunters, is taking a safer approach to ensure they can level up safely without risking their lives in the dungeon. He says it is not that he does not understand their position, but there is no way that the Akasha system will sit by and watch them when they are not contributing to its energy replenishment. so he suggests that they should warn the United Nations about the potential consequences of neglecting to clear the dungeon, and do the same for countries like the United States and China. However, he is unsure whether they will accept humanity's claim to extension if they neglect to clear the dungeon. She says she will still try. Sung-hoon says the United Nations and the United States, and one more thing, that she needs to call Jessica to see if they can meet. He knows that to find out about Rothschild's movements, it will be fastest to meet with her. Later, Aina says that the United Nations, the United States, and China have all rejected Master's claim, saying it is baseless. They say they cannot have one person's prediction and assumption become the deciding factor in their politics. Of course, she believes this is a way for them to minimize Master's influence over them. Sung-hoon says it happens just as expected, but he hopes Jessica will come through at least. Soon, when she arrives, he thanks her for her time, and she says she did not think he would be the one to call first. While talking, she says so, but he points out that there is a possibility of a similar dangling crisis happening if they let this go on. He says that if the world chooses to treat dungeon as a free resource, a second dungeon manifestation will begin. When asked about evidence to support his claim, he says he has no proof. She says then this is difficult, but as a fellow mage, she does believe him. The word of a powerful mage is not something he should ignore. However, his words alone make it difficult to have a lasting impact on the whole world. She also says despite how influential one person is, it is still a matter of politics. He asks if her family was the one to make the claim, and then she must give her opinion. She says that, of course, with the power of her family, it is possible to change the narrative of the situation. It asks if they have a reason to do so. She further says, even if they assume he is not lying, it is nothing short of an assumption. Even if he says such a policy could be the beginning of the world's end, she says he has something else, which he has not told her. Then she says she will make a counteroffer, suggesting that he join her family because he can easily resolve the crisis at hand as a family member. He says he rejected that offer, as he does not work under anyone. She says she is not telling him to work under her family, but he may become an actual family member. She is saying he should get married to her. He says if she is okay with a marriage without love, a family in name only, considering her family, she will do everything she can to find the source of his power. She says that if he were the one to sit by idly, just watching things unfold, he would use her family to do what he wants instead. He says he knows she is not wrong, but he will only get married after properly dating and getting to know his partner first, so he will pretend he did not hear what she said. She says they should do that and start dating, asking if he finds her unattractive. She says this is very regrettable. She did not think he would agree, but she had expected him to be indifferent. He says she was not serious either. She says he just said it a moment ago. This could be the starting point of humanity's extinction, which means he would not marry her even if humanity is at the brink of extinction. It seems he dislikes her so much. Meanwhile, Aina is listening to their conversation. She thinks this was the master's fault. She would recommend that he undergo some etiquette training and tells him she is disappointed in him. He says it seems she is taking Jessica's side, while Jessica says it cannot be helped anyway. Their family will not stop at dungeon management. If he were to go against them, they would turn against him without hesitation. He says he has mentioned multiple times that there is a valid reason for his actions. Jessica says that dungeons are viewed as a resource to maintain the world's economy by many people, and one person's opinion does not outweigh the decisions of the many. She also says she will give him one last warning that not to underestimate her family. If they believe he is against them, they will immediately take action, so he does not regret his choice after losing what is precious to him. He will have to do everything it takes to protect what he holds dear. The Rothschild family is very adept at striking their opponent's weak points. She will take her leave if there's nothing more to discuss. She needs to return quickly, since she came out without notifying her family, and she hopes they will not have to fight each other the next time they meet. When she is gone, he says they need to look for an alternative. Later, Aina tells the World Alliance has started a meeting discussing the dungeon management. He says he guesses he should stay out of politics. She tells until a policy is approved. All dungeon entries are now illegal. Korea began the entry prevention 3 days ago as well. Then he says the world will go upside down once again. Meanwhile, Takoyan and Yoyoung arrive there, and Yoyoung asks him to take the helmet off her head. He says he thought they were going on a hunting trip in the Amazon rainforest. Takoyan says an item dropped while hunting. It looked like a helmet. Hence, she put it on Yoyoung's head as a joke, but she guessed it was a cursed item. Yoyoung also says she cannot take it off. He thinks she should be easily able to break a mere curse as an aura master, and then he tries to take it off. but realizes that, rather than a curse, he feels sacred power. As soon as he touches it, he feels someone calling his name. He turns back to see, and there is the goddess of fire and metal, Erigma, who says, "It has been a long time since we met, and I believe your name is Sung-hoon now." She also says she sees that his distrust of humans has not changed, and she tells him that she has seen him cast a soul contraction on Yoyoung. Sung-hoon knows her, as she is the goddess of fire and metal, the creator of the dwarves. Any artisan or crafter worships this entity. However, the gods should not have existed in this world until the Akasha system appeared. He asks her the reason for coming here. She says she just came here because she could. This dimension was shut initially, but now it is open, which is why she is here. He says that is quite the news. She says his magic is fantastic, but he does not know everything. He asks her why she sought him out. She says there is no need to stay on guard, as she only came here to ask him a favor. Her children will soon embark upon Earth with what he calls a 4th tier dungeon. He says she is talking about the dwarves, and she says that is correct. She would like him to rescue them and help them establish themselves in this area. He says he understands dwarves are her creation, but a goddess setting herself involved is quite extreme. When he asks her what she is after, she replies that her overly rude personality remains unchanged. She says her purpose is to propagate, and if her children live on, they will root themselves in this world and become missionaries to recruit her worshippers. He says that just like the undead who devastated China, she is up to that religion business. Then he agrees and says he will do that, but it is not free, so he needs compensation. She says she already talked to Akasha about that, so it will give him what they call a quest. He sees on his system that the goddess of fire and metal, Erigma, has requested him to rescue the dwarves and help them establish themselves in this world. As requested, enter the Tier 4 dungeon and rescue the objective. If he succeeds, he will be awarded with Metal's authority, while in case of failure, he will have to face death. When he sees this, he says that the reward is Metal's authority. He wanted that skill in his previous life. She says this is an ability he craves, and Metal's authority will undoubtedly greatly help him since he likes to conquer things. Also, the dungeon has already opened. It is located under the Earth's crust. She wishes him good luck and disappears. So when Sung-hoon removes the helmet from Yoyoung's head, he says this helmet was a medium. Erigma came to him through Yoyoung. She says that the helmet scared her very much. He then says that both of them have time and asks them to follow him to a dungeon. Yoyoung says she thought all the dungeons were under lockdown. That is why they had to go to the rainforest to hunt. He tells them they can go without anyone knowing. It's a dungeon that nobody has found yet. Soon, Sung Yerim, level 245 hunter and Korea's top-ranking damage dealer, comes there. Sung-hoon says he thanks her for participating in this unofficial dungeon attempt when the world unlocks all dungeons. Since he cannot predict the difficulty of the Tier 4 either, he recruited one more powerful damage dealer. He says she must have had difficulty deciding since it is now illegal. She says she is thankful she has been frustrated with her growth lately. Plus, not knowing anything about the dungeon could be a disaster. She is personally against the government's decision to exploit dungeons for profit rather than play it safe. Furthermore, he has also invited Anusha, or Amazed's official, who is the most potent healer. Considering the Tier 4 dungeon level restriction, he needed a new healer, since Yoyoung is not acting as a damage dealer. Anusha asks about the other party members. He says they will be here soon. He needed to teleport Yerim and Anusha secretly, so they came here first, and then, more quickly, the other party members reached there. When they enter the dungeon, the system informs them that he has entered the dungeon, and that they may not exit until they defeat the dungeon's boss and resolve the dungeon's problem. He says, as expected from a Tier 4 dungeon, slaying the dungeon boss is not enough to clear the dungeon. Yerim says it is still amazing. She had never thought she would see such scenery inside a dungeon. He says this is her first time inside a dungeon. She says that is true. When the Tier 3 dungeon spawned, the level restriction was 150 and below. She was already over level 200 at the time, but she has studied as much as possible about the dungeon since then. Then, he says he is expecting a lot from her. Yoyoung says that now that she thinks about it, this is the first time he has gathered a proper party, as he always did everything on his own. But now it seems a Tier 4 dungeon is much more dangerous. He says he doesn't know, as this is his first time inside a Tier 4 dungeon, and he has done everything he could to prepare. He tells this party's standard is Master Class and above, which is why he excluded other Alpha team members. She says she did not know that. She thought he had intentionally made a party full of girls. Then Eliona arrives there and says she scouted the area. But, strangely, there are no living organisms. Moreover, she says that her scouting range has a radius of 5 kilometers, but she cannot sense any animals or even insects. He tells her that nothing is living in this environment, as he knows the goddess of fire wanted him to rescue the dwarves, but there is no one here. He says it looks like they need more intelligence. He uses eyes of Magus and says those are called eyes of Magus. They can think of them as a type of drone, as they move around and gather information. He then asks Anna to report right away when she detects a living being or organism. Yerim thought he was a mage, but he has some interesting tools, but the problem is she does not know he is trustworthy or not, and says now she will find out how he does work. Furthermore, she also remembers that she saw Sung-hoon's face somewhere, but cannot recall about the exact details. Suddenly, they see a massive blast of fire. Aina tells him that it happened at a distance of 23 kilometers, and no movement of mana has been observed. This was a chemical reaction. He thinks it may be a dwarven bomb. There appears to be something there, so they should move. They all start flying towards that place. Yoyoung asks him to wait for her, as this is not something she can easily control. Eliona tells Anusha that the arching will handle levitation and movement. They need to think, and it will follow. When Sung-hoon sees them flying, he believes they should have practiced with flight first. Then, he says he will go on ahead and asks Eliona to guide everyone else. Yoyoung is surprised that he is flying so fast, while Yerim also flies and asks him to let her come with him. As he does not know what will happen, it will be better than going alone. Sung-hoon praises her, saying she is charming. He did not think she would get used to the arching this quickly. She says aerial combat is her specialty. Soon, they reach where dwarves are seen, who say it is time to get their hands dirty, and so they fight with monsters. Sung-hoon knows dwarves are fighting against monster waves. He sees a few metal automations. He does not recognize them from his previous life, but they do not seem powerful. However, their numbers are a problem. Yerim asks him if those are humans fighting against the monsters, and he says these are not humans, but something close to them. He thinks he should not tell her that they are dwarves. She asks him what they should do now. He says he heard many top rankers usually do whatever they want, but Yerim is quite different. She was well known for her kind personality, after all. He asks her to let go, as they could be a hint in solving this problem, and advises her to focus on reducing the number of monsters as much as possible. Then, he can take care of the ones near the castle wall. She asks to leave it on her. He assumes she is just like the first time he saw her. Once she starts, she shows no hesitation. Then he says he should start now as well. Meanwhile, the dwarves' leader orders them to hold the line with their lives, because if monsters break through, everyone dies. Sung-hoon has also started using his skills. He uses the lightning ring, which appears to be static electricity, on the dwarves, and they assume there are still human survivors. So, their leader asks his people to stay alive, as they have received reinforcements. They are fighting the monsters to keep themselves alive, and suddenly, Sugun sees that the monsters are fused. The dwarves' leader says they are coming straight at the gate, orders his fellows to stop them by dropping rocks, because it is all over if the gate is breached. But Sung-hoon observes that they change forms rapidly and can regenerate. Soon, the monsters reach the gate and break it. Sung-hoon knows that large area attacks would not work. It would take out the dwarves, too. Takoyan says she will borrow this spear. A dwarf asks her who she is. Meanwhile, a vast number of monsters have entered. One of the dwarves says that the woman must also be part of the reinforcement. Takoyan says there is a single narrow bridge between her and the horde of enemies. She always fantasized about a scene like this. She stands before the monsters and says they would not get past her. If they crossed this bridge, she would kill them all. Sung-hoon appreciated her and said she arrived on time. She thinks Mage does not know how to read the mood. He just stole her spotlight like it was nothing, and if he were bigger, she would give him a good beating. While looking at the enemy head count, she does not think she can sit around doing nothing. Meanwhile, Yerim uses her skill to burn away, but says there is no end to them, no matter how much she attacks, and realizes that her mana will run out at this rate. Then she sees the mass resurrection, as the fallen warriors rise again, and understands that this is the power of God. To think there is a surviving servant of the gods, she has to find out which god she will serve. Sung-hoon sees that, along with Takoyan, Anusha arrived at the perfect time, and admits that this quest would have been rather difficult if he had come here by himself. Suddenly, he hears a song and asks if that is Eliona's magic. Then, he sees that it is the siren's ancient magic, the spirit of the wind, and says he should help out too. On the other hand, the dwarves' leader asks his people to be on guard and not to be the stupid ones who get hit by their allies' attack. Soon, Yerim announces that she has encountered an unknown entity. an enemy with a high mana signature, but it is trying to talk to her using telepathy. Sung-hoon assumes the sub-boss has come out. Meanwhile, Young feels worried as everyone has passed by, leaving her alone. Everyone is using teleportation or movement spells, and she is the only one without movement skills. Yerim sees this place and says she was just in a tier 4 dungeon with the team, but she found something strange, and it tried to talk to her. Then she finds herself here at this place. The enemy says he thought she would make a good meal, but she is not from this dimension, and he asks her if she also has Okasha's tool. Yerim is surprised that she does not know where this enemy is talking to her. She asks him to look at him, but the enemy says he can feel her doubt, anxiety, as well as discomfort. Further, he can sense her emotions and says she seems suspicious. She is amazed that he can read her mind. Suddenly, she realizes that her flame ability does not work. The enemy says she is a weak human, but he cannot take away the gift of Okasha. However, he can seal it temporarily with little effort. She says this gigantic monster is a shark, but then she forgets that, as she is shocked to find herself underwater and has no idea how she got there. She feels like she cannot breathe. She is suffering from fear, confusion, fatality, and a weak consciousness that topples under the slightest pressure. She says she must escape. However, she does not know how to do so. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon arrives there and holds her in his arms. He says he does not know what she has seen, but it was just a hallucination, and tells her he cast a mental barrier on her, so it should be fine now. She says it was a terrible hallucination. He says first, she should rest and not rush back into battle. As soon as the situation stabilizes, he will take another look. When she says she is fine, he says he knows that she is not fine at all. Mental damage like this festers if left untreated, so he will send her where the rest of the team is first. So, he sends her back to where the other members reside. As she arrives there, Eliona says she came back by herself. Yerim says the situation is under control here. Eliona says that it is true. The enemies just retreated, and Takoyan also successfully fended off the enemies on the other side. Yerim wondered what that monster was. It was on a completely different level than the one she had fought before, and she hoped Sung-hoon would be okay by himself. Eliona says there is no need to worry if she is talking about the president. It would not surprise her if he had a spare body just in case. On the other side, the monster says that to think an opportunity to devour a shard of Okasha would be interrupted. Sung-hoon asks about him, as he is not an organism but a spirit. That monster claims to be a dimension devourer, number 47. Throughout every universe, every dimension, and every timeline, there is an entity that collects the very essence of life. Furthermore, the monster claims that they are mass-produced dimension devourers, all one. Sung-hoon says he did not ask him to tell him that. Then he urges Aina to figure out what that is. Aina says she does not have enough information, as it is a monster that has no record, not even in the world of the master's previous life, and she cannot even determine if it is an organism. Then she says she has detected a high energy. It is a hyper-psi wave setting up a barrier. He says, look at this. It's an energy level along his part with an ancient dragon. Sung-hoon says a resilient and extremely high-level mental barrier has been created. He has fought against entities like himself, such as wizards and mages, but he has not fought against something like him. Sung-hoon feels this is bad, as the enemy knows what he is, but he does not know what his enemy is. The enemy claims he can also smell Okasha emanating from him, the most delectable scent of all. Aina says the enemy's energy manifestation is changing. He says he will transfer when the energy is before him. Nuclear explosions count 5 seconds. Sung-hoon asks Aina to keep the barrier level at maximum. Aina thinks she can still detect the enemy's energy. However, it looks like it has used up 30% of its maximum power, and enduring a nuclear explosion at this proximity is expected from a tier 4 dungeon. He says it's fine if it doesn't work. The first time, he will keep trying until it works. Dwarves also try to figure out what this is. As one of them says, he does not know what that attack is for, but they are trying to break the continent in half. They ask Sung-hoon's team members about the kind of a man who is their leader. Eliona says he is the kind of guy who hides a lot, while Takoyan says they are not friendly. Anusha says she met him for the first time today. He sees a barrier, he hits it with 2 nuclear explosives, but it does not even budge. The target is identified as a great mage, transforming into a mage's natural predator, the ascended beings of Dimension 2801. He is beginning the hunt, but suddenly he realizes that he has fallen to the ground. He says he can use psychokinesis, so he asks Aina to categorize the enemies as a psychic and asks her to help him. She says that she is taking control of 12 nuclear fusion reactors. Beginning with the support, she enforced the barrier and said this great thing would not run. Sung-hoon sees the first atomic attack hit him for sure. Still, it was able to defend against the second one without taking damage. He thinks that if he cannot use the same attacks, the situation would worsen. Aina tells them the barrier is thickening. He says this is annoying and uses an anti-gravity spell to attack the monster. Still, he sees it as a disintegration beam, so he says that if he were an organism, he would not remain unscathed after being hit. 3% of the structural integrity has been compromised, resulting in cellular necrosis. This is very interesting. He is analyzing the attack pattern and searching for a countermeasure. He feels it may have a way to defend against his organism disintegration beam. Aina says the probability is very high. He says it looks like they are at a disadvantage, and if they let this drag on, they will have to buy some time until they can prepare an attack that can finish him in one hit. So, he asks Aina to prevent him from approaching him. Since they should not reveal too many cards, they mostly use disintegration beams. She says she understands him, and then they start flying and continue to use their skills. Soon, Aina informs the enemy that the disintegration beams have begun to counter, and she has already completed the analysis of that skill. It will no longer be effective. She says that if they can no longer use it, the enemy will fully understand this attack. So he is creating an anti-magical formula to prevent the mana invoicing phase. He says that is fine, she should focus on defense. As a tier 5, this is the limit. The monsters ask him if he has given up, and ask them to cease their pointless struggle and hand over their biological data. Sung-hoon says there would not be results without the correct procedure. He will find out whether it is not very sensible anyway. He says he must have some extraordinary power, as he can see through the magical formula and inject his psychic power into the weakest link to turn it off. He says it is basic to protect the magical formula upon its creation, but his psychokinesis is so detailed and proficient that it can render the protection useless. Then he says it is a halt, and a conversation with prey is meaningless. Sung-hoon says he should be ready for more attacks if he does not want to talk, so he attacks him, and says the spell he used is a spell cube with a tier 3 protection spell, which the enemy would not be able to create a counter formula easily. Soon, he detects that the spell cannot be analyzed, which is dangerous, so he uses the gravity collapse spell. Aina uses a black hole to prevent the enemy from using his psychic power. Sung-hoon says this is quite interesting. The enemy says this will be his end, however, this body is only one of many. Sung-hoon says he is trying to say that other entities share his memory. The enemy says they will meet again soon. Sung-hoon says it's over, as the enemy has disappeared. Later, the dwarves come towards him and say he saved them all. Despite unfamiliarity with them, their leader says he sincerely thanks them from the bottom of his heart. He also says he has not seen humans in a long time and thought he would be a goner. Then Sung-hoon introduced himself and explained that he had come to help them all at Erigma's request. They become amazed that their god has sent a human sorcerer to save them. Then he says they should move to a more appropriate place to continue this conversation. So, they come to a place, which is their holy sanctuary, he says. Even if their god has commanded them to, they, dwarves, do not forget kindness. He introduces himself as the dwarves' chief, Tessard, and says he is unsure how to repay him. He believes today will be the last day he can see the sun. He tells them their rations and supplies have also run out. Since the whole world is in ruins, there is no point in holding out either. Sung-hoon asks Tessard to tell him about their current situation. Tessard says they also had a powerful wizard with them. When the dimensions ruptured and the ground and sky turned upside down, they investigated the cause. Everything happened so suddenly, without any warning, and in mere days, the world they knew no longer existed. Monsters they had never seen before started to attack them from all directions, and their wizard said it was the aftermath of a ruptured dimension. Sung-hoon says, "Now that I think about it, Ileona mentioned something similar." Suddenly, a dimensional gate opened, and the world inhabited by the sirens was brought to complete ruin. Tessard further says that after this, they fought against the monsters daily, trying to survive. The world was done for. It was just their survival instincts kicking in, he supposed. They had no time to think, but he believes they're defending because they did not want to go down without a fight. Tessard says he would like to ask him, as he is one who came upon the request of their god, that if there is a way for them to survive. Sung-hoon says there is only one way, which is if they defeat the enemy's leader, the dimensional gate to the world he came from will open. They would be safe from harm if they went there. Tessard says, but they are already at their limit. Thinking today would be their last, they ate everything they had left, and they were planning to go down with the fight, but they might end up dying of hunger. Sung-hoon says he can fix that quickly and asks Aina about their food and supplies. She tells him they have enough for 300,000 people to survive for 1 month. Tessard is surprised to know that he can feed 300,000 people and asks if it is true. Sung-hoon says it was a good idea to bring them just in case, and urges Tessard to check if there is a nearby warehouse. Then he comes outside. This city has approximately 200,000 survivors. They mostly have only meal, salt, and large quantities of beer left over. If they had come here without any preparation, they would have failed the mission, even if they had defeated the enemies. Moreover, Sung-hoon says he has informed his party members regarding the enemies who called themselves Dimension Devourers and devised a plan to fight against them. Firstly, since it can adapt to attacks, they must use various patterns while attacking their enemies. Meanwhile, Aina informs him that the drones have found other cities where dwarf survivors are present. They have found a total of 26 places. Among them, 7 places have no survivors. In comparison, the other 19 places have survivors, and according to the drone report, the enemies have retreated suddenly for some reason. Sung-hoon guesses that perhaps they retreat to concentrate their forces in one place. Their enemies are highly intelligent around this time. Then he says that since this is a good opportunity to save the dwarves, they should take advantage of it now. He asks Eliona to help him and tells them they will construct a gate together. Using the coordinates provided by the drones, they have opened multiple dimensional gates. Just before the enemies moved, they brought all the dwarves here. On the other hand, Dimension Devourers were also preparing to launch the final attack on this place. Still, with Eliona's idea, he set aside 2 nuclear fusion cores for summoning magic, and he also prepared something of a final attack with the help of the dwarves to guarantee a victory. He changes the target while prioritizing humans over dwarves. As he knows, they are not easy prey. A powerful prey begets a substantial evolution. They will not give up. However, to acquire the prey, they need a new power. Searching for the appropriate form amongst all the civilizations they have devoured, a colossal form with powerful firepower. Aina completes the search and begins commencing evolution. She says she senses an enemy movement. An entity of immeasurable size is approaching them. Sung-hoon sees that they are entirely outside of his expectations. So, they have given up on a living form. He asks Aina if there are any other enemies besides that. She tells him that, besides that gigantic entity, she could not find any other. He says, so they all fused into that one big thing. Then he orders Aina to measure the enemy's mana output and call Eliona and the others over here. Soon, she says the mana output measurement has failed, and judging from the strength of the mana wave, it is estimated to be at least 10 billion MP. He says $10 billion is about the same as 5 times the typical dragon's value. Yoyoung says it looks like a spaceship and asks if that's something they will be fighting. He says everybody should be aware of the situation. This will be a battle against an enemy that is entirely outside of their expectations. And as he said earlier, what he needs from them all is to buy him some time, as with that size and mana output, most of the attacks will be meaningless, so their only focus should be on surviving this. Yoyoung asks him to leave it to her. Since she was late to the first one, she will give it his all for this one. He says he is most worried about her and asks her not to let her guard down. Then he urges Aina about the dwarves. She says they have finished the preparations and evacuated, so they only need to connect the nuclear fusion core. He says it is good, so he will let her care for them. The Dimension Devourer has chosen the form of a mothership. Instead of opting for the form of an organism, it will try to use its size to its advantage. The search for the prey is done. Eliona tells the enemy above them that they are a new target, and just as the president said, random attacks would not be effective. Before her party members start attacking, she must establish her protective barrier. So, she sues a fall, and giant hands attack the target mentally. Once the attack works, the barrier should be gone. She asks Yerem not to miss the chance when the barrier is disabled. Energy flow is interrupted by an enemy attack, causing a loss of altitude. The aircraft will crash to the ground in 22 seconds, rerouting barrier energy into propulsion. Meanwhile, Yerem uses the Awakening Fire Spirit transformation, and contact with a shard of Akasha is confirmed. The female entity makes first contact. Yerem says she will show them what she's got this time. She now casts a mana regeneration buff, while Anusha also refills mana and thanks her, as she can maintain her awakening mode, which is supposed to eat up an insane amount of mana. Yerem says she never thought a good party synergy would be this effective. Meanwhile, the enemy's head says the shard of Akasha dares to show itself again, knowing what will happen. As there is so much heat, Yerem says she has absorbed all the heat in the proximity. This is 100% of her power, which she could not use due to a lack of mana. although this is her first time using this much power in a short amount of time. Aina is searching for cold-resistant genetics. Soon, her search and adaptation were complete, and a prey that could not even move due to fear became seemingly delectable. Yoyoung asks if that is supposed to be part of the plan. Anusha completes the mana amplification process of suppression and says there is no need to worry, as she is alive, and thinks she is going to use a skill that releases the heat she absorbed all at once. She also says this is their chance, so asks her fellows to go. Takoyan thinks they should go together, but since Yoyoung is slow, she asks her to hold her hand. As they attack together, the enemy loses 6% of the paramount body integrity. They possess unbelievable power. The Spirit King of the Earth, Gangram, says he never expected to see a Dimension Devourer here. He calls them the Children of the Water and says even his might cannot hold that monster for long. Ileona says she already knows that. Gangram says it is quite a feat for a child of the water to summon him. This is an amazing elementalism, and tells he can see those objects are overflowing with mana, and asks her if she borrowed the power of the artificial object. He further says digesting such enormous power with the fragile body of an organism will not be easy. Yerim says she has more than enough mana left, but she does not have enough stamina. Her body would not last much longer. She went past the plasma phase and almost reached nuclear fusion, and knows any more is too much. Then Yoyoung arrives there and asks her if she is okay. Yerim tells C is about to retreat, because she does not think her body can last anymore. Yoyoung asks her to leave it to her and hugs her tightly. Yerim feels her stamina coming back. When Yoyoung asks about it, Yerim says she is feeling better now, and she understands that Yoyoung used to be a healer. She asks if she would like to work with her from now on. But Yoyoung says she cannot join her because she has signed a shady contract with Sunghoon Appa, and then asks her to join their team. At that moment, Takoyan says that the bastard is about to move, so they should stop chit-chatting and move. Yerim says they will talk later, so they move into combat. Dimension Devourer's exclusive weapon, the Great Extinction Cannon, whose energy charging completion is T-3 minutes. Aina is committing all generators to make mana reaction stable, and says she is disabling the final safety protocol, then aiming at the target. Then tells Sunghoon that the Great Extinction Cannon is ready to fire. He count down 60 seconds, tells antimatter stability is good, then asks her to pull the trigger. The antimatter propulsion system, utilizing 28 units of the nuclear fusion reactor, has been integrated with the magic. When matter and antimatter come into contact, it is natural for everything to disintegrate. That is why he named it the Great Extension Cannon. However, this is an unstable weapon that will become unusable after a single shot. It is a faulty weapon that utilizes antimatter, and the power of magic has barely stabilized. He says it is time to be prepared and tells Takoyan that evacuating the party members is her responsibility, and says she has his trust. Soon, they notice a hole in the sky. Takoyan says this is so cruel. If she had only been a little late, they would have been smithereens too. Sunghoon says he did say she has his trust, even if he wanted to teleport everyone away from the area. That thing is generating a massive anti-magic field, so she was the only answer. Plus, they have only one shot to win this. If they want to ensure they can hit him, they only have a narrow timing window. Aina says the simulations were correct. The dwarven shelter is safe, although the castle itself has collapsed. Yerim asks if this is the end. Sunghoon thanked her for buying him something a long time ago. Soon, his status window informs him that his level has increased by 1. His level went up by 16, and authority is given to the person with the most achievements. He is also asked if he would like to rescue the inhabitants of the dungeon, and if he decides to do so, there will be no rewards. He asks his team members to look at this, where he is asked to choose between clear rewards or rescue the 400,000 dwarves, telling him to choose only one. Even a normal person would struggle to decide which one to choose. He says everyone must have seen the message. Yerim says it seems he will not select the clear rewards, and she also believes that they should save their lives. Yoyoung says she will follow Appa's decision. Takoyan asks him to do whatever he wants, while Ileona says she will let him decide as well. He says everyone is making their minds up too easily, and tells them he will choose to rescue them. Yoyoung says Tier 4 dungeons are entirely different from lower level dungeons. Ileona says she felt the dimension being disfigured due to the last attack. She thinks the dimension will collapse at any time. He says he will make the choice now. The dungeon inhabitants will be rescued, and the party members will move to the available location. Then he tells them that they are teleporting, and he says, thank God, he does not have to worry about teleporting all 400,000 dwarves alone. In Liaoning province, near the World Tree, Yoyoung says this is that place. It was on the news because a forest had appeared in just a day. She asked to look at how big that tree was. Aina says synchronization with the main body is complete. They have arrived at the center of Liaoning province. She tells Sung-hoon that they do not have enough nuclear fusion reactors. She also tells him that they left 28 nuclear fusion reactors behind. Yerim asks him what he will do with the dwarves, as she thinks it will be a problem if he lets them do whatever they want. She tells him that if possible, she will let them settle here. He knows dwarves are one of the best warrior races. On top of being the artisans of the crafts, they will be a great addition. He says staying with him will benefit both sides. They will be exploited even if they go to another country. Yerim says if he says so, she is okay with it and will leave it to him. Anusha says she will go along with what she said and asks if this is as far as they go. Sun-hoon thanks her for coming with them, says he will take care of the rest, and says she may return now. She asks him not to forget to send her food to come with him. Her village has been going hungry for a while, so he must hurry. He says he will send it immediately and asks Eliona to take care of Anusha's return. He says he has declared this dungeon cleared, and they should return to Seoul. It comes in the news that Sung-hoon has cleared the Tier 4 dungeon in secret, and a mythical race of dwarves has settled in Sung-hoon's territory. 12 after he came out of the dungeon, he publicized that he cleared a Tier 4 dungeon. He thought about keeping it a secret. Still, since he had brought back thousands of dwarves, he could not hide it. He just wanted to take advantage of the situation by letting the world know that dwarves could settle in his territory, so there was not too much of a problem. Still, he had to navigate some legal and cultural hurdles for them to be acknowledged. He knows the governments, which were against clearing any more dungeons, took his actions into consideration. The recent international law states that private dungeon attempts are illegal, so he is asked if he was aware of this law when he entered the dungeon. The news spread that a hunter, Sung-hoon, who had recently cleared a dungeon that had appeared deep in the earth's crust, again emphasized the danger of a Tier 4 dungeon. However, he announced this silently and acknowledged the powerful individual's actions against the law. Jessica says in the end, he has decided to ignore the rules they, the Rothschilds, set. The Undead Alliance ambassador, Vampire Queen Elish, says he has rescued the dwarves. Jessica thinks she must know something about dwarves. Elish says, of course she knows, as they are the beings that exist in this planet's myth and fiction. Their love for alcohol is unprecedented, and their craftsmanship easily outclasses any human's precision. And they have no idea what would happen if those dwarves assimilated this planet's knowledge. The dwarves' craftsmanship, blessed by the goddess of fire, is second to none. There is a high possibility that they will become a race that will outclass the humans of this world. And their reproduction rate is also superior to that of humans. If the dwarves submit to Sung-hoon, even the US and Rothschild will no longer be able to hold the title of global superpower in less than 100 years. Jessica says this is grim. Queen Elish says that man will become the biggest rival of the Rothschild family. Jessica says she knows he is a powerful mage, but he was just one person. Now he holds the power of a nation. Queen Elish says she is only looking at the tip of the iceberg. Sung-hoon is a one-of-a-kind sorcery engineer. And now, to that very man, the dwarves' race has sworn loyally, and she asks Jessica if she understands what she is trying to say. Jessica says if he is a sorcery engineer, it is something similar to a mage. Queen Elish says they are individuals who fuse or craft items or scales with magical properties attached to it. While amongst them, the missionaries of the dead, there are many sorcery engineers, but she has not yet to see Sung-hoon as amazing as Sung-hoon. She also notes that they should not forget that he is harvesting raw materials from Mars. He has everything that he needs. Jessica says she is saying that with time, he will be able to get a hold of the whole world. Queen Elish agrees, but even in this dire situation, she still maintains the distance between them. She also says Jessica is so stubborn. By allying herself with them, she will learn the necessary magical knowledge, the knowledge that is necessary to compete against a sorcerer king. Jessica says in the end, it is all the same. The people are just as dangerous to her and her family. She and Sung-hoon are all the same, just like many political figures have already become the servants of death. Queen Elish says they have no interest in exerting any political influence over this small planet, and one day, even she will realize how death is not the end of her life, but rather just a part of the cycle. Jessica says faith and belief do not come in mere days and tells Queen Elish that she is dismissed. While Queen Elish thinks that Rothschild's field chief is Jessica, if she can only bring this woman under their lord's control, they could establish even more influence over this planet. Meanwhile, the door knocks, and Jessica asks to come in. Queen Elish says she will take her leave now, and that if she needs help, she should contact her. Their god has a great interest in her. Jessica knows the servants of death. They are also a problem. They have already established themselves in various corners of American society. With false immortality as their reward, they have brought many useless older men under their control. Recently, even when normal people have shown interest in them, she calls them a headache. She knows they are helping their family, but they do not pose a bigger problem than Sung-hoon. The secretary arrives and tells her that the elder is looking for her, as she expected. What the family will be regarding Sung-hoon must have been decided, as it is clear that Sung-hoon is unwilling to follow the dungeon restriction rule. So, she says they will go. On the other hand, Doojin and Jinsu see the news about clearing the Tier 4 dungeon. He says the news is fantastic, and as he looks at Yoyoung's face, he says she is all over it. It's a bit disappointing that they are falling behind, and at this rate, the gap between them and Yoyoung will only get bigger. He says now that they cannot just catch up by trying their best. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon sees that his level has increased to 162, and his title remains the same as one with otherworldly knowledge. Sung-hoon is in his magic tower underground bunker. He says this dungeon would have been impossible by himself, without the party. Rescuing the dwarves would have been a failure. He thinks that he must become even stronger, so he starts practicing with the ancient dragon's heart. He remembers that the public opinion is not too welcoming either, so he must hurry. Soon, Aina arrives there and says he has looked for her and needs her help. She sees the dragon's heart of an ancient one there and asks if he is planning to advance his power further. He says, as she has said, he will attempt to become tier 6 with this dragon's heart. She says she understands this. He wants to completely absorb the mana of the dragon's heart so that she will help. Before he begins, let him put the rest of the points into luck. Then he asks her to please take care of him, Eliona, and prevent the mana from dispersing. So, after starting, he says what a fantastic power, as expected from an ancient dragon's heart. He created the 6th magical ring relatively easily, but he cannot stabilize the ring around his heart. He says this is not good. The mana is going out of control soon. He says he lost consciousness. Aina says that when he was unconscious, she tried her best to take control of mana. But this is her limit. He must begin controlling the mana now. He says the problem is not mana, but aura. The aura of internal enhancement has entirely gone out of control due to the dragon's heart. Then, he will release his control. Aura is not standing still since it follows the flow of his body. It is the polar opposite of mana. So, he will accelerate the aura instead and cause a breakthrough immediately. After some time, he suddenly falls back. Eliona says he has finally come back. He asks her to tell him how long he had been passed out. She says it took about 3 hours, but since his body was stable, she assumed he would regain consciousness again. He says that, putting aside the fact that his hair is getting longer, the color itself has changed. Aina comes there and says she thought it was going to be bad. He asks her what happened. She tells according to the data, his body went through something like a metamorphosis, which happens with people who have reached a certain physical force, due to a confident physical prowess, or an item's effect, due to a skill, technique, or an item's effect. His aura capacity has increased suddenly. His body itself tried to adapt to the sudden increase in energy. She heard so many people spontaneously exploding upon attempting to undergo such a metamorphosis. He knows it was a risky play, but the result is good. The rings around his heart have now increased to 8, and it's all thanks to the luck stats. Eliona says that after inspecting his body, she skipped tier 7 and reached tier 8. She congratulates the president, and he thanks Eliona, saying he was able to avoid the worst-case scenario, and thanks her very much. Sung-hoon feels the long gray hair are very similar to his previous life. He thinks that he should cut his hair. Most likely his body changed to how he looks now due to his earlier life's memory. Anyways, his senses are much sharper now, if he were to compare his earlier senses to black and white low resolution. Now it feels like HD resolution on the top of color vision. Everything feels much clearer than before. The inner wall, protected by the tower's mana, was blown away in one hit. He thinks he should train to get his power under control for some time. Then he notices how his body has changed now. He realizes that it is no longer a human heart. Perhaps it is a dragon's heart. His status window indicates that his level remains 162, but his strength, stamina, dexterity, and other skills have increased. He gets the title of one who has the otherworldly knowledge, as well as the one who wields the dragon's heart, and also the one who is often called a dragon. He says he is a draconic human. He guesses he cannot call himself a human anyway. He did hear about a rumor of how one's physique will become closer to a dragon's once the aura scale oversteps a certain threshold. Then, Aina says the dwarfs are contacting them, saying the manufacturing plant is operational. He says it is good, and then they should increase the amount of resources they promised to provide. They will now begin to change the world itself. 1 month later in HD Holdings, the president, Park Disuk, says the Dwarfs Alliance's unlimited Magico factory has already started to purchase the Korean corporate stocks en masse. They can safely assume the one behind this is Sung-hoon. He further says this guy Sung-hoon sure knows how to do with the bang. He was sure he would do something big in his lifetime. Still, he did not expect him to grow so quickly. General Manager Kim says they have confirmed that a few $100 trillion worth of money is circulating in the market. They primarily target tech-based corporations ranked among the top 100. The president asks Kim to examine the gadget he is holding and tells him that it is the product called the Magic Phone, which Unlimited Magico Factory has manufactured. Kim says he knows this, that the whole world has been turned upside down thanks to this one item. The president says the great sorcerer Sung-hoon's knowledge, the dwarves' artisanship, and the earthen knowledge have given birth to this product. He can even use magic by downloading it like an app. This is a magic spell called Glacial Spear, and now even a civilian may be able to use magic for spending money. That means Sung-hoon has opened the way to a new world. The president also requests that they analyze the stocks they are purchasing and do their best to be included in their operations. One way or another, they must maintain him as a favorable ally. Kim also agrees with the president. He says they should at least follow him if he cannot control them. To give civilians a chance to utilize their skills. This will now lead to a shift in the voice among those who believed the discrimination between the awakened and unawakened people was unfair. This will now overshadow trivial headlines, such as illegal dungeon raids, and normal civilians will now side with Sung-hoon. It comes in the news that the Unlimited Magico Factory, namely UMP's Magic Phone, not only contains a valuable practical skill such as doing laundry or cleaning, it contains various anti-monster skills just like an application. On the other hand, the Hunter Association has displayed its concerns regarding the danger of enabling the normal citizens with such powerful abilities without any limitations. By handing over the schematics for the combat golem, rose as the world's largest anti-monster weaponry company. On the other side, in the principal office of the Rothschild family, their chief, Jessica, says it has only been 1 month since the release of the Magic Phone. They are already influencing the whole world. In just 1 month, they had risen to become the most valuable company in the world. And no matter what it was, they should have allied with that man, had it not been for the family elder. She remembers when she told her elder that she heard that it was decided to eliminate Sung-hoon. The elder says that it is true, as the council of their family has decided that this is the best course of action, and he knows she has argued against it. Still, all of the elders have voted to eliminate Sung-hoon. She says they will fail, but the elder told him she has grown weak, so she will not be part of the operation. She requests that he please reconsider once they know the existence of their whole family would be in danger. Still, the elder says she did not need to be concerned. He respects her opinion regarding this matter, but he will give her a different mission. If they fail, he will leave her to deal with the aftermath. He handed her the ring of the family head. Meanwhile, the Tier 4 dungeon that has passed the 720-hour mark. Sung-hoon knows something is weird. It has been over 720 hours since it spawned, but manifestation has not occurred yet. He guesses they cannot predict what will happen in Tier 4 dungeons. When they see the monsters, he says they look like a giant. Aina says they matched the glacial joints recorded in the database, glacial joints of the forest region. They are individually very powerful, and it would not be pretty if a noble or king class shows up, and if he use a nuclear spell, the US will complain about it, about how he is contaminating their land, so he should find a different way to deal with this. Ignoring the ones out of the gate, he seals the dungeon gate itself. He says they should start sealing this using a sealing spell, although he is unsure how Okasha will respond. Sung-hoon says it is time to try closing this entrance, as he thought the gate of a Tier 4 dungeon is filled with incredible energy. The glacial giants could erase their presence in the snow, as expected. They are ambushing with that size of them, and he says they should be embarrassed. One of the glacial giants says a tiny human just blocked his attack. He became furious. Sung-hoon knows them as the giant race, with their physical power alone, on equal footing compared to low-class dragons. However, Sung-hoon's physique is that of a high-end draconic human. Besides not having wings and some remaining bodily functions, his body is on par with a high-class dragon. He says this is easier than he expected when he is fighting against the glacial giant monsters. He almost feels like he is fighting against a child. It looks like low glacial giants would not even be a warm-up for him, and he can single-handedly overpower all of the hunters on Earth with his physical power alone. Sung-hoon says there were 3 glacial giants, but now only one can be seen fighting with him. When that one also tries to escape, Sung-hoon says it is unfortunate, but he cannot let him go, as the body parts of giants are a fantastic ingredient. He could probably earn a few billion by selling his body parts. So, he says no, and goes back to where he left off, so he attacks the glacial giant. He says it is time for the remaining two to retrieve as well. After that, he says it is time to seal the gate, so he uses his skills, the tier of space and time, and a magic sealing circle. Soon, the system informs him that he has forcefully closed a portal. He achieved the feat of forcibly closing a portal, resulting in the addition of 10 inventory units. He then says that he has no idea how Okasha will respond to it, as someone who can use subspace does not need something like inventory space. He asks Aina if there is something she should report to him. She says she is currently scanning the whole Earth and has found no irregularities so far. He says without a doubt that something will happen if the world requires energy to fuel its balance. It would not let the dungeon disappear so easily. However, he is curious whether or not another tier 4 dungeon will appear, or if the giant's dungeon will be recreated. Soon, she says that a new tier 4 dungeon has been created, 87 kilometers away from here. It is still the Glacier Giant's dungeon. The giant started to appear from the open dungeon. He says, as expected, closing the gate does not solve the issue. Aina agrees with him and says they lack information since they do not know the rules or logic behind creating the dungeon portal. He asks her the number of tier 4 dungeons that are open so far. She says there are 7 in number: Desert, Antarctica, Amazon, Rainforest, and Africa. Those are all places with a scarce human population. They have something to prepare, so they should return to fight as much as they want. He needs to be ready. He cannot just destroy the cities and the environment whenever he fights a monster. Later, in the Namyangju Magic Tower, a magic circle is established. It is done now. Interdimensional magic is also created. Sung-hoon says the current scientific theory, the concept of parallel universes, actually helped a lot. He never expected to be able to complete a magic that he could not in his previous life. He can finally shoot as many nuclear explosions as possible without destroying everything. He then activates interdimensional creation magic, which creates a reality based on a part of their reality. There is no problem, since it is not an actual parallel dimension. It is not a problem even if he obliterates it. Aina comes and congratulates him again for ascending to a higher being. However, due to the dimensional differences, her connection with the main body has been reduced. He apologizes as he was confirming whether this works, and Aina tells him they have received a call from the US government. He deactivates the interdimensional. Soon, a connection with the main body is established, and then she tells the US that it is requesting help from the master. He says they did not call after he completed the first tier 4 dungeon. He believes there is one tier 4 dungeon on US soil, and it was in Yellowstone Park. They are trying to gauge his power by having him fight against the tier 4 monsters. Then he says they will accept this offer, as it is time to test how far they have come. In Yellowstone National Park, he uses interdimensional abilities and sees the Slime King, the only monster formed from the dungeon. He says there are some difficulty differences in tier 4 dungeons, which are not easy. Slimes are considered living acidic jelly and only die when their nucleus inside them is destroyed. However, destroying that nucleus by penetrating a few kilometers worth of acidic jelly is going to be difficult. Plus, a slime as big as that will make an entire region into a desert by absorbing water from the surrounding atmosphere and increasing acidity. And of course, he does have a magic that would work on that thing. Then he uses tier 8 ascension magic, but the result is ultimate 0, as it is still alive. He then puts his hand to detect its nucleus, and found it 500 m inward from here. Then, he uses seismic strike, and the interdimensional element is soon deactivated. He says hunting the dungeon boss and doing the field test on the subspace magic. This request is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He could not find any slime materials since he reincarnated on Earth. This is perfect, as this individual is highly valued, so he should carefully plan how to utilize him. Anyways, the request from the US is now complete. But he wonders what the meaning of this is, as he sees many other people as well. US Hunter Rank 1 Level 269 Desmond says nothing is personal. On the other hand, inside a room, a meeting is being held among a few people. One of them says he is sure everyone here understands that they have no room for error. They have a close estimation of the opponent's magical capabilities. By analyzing his battle against the Army of Death in China, they concluded that he is a tier 5 wizard. And of course, he will be more potent with his recent awakening. Thus, they assumed he was a tier 6 wizard to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Their family's main force had also learned otherworldly knowledge through a contract with death. They will be able to oppose him on equal footing. And of course, their proficiency will be vastly different. But considering the trap and resources they have prepared, it should be enough to fill the gap. However, they should be wary of his ability to channel electricity into magic. If the fight draws out, they could be at a disadvantage. A drawn-out battle should be avoided, but they have already planned to prevent his magic. They have also prepared a nuclear weapon as a final resort. All they can do now is observe what they have done. This battle will decide the fate of their family's future. If they cannot kill Sung-hoon, the damage inflicted upon their family will be unimaginable, so they must be successful no matter what. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon realizes that the subspace connection is off. It looks like the mana from his nuclear reactor is cut off, too, and even teleportation is disabled. They did quite a bit to bring him down. He knows this is at least tier 3 death magic. They all approach him to attack him, and he observes a black aura. Desmond asks him how it is, and tells him this is the real aura he has learned from the Death Knights. Sung-hoon says he realized that the US is on board with the Army of Death, but to think they have taught him a lot with their magic and aura without hesitation, and asks what he has to give up in exchange for their knowledge. Desmond is surprised that they sealed his teleportation skill, but he can still use it. Desmond says, unlike Sung-hoon, who teaches a third-rate aura skill to others, they are fundamentally different, as they are the real masters who give and share their knowledge without ulterior motives. Mages with death magic, fighters with Death Knight swordsmanship. At this point, it is safe to say the US is now in bed with the cult of death. Sung-hoon then says they are the foolish people who do not even know what it means to serve death. They choose the path of the undying, to forever wander the plains of living. Desmond says they will defeat Sung-hoon and reign as the most powerful country in the world, and then he orders everyone to attack. So all the fighters start attacking him, while Desmond says he will lead the way and asks all the fighters to charge. Sung-hoon knows that if they had fought him before he absorbed the dragon heart, he would have been defeated without a doubt. The teamwork and cooperation they learned while hunting monsters together are now being applied to just one human. However, their attacks do not seem successful, as Sung-hoon is dodging them and attacking them alone. He says their calculations were a bit off, and they could have gotten him a month ago. This is why rushing is all about sharp timing. He attacks Desmond, who becomes significantly injured, and still cannot believe that a single human beats him. He still orders his people to get him, but they say it is impossible, as he is stronger than tier 5. Meanwhile, the elders who are watching their fight on the screen in meeting room are shocked to see this. One of them says it has only been a month since his first tier 4 dungeon raid. He has gotten even stronger since then. Moreover, he admits that they lost the perfect chance to strike because they spent too much time preparing. The other one says it cannot be helped. They should use the nuclear weapon. At the same time, in Seoul, Alpha Team attacker Jin-suk shifts to his new home with his family. His daughter is very happy they will live here now. Then his wife comes inside with a box in her hands and says his work sent this to them, and asks him if he knows what is in this box. He says perhaps they sent it as a housewarming gift and ask her to open it. But as soon as she opened it, a massive blast occurred, and fire engulfed everything. On the other hand, the Alpha Team debugger, Sangjin, also receives a box and thinks the company sent him a package. As it is pretty heavy, he wonders what is inside it. When he opens it, a massive blast occurs, and fire surrounds him. At the same time, Dujin is walking on the road. When a few attackers attack him, people rush towards him. Someone asks to call the police, as someone just got stabbed. A man comes close to him and asks him to hang in there, as an ambulance will be here soon. Dujin thought some crazy guy was just randomly swinging a knife around, but he went past his defense. Meanwhile, Alpha Team attacker Jinsu is also running on the road. He wonders who in their right mind would ambush someone in the middle of the city. He thought he would die. Then he says he has to contact his teammates as soon as possible. In the Amazon rainforest, Yoeung sees a bullet in the middle of the forest and wonders if the monsters can shoot bullets now. Then she sees a hunter approaching her, who says she is quite the airhead, just as the intel stated, but her skill does not lie. He did not expect her to catch the anti-hunter bullet with her bare hands. Yoeung says she has seen that hunter's face before, and asks him who he is. That guy claims to be a USA hunter, rank 2, level 264, Thunder Runner. He says that she is the strongest amongst the Alpha Team members, even though she is just a healer, and that is why he had to come all the way here in person. She says that as he shoots at an allied country's hunter without warning, he seems to have become an outlaw. He says she is wrong, then tells him he has heard she is Sung-hoon's woman, that it is no use playing a fool, and that their superiors have already decided to eliminate Sung-hoon and anyone related to him. Yoeung then attacks him and says, But there is no point in talking if he is her enemy, so she punches him hard. He orders his people to kill her. She sees that there are too many of them. It's going to be hard. They could have managed if Takoyan had been here, but she had left because the Chinese government had called her back to the mainland. Perhaps her government called her back because they knew it would happen. She is struggling alone to defeat them. Another hunter, James, is surprised that this small girl is so strong. He had heard that she was drawing all the attention from the high-ranking individuals worldwide, but he did not expect her to be this strong. He says this is nothing personal. He does not exactly like eliminating someone with so much talent, but this order came from someone he cannot disobey. Soon, Yoang realizes that she does not have any mana to heal herself, and thinks this is the end of her life. He says it would be waste to kill her like this, so he offers her to some under him, as he has a mage who can use subordination magic in his party, and says if she is fine with it, she could live. He asks her to serve him, but they have done enough to send a message, so they would not say anything if they left one survivor. She asks if he has done enough. He tells her that all other Alpha team members have been dealt with, and that Sung-hoon is also a goner. Then, Runner arrives and asks James that they do not have any time. If she recovers her aura, they will no longer be able to handle her. She tells their team that their mana is running low, so round 2 would be too much for them. James asks him not to worry, as he will take care of it, and inquires about the damage they have sustained so far. Runner replies that their 4 snipers, 2 healers, and 9 melee attackers have been injured. He says nobody dies. Maybe she was holding back. James says she is strong, but she is just a civilian. She probably never killed a person before. Yoang says that is right. If this was going to happen, maybe she should have practiced killing someone beforehand. James says a woman should have a feminine charm. That is why his type is a cute Asian girl. She asks him to give up, as she chooses her own man. He says it's a waste, but he doesn't enjoy breakups and will send her off without any pain. As he is going to kill her, Sung-hoon arrives there and asks him to stop. Runner is shocked to see him here, while Young says he grew his hair out and asks if he had dyed it. He apologizes for being late but appreciates that she did well. 10 minutes ago, in Yellowstone National Park, USA, they dropped nukes right on top of them. Sung-hoon created a subspace. He says he did not stop. Instead, he made a pocket plane to escape from reality. Anyway, it looks like their superiors are a whole lot. He also says they are discarding their elite hunters as bait. Aina says they are probably confident they can do something like this after allying with the undead. This is pathetic. So, he says they need to restrain them first. But soon he realizes that this spell turns the target into an enslaved person. The bigger the power gap, the easier it is to cast. When Sung-hoon calls them enslaved people, one of the opponent, Desmond, says this yellow monkey is talking some mad shit, and moves ahead to attack him. Sung-hoon knows there are always some people whom he cannot reach just by talking, as Sung-hoon casts another spell. That guy says he cannot breathe. Sung-hoon says the punishment will be activated if he ever thinks of attacking him. Desmond believes this has all gone to hell. The superiors use them as a disposable resource, and the enemy is not someone they can handle, so he guesses he has to do what Sung-hoon says to survive. Sung-hoon then suggests they discuss this. He then asks Desmond if he hopes he has the knowledge he desires, so if he cooperates, he will let him live. Sung-hoon also says that if he can stir up his head, but if he does that, he would not be able to function as a human anymore. Desmond apologizes, but he doesn't have many details. They followed the order from their country. The higher authority only told them that Sung-hoon's existence is a threat, and he is not the only target. He is shocked to know that his teammates are also in danger. He says if it were not for Desmond's information, this could have been disastrous. Young was 1 second away from dying. The runner says Sung-hoon was supposed to die from the nuclear detonation 10 minutes ago. They even reported that there were no traces of him left. Sung-hoon says this is becoming annoying, and not only that, but he has also dared to attack the people around him, saying he should have established a power dynamic a long time ago. He then says the Rothschilds must be watching this situation right now. He hereby declares war on everyone present. Until no side is completely eradicated, there will be no peace. He then uses his extreme gravity skill, and all of them evade. He says it seems they are not ranked 2 for nothing. Runner dodges his attack, but Sung-hoon says he cannot completely dodge it. He asks for mercy, says he will surrender, and tells him he only did what the authorities told him to do. Sung-hoon says if he had asked him for mercy before they attacked the people close to him, he would probably have spared him, but he does not like to leave any loose ends. It is not his style. He then hacks his brain. Runner says he could give him some valuable information if he just let him live. Sung-hoon says no need to provide that information, as he can look for it himself. Then he sees through his brain, where he can recall what happened earlier, and he considers the Rothschilds making the decisions. He then says that nothing is valuable, as they have restricted much of the information, despite employing many researchers. Then Young asks him if he is okay, and he says he is fine. She did well enduring for so long, as expected, and she is the best in these matters. She asks him if their alpha team is safe. He says they are secure and should go back now, and asks Aina to explain the situation. After she is gone, he says, now as for the information, he will eventually be able to gather everything, but he should at least hear what the USA has to say about this. Then he asks Aina about the president's location and wants to ask him in person. On the other side, Young meets her team members and sees that only Doojin got beaten up, and says thank God everyone is safe. She was scared when she heard everyone had died. Aina says frankly that it was close. As soon as the attack began, she summoned everyone here and told them that she could summon anyone to the tower as long as they were within Korea. Later, in Washington, D.C., a meeting is held where the president is informed that they detonated a nuclear bomb in Yellowstone Park. They must hold the Rothschild family accountable for their actions. They are asked to calm themselves, because this is not the first time they have acted out of line and ignored them. The president says thanks to a nuclear weapon being used within the nation, his re-election is looking grim. One of the members says they need to summarize the situation first. The president asks if the Tier 4 dungeon that opened in Yellowstone Park has been destroyed. One of the persons says they have confirmed it after the nuclear detonation. However, along with Sung-hoon, Desmond and his team have also been killed in the blast. And depending on how they use their deaths in the media, their support could increase in the public, as, according to the information reported, Sung-hoon and the other hunters have been killed in action while bravely fighting against the Tier 4 dungeon boss. At the end, he used the nuclear weapon to destroy the Tier 4 dungeon as their last resort. Then, suddenly, Sung-hoon arrives and says they are spouting nonsense about him when he is alive, and that it is nice to meet the president. The security guards tried to stop him, but Aina asked them not to interfere. Sung-hoon beats the guards. One of the members asks him the meaning of this violence, and tells him he should know this is the White House. Sung-hoon says he thinks they are misunderstanding, as this is not a violent act. The president asks everyone to calm down and inquires of Sung-hoon why he has come here so rudely. If he has something he wants to say, then he should go ahead. Sung-hoon says he wants to talk to him. When the president asks which talk he wants to do, he says he did not come here to speak, but rather to declare war. Then he says the president should have received the report already, but as he was carrying out his deed to protect the US territory, he was ambushed by the US hunters and even had a nuke used on him. The president says that is not true, as that is not the report he has received. Hunters have used the nuke as a last resort to destroy a giant slime, and as a result, he was also sacrificed. That is what he knows. Sung-hoon says he hopes the president is not lying to him. The president says that, for now, he can do something about his energy, as it is becoming difficult to breathe. Sung-hoon says this is great, as far as he goes. He says it is somewhat unexpected that the president of the US is just a puppet. It seems he will have nothing of value to say. When the president asks him what he is talking about, Sung-hoon says to kill him. The Rothschild family has used US hunters as well as a nuke. But the person who is supposed to be the president of this nation has not even grasped the full situation. That is a great disappointment. He then says that if he were involved in the Rothschild plot, he would have eliminated everyone in this room, but that does not seem necessary. The president asks him what he is planning now. He says that he is going to eliminate the Rothschild and their co-conspirators. Many high-ranking officials in the US are aligned with them, so if the US government takes any action to protect those individuals, he will interpret it as the president being willing to go to war with him. After that, he teleports from there. After he leaves, the committee members say they cannot just sit here. The Rothschild family is one of the pillars of the US, so they must help them at once. One of the members requests that they begin a strategic meeting immediately, and the president asks them to keep quiet and stop spouting their nonsense. After reading the report about what that man is capable of, they realize he is no longer human. And the forces he possesses, the Eastern countries call it killing intent. The president says he is more afraid of that man than the Rothschild family. One of the members says that if the Rothschild family wins, they will not let this slide. The president says it is fine, but he does not think the Rothschild family can win against that man. For now, they will observe their moments and ally themselves with whatever comes victorious. Meanwhile, in the Pentagon, the news spreads that the commander has been assassinated. They must report this to the White House now, Air Force Strategic Commander, Mike Cypher, froze to death in his own office. At the same time, the director of the Central Intelligence, Conrad, was also found dead by petrification, currently maintained and safeguarded in this state. At the same time, the North American Rothschild mercenary camp is burned. Meanwhile, Desmond, the Hunter Rank 1, attacks one of his fellow Titans, Hunter Rank 3. Titan says he definitely heard he died in the nuclear explosion, but after coming back to life, he just started attacking his team members without any reason. Desmond says an enslaved person like him only exists to do as ordered. He has no sense. The master has ordered them to kill anyone related to the Rothschild family, and that is why they are doing it. He says he is sorry but has no time to talk, so they should end it here. So he kills Titan as well, he says. Because of Rothschild, they all became slaves to that guy. The Rothschild family learns that the CIA director at the Pentagon has lost contact. The same applies to Titan and his team, located in North America. An elder of the Rothschild family says their gamble was a failure. It looks like they have no choice but to use their final trump card. He says he will deal with him, so the rest of them should prioritize their survival. He also says he will go on ahead as a family head, so he has some things to prepare before that man arrives. If they hear of his death, they do not need to seek revenge, and keep living on with him in their memories. On the other hand, Sung-hoon finally arrives at the residence of the elder of the Rothschild family. He says he cannot sense any living creature in that building. Aina says they have conducted reverse tracking using the memories they have collected, confirming that the head of the Rothschild family is present. He says he can always trust Aina's intent, and now it is time for them to enter the final stage. When they enter the Rothschild main house, they see nobody is there. He says they must already know he would come here, but not even a single guard is present. He thinks perhaps they are scheming something, and asks Aina if there are any signs of life on the sensor. She says a magic disrupts any detection magic within this mansion. It cannot be nullified by any normal means, so they must find the magic circle powering it and destroy it. He suggests using a different method, such as mana energy, or any other approach, which is acceptable, so they need to expand the detection criteria and report accordingly. She says she is changing to mana and energy detection, then tells him she has detected a unique energy signature that cannot be found on Earth, a powerful dark magic underground. He says he knew that they were definitely up to something. He says they will find out when they arrive, so they move underground. He says dark mana is interesting, so they have one more trump card up their sleeve, and asks Rothschilds not to disappoint him. Meanwhile, one of the elders of the Rothschild family says that summoning a demon, he did not think he would have to go this far, regardless of how many sacrifices it required. Precisely, it requires the souls of 1,000 lives. He says it is quite a cheap price to summon a demon. Another member says they would have gotten in the way of Miss Jessica if they had lived to put their lives to use in this way, and that it was the right decision. He is asked if he should have gone with Jessica, but the elder says that for the new generation, this older man will be nothing but a burden, and he says it is a shame that out of all places, he chose a graveyard. It is only right for the butler to follow his master even to the depths of hell, he says. He believes it is about time. The cult of death has offered this very contract by their god's name, so they should let them feel it. A demon appears there and says his name is Yasmer, the Avenger, and says, passing this bore of time and space, he has manifested upon this mortal plane. He asks the head of the family to tell him their wish, as they are the contractors, so that he can do anything. The family head asks if he can boast like that. Yasmer says this being is the demon amongst the demons. He can easily take care of his worries instantly and asks if he wants an immortal soul and the whole world, asking him to pick his poison. Then they feel the arrival of someone. The other member asks the elder to speak of the devil if someone else is supposed to come, and the family head says his task is to finish off that man. That person says there is dust everywhere. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon appears there and says the head of the Rothschild family is hiding like a rat inside a basement, and asks him if he is ready to fight him. The elder says he is such a rude guest. He should have some manners, and it looks he does not know how to use a door. He even had everyone vacate the premises so he would have a comfortable time coming in. Sung-hoon says it is easy to get lost in such a huge mansion, so he should have at least left one person to guide him around. Yasmer says he does not know who he is. Still, if he is trespassing, he shall take care of him by himself. Sung-hoon is surprised to see Yasmer, and calls his name. Yasmer asks if he knows him, and asks him that who he is because not many humans know him. Sung-hoon says this demon is trying to recognize someone through their facade alone now. Yasmer says that now that he looks at his soul, he thinks he has recognized that he is a curator and asks him what he is doing here. Aina asks Sung-hoon if he knows him. He says, "What a funny coincidence, as I have met him 3 times in my previous life." Aina says the memory database confirmed that there is a record of fighting against him and subduing him 3 times out of 3. Sung-hoon says he is still not an easy opponent and was tier 9 then. Yasmer says he can hear him and tells him he did not use 100% of his power either. Every time there was an unstable summoning, he was weakened and ambushed. Then the family head tells Yasmer that he did not summon him to chit-chat. Yasmer says a long overdue chat has been ruined. Anyway, 1,000 souls is not enough against him. The family head says since this is a contract offered in the name of the god of the death cult, he should not be able to refuse. Yasmer says a mere pawn dares to interrupt him. The family head says he is saying he cannot win even if he fight. Yasmer says that is true. If he fight now, he will lose, unless he can empower himself a little more. The family head asks him to empower himself. Yasmer says the soul of a human is strength. To fight against him, he needs greater power. Meanwhile, Aina asks him if they should attack now, and he asks her to wait. Yasmer looks a little stupid, but he is not an elite demon for no reason, and an ambush would not work. The Cult of Death is the one who offered the contract for summoning a demon. Those damn zealots, making things complicated. When they were negotiating with him, they were pretending to be a natural. The fortunate amongst misfortune is that from a minimal number of elite demons, Yasmer was summoned, and since he knows him well, if he can use his personality to his advantage, he should be able to come out on top. The family head says it cannot be helped. Here is a contract with ownership of more souls. This should be enough. Yasmer says this is what he has been looking for. Finally, he can humiliate his enemy and has collected many souls as a human. The family head says these souls are bought with money. Many sell their souls. His job is done since he was paid in advance. Now it is his turn to do the deed. Yasmer says it is fantastic, as human souls are the best. His mana is overflowing, and demonic energy blasts. Sung-hoon says that the crazy demon bastard is just brute forcing his way into everything, so there is a need for absolute defense. Soon, he asks Aina to heal him. Fighting against any of these demons is such a pain. Even if he defends against an attack, many other undodgeable side effects follow. He says that is why it is difficult to fight against them without a priest, without the ability to nullify curse or poison effects, and that he will die for free. Aina starts healing him, saying the curse nullification is complete, and she has also detoxed. Sung-hoon knows that Aina can efficiently function as a basic priest, so it does not matter much. Then Yasmer arrives again, asks about his magnificent power, and tells, of course, this is all just a warm-up. If he went all out, something like him would not even be a challenge. Additionally, he appears to have weakened. He is not a tier 9, but rather around tier 8. Sung-hoon says he should talk trash after he has beaten him, so he summons the Infinity Wand and says he will show him that power alone is not the only thing that decides the victor. Yasmer asks him to listen to him instead of talking back, and then he sees a wand and asks about it. The Infinity Wand is an artifact that can draw power directly from the nuclear reactors through this orb, which has been directly connected via subspace. Yasmer says that what an incredible amount of mana. He has not even witnessed such an amount, even in the demon world. Sung-hoon says that in this dimension called Earth, there is a much more efficient form of energy called electricity, but these demons are way too traditional, having power over the souls. He then says he will show him what the real power is. So he throws the sword of purification towards Yasmer, who says he will acknowledge that the amount of mana is outside what he expected. However, tier 8 cannot effectively utilize so much mana. Sung-hoon says a handicap like that can be overcome with sheer amount of mana, and now they will see if he can survive 100 consecutive swords of purification. Yasmer feels Sung-hoon can use such magic so many times at once, and says an endless amount of mana for a mere human. He admits that at this rate, he might lose. Then he says it is fine for today's entertainment, and then a dark fog appears, a manifestation of proper form. Sung-hoon says he was waiting for this. When the demons manifest their correct forms, they become invulnerable, and he says he will show him another trick. He then shows him a weapon, and tells him that this weapon was crafted using the metal's authority he received from the goddess of fire, Yasmer. He got scared and said it could not be an origami crane. Oriraken is a material of purification against inharmonious entities, such as demons. This should be highly effective, so he attacks Yasmer with this weapon. Yasmer says he can't be lost to this person again, while Sung-hoon commands thee to change dimensions. As his head was flying, he successfully manifested himself. Yasmer says that since he has stepped into the demonic realm, his actions are futile, and this will finally be his end. Sung-hoon says he is acting all haughty, but his true nature is not too different from that of the god of war. He apologized for looking down on him and spoke. Still, it is unfortunate that he created a weapon capable of destroying an entire dimension. It has even undergone the testing phase, as he mentioned earlier. This weapon was made to utilize stupidly endless amounts of mana, and he says that if Yasmer can survive this, it will be his victory. Later, the news reporter says hello to viewers and explains that this mysterious landscape is located in Buckinghamshire. The surrounding soil melted due to extremely high heat, turning it into glass, and suddenly froze. The experts assume this mysterious landscape to be the aftermath of a battle amongst hunters, so they believe it began in Rothschild's residence. The news anchor says there is breaking news that they have found multiple unidentified corpses in the basement under the residence, and the police have launched an investigation. Queen Elish says this is amazing. Sung-hoon subdued the great demon Yasmer with pure strength. As expected, avoiding any fight against Sung-hoon was the answer. She also says the head of Rothschild is pretty foolish. She has warned him multiple times, but he could not relinquish his competitive nature. When Harrison says she gave Rothschild the power by teaching them how to summon demons, she says that was simply an equivalent trade, and selling knowledge is also something Sung-hoon does, so they cannot blame her. Besides that, it is clear that they are also worried about the demons first. General Manager Kim asks her that what she is saying about. She says thanks to that fight, the fracture in the dimension has gotten bigger. The demons will flood in through it. Just like the reason they came here, the demons will come into this dimension with the resources of this word in their mind. Harrison asks her about the race of the demons. She tells him that they lust after blood, flesh, and souls, and they enjoy increasing their followers and find it rewarding to corrupt a living being. Harrison says it is precisely what they are expecting. Still, she says it is not that simple. Humans are weak against seduction and corruption, and contact with demons could bring the end of humanity. Then another person, Chuck, arrives there and tells Harrison he should know how busy he is. Harrison says late, though, but they need his help. Chuck thinks he should know very well that this is not something he has any authority over, and he thinks Elish can handle it better. Harrison asks him to stop speaking nonsense, as the hunter's business is his, so they need him to mobilize the hunters. However, Chuck says that if they want to mobilize them, they need to do it through the official channel. Harrison says he cannot do that, which is why he called him here. A war might break out at this rate, so he must already know plenty of people are looking to avenge the Rothschild family, so they need to eliminate them. They will get in the way of the new relationship that must prosper, and also, a war with Sung-hoon has to be avoided at all costs. Chuck says that if this is what the president wants, then it's fine. He will mobilize the hunters. Now that he thinks about it, he asks about Jessica to see if she wants to avenge her father. Elish says that would not do, as their god is very interested in this individual. Harrison asks her to keep silent as she sticks her nose too deep into human affairs, while he thinks religion has nothing to do with politics. She asks him not to be too upset and says it's just a small request, adding that she's pretty sure it shouldn't cause any problems for them. Then Harrison asks Chuck that, whatever he is scheming, leave Jessica be. She is the only person with executive-level control amongst the survivors of Rothschild, so they need her as much as she needs them. Chuck says he also guesses she already knows. Still, talking about those topics with an outsider here is not okay. Harrison says half of the government is already filled with vampires, so it is fine. Nobody should ever come into conflict against their wizard Sung-hoon again. Hence, he needs to ensure the hunters are well controlled and prevent them from coming into contact with him unnecessarily. With the fall of the Rothschild family, regarded as the capital stock itself, Korean corporations quickly lined up before Sung-hoon. The HD Group, with whom he had been in contact since the beginning, was one of the first to reach out. Even world leaders and politicians were eager to contact him. However, the relationship with the United States was the most significant change. The President of the United States, Donald, requested a secret meeting to negotiate with just the two. The US did not wish for expansion, and Sung-hoon has received gifts from the United States in this matter. They acknowledge his diplomatic right. They will recognize his territory as an official nation, and the Five Eyes will be the witnesses. No such rights have been given, especially to an individual, since the foundation of Israel, so it was clear he has been given an enormous privilege. He will also receive treatment similar to that of the head of state of one of the G7 countries, which has been achieved solely through his power. Since the United States deal with him, countries from all over the world continue to send him love letters, as he has been recognized as an influential figure through the backroom agreement with the United States. His debut on the world stage was thus just a formality. He knows that the world will unfold differently than before. An individual with power equal to that of a world superpower, such as the United States, now exists in the world. With this, the world has come to realize that an individual armed with awakened power can overwhelm even a whole nation. With this incident, everyone on the team except Young has retired. He was sad to see them off, but it was understandable since they and their families were also in danger. When they go after retirement, Aina says she did not think they would all give up. If they only kept following him, they would have prospered even more. But Sun-hoon says fighting against fellow people rather than monster would have been too much. Also, the safety of their families is on the line as well. And finally, they probably have realized they were nowhere. They are strong enough to follow in his footsteps. It's a shame, but they should just let them be. Then he asks about Young. Aina tells him she is currently in Africa, and he says, thankfully, that Young stayed behind. Later, in Cape of Good Hope, Aina informs Young that Alpha Team has left, and asks her if she okay. Young says it is not as if she cannot see them anymore. Right now she has more important things to do. She needs to get stronger fast. She must get stronger to the point where she can win against all the enemies without dying. Aina says then she should shoot for a level above Aura Master. Of course, at this rate, it is possible. Young says that is too much, as someone like an Ascended One, born only once in a few centuries or so. Eliona told her that if she goes beyond Master, she becomes closer to being a god itself. That is why they are called Ascended Ones. Aina says that it is fine, as she believes Young's talent makes it possible. Out of 9,820,981 humans, she has the most promising raw talent. She also says mastering aura is almost impossible, even for talented people. However, Young achieved this feat in 1 year. According to his data, they certainly have a chance to ascend, so they should do their best to capitalize on it. Young says that is right, and that is why she came here. Aina then tells her that it is here, the field boss monster, codename Abaddon, it is moving, and its rank is SS. She also says it is responding to their mana signature. Abaddon is heading this way. Young asks her to let go of the monster. Sun-hoon observes that she is pretty impressive and getting stronger every day. Such raw talent could not be found even in the master's memory of his previous life. He says it's almost scary to think about what would happen if she became stronger than he is. Aina says Okasha's system's power reinforces Young's growth very well, and, of course, the awakened power system has infinite possibilities. He says that he also had to utilize the system's power until he recovered part of his strength. Meanwhile, as Young is fighting against the monster, it seems she is enjoying it. Sun-hoon says he was afraid she would hit an emotional slump after experiencing a near-death experience, but he did not need to worry. Later in England, in Widnes, a massive blast occurred. The hunters ask about the reinforcements, and their leader instructs others to hold their ground, as it will all be over once they overwhelm them. The hunters are getting injured. One of them says that if they are not going to send them any reinforcement, they should have at least allowed them to retreat. There are many monsters in this area. They are struggling hard to combat the monsters. One of the hunters sees the monsters coming towards her. She asks them not to go here, but one of the monsters chases her. Soon, she realizes her arm is not hers, as the monster has broken it, and she becomes injured. She thinks she should have shot herself instead of them. She has never imagined she would become a meal for these monsters. Soon she falls there, and many monsters gather around her body. Sun-hoon arrives and detects the target restriction. Men who are initiating a flash freeze. He says this is very awful, man eating tuna. He comes closer to that girl and regenerates her body. He says England was in quite a pinch due to Brexit, and England could not receive any help from its neighboring nations. She thanks him for saving her life. He says there's no need for thanks and asks if her arm feels fine. She says her arm was bitten off, but it is healed now. He says he took care of all the monsters on the land. Aina asks her to relax. No, as there are no monsters here. That girl urges Sun-hoon if he is that arch-wizard from Korea. He says he will take care of the rest and asks her to please retreat with the rest of her squadron. She says everyone except her has been killed in action. Sun-hoon then moves from there. After that, she thinks he is talking about what, as everyone has already died. On the other hand, one of the hunters cannot believe he is still alive, as he is certain that the fish ate him. That girl says she did hear how the arch-wizard revived the dead in China, but now thinks this is real. In the North Sea, 700 below sea level, Sun-hoon knows this is where those mermen are endlessly swarming out of. And of course, the English government had a hard time locating and reacting to the monsters since this is where the dungeon was located. Then he thinks about what those monsters are doing. It appears they are performing some ritual, and he is amazed to see that the entrance to the dungeon has just grown larger. He finds an eye there and assumes they are trying to increase the size of the entrance to let the dungeon boss through. Sung-hoon says he cannot let the boss do that, so he uses skills like Absolute Zero Frozen Shortwave and claims that half of the North Sea has been frozen with this. But he is shocked that it did not work. The boss, who is the oceanic godly entity, says his attempt to obstruct him is only a temporary setback. Sung-hoon observes that the energy releases a godly entity, powerful enough to become a full-fledged god soon. However, seeing multiple drones nearby, the English government is taking a sneak peek. He hopes they won't be scared of what he is about to do. In the underground bunker of the Prime Minister's office in England, they watch the whole activity through large screens. They find its mana output insane, estimating it is about 1,000 times that of a Tier 3 dungeon boss. A person says they are unsure if they can defeat the target, even with all the hunters in England, and an older man asks to contact the Queen and tell her they might need to seek refuge in the United States. Sung-hoon says the barrier is useless because of its mana output, but the direction is incorrect. The whale from the boss monster's attack hit Grimsby, Lincolnshire. The damage was reported, and the city was destroyed. The officer from the control room advised him not to be foolish. He must implement the countermeasure immediately. That monster could destroy the whole of England, so he is asked to evacuate the civilians immediately. It is announced that starting now, they are opening every single shelter available, and all they can do is to pray for Sung-hoon to take care of that monster. Sung-hoon says this monster was not aiming for him. Instead, the monster said it was seeking revenge, and it would kill his child as many times as it had. There are still 472762 left. Sung-hoon uses the space distortion spell. He knows its output is too strong. He barely managed to change the angle with the space distortion spell, which usually can reflect the damage. The monster says a wizard of his caliber still cannot abandon the protective instinct for his kind. However, he ultimately fails. Meanwhile, Aina informs him that their defensive spell is insufficient to defend against the enemy attacks, and he asks her to change its angle somehow. She creates the subspace, but he gets some injuries. She asks him if he's okay, and he says he is. The recoil, when it broke out, caused him to underestimate his enemy due impatience. He cannot forget that it forcefully broke out of the tongue. That was not an appropriate way to handle a serious matter. The monster says it is interesting. This human is small, but he has managed to create his dimension and possesses the power to become his own noble. He will cause himself problems in the future, so he must die. Sung-hoon feels that there are supersonic vibrations, which can cause heavy brain damage. He asks Aina to use the brain box for processing and use the rest of the mana for recovery, as he does not have much time left if he wants to revive the dead English people. His revival spell has limitations. Since he is not a god, he can only revive the dead within 10 minutes, so he needs to complete this task within 10 minutes. First, he starts erasing his presence. He tells Aina they are on the hunt, so she should inject all of the magic tower's mana into him. He says this shark monster seems quite strong, but humanoid creatures are physically too weak. Now that his obstacle is gone, it's time to finish what he came here for. Aina tells him she is hiding the concentration of mana using a disruption spell. He says they will begin now and asks her to keep using the mana to conceal his presence. He also summons Obelisk, the shark monster, who is amazed to see what it is. Sung-hoon asks Aina to come on, a pentagram of despair. The shark monster claims it does not know what this is, but it will simply destroy it. However, when it attacks, it realizes that its power is dissipating. Sung-hoon says it is too late. These obelisks are made from adamantine and tend to absorb the power from within creatures. He even amplified that effect with his spell. The monster says it does not know what trickery he is pulling, but he should believe he cannot defeat it by using anything significant against it with the spell of a human. Sung-hoon says he can do this, as this is a magic circle created to destroy demigods like it. He says he fought against numerous demigods in his past life, as many gods have begun intervening in this world. The monster says it is impossible and unbelievable that a mere human spell can be so powerful. Sung-hoon says he has made preparations for battle against the gods. Even the Akasha director might not stop at restoring the dimension. Soon, he says, it looks like the 5 obelisks have absorbed enough power, so the next step is to explode. Later, Sung-hoon is regarded as the savior of England, who also rejects nobility. Instead, the English government handed over the ownership of Withersea, which had been leveled to the ground after the battle. Withersea has officially changed its name to Cyrenik and has been established as the official habitat for a new race, the Siren. The world stage has recognized dwarves and sirens as having equal rights to humans. The two races have elected Sung-hoon as their representative, and the great wizard Sung-hoon's never-ending campaign does not seem to stop anytime soon. 3 days later, in Cape Hope, Sung-hoon sees Yeong still fighting. She has gotten the upper hand, so he believes it will end quickly. Anyway, he killed a demigod, but given how cheap experience is, most high-ranking individuals are above level 300, yet he is not even at 250. He rechecks his stats. His level has increased to 187. He feels that the Okasha director discriminates against him. He says he will take care of this. Once he reaches tier 9, he will cause it to vomit out all the experience it took away from him. On the other side, in Alaska, us soldiers who have become slaves to Sung-hoon are fighting against the monsters. One of them asks his fellows not to be afraid of its size. Giant or not, it can still bleed if they cut deep enough. Spooky Joe, Sung-hoon's affiliate and the squad's 2ND in command, who previously held the rank of 17 in the US military, says that just because of Sung-hoon, they cannot even take the weekend off. Their squad captain, Desmond, was previously ranked number 1 in the US military. Everyone needs to be careful. Each frost giant is S rank or higher. He also says they can still fight it with brute force since they have more headcounts, but the next wave is coming, and they cannot fight for much longer because their mana is running low. Anyhow, at this point, they technically finished Sung-hoon's order to reduce the number of frost giants, so he asks everyone to retreat, as they should back out now, and asks them not to risk their lives for this. Joe asks him if it is fine to back off now. Desmond says it is fine, as Sung-hoon has stated. They did not need to risk their lives. After using the shock spear spell, he asks everyone if they are alright. Joe says he is not dead, but he could not completely dodge. He would never have thought the shockwave would reach this far. Meanwhile, another giant appears there and says they could not run from him. Desmond says this is not good, as this one is different from the other giants they have been fighting, and he does not think he can look out for his fellows this time around, so he asks everyone to do their best to stay alive. The giant says their king wants these midgets alive, so he orders his juniors not to let them die. Desmond understands that they aim to capture them alive, but the giant monster says they need their body and head intact after tearing their limbs off. Desmond observes that high intelligence, coupled with innate cruelty, is almost exactly how humans behave, and thinks that if these monsters reach where civilians are, it will be a disaster. So, he does not even want to think about it. Soon, an SS rank frost giant was taken down in one hit. It seems the reinforcement has arrived. The hunter who has arrived now asks them to leave. Desmond says the only hunter who can use extreme heat beams is the rank 1 hunter of Korea, Yerim. He has only heard rumors, but she is more powerful than he expected. He never imagined he would be overtaken in power after learning of the death cult's control, but it looks like that has just happened. Then he asks his fellows to go back. Yerim says she heard an ace team from the United States is working under Sung-hoon, but it was a rumor. Then she says that even though she is ranked number 1 in Korea, she also works under Sung-hoon, so it is no wonder. After she started working for him, she has gotten much stronger than before, but thanks to the Eternal Enhancement skill, she can barely last 1 minute at her current power output. It is all thanks to the improved mana efficiency, which lets her use the skill her body could not handle before. Anyway, she thinks leaving this tier 4 dungeon in Alaska is okay. Since she is alone, she doubts that she can continue. She heard that frost giants have enough intelligence to converse with people. She should capture one and interrogate it. Suddenly, one of the frost giants appears, and the system informs Yerim that she has been feared. Item Arking's special passive has been activated, resisting the status effect, and the status resistance is partially successful. The frost giant says she resisted its bind. The natives of this planet are not half bad. Unfortunately, since she has more important matters to attend to, she will let her go and see her next time. Yerim says there is no way she can fight that. She always finds insane monsters like that. On the other hand, Sung-hoon is observing Yeong's fight, who is still busy in Cape of Hope, Africa. He says she finally solo killed an SS rank Abaddon, but the skill she used at the end was not in her file. Aina says Yeong Nim's conceptualism has evolved. According to Aina Zozan 3, her attack can reach past the outer body layer and cause it to explode from the inside. He says she always goes completely outside of his expectations. He is not a complete expert on aura, and thinks it is even possible. An unblockable skill explodes from the inside of one's body. Aina says a strong monster can resist the attack to a certain degree, but it is a one-hit kill if the enemy is weaker than her. If Yeong ever wants to, anyone is just Donizo. He should be careful, too. He says Aina is having fun. She thinks she understands why humans play games. When she teaches Yeong, she feels like she pulled an SSR character. She gets a warning that a tier 4 dungeon is manifesting. He sees that Yerim is there, while Desmond says that if they had been just moments late, they would have been sitting ducks in there. But a tier 4 dungeon manifestation is on a completely different scale. Alaska's terrain was altered entirely. They should go back and look for the highest mountain. 12 hours after manifestation, Aina informs that 128 automated assault units are in position. When Sung-hoon asks about the Air Force, she says they are ready to go. He says this is very chaotic. The United States' greed for its territory is something they cannot ever ignore. They could have just given up on Alaska since it is one of the least populated areas. She says it is not just the United States, but they are their #1 customer, buying golems, a true vid. He should be careful of how he addresses the. Yerim has sent them urgent news that the field boss has arrived. He says that's fine. She is right there. Now they will hear from her directly. Soon, when he comes, Yerim asks him when he got there, and he says just now. She has also encountered the boss monster. She says it looked like a mutated subspecies of frost giants. She could not measure its power on her own. He says if Yerim could not gauge its power, then it was not an enemy they could overwhelm with sheer numbers. She says it felt similar to that boss, who could swallow dimensions, the one in the dwarf world. He asks her if he can look into her memory for a moment, as it's a simple mind-reading technique that allows him to go back 1 hour, and tells her there are no side effects. She says that if it can help them hunt the boss, he should do THS. Soon, he says he has it. He observes that she has been fighting for 3 days straight. She is just exhausted. He says it seems like an entity that has ascended. He believes this guy has pulled off the dungeon manifestation sooner than scheduled. She asks him now what he will do. He says he will do the same as always. Even if they can communicate with frost giants, coexistence is impossible. Those monsters consume humans. At least the good thing is that this is different from the situation when they faced off against the boss in the dwarf dungeon, since Earth is their home ground. Meanwhile, in the space station Starseeker, a spaceship is seen. In the control room, it was reported that they had detected a massive object in the atmosphere above Alaska. Its length is estimated to be around 12 kilometers. The president says so that is a battleship. The wizard has talked about it. General Manager Kim says that it is TU. Sung-hoon has called it Starship Hanalmaru. The president says, whatever it is called, they promised to sell them the second one. This is a fantastic chance to see what it is capable of. He orders the analytic team to call in immediately, including the team members who have gone on vacation. Aina informs the orbital bombardment unit that the Hanalmaru prototype has reached the target location. Sung-hoon says they can teleport a massive starship from Mars to Earth almost instantly, using a combination of technology and magic, which feels like cheating. Aina says due to the powerful jamming effect, they could not pinpoint the boss's location. Instead, the sorcerer's eyes marked where they could not scout. Sung-hoon says they do not know the details, but there is something there. The area is quite large. Aina says it is a manifested area. Plus, there are no people present at this moment. He says there should be no problem with them destroying it, so they will see how they react, and then he orders them to fire the first shot. Aina tells heavy mass cannon, Escalon, that it is ready to fire. Then the first shot is fired. Sung-hoon notices that the heavy mass cannon, which has magic penetration properties, is not working. He assumes that the boss may be problematic this time. He asks Aina to do an analysis, but she says no valuable evidence has been gathered, as there is a severe lack of information. However, a mysterious phenomenon has occurred. Aina says potent mental energy has started to take shape. She detects massive amounts of consciousness and antimatter. They assume it is a spiritual fusion. Sung-hoon says he wanted to take an easy victory with the orbital bombardment. Still, something like that is already coming out, she tells us, with Hanalmaru's equipment. It will take time, but it is certainly possible to beat this enemy. It can also activate its self-repair system despite any damage it takes. He asks Aina to go ahead and control it directly. This is a good chance to do some benchmarking on it. Yerim asks Yoyoung what's wrong. She tells Sung-hoon that an enemy is in the sky. Sung-hoon says he did not detect anything with his magic, and Yoyoung says she is serious, asking him to look at that. He says she is getting it mixed up with that giant. It just started fighting against Hanalmaru, and it is coming in as it turns off his detection magic field. A mutant amongst frost giants with an imposing physique, and can even utilize magic at the genius level. Sung-hoon is also surprised that Yoyoung detected the enemy before he could. She further tells that it is smaller than the other giants. Meanwhile, the frost giant says it came here to see who dares to oppose it, but the woman it let go yesterday has brought her horde. Sung-hoon assumes, like the whale from last time, that it is not an incomplete being, a complete ascended being, a true predator, or demigod. He also observes that this monster is on a different level from the other enemies he has been fighting. It is the king of the frost giants. When it sees Sung-hoon, it asks if he is the leader and says this is impressive mana for a human. Aina asks Heavy Mass Cannon, Ascalon, to focus firing on the target. Sung-hoon appreciates her and tells her this is a good chance. He commands as the Minister of Knowledge, Mana, and Will, to converge the three into one. He then says, knowledge, he will empower the mana. The body shall ascend into the heavenly form, with the authority of power, and he shall remove the restriction of his race. He says his will shall pierce heaven and reach God himself, and then he activates the ascension magic, uses Octua spell, and mystifies. He believes that with this, he is on equal footing with a frost giant. Now all that is left is to duel it with his skill, a race with technical skill and magic. This is an annoyance. He then asks others to step aside, as he shall deal with it himself. As he approaches to deal with it, Young and Yerim follow him, but he asks them to stay back as it is so dangerous, consuming large amounts of mana to lift the vessel itself to another level. He would not have believed it if he had not seen it with his own eyes, a tier 8 with more mana than an ancient dragon. However, mana is always finite. He asks how long it can maintain this power, and thinks that if he has to use this card already, then he should use conceptualization decomposition. Yoyoung asks Yerim if she thinks Sung-hoon Appa is being pushed back. Yerim says she can see that they are too fast for her to track their movements properly, while Sung-hoon feels this is the power permitted to the Aura Masters, and says this is incredible. A mere mortal that is restricted by a puny lifespan has not only reached tier 8, but the absolute authority of Aura, and knows if he got hit directly, he would have surely died. Conceptualization decomposition is not a skill he can afford to use in that manner. Still, the enemy's combat capability is much higher than expected. This is getting worse than he envisioned. He says he needs something that can change the momentum of the battle, given that it has high intelligence. A trap would not work on it, unlike the one used against the whale from last time. In nature, there will always be a superior being to oneself. He thinks he shall personally respond with his authority. The temperature has become so low that it seems to be approaching absolute zero. Suddenly, he sees 6 consecutive bright stars. He ignores the temperature of the star spell. He would have died if he had not empowered himself with his mystification. Meanwhile, the enemy appears from behind and says that to avert his eyes from his enemy during combat, he attacks Sung-hoon so harshly. Yoyoung says this would not be possible at this rate and asks Yerim if she thinks they should help him. Sung-hoon uses teleportation, but the enemy says that trick would not work twice, so it activates a godly spell, as it activates an anti-teleportation field. Sung-hoon assumes it is trying to force a battle of attrition, so he needs to do something else, as mystification can only last 10 more minutes. At that moment, Yerim uses the Fire Spirit spell. Still, the enemy laughs and says this is such a stupidity. A human female dares to attack it despite its gracious mercy of letting her live. But it also says a mortal attack cannot reach a demigod such as it. Sung-hoon also tells her that she should not do this, as it is dangerous, and just like he said, an attack like that cannot do much damage to a demigod. Then suddenly, the enemy feels its hand is melting. Yerim says it worked, so she uses the flame god transformation to burn that enemy. Sung-hoon says it seems she received something from the goddess Erigma as a reward for helping the dwarves escape. Regardless of the reason, this is a chance, so he again uses conceptualization and decomposition spells. The enemy says so, and he came as expected. 1 minute ago, Sung-hoon asked Yerim if she thought Sung-hoon Appa was being pushed back while trying to stop the Frost Giant King's movement, even if it was just for a moment. Yerim says she has to surprise him, and as he pushed back just a moment, it might be possible with an ambush. She also says that recently, her status has changed. Her race is that of the Ascended Human, which is the body of a vengeful spirit, and her job is to oppress the spiritual flame. The title she receives is that of one who has received power from a god. She is at level 289, and is given the Shard of Erigma, an authority bestowed by the Flame Goddess to the one who has understood the very nature of fire. It can be used until mana is depleted. Mana efficiency increased by 95% due to the activation of God's authority. When the Eternal Enhancement of Fire God is activated, Holy Attack is added to all fire attacks. She says if her flame can reach him, she can surprise him. Yoyoung thinks she will leave it to her, so Yerim uses her flame skills. Yoyoung says she should get ready too, conceptualize as strongly as the user's conviction, empty her mind, and focus everything into one attack. 1 second ago, when she used Erigma's fire, The frost giant was shocked that its body had taken damage from a mere mortal. Meanwhile, she was using conceptualization and decomposition, and the enemy called her a cowardly wizard, knowing that she would come. Yoyoung sees that the enemy's conceptualization targets Sunghun Appa, so this is her chance. The enemy says that regenerating part of its body is not a problem. It regenerates the iced hand. In contrast, Yoyoung says that God's conceptualization, which she achieved by defeating Abaddon with this, will surely work. After some time, Sunghun says he was sure he lost by a hair's breadth. But now he is amazed to see that this happened, as the enemy has got many injuries, and blood is spitting out of its mouth. He thinks perhaps Yoyoung did this. He knew she acquired new skills after hunting Abaddon alone, but this is way above his expectations. Although the enemy is a demigod, she now has enough power to damage them while still being mortal. As expected from a demigod, it would not die easily. But he cannot let it revive, so he will seal it away after grinding it into pieces. He then creates the mass dimension cube, as he believes a demigod should not be able to escape this. Soon, Yoyoung says it is over. She went for the opening. But the recoil is nothing to laugh at. She has become injured. Blood is coming out of her mouth. She feels like she is almost dying. She hears Yerim is asking her to wake up, but she becomes unconscious then. In California, Los Angeles, Calypso says Army of Undead, Los Angeles headquarters, building something like this underground, behind their backs. Calypso asks Jessica if she has made a decision. As he has warned, the abdication of humanity means she will now belong to him alone. She says she knows, God of Death, God of the Undead, the one with many names, but his actual name cannot be spoken, but he would allow her to do this much for the family. Calypso says, of course, he is wise and benevolent. Cursed beings like them still enjoy freedom. However, once God's will and her will clash, it forcefully prioritizes God's will first. He asks her if she can still handle that. She says she can handle it, as she has, of course, already heard most of the details from Elish. Calypso says that is good. Then he asks her about her desired race. She says it is vampire. He asks her opinion about skeleton, and says since she does not have to dine, it is a very efficient race. But she says she is only interested in the vampire race. He says it is unfortunate, but as she wishes, she will now become of pure blood. Once she becomes stronger, she will be able to stand under the sun again. Meanwhile, in Namyangju, the magic tower, Sunghun asks Aina about the status report on Alaska. She tells Sunghun that Hanalmaru has taken care of all remaining frost giants, and their combat capability has gotten massively positive responses from the United States government. He says there is nothing better than weapon trading when it comes to money making. Now, there are only 3 Tier 4 dungeons left. He knows the plant race, Draconids, and Kraken. Since Draconids are very rarely seen, their intentions are unknown. Plant races are currently creating a forest in the desert. They pose the least amount of threat, but the problem is the Kraken. Aina says supply chains over the Atlantic Ocean have been stopped. He asks her to leave the ocean to the sirens, and asks about anything else. She says it is Yoyoung. He says wiretapping is illegal. Aina says he is worrying about that now, but it is not a problem since she is not a human. He asks then what happened to Yoyoung, and she asks him to take a look by himself. He sees she is currently under arrest due to battery. Currently, she is under investigation, and she has requested her daughter to serve as her guardian. His daughter becomes very upset upon hearing about her current situation, and asks for the reason for her arrest. Yoyoung says they can explain it to her once she comes to the police station. She runs towards the police station while thinking about why her mom is doing all this to her. She assumes that this may be a family problem. Aina says there has been some feud for a while, but it is much more frequent recently, and she believes many interested groups aiming for Yoyoung Nim's newfound power are harassing her mother. Sunghun says, but she did not ask him for help. Aina says as he said, this is a family problem. Yoyoung Nim's mother, Kim Sunya, frequently clashed with Yoyoung Nim over her multiple startup businesses. She signed the contract with HD Group to pay for the debt Sunya had incurred. However, with the debt gone, Sunya has started another business, food consulting with Q and Q Foods Backup. There, she began as the global franchise, but she was scammed. The problem is with investor Q and Q Foods, but they are not a regular business. They started with lobbying. The leading company stems from a mafia group. Once the mafia uses politicians and laws to their advantage, normal people are bound to lose. Sunghun asks if those mafias are not afraid of Yoyoung's fist, as they are trying to scam a family of a person who killed a demigod. Aina says this is why she is showing him the video, but he lacks any empathy. She requests that he please take more interest in the people around him and also asks him how he will live without her. He asks, what nonsense? She says that, unlike him, Yoyoung is a normal woman in her 20s. Although she is extremely powerful, it is a problem if he forgets she is a normal young woman with a history of being a law-abiding citizen. Throwing his fist around because he is mad is just a crime. Only he would do that, and she must take some action to protect Yoyoung Nim. He says that if she only asks him to help, but he is sorry, as reviving a scammed business is tricky, so he throws that away. He also says they will invest in Yoyoung's mother's business starting now. He asks Aina not to make it too big, it should be enough to avoid bankruptcy. He says he has no harsh feelings, but business is just a game to him. She probably does not know how expensive Yoyoung is per day. For Q and the politician who is bought, he will take care of them if they dare to go after his people. At Seoul Q and Q Food HQ, the boss is informed that someone is present. The boss says he should know today is the company dinner day, so he must go and chase him out now. So that guy comes out, tells Sung-hoon that their company is not taking visitors today, and asks him to leave. He does not recognize that this person is Sung-hoon. He says it looks like everyone these days is growing their hair out like Sung-hoon, and he asks him to leave again. Sung-hoon observes that guy. Although he is weak, he still contracted with Okasha. He heard most of the members awaken, and he saw there were CCTV cameras in every corner. He realized it was a good idea to use a disguise. That guy again says it seems this person has clogged ears or something like that. He then tries to push him, saying, "Get his hands out of his pocket." Sung-hoon says sorry, but he has something important to do here, but that person scolds him. Then Sung-hoon asks him to consider this his greeting, as he burns the building in just one click. The people there are shocked to discover that they are under attack. Still, Q and Q CEO Park Kwon-sung, whose nickname is the man-eating tiger, asks them not to panic and says that when the business goes well, there are bound to be enemies. Enter the name of a man eating a tiger. He says they will see the enemy's face and asks to pull up the camera first. When the CCTV videos are open, the attacker's picture is pixelated. Kwon-sung says he does not know who he is, but that he has powers, so he orders them to block all entrances and prepare for battle. He is sure that that silver-haired silhouette cannot be Sung-hoon himself, because there is no reason for him to do so. He also asks to contact the police chief and the senator, just in case. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sung-hoon tells that guy that it is just light and electric shocks. He cannot just go around and kill anyone as he pleases. Soon, many soldiers arrive there. Sung-hoon says they are more than he thought, and most of them are hunters. He is surprised that a mafia group has so many hunters with them. Assault Team Kang Chulbong, whose hunter name is Metal Knight, firstly thinks that the silver-haired one is Sung-hoon, then says it looks like he does not like what he has been doing recently, but he must be stupidly brave to invade them alone. He further says that there is someone like him, every once in a while, showing up at their front door, saying they will avenge someone because they were lucky enough to awaken. Then, he asks his people to come in for an armor transformation. Sung-hoon thinks he should analyze how many crimes they have committed before he fights, so he uses moral rating magic, the Karma Viewer. As many numbers appeared there, Chulbong asked him about them. Sung-hoon says magic displays the misdeeds they have committed in large numbers. He thinks, by the way, 100 points is the maximum. It's pretty impressive, as everyone has over 70 points. Hence, it means to join this company, an individual needs to kill at least 10 people. Chulbong has become so aggressive that Sung-hoon tells him that he has seen all the crimes he has committed. His crimes include sexual assault 42 times, assault and battery 137 times, and manslaughter 34 times. Discreting corpses 12 times, thus a crime rating of 92. He calls him trash among humans and attacks him. Chulbong cannot dodge his attacks, and says he defeated the Metal Knight with his bare fist. Sung-hoon says unredeemable. It is time to cleanse this world of him. Meanwhile, the other people are discussing how Chulbong was taken out in one hit. Someone suspects that he may be an actual Sung-hoon, with long silver hair, and that he can use magic. However, they cannot believe that someone like him would come here by himself. Sung-hoon thinks Korea is running well. Just how are these criminals walking around in Seoul like nothing? He says he cannot just let this slide after he found out. Then suddenly, the soldiers shout that something is coming, so they are asked to attack. They believe he could be Sung-hoon, so if they want to survive, they should shoot until there's nothing left. One of the soldiers says that even mages die when they are fired. Sung-hoon says he is not wrong, but he should also think that he would not get hit by these attacks. Then he says, the crime rate is marked over 70. He uses an anti-human spell and a homing arrow. He knows that to give power to even these criminals, even though it was all for restoring the stability of the dimension, Okasha is more irresponsible than he thought. If Okasha awakens their power, they should consider their morality and ethics. Meanwhile, the CEO is informed that the enemy is Sung-hoon himself, so they must run, as they need to get out of here at once. They have a helicopter ready on the rooftop. When he inquires about the line with the police chief and the senator, it is stated that they have not answered their phone. The CEO says he has no idea why Sung-hoon is attacking them out of the blue. Then Sung-hoon arrives and tells the reason for his attacks is that they messed with a subordinate's family first. He also says it seems they are trying to run away. He attacks a few hunters and says they have cannibalized a person before and asks them who they are. Hunter's name, Man-Eating Tiger, changes his shape into a tiger-like body, and he creates a dimension cutter around Sung-hoon. He asks him to die, but he is surprised to see Sung-hoon's defense, as not a single scratch is on his face after taking the dimension cutter head-on. Sung-hoon asks him not to worry, as he will annihilate everything and everyone that is related to Q and Q. The media reports that they are at the front of Q and Q Food headquarters. As they can see, much of the building is damaged, and there are uncontrolled fires. They currently cannot contact anyone inside. They have confirmed multiple deaths. Most of the survivors are stating that Sung-hoon is the culprit behind this. However, the CCTV could not confirm the culprit's identity for some reason. National Daily President Kim Sang-jin and 4th District Congressman Lee Suk-yeon are also watching this news. Suk-won says this is what happens when an uneducated fool with no basis gets their hands on some power. And this is why he kept saying they needed to pass a law to control the awakened people. Sang-jin says Sung-hoon probably thought it wouldn't matter if he could cover his face. He took the Korean government for a fool. He then asks the police chief, Na Seong-kyung, about the actions they will take now. Seong-kyung says they will take one step at a time to arrest him. District Prosecutor Lee Gumsa says the prosecutor will also support the police. In contrast, Suk-yeon says their party will also have to move aggressively this time around, as that person has crossed a line, killing a person. He also advises police to take a look at his company, Unlimited Magico Factory. President Sang-jin says hunters are only exempt from tax on dungeons and hunting. However, establishing a company using such loopholes is over the line. They should have taken action against him for it long ago. Now, they will work on this front. Seong-kyung says thanks for taking a part in this, and tells him, everything will work out now, as they will squeeze him dry with this chance they got, hunter or not. He is just a murderer ignoring the nation's mercy. Suk-yeon says he heard Sung-hoon's company's revenue is insane. Just this year, they ended with 200 billion won. He also says that this young brat does not know how society works. If he made that much, he should give some back. His fellow congressman requested a donation, but apparently he ghosted them all. Sang-jin says the dear congressmen must all have been taken aback by his rudeness. Suk-yeon asks National Daily President Sang-jin to get all his journalists and aggressively attack that Sung-hoon's mother, and also make sure her name is synonymous to the murderer's mother. As him aside, the mother should not be able to handle it, so in the end, they will have to come to them for a negotiation. Suk-yeon assumes that if he can submit to the arrogant hunter Sung-hoon, he can even aim for the next presidential election. He believes this is not a threat, but just business. If he cannot ally himself with the politicians of his homeland, he should know that he cannot expect his company to prosper. Then suddenly, Sung-hoon arrives there and says he does not think he can let them go after his mom. He further says all the parasites are conveniently in one place. He believes it would be difficult to find one's lot in Korea, which is dubbed CCTV heaven. He would have had a harder time if it weren't for their secretary's intervention. They all become very furious with him as he enters the room. There should have been people guarding the door. He says they mean those beautiful ladies at the front door. Suk-yeon says he is saying nonsense, and tells him he is talking about the guards. Sung-hoon thinks that if it were those overly aggressive old men, he would have taken care of them already. They committed enough crimes in their lifetimes as well. When Suk-yeon asks him why he arrived here, Sung-hoon says it seems he seriously does not understand the situation. Sung-hoon lifts him and throws away, and says if he went after him, he should have risked his death at the very least. Seong-kyung asks him to stop, as Suk-yeon is one of the representatives the citizens of Korea have elected, so he cannot simply do as he pleases. He also says by doing this, Hunter is trying to go against the Korean government by himself. Sung-hoon takes a look at his deeds, and sees he has moral rating of 98, and says it is a rare sigh if he ever saw one, and asks him to tell that just how many people he has put through hell. Then he looks at his memories. Meanwhile, Suk-yeon says he will let this one slide, and they will never go after him again. Sung-hoon asks him not to wriggle out now and asks about his bravado. He also says that he saw hundreds of people who had committed suicide after he was done with them, so now he must at least be impudent like a villain. He then kills him and moves towards the next people. He says they will also beg for their lives now, but one of them says it seems he is thinking of himself as their judge, but in actuality, he is just an ignorant hunter and also a murderer. Sung-hoon says he did break the law, but the crimes they have committed cannot be judged by the laws they created. On the other side, in some city in Africa, the news anchor shares the news that yesterday evening, Congressman Suk-hyun, as well as the police chief, the district attorney, the president of Korean National Daily, and many other high-ranking officials were found dead. They were all linked to Q&Q food. Many are carefully suggesting that perhaps Sung-hoon had something to do with this incident. Young is watching television when she sees the news. She says, "That's Appa." She assumes that perhaps he did this to Q&Q food just because of her. Aina says she is right, as Appa did this because of her. She says she is thankful, but this is too flashy. His personality is as weird as it gets. If it is something like this, she can do it too. Furthermore, the news anchor informs us that many people associated with Q&Q food are currently missing. Following this incident, there are strong calls to pass a law restricting the power of awakened individuals. Takoyan also hears this news. She says that if she hadn't had to go to the mainland, she would have dealt with them herself. This is a lesson for Young. If she has the power, then she has the responsibility not to be used by those people. Young says, but there is nothing wrong with following the law. Takoyan says then she should keep living like an idiot. Anyway, showing how strong she is, good and all, but it is not like him to make the big enough to turn this into a news headline. It is not like Sung-hoon. He could have just done it stealthily without anyone knowing. But since he's smart, he has a plan. Meanwhile, in the Blue House in Korea, Sung-hoon meets the President of the Republic of Korea, Han Young-soo. Sung-hoon says they should get to the point, as the President has called him here. The President asks him why he does all this. He also says the people who are missing right now must also be his doing. Sung-hoon says they were all criminals, so he has simply cleansed the society of their poison. The President says it means he is saying that he is going to kill people based merely on his standards. He does not understand the reason for enacting laws. Sung-hoon says not his subjective standards, but rather, he has proof that he did not just kill people as he pleased. He then says he has a karma viewer, which is a magic that can measure the target's moral rating. There is no error in spell, all deeds done by a soul. This spell is the most subjective way to judge a person. And in that sense, his one-digit rating is incredible, a definition of integrity itself. The news anchor reports this morning that some individuals from Q&Q food who had gone missing have returned. However, they do not know how or where they returned. The police have arrested these individuals due to the President's emergency executive order. It was discovered that a few representatives in the Congress and the Mafia created the organization. Q&Q Food's only purpose was to extort their clients. Many citizens are in complete shock due to these revelations. Aina says letting the ones with lower criminal indexes go was the correct choice, and just as promised, the President has denied Sung-hoon's involvement in this incident. As they had expected, the President is a trustworthy man. Sung-hoon says they will just let the South Korean President handle this one, while they should make their next move now. She says they are currently on standby, which is good, to ensure the survival of humanity during the next manifestation. He cannot delay this anymore, so he orders the commencement of the Humanity Survival Project, Operation Z. In New York, London, Beijing, Tokyo, and the old Cambodian lawless zone, an obelisk-affiliated humanoid golem, a silver knight, appeared and the soldiers were shooting at it. But nothing could harm that silver knight. The golem is ordered to ensure the safety and preserve humanity. Any criminal above a moral index of 70 will be subdued. Meanwhile, in the control room in Korea, they have detected a dark pillar that has identified a humanoid, which is now clashing with the military organization in the area. The director asks to find out about the golem, and Kim says there is a broadcast on the global channel right now. The director says it is Sung-hoon, so put it up on the primary monitor so they will see what he says this time. Sung-hoon says this is inevitable to ensure humanity's survivability, and he would like to apologize for erecting these structures on the nation's airfield without any consent. These obelisks in the world's largest cities will reinforce the defenses against the monsters from the dungeons and portals. They will also prioritize the recovery of lawless zones around the globe. He has absolutely no intention of clashing with the existing governing bodies of the nations and recommends that they take a step back if they plan to do so. The areas with no functioning government will now be under his jurisdiction to hasten the recovery. The director says he has received support from Cambodia, Bangladesh, Myanmar, most of Africa, and southwestern Asia. The director says he has eyes, too, but survival of humanity is not a roundabout way of saying Sung-hoon will now control the whole earth with his power alone. When Kim says, however, his support in government-less areas is overwhelming. The director says, and of course, nations in those areas were destroyed once the dungeons manifested and became lawless zones where only hyenas can thrive. However, they must determine his reasons for establishing such a structure, even in nations that maintain a military like theirs. Then he asks Kim to hurry and contact the president. Meanwhile, Aina says that obelisks in all regions are stable and are currently being monitored in the surrounding areas. Sung-hoon says they barely made it in time. Aina says that through unofficial channels, many nations, including the US and the G7, have sent their protests regarding the obelisks. He says it's a small price to pay, back off a little and buy as much time as possible. They cannot help it now, but they will thank them soon. He then asks Aina about the time they have left. She tells T9 seconds until the prophecy, and this is the time prophesied by flame goddess Erigma through the dwarfs. He says a prophecy of Erigma is never wrong. Thankfully, the gods are on his side for having the dwarves under his management. Then he says it is when the world will know progress to the next stage. Rapid mana increased in Earth's atmosphere, portal spawn rate increased by 1000%, and dungeon spawn rate increased by 50%. He says he thought they cleared plenty of monsters this time around. Even though he let those undead run amok, the overall monster count was pretty low. It's not a numbers problem this time, she says. Currently, they do not know the cause because they lack information. The system is continuously displaying a warning, as there is a rapid and continuous increase in mana density, and the spawn rate of portals on Earth is increasing, currently at over 218%. At this rate, the monster wave is swift. He says it's the same situation they faced on Mars. They are coming out quite strong. They have to protect the Mars manufacturing plant. So, pull back the affiliated races in the area and focus on defending. Also, mark Earth as an SS rating of emergency and send out Yoyoung and Tokoyan. He tells Aina that she is in charge of the strategy, and he is going too. He asks her about the closest place. She tells him it is Japan. Then he says he will take care of it quickly, and asks her to find out where to go next. Later in Africa, Yoyoung reaches there, and she says she has never seen this many monsters at once, so she has to beat down every SS rank in that horde. Aina says once she slays the boss, the wave will naturally dissipate. She tells it is the giant orc over there. As she starts her spells, everyone is surprised to see that she possesses an incredible amount of mana. When she attacks the boss orc, she says as expected from an SS rank, that was not enough, not even a scratch. The boss is quite sturdy. But she faced off against orcs plenty of times in the virtual reality. Something is emerging from the black pillar in the sky. The soldiers are curious about it. It's too large for a drone to handle. One of them says this is not the time to be distracted. He inquires about the crazy healer who fought the boss orc. Meanwhile, Yoyoung says orcs using conceptualization is cheating. It is so strong, but she still won, though. The boss orc cannot believe that it is defeated, and says it was born to lead its kind, but has lost the fight against a human woman. She says she thinks it was stronger, although she had better recovery and stamina. The orc boss admits that it has lost. She then sees Appa's new golem squad and thinks it is strong enough to go toe-to-toe against a rank. Aina says it is about time they move on to the next area. Smaller monsters can be handled by the hunters and defensive systems set in the place. But the problem is the SS rank monsters, and not many can go against them except a select few, such as Yoyoung who has attained the ascended power, so they should hurry. She also gives her some mana potions and tells them their next destination is Egypt. Yoyoung says she has to keep fighting against something like him. This is stressful. Aina says they have no time for complaints as they are teleporting. In Washington, it is reported that monster waves have occurred in multiple highly populated cities, but most civilians were evacuated safely. Currently, the combination of defensive squadrons and hunters is containing the damage. Of course, without the help of the golem that came from Sung-hoon's black obelisks, the damage would have been catastrophic. The president says Sung-hoon predicted this would happen. Regardless, it is time to demonstrate that they can also accomplish things. He asks to report the status and prepare to deploy their newest units. Golden Knight, all-purpose combat golem of the US Army, the latest addition to the Army arsenal, customizing the golem purchased from Sung-hoon with the newest technology from the Cult of Death. There is no need to worry. The Golden Knight's performance has been highly positive. They have entered the mass production phase and will soon appear again as the world's superpower. In Eastern Sea Ulleungdo, Korea, Sung-hoon sees the performance of the golem prepared by them, and says it is performing better than he expected, as expected from one of the strongest nations in the world. However, they are in bed with the cult of death. It is not a simple feat to come up with something of that caliber in a short amount of time. As he moves ahead, his enemy says he cannot move, and says it is unbelievable that a mere human has psychokinesis powerful enough to hold him down, and asks him about his identity. Sung-hoon says a demon like him has no right to know his identity, as his identity has no use for him. He then uses sealing skill. The monster says it is impossible to believe that a human has soul sealing skill. Sung-hoon says he is needlessly noisy. Most demons usually leave their main body in the demonic realm. That is why they are so easy to deal with sometimes. And of course, learning a sealing magic powerful enough to seal a demon is a little tricky. This is the 58th demon he has caught. Then he asks Aina about the current situation. She says they have taken care of all the SS ranks in the Korean region. And further, she states that 4 by Yoin, 3 by Takoyan, and 12 by Yerim, as well as 5 by the S team under their direct control, have been eliminated. They have eliminated all the monsters in the city area. They managed to avoid disaster for now. Sung-hoon says everyone did better than he thought. Yerim especially did way better than his expectations. Aina says Yerim's attribute has proven to be effective against many monsters. She has just slayed the 13th one. He says it is fantastic. They defended against the wave much better than he had hoped, and the new model of golems from the US helped a lot, too. Aina then tells Eliona that she has requested a visit. He says they will take this chance for a breather and asks her to come to the magic tower right away. When she comes, he welcomes her. She apologizes for disturbing him and says he must have been busy. He says it's okay. They've taken care of everything urgent, and asks her the reason for her visit here. She says she had hoped to ask him about the construction of her race's temple. He says there is no need for her to ask. Dwarves have already constructed a temple to worship their own god, and asks her to do what she wishes. If she needs anything else, ask right away. She says, however, that this temple would not be just for worship, so she believes she should let him know that they are trying to use dimension magic to summon God's authority. As he knows, they have looked everywhere on Earth, but they could barely find any survivors of their kind. Since there are only a few survivors, their race's future is doomed unless they receive help from their god. He knows Siren's god, who is the goddess of water and life, Parnatal. They are hoping for their god to present them with the means to nurture hatchlings. Their concept of life differs from that of humans, so he says he understands what she means. She needs a tribute. She says that is right, as to summon the authority, they need a high-quality tribute, which is why she asks for his help. He says that he has just the thing, something like a Frost King's soul, so he gives it to her. She says she knew it was right to ask him. He says that to compensate, research materials should be sufficient. He also says there is no need to be thankful, as this would benefit him just as well, so there is no need for her to thank him. Then, he says they should begin now. Soon, in the Sirenic Ocean, she begins summoning her goddess, her unique racial magic of sirens, which is exclusive to them, in the form of a song. Sung-hoon says even he, who was dubbed a great sorcerer in his previous life, cannot hope to learn this magic, although it could be possible if he changed his physique to become a siren. Soon, the magic circle was activated, but it looked like the tribute was way more than they needed. They tried to call for God's authority, but the goddess herself had descended. A child who stands in the middle of the world's rebirth, but this world is not suited for her. She asks Eliona if she desires it, and she shall send her and her kind to a world where they can enjoy prosperity and happiness. Eliona says that the great creator of their race, bound by a magical contract, believes it would be difficult, and she only hopes that they will listen to their request. In the North Sea, Eliona's goddess says she does not appreciate the binding contract. Then she thinks she shall compensate the human sorcerer handsomely if he gives freedom to this child. Sung-hoon feels bad that he is the topic of the conversation now. He says if she wishes it, he will respect her free will. He knows that losing Eliona is a considerable loss, but he cannot be adamant. A god's wrath is quite scary, but Eliona is the principal researcher of his magic tower. The goddess says this is excellent news that he has given up. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon requests Eliona not to go, please. She thinks that no one would believe a pushover like him is an ascended sorcerer of great power. Then she says to her goddess that she does not wish to break her contract. Her goddess says that it is her own choice, and she cannot force her. However, she shall grant her wish to increase the number of her kind. Sung-hoon appreciates her and says it's a good job. He will provide her with all the funds she needs for her research. Soon, he feels, water and lies, which are the goddess's powers, are increasing. Meanwhile, an Is from above the North Sea reported that he is seeing a thing. A gigantic woman is emerging from the clouds, and he cannot believe what he is witnessing. On the other hand, Elish comes to see Calypso and says there is an unwelcome rival. Due to the presence of the goddess, the mana on Earth has been amplified. She hopes it does not become an opposing entity that will compete against them, Calypso says. They do not need to worry about that. The end of time is near. They will not have enough time to spread their beliefs. The time of faith for Earth has almost come, and countless humans will be reborn as their faithful believers, and they cannot afford to lose this opportunity. Meanwhile, in the North Sea, Eliona comes back after having talked with her goddess. Sung-hoon asks her if it is over. She says he is right, and tells him, this is a perfect environment for their race. He says this is the coral of the Great Ocean, and he read about it in a book once. But this is his first time seeing one, and it is great to see things have gone the way they wanted. Just like how elves pray to the world tree, sirens pray to the coral of the Great Ocean. He believes their hatchlings grow from the coral, much like fruits on a tree. She says it is all thanks to him. The quality of the sacrifice was incredible. He says that it is excellent. Then he asks her the reason that she did not accept the goddess' offer and migrate to a safer world. She says it's a secret and then vanishes from there. He says he is already thankful enough that she stayed, so he should not press the issue further. Regardless, a goddess's power is something to behold. The dimension itself did not change, but Earth has changed, and the atmosphere, which had almost no mana, now has an A+ density of mana. After the god of death, Erigma of the dwarfs, the sirens Parnatal, and the indigenous god of earth, Manu, 4 gods are already involved with the earth. Anyway, he ponders the nature of the god Angra Manu, considering how it can have a proxy and cast a purification skill. It must possess holy attributes. In the Temple of Fire, India, another god has descended upon this world, and orders to spread his words and increase their believers. Soon, a world-changing event is upon the horizon. Guide the one who walks in darkness into the light. Zoroastrian sect leader Anusha, whose hunter name is Saint, believes that if she can do it, a great sorcerer is with humanity. Therefore, she is asked not to be afraid, but to be brave and guide the light. As he commands, she shall guide her fellow believers into the light. 1 week later, the news anchor says, the US has done it, as the future of humanity has arrived. This is the teleportation, a traveling method of their dreams. He says he will demonstrate this firsthand, in a way like to travel from Los Angeles to New York. He only needs a few steps, and this is not magic but a reality. Sung-hoon says as expected from the S, making something like that after aligning themselves with the cult of death. He thinks the world is changing too quickly around him. His mom also says it feels like everything is changing too quickly. It almost feels like they are in a movie. Then she asks his son about his girlfriend and says she is also okay with him marrying a foreigner. But he does not like it that they come here during their days off, as it is making it complicated. Yoyoung, Takoyan, and Yiram have arrived at their home. Yoyoung challenges Takoyan to make food. Takoyan says cooking is all about the heat. She then says her special spicy pork stir-fry is complete. Yoyoung made a terrible mistake of challenging her in cooking. She also made the golden fried rice. Yoyoung says cooking is all about being authentic, as she has to consider who will be eating the food. She notes that Sung-hoon Appa is Korean, so Korean food is the way to go. Spicy kimchi stew, spicy tofu kimchi, spicy kimchi, and kimchi triple are what she got. Sung-hoon says he is not good with spicy foods, but his mom eats the food. This is her first time trying this, but it's delicious. He is feeling awkward as it is his first day off in a long time, but they have all gathered here. He thinks since mom seems to be enjoying herself, he guesses this is fine. Meanwhile, Eliona arrives, bringing some food, and says she knows how to prepare them since she frequently deals with fish. The system indicates that the world has stabilized, and Tier 5 dungeons are now spawning. Meanwhile, in Amazon Fresh, Brazil, one of the soldiers asks his captain if he has seen the message that Tier 5 dungeons are spawning. Captain asks him not to mention it, as his head hurts just thinking about it. It appears that they will secure many more jobs along the way, despite being exhausted. He says it was only some time ago that all Tier 4 dungeons were finally dealt with. In Japan, another hunter says, "This is such a pain." She has no idea how she's supposed to keep doing this. While in England, Jessica says the manifestation is accelerating, but Sung-hoon can easily handle this. On the other hand, at the CIA headquarters in Langley, Virginia, it is noted that locating them is the priority, as every available scouting unit needs to be deployed. The Russians are also asked to come in and help, if required. The director says this is way too quick. They should at least give them some time to stabilize. They just defended against the monster wave, but now, tier 5 dungeons have appeared. They cannot understand what this Okasha system wants from them. In Namyangju, the magic tower, Aina says they have located the dungeons. Sung-hoon asks to bring it up on the screen, and she displays it. She says that currently, 2 have spawned, 1 on each pole of the earth, and they have just confirmed the type of monsters emerging from the dungeons. On the North Pole, the monsters that appear have a wing-like appearance. Ileana says they are angels. Sung-hoon sees an appearance of traditional holy entities, and asks about the god to which they belong. Aina says they currently lack that information. Too many gods are represented by wings and armor, both directly and indirectly, but they are still angels. Yoyoung says they do not need to worry about them. Perhaps they would be on humans' side. But Sung-hoon says assuming angels will be on their side is a huge misunderstanding. Simply put, they are akin to combat machines that only follow their god's will, similar to soldier ants who hunt according to the queen's command. If their god opposes humans, they will massacre the humans without any second thoughts. Takoyan says, as if she cares, she is not a Christian, nor is she concerned about how her enemies look. Yoyoung thinks they should still try to talk to them first. Sung-hoon asks them to put it on standby, and as he said, they must first find out which god they serve. He says getting involved with God is giving him a headache. It could get complicated extremely quickly. Then he asks to forget the North Pole, and inquires about the South Pole. Aina shows them the South Pole, where monsters have appeared in Antarctica, and there are 2 hunters present who are witnessing the monsters. One of them suggests evacuating from there, but the other advises waiting, as they cannot abandon the base without orders from higher authorities. At that moment, the monster reaches near them and says he was wondering, but they must be the natives of this world. This is great, so he shall extract the world's information from their brains. One of the hunters says she cannot breathe. This is a demon. Then Takoyan arrives there. She holds that monster and says, that's as far as he goes. The beast is amazed to see a female human has just approached him. She says there is no need to know, so she uses yin and yang recoil skills, saying it is impossible for a primitive life form to damage her actual body. She was anxious to discover how powerful demons were, but they were not much. Then Sung-hoon arrives there and says her skills have completely collapsed the targets inside. It seems her skill is a bit too crude. Takoyan says he is too late, while those hunters are happy to see that the person is Sung-hoon. Sung-hoon says he could not help it. He thinks those demons are affecting the teleportation coordinates. Anyway, that was amazing. Although it was a low-level demon, she eradicated it with only 1 hit. He also asks her if she forcefully reversed the rotation of her fleeting hand of the yin and yang technique. She is surprised that he has come to know that as well. She says it feels like all her hard work on developing this technique was taken away from her. Sung-hoon then sealed that monster and said he would extract the dungeon's interior from this guy later. Then, he said he would teleport her to the farthest Antarctic research base so that they could take care of those monsters outside of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Aina has prepared the Hanelmaru anti-demonic countermeasure. He asks her to blast it, and she begins the countdown. Mana infusion from subspace is complete, locking the coordinates. Final safety restriction is off. Then the countdown ends, and a massive blast occurs. Sung-hoon sees a black barrier. It broke 2 layers, but it got stuck on the 3rd one. While Hanelmaru is currently in stealth mode, there was no way it would have been found out until the moment it fired. Aina says there is a possibility that the enemy has a precognitive ability. They confirmed the formation of a defensive barrier 1 second before that detonation. Sung-hoon thinks he cannot help it. At this point, they will overpower it with mana, allowing him to transfer his mana as well. He then orders the barrier to be broken apart. On the other hand, a demon king's daughter, the demonic princess Curiel, says it is impossible, as all her bodyguards were annihilated in 1 hit. She is trying to figure out where they were attacked. She says they are being attacked as soon as they exit the gate. She says she will find the attacker, and she will kill the attacker. She sees Far Sight, where she finds a massive chunk of metal in the sky, and assumes perhaps this is what attacked them. She says whatever it is, she will destroy it, so she flies towards it, but again, she is attacked. She feels this is an ambush. She sees Young and thinks this human has attacked her. Meanwhile, Takoyan has appeared above her in the sky. She says this one showed up without any sound. At that moment, Takoyan attacks her, but she realizes she is tough. Perhaps she is one of the leaders of the demons. Prince Curiel attacks Takoyan, but Takoyan protects herself. Princess Curiel cannot understand where this attack is coming from, as she cannot see who the hell is hitting her so hard. Then she sees Yoyoung again and says that this human is attacking her. She thinks she will end it first. But before she attacks Yoyoung, Takoyan appears again and attacks her. Yoyoung says, as expected from Takoyan, she can always rely on someone who puts all their stat points in dexterity and defense. And it is her turn now. She seems like the type to get angered easily, so it is time to aggravate her with a few jabs. Then she starts punching Princess Kiriel, who fails to figure out just what is going on. A long-range attack, but she cannot sense any movement, and she cannot evade it either. As if it skips multiple steps straight to a conclusion, she suddenly realizes it is a conceptualization. Then she says if her conceptualization revolves around an attack that never misses, she has a way to deal with that, and then she creates a dark wall. Takoyan asks what it is. Yoyoung says that dark energy is distracting her from locating the enemy. Princess Kiriel did that to counter her conceptualization. Takoyan says that is pretty effective. She also should develop a similar technique. It should come in handy when fighting her. Simply blocking the view makes it harder for her to use her conceptualization. Yoyoung says, but whatever, she will go into melee range then, as that is what she thought. After blocking the sight, it is obvious she would close the gap. When Princess Kiriel attacks her, she dodges that and says it is her turn now. Then she explodes with a holy fist. Princess Kiriel sees that it is a holy attribute, one that is at a level to extinguish her dark energy in one strike. Takoyan says she doesn't think she should get in there, as the Yoyoung girl is getting stronger and stronger by the minute. Then Sung-hoon arrives and asks her about what she is just spectating. She says he surprised her and asks about what happened with the dungeon. He says the ones that spawned from the entrance are all taken care of. The one fighting with Yoyoung is the last one, and he does not think any more are coming out. He then asks her if she thinks Yoyoung can handle that alone. Takoyan says she has some advantages. If he had not asked them to take Princess Kiriel in alive, they would have taken care of her already. Although that one is no pushover. He says that although it will take some time, she will not lose, so he thinks he should give her a helping hand. He pulls out a magical engineering item. When Takoyan asks about it, he tells him it is simple yet powerful, a 9th tier magic crystal used for magical engineering. He also says she must know the folklore of Sun Wukong, who was tricked into wearing a restraining headband. Princess Kiriel is attacking Yoyoung, says she will definitely kill her, but soon she is shocked as her dark wall is finally broken. She cannot believe that an inferior human has enough power to overwhelm her, who is the demonic princess. Additionally, her overflowing mana is causing her to self-regenerate. She says even she cannot do something like that, while Yoyoung also knows that if she had not received the training from Sung-hoon Appa, she could not even dream of fighting against the demon. She then asks Princess Kiriel to give up now. Still, Princess Kiriel says it is far from over. She did not want to use this yet, since it is high risk, but since she does not have a choice, then she beholds her true power. Yoyoung sees scales are growing from her skin, and a scary amount of mana is flooding out from her heart. It is as if she is on an entirely different level than where she was before. Princess Kiriel says she never thought she would take this form against a human, acknowledging Yoyoung's power. Yoyoung sees that she is coming towards her, and as she attacks, her arm breaks off. Yoyoung could barely react. Princess Kiriel says she broke her arm from a first strike. She shall now completely tear her apart. But Yoyoung recovers her arm again and says she is way stronger than before. She cannot take the hits carelessly anymore. Princess Kiriel again approaches Yoyoung, and Sung-hoon says it is his chance now, and he activates the golden fillet. Princess Kiriel cannot figure out what that ring is. Yoyoung says if Sung-hoon Appa is going to stick his nose in, help her out from the beginning. She attacks her again, but suddenly realizes she has returned to her proper form. So she asks her if she is the same demon she was fighting against. Then Sung-hoon comes there and says she looks pretty cute. A being restricted by a golden fillet reveals its proper form, and she is younger than he thought. Princess Kiriel asks him what he has done to her. As it hurts, she asks him to take that ring off. He says the golden fillet is the ring of absolute submission. If she tries to disobey him, it will cause extreme pain. He then says they will start from the beginning, and asks her about her name. She says it hurts, but he won't open her mouth. However, she suddenly starts talking on her own. She asks him what he did to her mouth as it starts speaking on its own. Yoyoung says he decided to help out of nowhere after watching her from the back for a while. He says he figured one of them might die from the way they were fighting, so he intervened. Princess Kiriel asks him to take this ring off her. Otherwise, she will skin him alive. Sung-hoon says they will treat her well as long as she cooperates, then asks her a second question, that she should tell him about the kind of demon she is. She suggests she is half demon. He then asks her about her parents' race. She tells him that her father is a demonic draconian and her mother is the succubus queen. A demonic draconian stands atop the succubus queen, claiming she is humiliated in this inferior dimension. Sung-hoon knows that the succubus queen is a demon of the king level and a member of the draconian race, which has been demonized. He should expect similar power levels from both of her parents. Unlike the lower demons, high-ranking demons place a great value on their bloodline. This blood may be the key to solving the dungeon problem. She says she does not know what she would do if her parents found out that she would be grounded for who knows how long. Then Sung-hoon thinks they should become friends now. In the center of Antarctica, Tier 5 dungeon, Hell's Gate is opened. Sung-hoon says his father personally saw to this entrance. No matter how strong the master is, the masters would not be able to close it. Sung-hoon sees traces of draconic magic. Aina says the dimension encompassing the entrance is abnormally powerful. They can attempt to close the entrance, but she does not recommend it. It is far too inefficient, he agrees. He specializes in magic engineering, not magic, which deals with space and time. He had dealt with everything up to Tier 4 dungeons on his own, and now it is time for him to go public with his knowledge to collaborate on a large scale. She says he is going to share his knowledge, unlike other mages. He says that is how he used to be as well, but he has changed his mind, as this place, Earth, is a planet where people compete against each other while sharing their discoveries, and with collaborative effort, he will be able to reach new heights. Princess Kirill says, even when he is sky high above others, he is looking to aim higher. It is no wonder that a low dimension like this became the center of the dimensional fracture. A being like him, reincarnated, is holding it together on his own. This monoless world lasted long enough for Tier 5 dungeons to appear, despite Akasha throwing all its power at it. Yoyoung asks if they are talking about some fiction. Princess Cruel calls her a pink zombie and says it seems she doesn't know anything. Takoyan is amazed that he still keeps her alive, as she may cause more trouble, being a demon. Princess Kirill says a fruit fly, which would not even last a few seconds in a one-on-one fight, is trying to have her killed. Sung-hoon speaks up and says, it is okay, there would be no problems. Demonic races are incredibly loyal to their contracts, despite having a terrible personality and killing things for fun. Meanwhile, Princess Kirill says, it hurts. Sung-hoon knows that, although she did not form this contract willingly, it is still a valid contract, and if she calms down and stops her killing intent, the pain will subside. Yoyoung asks Takoyan if she thinks Sung-hoon Appa is the scariest thing she's met so far, and Takoyan agrees with her. At the same time, in Seoul, a strange phenomenon appears in the sky, which asks humans to heed it. People assume that perhaps she is an angel. Meanwhile, in the Magic Tower's command room, Aina is examining the situation. Sung-hoon says, since they somehow all became a team, he wants everyone to get along. Princess Kirill says this as if she has any right to refuse. Sung-hoon says all he wants is for them to work with the team and not destroy or harm anything for their amusement. As long as they can restrain themselves, he will let them do whatever they want. Aina informs him that the angels are moving. She has confirmed the sightings in many densely populated areas all over the world, and she has that video in the Magic Tower. The angels say their Lord has promised salvation. The ones who worship their world will enjoy its glory, even after their mortal life runs out. Their true savior, the god of war and perpetuity, Trackhouse. Sung-hoon says, this is an astral song, with an astral sound. Due to the holy power embedded in the voice, normal people will be positively impressed angels. They are here too. God of war and perpetuity, Tracuas is searching. Aina says, no results found in the database. Holiness level above 1 billion. The effect is increasing. Sung-hoon knows this is going to be a problem. A missionary through the angels themselves, rather than a forceful invasion. If the world war were to be the title of God, it would not stay peaceful for long. He then asks Princess Kirill if she knows anything about this god of war and perpetuity. She denies it, as she is hearing the name for the first time. He says if neither Kirill nor he knows the name, it must be a minor god, but he lacks information. He then says she told the demons that came to this world that their dimension had been destroyed. Kirill says that is right, as her father and mother used their power. They connected to the most stable dimension while piecing together the shattered remains of their dimension. Sung-hoon thinks that if demons did it, there is no reason why the angels and their god would not do the same. The dimension they inhabited was destroyed, and Trackhouse bridged the gap by piecing the broken dimension together. It is unlikely, but it is not impossible. He dislikes demons, but detests angels even more. Kirill asks him if they are fighting against the angels, as angels, their blood, flesh, and of course, souls are a delicacy. Yoyoung says she eats angels, while Takoyan says maybe they should kill this demon. Then Aina informs him that the Agrams from the Mars manufacturing base are requesting emergency reinforcement, as a Tier 4 dungeon has appeared on Mars at the moment. Sung-hoon says that it is his main base, so he will go to Mars for now, and advises her to warn the governments around the world about those angels for now. Later, on the Mars base's front line, the golems are floating, while they claim their great king is here. Then, they tell Sung-hoon that Agram is in danger and needs their king's help. Sung-hoon says that is why he is here and asks about the current situation. One of them says, "There are too many enemies, many Agrams are eaten." He becomes surprised to learn that the enemy can eat Agrams, which are made of pure elements. Then, Aina tells him that the unidentified monsters currently holding the Agram's physique utilize the Agram's natural affinity against cold. They are resistant to any freezing effects. She says she is collecting combat data, analyzing the target, and verifying results. Soon, she informs that the enemy race is Zacronade. It has a 96% match with the Dimension Devourer, with whom they have already fought. Sung-hoon says that the thing they saw in the dwarves' dungeon said they would see each other again. He asks her to tell everyone that the enemies are the Zacronade, whom they have fought before. Assuming it has devoured many species so far, they could lose if they let their guard down just because it is a Tier 4 dungeon. Aina says she is detecting a considerable dimensional disruption at the dungeon entrance. Something is coming. She tells there is a powerful energy emitting from that area. He says it is climbing to the surface. As the dungeon is subterranean, that is good. Once the leader comes out, they will fire the Great Extinction Cannon. She says she is commencing the order and also summoning Obelisk from the Earth's atmosphere, complete with Obelisk number 1 and 2. The Great Extinction Cannon is ready. Now she is beginning to charge the energy. The monster talks to Sung-hoon and says he is in their memory, as a sorcerer whom they went against in the dwarf dimension number 47. This is the dimension he inhabits. Sung-hoon says if they remember him, they should already know these attacks are meaningless. He then sees a spell shield. Princess Cruel thinks they should destroy these guys as soon as possible. She breathes deeply and asks them how they like her breath. Sung-hoon knows despite how young she is still of draconic lineage. He asks her if she knows anything about those guys. She says Zacronai. They are the race that eats every other race, and if it lives, they prey on it. She guesses they could call them the enemy of the whole universe. They do not have any magic power, but they have powerful supernatural abilities, and they can use the racial abilities that they devoured. She only heard this from her father, but there are numerous dimensions that have collapsed because of those guys. So, if they let them be even for just a little while, they will increase their numbers like cockroaches, and they will get overwhelmed. As their dimension was also close to being taken over because they let their guard down against them. Sung-hoon says now that he thinks about it, they did use various weird abilities when he fought against them in the dwarf dimension, but he is not sure about just how many of them are there. It seems there is an endless number of them. Aina tells there are multiple dungeon entrances. At this rate, they will most definitely be overwhelmed. If they fuse just like before, they could be in trouble, so they should thin down their numbers before that happens. Sung-hoon asks her not to be worried if it comes down to large area of effect spells, then that is his specialty. Then A opens the gate, everyone is looking at him. Takoyan says he is always doing something completely beyond every expectation. He then summons the Star Core. This is not a fire created by magic, one of the ultimate fire magics that opens a gate to summon part of the core of a star. Aina says 98% of the Zacronade on the surface have been annihilated. The defense system and the obelisks will take care of the remains. He inquires about the situation at the dungeon entrance. She says due to the aftermath of the attack, it is difficult to get a precise reading. Curiel says to him that if he is going to use something like a star itself, she must have told her beforehand, as she sunburned just by being near it, since she is a demon. He apologizes, saying, but it was the best attack he could come up with. She is particularly susceptible to it. Meanwhile, the second wave of obelisks has arrived. Soon, Sung-hoon sees that the enemies are coming out. He thinks they are stronger than the ones from the dwarf dungeon and assumes that perhaps they have consumed all the organisms before emerging. Aina orders the Great Extinction Cannon, Units 1 and 2, to fire. Sung-hoon sees spatial distortion and assumes, so it came up with the solution to the attack it got hit with before. Aina seems worried about her obelisks and Mars defense budget. He says that rather than worrying about the budget for the obelisks, she should focus on the attack that penetrates their defenses. However, the defense is at its weakest after shooting that Great Extinction Cannon. Curiel asks him about his next strategy and says she thinks they are better at spatial control than he is. It even has a draconic body, Zacronade, which devoured a dragon. Sung-hoon says it is super strong. Seeing how it defends against the attack, it would be difficult to beat it with brute force. Additionally, it possesses sufficient power to overcome an obelisk's defense. Then Yoyoung comes towards him and asks about his plan regarding the boss. She sees the spatial distortion and says that if it weren't for his defense spell, they would have been gone. Sung-hoon knows Yoyoung's conceptualism can hit the target no matter what, so he thinks if they use that, maybe they would defeat the enemy. Meanwhile, Takoyan says the master is in his world again. Then Yoyoung uses conceptualization with absolute accuracy. She knows her attack will always hit its mark, no matter what. That is her will. But she sees an attack that ignores her time and space barrier and ponders it. A lackluster strike, but its unique property is intriguing. She says she hit it, but there is not even a scratch. There is just too big a gap. She asks to look at how big it is and how small she is. This is an attack that bypasses any defense, but something of this caliber is meaningless. Sung-hoon asks her about how she felt when she hit it directly. She says she can hit it, but there's no way she can take it down, and it feels like she's pricked an elephant with a needle. Sung-hoon says it's fine. What's essential is that she was able to hit it, and it doesn't matter how hard she hits it. She says, then she is guessing he has a way. He says, of course, whatever she is lacking, he will provide. He will turn that needle into an anti-air battery. Aina tells that she is detecting a surge of power in the core of the Zacronade. The enemy is reading the dragon's exclusive attack, Dragon Breath. Sung-hoon says it's okay, as they are faster now, and asks Yoyoung to try it again with him. He says he will give her all the power she needs. She can withstand it. He then provides her with physical reinforcement, and also transfers mana. Takoyan says he is pouring all his energy into Yoyoung. Curiel also admits he has an incredible amount of mana. Using the draconic ability, he transferred the mana that his aura had converted. He asked her if she could feel the power of a 9th-tier great sorcerer, which is the so-called God's realm. He says, this is it, and orders her to blast him. But then he observes that the transfer has not finished yet. Yoyoung is absorbing even more mana. He says this is unexpected. The mana he gave her was not enough. Her body naturally tries to absorb even more. He never expected her physique to have ascended to this degree. It is just a tad of a problem that she is unconscious, so this was a perfect chance for her to ascend to even higher power. Suddenly, Aina tells him that it is about to breathe. He asks her to stop it. Things have gotten a little complicated. He also orders her to buy as much time as she can. He will wake up Yoyoung now. She understands what he said, while the enemy says it's prey. Behold the power of actual ice. It uses glacial breath. Aina uses Hanelmaru pinpoint warp, erecting shields, and continues preparing to tank the enemy attack. She says the shield output is falling rapidly. There are only 3 seconds left until depletion. Sung-hoon knows she used that expensive Hanelmaru as a throwaway shield, and in this way, at least they bought some time. Soon, the shield is depleted, Hanelmaru is down, and the enemy's breath is stopped. She then transfers Hanelmaru's remains to subspace. Sung-hoon then tries to wake up Yoyoung. She feels it is the voice of Sung-hoon Oppa. Although she is still knocked out, she can hear his voice from this blue marble thing, and then asks about her current location. He says she does not remember, as she passed out while he was transferring his mana to her. She says she thinks that she does remember. She is starving, so just let her eat first, and then they will talk. He says that is not something she can eat, because it is his mana. She says thanks for the meal, and he asks her to wait, but she does not stop. He thinks perhaps she has become a being on par with a demigod, while she says she feels so refreshed, almost as if she has been born again. The enemy asks her what she has done because a typical prey can't become a demigod. She says it is good. This one is for real now. She feels she can do anything with this power. She has devoured countless demigods for millennia. She thinks about her enemy. Even a moment ago, that thing looked intimidating, but she is no longer afraid of it. Plus, a bunch of martial techniques are popping into her head. She then employs the art of time and space as her first form, followed by the apocalypse. Aina presents the status report, which shows the complete annihilation of the enemy. She informs them that they have also detected partial deformation of the Mars crust due to the attack. They will use the nanomachines to repair the destroyed crust and recycle the scattered material floating in the atmosphere. Sung-hoon says, that's enough. More importantly, he wants her to keep a keen eye on Yoyoung and her growth. Aina says she did indeed blow away their expectation so that she will keep an eye on her. Sung-hoon knew she had talent, but her development was far too abnormal. At this rate, she might reach the strength of the martial gods. Of course, not just yet. The power he injected into her was simply a consumable. Meanwhile, Yoyoung feels so weak that she thinks she will fall. He knows she cannot lift a finger, so he uses levitation. She cannot understand what is happening and does not remember that she has beaten the enemy. She says she can barely remember anything, and her head hurts. Soon, the normal Yoyoung is back. Sung-hoon says it's fine. She used too much power at once, but now she will improve after resting. At the same time, in a small crack of the dimension incorporation is 98% complete, going into brief hibernation. After the final dungeon, the merge of the shattered regions of the dimension is initiated at a rate of 2% until the final phase, which requires the final piece of the dimension to be in place. Yerim is the heroine selected by the goddess of fire, while Yoyoung is a girl with prodigious talent, which even the god of martial arts, the one full of arrogance, is paying attention to. Jessica, a collet who is garnering the most attention from the god of death, despite being born human and an impossible entity created due to the distortion of the dimension, which should not exist, the Sorcerer King. Everyone is asked to struggle for survival as the final test is close. 6 months later, following the battle on Mars, the global power dynamics have shifted, and the self-proclaimed saviors of the end, Zoroastrianism, have rapidly expanded their influence worldwide. The god of light and wisdom, Ahura Mazda, it would be correct to say, a god claiming to be Ahura Mazda, has begun giving its power to its believers through their messages. As a result, Iran evolved into a larger superpower than the United States. Since God has decided to give its power to its believers without any restraints, this was bound to happen. Because of this, the Angels of Trackhouse from the 5th tier dungeon, which had expanded their power with the United States, halted their expansion of power at its core. The two religions clashed endlessly to extend their control over each other. The angels are also occupied with constructing the Holy Temple at the North Pole, whereas the demons of Antarctica's Hell Gate, on the other hand, have shown little activity. The demons who have infinite lifespans take extremely long and use absurdly complicated methods to accomplish anything. Sung-hoon guesses he can leave them be. After the Zacronade, Tier 4 dungeons have been spawning on Mars every single day, and he is so sick of it, those monsters loitering on his private property. The monsters claim it is just one enemy. Their leader instructs them to make a sacrifice and tap into the life force to enhance the power of the magic nullification field. Something like magic has no business in the magic nullification field. Sung-hoon says that those trolls' magic increases their power with the amount of life energy sacrificed, but a magic field of that level cannot stop him. He does not just use magic, he uses piercing light and takes void steps. The monster says it is strange that the human is using his power in the nullification field and asks him if he is a demigod. He also says that if he is on par with the demigod, he should desire sacrifices, which will give them all to him. Sung-hoon says he does not think he wants to waste his time conversing with a primitive race like it, so he uses a destroying strike, which is an inner raising strike. Soon, he gets notified that he has cleared a dungeon, so he does not have to use magic against these guys. He guessed it was a good idea to learn martial arts when he had a chance. He knew the trolls were not weak by any means, it was just simply a bad matchup for them. Aina says a large-scale dimension shift has been detected. They are being forcefully expelled from the dungeon. He asks for further details about it, and says he beat the boss, but this is not the end. She tells them it is a dungeon manifestation. They beat the boss, but she does not understand the reason for the manifestation of the dimension, as they lack information. He asks Okasha to update him on the current status, and says that at least the Mars terraforming projects can be completed sooner, so they should think positively. Anyway, this is it for the Tier 4 dungeon, so they should go back to Earth. Later, in Namyeongju, Gyeonggi-do, the magic tower, he says he did not check on Kyriel for a while, but it seems like she is doing that on purpose, as his mom is holding her in her arms and says she is her daughter now. He knows that crafty demon, mom, is all over her now. It looks like demons are always that social, but he believes they differ from individual to individual. He then asks Aina about that thing and asks her to investigate it. She tells him there are 3 confirmed locations. He sees, as expected, dungeons have spawned on Mars multiple times. The chance of dungeons appearing on other planets is incredibly high. He asks if there are any beings on par with the Zacronade in terms of threat. She says there were none. When he asks about Tier 5 dungeons, she says there are none. He asks if there are any intelligent life forms. She says she confirmed just one race per planet. There are spirits on Mercury. She could tap their telepathy. Their language has been verified. They call themselves Kolban, and they know that their dimensions have collapsed, and maintain an extremely high level of magical knowledge in a completely different field than theirs. When he asks about the threat level, she tells they pose no threat as of now, and tells next is Jupiter. He asks if a race can survive on a gas giant. She says a massive plant with an incredible amount of mana is terraforming the planet. He says it looks a little different, but that is a form of world tree. She tells the analyst that the giant plant that appeared on Jupiter is a type of world tree. The world tree on Jupiter is terraforming the planet by harnessing the energy of the dungeon manifestation, utilizing the gas cloud to shape the terrain. She says they are estimating about 1,200 hours until it is inhabitable by humans. He says, as there is a world tree, so the elves have appeared on Jupiter. She says he is correct. It looks like the high elves who appeared from the dungeon are currently managing the world tree. If elves appeared, he should assume Jupiter is now under some god's influence. He knows that elves are gods of nature, beings much more potent than the self-proclaimed god of perpetuity, Trackhouse. However, since they are usually neutral, he would not have any problem with them as long as he leaves them alone. Aina further states that after 1,200 hours, when the world tree has finished terraforming the planet, there is a very high chance of them venturing to other planets. He says it is fine, elves are highly conservative, and if it looks like they will cause a problem, he will send Yoyang over there, since no magical barrier would work on her. She would be the elves' greatest nightmare. She says he is right and tells the Dragonborn that they have appeared on Saturn. He says another troublesome race has appeared. Dragonborn are usually aggressive, and due to their cultural and technological progression, they could become quite the enemy. She says their progression as a civilization is slow, and their politics are almost non-existent. However, fully grown Dragonborn are monsters capable of interstellar travel. He asks her to keep monitoring them and not let her guard down. She says she has spotted their drone. Sung-hoon says that, as expected from the Dragonborn, they have good instincts and can see through the steel wall. He asks her to keep their eyes on them, as despite being aggressive, they have a habit of submitting to the strong. She says they could become a powerful military asset if they submit them, and then she informs him that a laboratory is contacting them. A girl from the laboratory asks the boss if he is there and requests that he come to the laboratory right away, as it is finally complete. He says he does not know what she has completed unless she tells him what she was working on. He asks her to sit down and explain it to him slowly. He is also curious to see what she has completed. She says this is the invention that will turn the world upside down and says she made it. Ileana comes on screen and says, sorry to the boss, as their girl got a little too excited. However, they had something they had been waiting for a long time, and they told him that the nuclear fusion reactor was complete. He reaches there soon and appreciates them for their hard work. Eliona says it was the least she could do to thank him for finding all her children. He says their timing is fantastic, too. Recently, he felt the need for an urgent increase in their power, so it is very refreshing to hear the news of the completion of a fusion reactor. She says, thank goodness, because his feelings align with the prophecy. Sung-hoon says that with his ability to convert electrical energy into mana and the nuclear fusion reactor, which can create an infinite amount of electrical energy, he can theoretically gather an endless amount of power. He has already surpassed the level of his previous life, so this is uncharted territory. Soon, Aina from the Magic Tower establishes a connection to the fusion reactor and awaits synchronization with the Master. He is asked to please approve the synchronization. He says it is all up to Aina now. She asks to leave it to her and says Master's approval is confirmed. Master's mana heart will directly be connected to the nuclear fusion reactor. The infinite electrical energy is now synchronizing with the dragon heart, and he is asked to prepare for the recoil. The heart's 9 magical circles are changing their form. The 10th magical circle, the infinity, has formed. He says he hopes this does not send him straight to heaven, but he is informed that even if a tiger kidnaps him, they say he can live as long as he focuses. Suddenly, he feels that his consciousness is expanding, and he can see the entirety of the universe. As expected, their universe is completely ragged and much closer than he thought. At this rate, their dimension will collapse, and they will all disappear together. He is being told that the hidden quest is that he has satisfied the requirements for the selection. The Okasha system is summoning the player directly. He is also asked if he would like to approve or not. He says it's kind of him, but he cannot miss the chance to see Okasha with his own eyes. Then he clicks yes to see what it wants. Soon, he feels he is standing on neither ground nor water. He cannot understand the nonsensical dimension. The system congratulates him on satisfying the hidden requirements. It is said that they have to wait a long time to meet Sung-hoon in person. When Sung-hoon sees his mom, he is in shock. The system states that, thanks to his hard work, the necessary energy to repair the dimensions has been gathered. to reward him for achieving first place in restoring a total of 138 dimensions. He has been summoned here. Sung-hoon asks him if he is Okasha, and he confirms that he is. Sung-hoon becomes furious that Okasha has taken the form of his mom. Okasha says, "This is the appearance of a human." He has great trust in him, and asks him to tell if he made a mistake in choosing a grace. Then he takes Yoyoung's form and asks how it is. Sung-hoon asks him to forget about the forms. Instead, he should tell him the reason for doing all this. Okasha, now in the form of Yoyoung, claims to be the god of systems and preservation. He must have known. He assumed so, considering the amount of data Sung-hoon had collected from the events that transpired until now, and his only task was to proceed with the mission he had received from the primordial source since the beginning. When Sung-hoon hears about the primordial source, he understands that it is part of the gods of creation. There were times when its power was unexpectedly great, establishing the whole system. Most gods, including some of the most powerful ones, cannot use a power of this scale due to their restrictions. He says he should have realized it sooner. Then he asks one more question about the ending of all this. Okasha says they are reaching the climax. The energy to repair the dimension has been collected. Due to Sung-hoon's efforts, he gathered the energy sooner than scheduled, so his reward is in the box he gave him. Sung-hoon asks him to change his face first, as it is bugging him. Okasha says he has put all the points, so he has been given a luck, and this reward fits his extremely high luck. While the special reward is a box of random lucky titles that will be provided, Sung-hoon asks if this box has received the blessing of infinite luck. Sung-hoon gets a notification from the system indicating that he has spent all his points and has earned a bonus. Okasha tells him that his luck stat is in first place with an overwhelming margin, even among all the previous dwellers of the dimensions he has visited. He further states that he has witnessed many dimensions, but this is his first time encountering this one. Reaching the top with just the luck stat, he admits that he vastly underestimated the value of Sung-hoon's knowledge from his previous life. Sung-hoon asks him if he is implying that luck is what got him here. Okasha says luck is the only stat that is very difficult to gauge, even after pouring so many resources into it as he has. He also asks Sung-hoon to join him, as luck is the only stat that will impact everything he does during his time. He says he must have felt that everything was going smoothly. Perhaps it was his luck that greased the gears. Sung-hoon says, despite his grandiose explanation, the reward seems to be rather lackluster. He wants him to buzz off after taking this one small box. Okasha says his task is to maintain the stability of the dimension. Too much interference with the mortal would not be taken too kindly by others. Meanwhile, Sung-hoon again asks him to change his face, but Okasha says he, the Sorcerer King, is a being who has leaped through the dimension itself. It is undeniable that his existence serves his very purpose. To give him one final piece of advice in return for his deed, he recommends opening the box once his luck reaches 1000. Sung-hoon asks him if there is any reason to have it exactly there, and the Okasha says he cannot tell him any more. This is his only advice. The choice is now his. Sung-hoon says it means he cannot provide any further information beyond simple advice, as any additional information would violate Okasha's restriction on impacting the dimension. He knows a word from a god of that caliber is the law itself, so it is safe to believe what it says. But that phase of making a face with Yoyoung's appearance feels like it is purposely mocking him. He says it's fine. There's no reason not to believe it now. Soon he has reached 1000 luck. Okasha says he is the very first in the universe to do so. The law of the universe now flows through player, Sung-hoon, in its center, and many gods show keen interest in his high luck. Sung-hoon says something like this happens when he reaches a stat of 1000. He is first in the universe. He asks Okasha if the other stats have similar effects, and Okasha tells him there are, but they are impossible to obtain. At the beginning of the dungeon manifestation, many humans would put all their points into one stat, but they all perished soon. Sung-hoon says it means he is the only special case. Okasha says he is correct, as most have ceased to be before reaching level 100, and the survival rate decreases drastically if one focuses on only one stat. Reality is often different from fiction or games for him. Sung-hoon knows he is not wrong, then asks if he should open the box now. Okasha says he should open it, and tells the box is random box. It is a box that spits out a single pebble if a normal human were to open it, and whatever comes out of it will solely depend on his stats and luck. Sung-hoon knows being the god must be a pain. Whatever he does, he must consider numerous restrictions. Okasha asks him to consider this a simple service for all he has done. He does owe him a little. Then he asks him why he is not opening the box now and wonders what she told him about it. So system asks him if he wants to open the box. When Sung-hoon says he receives a message from the system that the dimension's highest luck is changing the law of universe. Also, he has achieved the end of all knowledge. Moreover, he has also received the SSS rank title, the Librarian of the Great Library. He received the power of all knowledge, a reward befitting you, and he has also received the authority to access the universe's record, which is the Akasha record. The system also tells him that he has learned the skill, Akasha Dive. Sung-hoon asks Akasha if he is sure about giving the Akasha record to a sorcerer, and Akasha replies that if it is Sung-hoon, with access to the Akasha record, he could also enter into godhood with the knowledge he can access. However, as he has said, this is simply the result of his luck. And such privilege only means something if he can survive through this. Sung-hoon asks him if he is talking about the final phase. Akasha says that is right. To repair the dimension, Sung-hoon should already know that he has pieced together multiple shards from different dimensions, which means various dimensions are intertwined. Therefore, he should already be aware of the kind of problem this poses. Sung-hoon says he is talking about the issues caused by Zacronade. Akasha says this is correct. As always, if he repairs one dimension, those beings will bypass the dimensional boundaries to find another prey. As Sung-hoon has experienced, they are increasingly more complex to subdue with every new try. They have devoured numerous dimensions and demigods in the final phase. That is why he wonders what will happen in this dimension, as they will enter it exactly 50 days after 1200 hours. He says this is the limit of his time with him. He hopes to survive and experience the privilege he has gained. Later, when Sung-hoon comes back, he sees Eliona waiting for him. She asks him if it worked, as she cannot tell his status by herself. He asks her how much time has passed since he absorbed the reactor's energy. She says it is only a few seconds, and he then asks her to wait as he needs some time to think. He thinks so. Time itself has changed. Thankfully, his body is fine, and Dragon Heart is also stable. Anyway, Akasha's director said the final phase is starting. Although he does not like how it looks down on him, he should prepare himself. He then asks to begin a countdown. Now, 1200 hours. So, the beginning countdown starts. Eliona says she can ask him what's going on. He says, this will mark the beginning of the final battle. He orders her to contact everyone and asks her to come with him, explaining it on the way. 1 hour later, he informed his team of what was going on, met with Akasha's director personally, and they had only 50 days until the final phase. All they can do is prepare themselves as much as possible. Everyone is an essential asset to the battle, but Yoyoung's growth is the biggest wild card. If it is her, she can certainly step into the realm of a demigod, at least. He then asks Eliona to please take care of things here and says he has already contacted the dwarves. She says she will do her best, but preparing something like this within 50 days is a daunting task, considering the dwarves have a lot on their plates. He says the Mars manufacturing factories operate at a rate of 100. Technically, they have 5,000 days to work on this, and he is sure they have enough time. Then he says he should get ready as well. He tells Aina that he had Curiel return to the Hell Gate. She will return soon with an answer. He left the link alive, so if she comes back, call him. Then he says he will be off, so he uses the Akasha Dive skill. Soon, the system informs us that the dimensions are fully merged, and dimension travel is now possible. Everyone is asked to prepare for the final battle as the final phase begins. General Manager Kim says they just confirmed the system message. Hunters worldwide have received a similar message regarding the final battle. And as expected, the Sorcerer King's intel, Sung-hoon's, must be accurate. The director says that they did the right thing by following his warning. Then he asks if they have finished evacuating all civilians. General Manager Kim says he just received the message that the civilian evacuation to the underground shelter has been completed. The director says Sung-hoon said there is nothing they can do, as there is a battle where anyone but the strongest hunter will only be a burden. The president says they cannot contact him at all. The director informs the president that all contact was severed after the final message was received. So, all they can do is to pray to the gods. On the other hand, in the asteroid belt, the system displays a warning that a highly dense gravity field has appeared around the exoplanet Ceres, confirming the distortion of space and time. The Zacronade supercluster fusion was detected, with approximately 250 million lesser Zacronade being detected, and the number is still increasing. Aina says she will take charge of the situation starting now. The lesser Zacronade are on the move, their destination is Earth, and they are tracking their progress. Rank 1 Hunter, Yoyoung, asks about where their Sung-hoon Appa is. Aina, in the commander mode, says he will arrive on the scene 24 hours from 10 UTC. Their goal is to survive until the master comes. Flame Fist, Tokoyan says, holding them off for 24 hours. This would not be easy. Instead, they should attack that big one on their own to save time. But Yerim says they should not take such a risk. If they lose, Earth is doomed. While Aina says this is their last battle, they should concentrate, and despite being lesser ones, those are the beings that rival the power of Tier 4 dungeon bosses. Then she tells them they will prepare the bombardment from dwarves, sirens, and other races' bases. The goddess of fire champion, Yerim, says it's a good idea. If they dispatch average people there, they will be eaten and strengthened. Aina says, as Yerim says, that to minimize unnecessary casualties, they will restrict the battle against lesser Zacronade to hunters who have ascended, as well as the AI weaponries. Thankfully, they have 4 ascended humans on their side. She never imagined 4 people would ascend, even with the system's reinforcements. Acolyte of the God of Death, Jessica, says she thanks Aina for accepting the alliance. Aina says the pleasure is all hers. The firepower of an ascended human is precious. Frankly, she had not imagined that someone could ascend without the Master's help. Jessica says it was not easy. Still, unlike Mr. Sung-hoon, who did not participate in this battle, Aina says there is no need to worry, as this is all according to the Master's plan, and they will now commence the operation. She orders all ships to wrap, and all cannons are directed towards the Zacronade. She says Aina series is prepared for launch. Once they enter 50,000 kilometers, begin the bombardment and launch sequence. As for the Ascended, they may make their moves as they fit, and she asks them not to forget that they have to last a whole day. Yoyoung says there would be no problem. Aina orders the fight to start, and they attack the Zacronade. Soon, Aina X-01 is launched, a robotic-like missile with a great range of hitting the target. Everyone is fighting hard to just spend the whole day. As the time passes, their stamina is getting lower. When it ends, Yoyoung asks about the duration they fought. She says she still has unlimited mana from the nuclear fusion reactor, but she thinks she is reaching her mental limit. She is so tired. Meanwhile, Jessica, who has observed her throughout the day, says it is unbelievable that she killed over half of them all on her own. Maybe it was thanks to her that they can last this long. They are still in fighting mode. Suddenly, Yoyoung sees a barrier and says that it is closed. Then she sees Kirill has returned and says these humans must be thankful to her because she brought her dad, the Dark Dragon, here. And as long as he is around, they do not have a choice, as much as he would like to agree. Her dad says he can feel an overwhelming killing intent from their side. Perhaps it is too late. If they were about to jump to another dimension, he would have tried to buy some time. But he cannot do anything about that, even with his power, since he does not want to increase its power. If it devours him, he might have to consider self-destruction. Yoyoung asks him not to say something like that, as it will mess with their morale. Then she urges Aina to calculate how much time is left now. Aina says only 56 minutes have gone by, and Tokoyan says that Monster has about an hour remaining. Zacronade says this is amusing. That ascended human side by side with that dragon, devouring them all, seems enticing. But before that, it says it found it. Yoyoung ponders what it found and says it can sense a planet that contains billions of organisms with a semblance of power. Yoyoung says it is something that disappeared instantly, while Tokoyan says it teleported, and it is now heading towards Earth. Yoyoung starts using her conceptualism skills, and all others see that she has absolute accuracy in conceptualism, with her skill to beat everything she targets and reach near her target. Kirill tells her that she hit it and that the pink blob got even stronger. Her daughter says this is incredible. They cannot believe she is a human, but she lacks power. Meanwhile, Zacronade says a planet of possibilities becomes the nutrient, enabling it to evolve further. Suddenly, they all see that Zacronade has fallen, and it asks about the place where it is lost. Sung-hoon is present there, who welcomes consciousness of the Zacronade, sees he is a human sorcerer, and asks what happened here, as it was just about to swallow a planet in a solar system. Sung-hoon says this is a parallel universe within their shared consciousness. They are on the boundary between dimensions. Zacronade says it does not understand and asks him to explain. Sung-hoon says there is not much to explain. He created a dimensional rift centered around Earth, which fell right into it. He further states that, since it would be difficult to cast a dimensional spell on a powerful enemy like it, he used the Earth as bait to create a trap, allowing things to proceed smoothly since it went straight for the Earth. Zacronade says it is unbelievable. A mere particle of the universe dares to imprison it, and its ability to sense danger is on par with the gods. Sung-hoon says even the gods do not know everything that happens in the universe. However, he is different. He has the authority to access all knowledge that transpired since the beginning of the universe. Zacronade says that if he is the administrator of the universe's understanding, the Akasha record, Sung-hoon says that is true. Zacronade says even then, its defeat is yet to come. An arrogant sorcerer then changes his shape. Sunhoon says it has finally shown its proper form. In this realm, its physical form cannot manifest, and it cannot use any abilities it has devoured in the real world, for a being that eats and steals the power of its prey. This is the worst battlefield imaginable. Zacronade says the very same condition applies to him as well. Sunhoon agrees and says he created this dimension, but its rules also restrict him. However, to curtail a multidimensional threat like it, this handicap still works in his favor. It states that he is making a mistake in assuming he has the upper hand in this dimension, and it informs him that it is the collective entity of the will to devour, accumulated over millennia. Sunhoon says he thinks that he did not know, then asks to let him demonstrate what a sorcerer who has reached the pinnacle is capable of. Then he attacks it and finally defeats it. 4 months later, after the Zacronade situation was resolved, the dimension quickly recovered. The elves on Jupiter and the Drachnoids on Saturn have established communication with Earth. Especially, the elves from Jupiter created a stir among humans with their mythical charm. The cult of death became the #1 religion on Earth despite all the pre-existing religions, and those who got acquainted with Sunhoon have begun new lives. Yoyoung officially became the #1 hunter and a global superstar among them. A reporter takes her interview and says she managed to hunt a dragon alone, so she would like a comment on her next action plan. She says she has plans to hunt in the afternoon and evening, and then plans to go to Dubai for vacation. The reporter says that she can ask her one last question. Yoyoung thinks she can ask, but the reporter says many viewers are curious about her relationship with the Sorcerer King, Sunhoon, who ended the Zacronade incident. So she should tell her that if it is true that both of them are dating. Yoyoung says she would not confirm or deny that. Sunhoon sees her interview and says she is spreading rumors again. Meanwhile, she says Sunhoon Appa is probably watching the show. He says he does not feel too bad about it. Instead, he plans what to do with it now. Then he receives a notification from the system congratulating him. As he is the champion in multiple dimensions, he has protected a dimension threaded with numerous other dimensions and saved many races. After calculating his result, he is now qualified to become a god. He is asked if he would like to become a god and reign as the immortal god of sorcerer. While reading the message, his mom says, "Dinner is ready." He tells his mom that he is coming, thinks for a while, then says, "Becoming a god is pretty cool, but he will enjoy this piece a little more."